Suqing traveled to the world of urban cool novels. He became a rich second-generation villain who kidnapped the heroine in the first chapter, was beaten up by the hero in the second chapter, and was sent to jail in the third chapter. Fortunately, he has awakened the caring villain system. As long as he attacks the protagonist, robs the protagonist of his opportunities, and changes the plot of the novel, he can obtain system rewards. After completing the entire plot, he can take all of them back to the real world. He has an amazing appearance, high IQ and EQ, and is familiar with the plot, so he is ready to change the plot from the root. Just now, Suqing felt an unusual pain in his brain. His fingers trembled and the red wine glass in his hand fell to the ground. The bright red liquid spilled onto the white velvet carpet under his feet, soaking a large area. Suqing raised her eyes and looked around the room. Above her was a luxurious crystal chandelier, and on the floor lay a huge velvet carpet. Suqing frowned and muttered to himself, "No, this is not my room." His eyes fell on his feet, looking at the shiny leather shoes, his brows tightened a little. "No, I have never worn leather shoes." He's clearly a freshman full of youth, so why is he wearing these polished leather shoes? It looks old-fashioned, doesn't it? He remembered that it was the 15th day of the first lunar month and the new year was drawing to a close. A large group of relatives had come to his house and were scolding him, nagging him non-stop. There were also a few little brats who rummaged through his room and smashed all his limited edition figurines, which really annoyed him to death. What's even more hateful is that everyone thinks he is old, but not a single relative gives him any New Year's money. How come? Suqing looked at the environment in the room, and the well-ironed suit and shiny leather shoes he was wearing. Everything is wrong. Who dressed him up like an adult? The only thought in his mind now was, had someone kidnapped him? And changed his clothes. Suddenly, a mechanical sound came from his mind. Byte, the caring villain system has found a suitable host. Starting system, loading system content, system startup completed. Suqing couldn't help but exclaimed, is this a time travel? Suqing was stunned. A villain system? And a caring villain? As a veteran reader of amateur novels, he is no stranger to systems and time travel. Not only that, Suqing has long been tired of the dull life. He yearns for the system very much and often fantasizes about owning a powerful system and living a dazzling and brilliant life from then on. But this caring villain system sounds different from the ordinary pretentious face-slapping system. The villain? Could it be? System binding completed, novel content is being distributed. As the system sounded, a burst of information flooded into Suqing's mind. The words were like a kaleidoscope, stirring his mind, and it took a while for him to calm down. Suqing covered his head and couldn't help but complain, "I'm sorry, I'm in a book, but the words are big and small, and it makes my head hurt." Replying to the host, the bold font is the chapter title. The originally mechanical voice actually showed a hint of ridicule and playfulness, mixed in with a little bit of contempt. Suqing rolled his eyes, covered his head and said speechlessly, I know it, I was just complaining." As the information was transmitted, Suqing learned that she had traveled to a melodramatic urban novel called The Invincible Adopted Son, A Hero Saves the Beauty at the beginning. The character he traveled through was a rich second-generation villain whose parents were still alive and who was wealthy and powerful. He was currently a sophomore undergraduate student in the Department of Acting at Luochuan University, and also had a double degree in business administration. He had an extremely high IQ and was both talented and beautiful. This book has more than 800 chapters in total. Unlike many second-generation villain novels, the character of the same name that Suqing traveled through lived a very long life and did not die until the end. Because he was sent to prison for life in the third chapter, where he would spend his entire life working on a sewing machine. In the last chapter of the book, the hero and heroine went to the prison hand in hand to watch his wonderful story. Suqing recalled the contents in his mind. Chapter 1, Engagement Party. Paranoid rich second-generation kidnaps beautiful hostess. Chapter 2, the hero shows up and saves the beauty. Chapter 3, good triumphs over evil, and the paranoid rich second-generation falls into the law. Suqing couldn't help but sigh that his character actually occupied the three most important golden chapters of a novel. No wonder he was chosen as such a talented and handsome man to travel through time, but Suqing couldn't help but raise her middle finger in midair. Author go, you're really cruel. Kidnapping, a hero saving a beautiful girl, you have the nerve to write such an old-fashioned plot. Suqing never expected that after finally traveling through time, he would end up as such a tragic character, but this time he came a new year, new atmosphere. Of course he has to rewrite the fate of this paranoid villain. As a rich second-generation villain, he should have been able to get whatever he wanted, but he ruined his life because of a woman. Ridiculous, to be honest. Suqing sorted out this character. He didn't think the villain was a complete bad guy. He was indeed a bit paranoid. He loved the heroine wholeheartedly, even loved to the point of being humble to the dust that he wanted to keep the heroine by his side, but unfortunately the hero was the author go's biological son. The hero and heroine were engaged in the first chapter, and they were childhood sweethearts. However, Suqing and the heroine had been secretly in love before the kidnapping, and the heroine didn't even know him. Just before the engagement party of the male and female protagonists was about to begin, he sent his men to kidnap the female protagonist. He imprisoned the heroine in a mansion on the outskirts of the city and took good care of her, hoping to move her and stay with her for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, the heroine was not only not moved, but was also scared to death. The hero in the book also found the kidnapping location 12 hours later and came to rescue her. The hero's fighting power is off the charts. To exaggerate, he can fight against 100 people at once. To be frank, he can easily fight against 8 people at once. The character of Suqing was not only beaten up by the male protagonist who came to rescue her, but also lost 4 teeth and broke several ribs. In the end, she ended up stepping on a sewing machine. He even kept calling the heroine's name while operating the sewing machine. He is truly a devoted lover. Suqing, recalling the contents of the book, unknowingly walked to the mirror, and his body was slightly startled. He couldn't help but yell, "Fuck." The description of his appearance in the book is very short. It can be summarized in one word, handsome, and in 2 words, very handsome, but now the concrete body appeared in front of him. The self in the mirror could only be described with the words bewitching. He put his fingertips on his cheek and looked at himself carefully. The slightly upturned eyelashes reveal a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, which are full of clear and bright luster. Under the straight nose are crystal clear lips with a natural touch of light red floating on them. He was at least 189 centimeters tall, with straight legs under his suit trousers, a thin waist, broad shoulders, and a narrow back. Suqing couldn't help but shake her head. With a look like this, isn't this a form that fascinates everyone? Suqing looked at herself carefully and found that every part of her body was perfect. She was truly a beauty. He moved closer to the mirror and moved his lower eyelid with his fingers. It's just that the under eyes are dark, as if I didn't get enough rest, and I look a little weak. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. A knock on the door attracted Suqing, who was admiring her own beauty. He opened the door and looked out. A big round face wearing a baseball cap appeared in front of him. Suqing's first reaction was, "Who is this person?" It took him 3 seconds to realize that this person was Su Dezhuang, the son of the housekeeper, and he could be considered his subordinate. Young master. Suqing thought about the attitude he should have towards his subordinates in the book and said calmly, "Well, what's wrong?" "Well, Lin Sier has been tied back to you." Before Su Dezhuang could finish his words, Suqing's eyes went dark, and the next second a light blue panel with a strong sense of technology suddenly appeared in front of him. The system hasn't been sorted out yet, so let's stop chatting here. Suqing glanced at Su Dezhuang and said, "We'll talk later if you have anything to say." Then there was a bang and the door was closed by Suqing. Su Dezhuang only felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him, and he stood there in a daze. Suqing stood there and began to look at his character panel. Host, Suqing. Age, 19. Appearance, 101. Note, the maximum score is 100. Force value, 20. Note, the passing score is 60. Villain's luck value, minus 500 points. Villain points, 0 points. Items/skills, none. This panel clearly shows Suqing's various attributes. This appearance is really high. It has already appeared at the system's voice appeared at the right moment. I'm giving you 1 extra point, just in case you're not proud enough. Suqing smiled and said, "Beautiful." Compared with those systems that give less points for fear that the host will become proud, this system is really different, but this fighting power made Suqing speechless. Even if he is a rich second generation, who is usually picked up and dropped off by luxury cars and lives a life of luxury, he shouldn't be so despicable. Doesn't a top second-generation person even have a beautiful personal fitness trainer and nutritionist? No wonder he looks weak. Host, you. As soon as the word system came out of his mouth, Suqing seemed to suddenly think of something. He turned towards the mirror abruptly, pulled the shirt he was wearing out of his suit pants, and glanced at the mirror with a nervous and frightened look. Fuck! 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 Suqing shouted 3 times in AROW. An old scar on the waist was particularly conspicuous on the delicate skin. He lost a kidney. When Suqing was young, he was kidnapped and had one of his kidneys taken away. The surgery was performed by an unlicensed, black doctor, leaving a hideous wound on his body. This was the root cause of his physical weakness. Suqing frowned. So tragic? I finally managed to travel through time, and now my body isn't even intact? Are you trying to trick me? Faced with this tragic setting, Suqing was speechless. Suqing raised her eyes and said to the system in her mind, "Can I go back? It's New Year's Day, please send me back. My eldest cousin's second aunt's third aunt has lost all her teeth and is waiting for me to peel some melon seeds for her." Suqing blinked his eyes, expecting the system to see a hint of helplessness on his charmingly handsome face. In fact, he didn't need to think about it. How could it be possible? How could such a good thing happen in this world? The system caught him. How could it release him safely? But the next second he was shocked by what the system said. Okay. The system said 2 words in a resounding voice, "There really is such a good thing in this world," which made Suqing unable to believe it for a moment. Suqing was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, "Huh? Will I die? Can I return to my original world? Will I be wiped out?" Host, you will not be wiped out. You will also receive a 5 million consolation reward, distributed in the form of lottery tickets. Upon returning to your original world, you can purchase these tickets at any lottery shop. You will win immediately upon purchase, and there is no deception. You can also choose to return at any time. The system added coyly, "This system can meet the host's full range of needs. Otherwise, how could it be called a caring villain system?" Suqing curled her lips and smiled. Great. That's really thoughtful. There's no point for him to go back. The consolation reward from the villain system is so high, wouldn't he get more if he stayed? Now please choose whether to return to the original world. Suqing shook her finger. No, I choose to accept it. I just lost a kidney. How can such a small defect stop my determination to be a villain? Even if it means making me a eunuch, that won't work. Suqing pursed her lips and quickly stopped what he was about to say. Suqing then said to the system, "Stop talking nonsense and tell me what I have to do in this world? Also, how to use the villain system, and most importantly, what can I gain from this?" Replying to the host, "The villain system is easy to use. Every time the host successfully changes the plot, suppresses the protagonist, and plunders the protagonist's opportunities and girls, the villain's luck value and villain points will increase. When the villain's luck surpasses the protagonist's, he can plunder the opponent's abilities, and the higher the luck value, the luckier he is. Villain points can be used to unlock the lucky draw wheel or purchase items directly. After completing the entire storyline, all rewards can be taken back to the real world or to the next new world, and the host can decide where to go. Suqing nodded and couldn't help but praise, "Simple and clear setting, I like it. Is it because of the characteristics of my own luck value that I am hated by the protagonist and cannot escape the protagonist's suppression and must fight back head on?" Anyway, that's how it was written in all the other villain novels Suqing had read. The villain must be fought, and the protagonist and the villain are naturally incompatible. No, host, your villain's luck has nothing to do with the protagonist's luck. You can choose to avoid conflicts with the protagonist and live like a coward for the rest of your life until the end, and then you can scatter flowers, or even a sequel. You can always be a handsome and wealthy second-generation rich man in this world. Suqing sneered, "Provoking someone? You're being ridiculous. Now that I, Suqing, am here, I'm going to turn this book upside down and allow this love-struck villain to stage a comeback victory." Compared with a comfortable life and the abilities that can be obtained in the system, Suqing would of course choose the latter. After all, his worst outcome would be to return to the original world and get 5 million, so what is he afraid of? Hearing Suqing's words, the system was greatly shocked, and secretly thought in its heart, this host was really born to be a villain. 2 words, tough. Newbie gift packs are being distributed. Do you want to claim them? Receive. Skill, Eye of Insight Elementary is being issued. You can view the male and female protagonist information. Suqing raised an eyebrow and said, Primary? Are there other levels? Of course, there are also Intermediate Eye of Insight and Advanced Eye of Insight. Intermediate allows you to view all character information, while Advanced allows you to view not only information but also character traits, character experiences, etc. Okay, I understand. The system said this and slipped away. Suqing stood there and began to sort out the plot of this novel world, thinking about what he would do next. As Suqing glanced at his phone, and the lazy expression on his face suddenly became a little ferocious. Oh shit, corresponding to the timeline in the book, the 15th day of the first lunar month is a great day for family reunion and celebration. Isn't this the first chapter? The day when the heroine was kidnapped. That's right, the Lin Sier that Su Dazhuang, who was just at the door, was talking about was the heroine who was kidnapped by him at the beginning of the story. The plot has begun to move forward, time passed by minute, and there were only 11 hours left before the hero could come to the rescue. According to the original plot, Suqing should have gone downstairs to capture the hostess, and then tried to please her in every way. When his request failed, the male protagonist Leion came and beat him up and sent him into the orange, where he lived a miserable life. Suqing can't let this happen again. What should he do? Send her away? Lin Sier should be in a coma now. If we send her away and throw her on the street, no one will notice. But this goes against Suqing's original intention. He wanted to confront the protagonist head-on and suppress the protagonist's ability. How could he just send the heroine away like this? No. Wouldn't that break the storyline? And then we just watch the hero and heroine happily get engaged and spend their lives together. Come on, let's go meet him anyway. If you give it a try, your bicycle can be turned into a motorcycle. Suqing opened the door and was met with Su Dazhuang's bewildered face. Take me to see Lin Sier. Follow Su Dazhuang all the way to the bedroom on the first floor. A young girl with a graceful figure was tied to a soft big bed, with her long, smooth legs draped over the bed, her whole body forming a big X shape. There were 4 silver pillars on the 4 sides of the bed, and her hands and feet were tied to the pillars. Her appearance, can't see it. A layer of white cloth covered her face, completely blocking Lin Sier's face. There was a person standing beside the bed, as thin as an underdeveloped monkey. From the book, we learned that the fat man and the thin man are brothers. The fat one is called Su Dazhuang and the thin one is called Su Erzwang. I guess the man who was laughing at his masterpiece by the bed is Su Erzwang. Why is there a white cloth on her face? Suqing said speechlessly when this was mentioned. Su Erzwang felt that he was extremely smart, and he pointed to the white cloth happily. Master, there's no red cloth in the room. Look, does this look like a red veil? It's just right for you and this little girl to enter the bridal chamber today. Hee ha. Suqing has never been so speechless in his life. Where did this Wulong come from? He walked over quickly, peeled off the white cloth on the woman's face, and spoke coldly to Su Erzwang. Don't do this kind of underworld stuff in the future. If you don't know, you'll think this person has been dead for 3 days. Su Erzwang took 2 steps back. I understand, master. Suqing looked at the face after the white cloth was removed. On the palm-sized face, there were delicate curved eyebrows, long and curled eyelashes as black as crow feathers, and the eyes were tightly closed. The straight nose bridge is outlined on the face, the skin is as white as cream, and the smooth facial shape is presented as if it were carefully crafted. Suqing nodded. No wonder she could make people fall in love with her so deeply. She was indeed beautiful. However, when I looked at the glass in front of me that was reflective because of the darkness at night, I could see my own face reflected in it. He gently brushed the hair off his forehead and sighed in his heart. Hold me, but no matter how beautiful you are not as beautiful as me. Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang. What is the young master doing? Isn't he a bootlicker? Why is he so conceited? Suqing opened the Eye of Insight towards Lin Sier. A light blue screen appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Sier. Age, 21. Height, 175 cm. Force value, 60. Favorability, 0, stranger, note, favorability 0, stranger favorability 30, friend favorability 60, admiration favorability 80, in trust for life favorability 100, life and death depend on each other, never leave each other, forever together, love that lasts until death. If the favorability is negative, please follow the same logic. Suqing glanced at the light screen and had only 2 words in his mind. Speechless. He can accept a favorability of 0. But a female protagonist's fighting power is higher than mine, that's true. According to the book, Lin Sier is the daughter of the Lin family, one of the 5 major families in Luochuan. Her father was a military leader with great military achievements, so she started learning martial arts from a young age under the influence of her father. If she hadn't been drugged this time, Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang combined would not be able to beat her, let alone the frail Suqing. Suqing was not discouraged. He raised his lips slightly, planning a bad plan. Oh no. That's a good idea. The hero Leion has amazing fighting ability, and the heroine Lin Sier loves him so much, so he can't use force. After all, he can't even beat the heroine, so he must outsmart her. Suqing slowly untied the knot tied around Lin Sier's arm. I couldn't help but complain, why the hell is this a deadlock? Su Erzwang whispered, the knot is quite strong. I'm afraid she'll wake up midway and fight back. Young master, you can't beat her. So he felt that he was right to tie the knot, as it was for the safety of his young master's life. Suqing. Is it common knowledge that I can't beat her? Don't I have any dignity? Suqing turned around and glared at him. Then why are you still standing there? Can't you see I can't untie him? Go find a pair of scissors and untie him. Before Su Erzwang could move, a voice came from the direction of the door, from far away to near, and reached Suqing's ears. Master, that rope is difficult to untie, please use scissors. Su Erzwang's inner thoughts, why are they all lackeys? How come the eldest brother is so good at handling things? Suqing nodded to Su Dezhuang, took the scissors, and quickly removed all the ropes from Lin Sier. Then, he picked up Lin Sier horizontally by the waist. The moment he picked her up, Suqing's whole body stiffened. He clenched his teeth and said to himself, it's so heavy. He really wanted to throw the person back onto the bed, but there were 2 of his men watching behind him. It was too embarrassing to do so he could only reluctantly hold the person in his arms. He even used all his strength to lift the man up twice to ensure his dignity. As Su Dezhuang glanced at Su Erzwang, and after exchanging a look that asked, young master, can't you hold her? He smiled obsequiously at Suqing and said, Master, we will withdraw first. The 2 people walked towards the door while talking. Suqing turned his back to the 2 of them and said, wait. The 2 men paused. Master, you. Aren't you going to consummate the marriage? Suqing held the woman in his arms and walked towards the door. What kind of kidnapper would tie someone to the bed in the bedroom? Go get 2 new ropes, and then come find me in the storage room. This mansion is not the property of the Su family, but an unnamed property purchased by Suqing through some means. The house had just been bought and no one had been hired to clean it carefully, so the storage room was cluttered with waste, dust everywhere, and there were many spider webs. Suqing very gentlemanly wiped a tile close to the wall clean. Afterwards, he gentlemanly placed Lin Sier on this tile, and another dirty tile next to it. This clean area is what he left for himself. Mopping the floor is too much trouble. He is not in good health and cannot bend down. Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang walked in. Master, the rope is here. Suqing nodded, yeah. He glanced at Lin Sier again. How long will this medicine last? Su Dezhuang said, almost. He should wake up in more than 3 hours. Okay, let me explain a few things now. As Suqing spoke, he took the rope and tied Lin Sier up again. Tie me up, hands and feet. Then, within 2 hours, bar all the windows in this house, secure them so that not even a fly can get in, and drive 10 wooden stakes outside the door. While speaking, Suqing had already finished tying the rope on Lin Sier. He turned around and continued to speak to the 2 of them. Before that, take away everything in this room that has traces of me. Leave nothing behind. Also, wipe away all fingerprints and shoe prints in the room. According to Suqing's instructions, the entire house must be sealed, and no one can get out at all. Su Erzwang asked in confusion, Master, when will we come to unblock it? Suqing said calmly, no need to come. Don't come back, and don't ask me what to do. Just follow my instructions. Suqing thought, Leion will be here in less than 11 hours, and he will definitely find a way to get in. Suqing put his hands behind his back and said, help me tie it up. Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang didn't know what Suqing was going to do specifically, so they could only follow his instructions. They tied the knots loosely, even more gently than when they tied Lin Sier, for fear of hurting their young master. After you return to the Su family, spread a message to the outside world in the Su family's name, saying that the young master of the Su family was kidnapped while setting off fireworks in the back garden today and has been missing for 3 hours. The kidnappers want 500 million yuan and will call again within 24 hours to say they'll settle the deal. If you dare call the police, they'll kill you. But Su Dazhuang paused. Who's going to make this call? Won't this alarm Mr. and Mrs. Su? Bullshit. Suqing deliberately chose a later time so that this would look like a real kidnapping case. 11 hours later, when Li Tianren arrived, would there still be a need to make a phone call? Suqing said slowly, don't ask too much. If they know, then they know, and just spread the news. Go buy a black phone card and call the Lin family. Tell them that Lin Sier is in your hands. Prepare 300 million yuan and tell them the transaction location within 24 hours. But, Suqing frowned and said, Shu, stop talking nonsense. Leave some food in the kitchen, and you can go. Just finish what I asked you to do. The two of them said nothing more, and bent down and said, I understand, master. Suqing leaned against the wall. There were no windows in the storage room, and the bright incandescent light shone on his face. He narrowed his eyes and looked meaningfully at the woman next to him. There was no expression on her face, like a motionless doll. Under the light, not even the pores were visible on her fair skin, like a shelled egg. He whispered, Sister, we are kidnapped together now. Does this count as sharing hardships? Before this, Suqing didn't know whether what he did was right or wrong, but the next second a voice came from his mind, proving that he was right. Ding, the host changes the plot direction, and the villain's luck increases by 500. Ding, the host changes the plot direction, and the villain's points increase by 500. He used his mind to open his character panel and took a look. Host, Suqing. Age, 19. Appearance, 101. Note, the maximum score is 100. Force value, 20. Note, the passing score is 60. Villain's luck value, 0 points. Villain points, 500 points. Item, none. Skill, Eye of Insight, basic level. Night, Lin family villa. In the reception room, Lin Sier, the head of the Lin family, was wearing a black suit and sitting in the middle of a European-style sofa with a dignified look. Where's Sier? I haven't seen her for hours. The family dinner is about to start. Why is she so ignorant? Call her back. Lin Sier took a sip of tea and said to the butler. The housekeeper said, the young lady must have gone to the warehouse to feed the stray cats. She goes there every day. Lin Sier is a caring person. Ever since she saw a group of stray cats in the warehouse, she would go there every day. She originally wanted to take the kittens home, but the little wild cats were afraid of people and didn't follow her, so she gave up and just went there to feed the cats on time. Lin Sier slammed the sofa hard and shouted, Nonsense! Doesn't she know what day it is today? Why would she bother feeding the cat? People from the Li family will also be here today. The Lin family and the Li family have always had a good relationship and are considered old friends. In addition, Lin Sier and Li Tian are like-minded and have been childhood sweethearts, so the two families want to strengthen the relationship through their younger generations. Although Li Tian is an adopted son, the Li family is wealthy and powerful but has only one bloodline, Li Shang, but Li Shang was born with a weak body, a disease he had brought with him from the womb. He even needed help from others to get out of bed. He had been seeking medical treatment and taking medicine for many years, but not only had his condition not improved at all, but the various ancient remedies, traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine treatments had drained his body even further. He didn't know when he would die. So Li Tian would inherit the family business in the future. In addition, Li Tian was also hardworking and outstanding in all aspects, so Lin Sier agreed today. The meal on the evening of the 15th day of the first lunar month was said to be a family dinner, but in fact it was prepared by the two families to celebrate the engagement of Lin Sier and Li Tian. The in-laws were all at the table, but Lin Sier was missing. Lin Sier was angry when he suddenly received a phone call. He glanced at the strange phone number on the screen. Lin Sier was in a bad mood and said directly to the other end of the phone, Hello, who is this? A specially processed electronic sound came over. You don't need to know who I am. Your daughter is in my hands. If you want her to return home safe and sound, prepare 300 million in cash. I will call you again in 24 hours to inform you of the transaction location. Don't even think about calling the police, we'll kill you if you do. Beep, beep. Lin Sier's fingers trembled, and before he could utter another word, the other party hung up the phone. As a military king, he started various business activities after returning to the city. Using countless connections, the Lin family's industries spread all over the world, and Lin Sier was also very famous. In particular, he established the largest security group in Luochuan. Not only did he make a lot of money, but most of the Lin family's security personnel were veterans, special forces, and mercenaries. It also made the Lin family a powerful and prestigious family. The Lin family's security group can be said to be well known. Star performances, business tycoons, negotiations, etc., will all choose the Lin family's security business, and there has never been any mistake. Unexpectedly, he, who owns such a powerful security industry, could not protect his own daughter, and she was kidnapped. This is a shame for him. Lin Sier covered his chest and couldn't breathe for a long time. The housekeeper heard the general content and saw that the master was unwell. He quickly handed over the medicine and said, "Master, please take 2 fast-acting heart pills." Lin Sier held the quick-acting heart-saving pill under his tongue and took a long while before he felt a little better. Although he had made great military achievements and was in good health when he was young, he could not withstand the stress of old age and his heart could not withstand the stimulation. Or, call the police, master. Lin Sier waved his hands. No, the kidnappers said they'll kill her if we call the police. I can't gamble with my daughter's life. Lin Sier thought to himself. She is an unmarried girl, and she was kidnapped from our Lin family. Does he still want to save his old face and the reputation of the Lin family? The largest security group in Luochuan, and even in all of China, couldn't even protect their own daughter. If this got out, the Lin family's reputation and business would definitely plummet. It's also his fault. He usually has more than a dozen bodyguards standing outside the door to guard the house, but today was the engagement party, and Lin Sier didn't want to make such a big scene to meet his in-laws, so he withdrew all the bodyguards. Unexpectedly, this gave the bad guys an opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity. Call Long Yi and Long Sier to me. Lin Sier said to the housekeeper. Yes, master. Long Yi and Long Sier have followed Lin Sier for many years and can be considered his confidants, so Lin Sier plans to send them to lead people to rescue others. As soon as the butler left, a man walked in from the door and appeared in front of Lin Sier. This man has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, 3-dimensional facial features, a high nose, and a tall and strong body. This person is Leion, the adopted son of the Li family. He looked anxious and said in a trembling voice, "Uncle, Sier." He didn't intentionally eavesdrop on the conversation between Lin Sier and the housekeeper. He accidentally heard the conversation between the two while looking for Lin Sier in the Lin family villa. Worried about Lin Sier, he couldn't wait any longer and just walked in and asked. After all, he is now Lin Sier's fiancé. Although it has not been finalized yet, it is something that both families know. Lin Sier didn't have the mood to blame him for his recklessness. Seeing that he could no longer hide it from Leion, he said, "Yes, Sier was kidnapped. I called Long Yi and Long Sier back. They are very reliable, so you don't worry too much. Let's talk about the engagement after Sier comes back." "Uncle, the engagement is not as important as Sier's safety. I'll tell my parents now that Sier is sick today, and I'll stay to take care of her. We can discuss the engagement another day, uncle, don't worry. Sier and I grew up together. Even if something bad happens, I won't abandon her." Leion made the promise not only because of his feelings for Lin Sier, but also because he and Lin Sier grew up together and they got along well with each other. If Lin Sier survived this time but her innocence was tarnished or her reputation was affected, he would definitely feel resentful. As an adopted son, with a biological son of the Li family above him, he has indeed been frail and sickly for many years, and it has been rumored that he will die soon. But all the members of the Li family knew that Li's father and mother had been seeking medical treatment everywhere, and recently they seem to have found a hidden miracle doctor. The Lin family is his best springboard. He now hopes that Lin Sier can save her life but not encounter any minor accidents. If he marries Lin Sier in that situation, the Lin family will feel guilty about him. Then, everything will be his. Once old man Lin passes away, he will have a solid foundation and will be able to live happily with 3 wives and 4 concubines. Lin Sier alone cannot bear the weight of his ambitions. Okay, go tell your parents. Lin Outyan said. After a while, Leion returned to Lin Outyan after informing him of the news. Uncle, I've already sent my parents away. Can you please, Leion said respectfully, let me go and save Sier? I know that Brother Long Yi and Brother Long Air are very powerful. But I really can't just sit there and wait for death. I just checked in the monitoring room and it was a second-hand van that took the people away. I've used some connections and should be able to find out the van's route and owner. Lin Outyan looked at him deeply and thought that being kidnapped was always bad for a woman's reputation. It would be appropriate to let her fiancé Leion rescue her. Moreover, Leion's strength should not be underestimated. He is thoughtful and has been sincere to Sier for many years. He is a suitable person to rescue Lin Sier. Okay, everyone, I'll follow your orders. We must rescue Sier safely. Lin Outyan handed him his phone. The unknown call at the top is from the kidnapper. Let's see if we can find their location. Leion nodded and said, okay uncle, I will definitely rescue Sier. The knot on his hand was not tied tightly, so Suqing could move a little through the gap in the knot, but it was really uncomfortable to be tied up like this. Suqing glanced at Lin Sier. Hey, it will take a long time for this little girl to wake up. How boring. Let her take a nap. He yawned heavily and then closed his eyes. It seemed that his body, which had just traveled through time, had not yet fully adapted to this world, and he actually fell asleep under the bright incandescent light. An hour later, Lin Sier woke up from a daze. His eyelashes trembled slightly, he was exhausted, and with his eyes half open, he wanted to stretch his body. She suddenly felt that she could not move her hands and was being restrained by a force. His eyes, which were originally half closed, suddenly opened wide in shock at this. Looking at the dilapidated environment around her, with miscellaneous items piled up in all directions, she felt very unfamiliar. She also caught a glimpse of a huge spider in the corner and screamed in surprise, ah ah ah. Suqing, who had fallen asleep nearby, was awakened by the scream. Suqing was extremely irritable when he woke up. He had been sleeping soundly, but was woken up by the noise. He was in a very bad mood, his brows knitted tightly together. Without even opening his eyes, he said, stop making noise. Stop making noise. Doesn't anyone seem to be sleeping? Before this voice was heard, Lin Sier hadn't noticed Suqing at all. After the voice reached her ears, she screamed even louder. Lin Sier stared at Suqing with her eyes wide open. Ah. Who are you? Suqing squinted his eyes and looked at her as if he had just woken up from a dream. He should have shut this woman's mouth earlier. She was so noisy. She was so pretty, but why was she so jumpy? The light stung Suqing's eyes, and she subconsciously tried to rub them, but suddenly realized she couldn't move them. Then she remembered, oh, yes, I'm not a kidnapper now, I'm also a victim who has been captured. Suqing had two plans in mind. One was to pretend to be a real man who could remain calm in the face of adversity and protect the panicked woman in front of him. He would find a way to get the men out before Leion arrived and take on the responsibility of being a hero and saving the beauty, but, after thinking about it, this plan is not a good one. I am good in every way except my health. I am so weak that I can't even tie a chicken. It's too fake to be a hero saving a beauty. I am not as strong as the heroine in fighting. Suqing decided, ah. Aha. Ah, help. Several screams were heard. The sound was so loud that it could have pierced the roof. This voice did not come from Lin Sier's mouth, but from Suqing himself. Suqing stared at Lin Sier, her eyelashes trembling, and she spoke haltingly. Help me, where am I? Sister, please don't kill me. Whether you want money or a person, I will give it to you. Me. Look at my delicate skin and tender flesh. My family is very rich. I look okay, and this is my first time. Sister, if you want to do anything, I will definitely not resist. Sister, you can do anything, please don't kill me. Although Suqing at this moment did not have any skills given by the system except the eye of insight, but the original owner was a top student in the acting department. The acting talent is innate. Therefore, Suqing's tearful and passionate exclamation of macho man immediately stunned Lin Sier. She almost thought that Suqing was kidnapped by her. Lin Sier calmed down a little and looked carefully at the man in front of her. He had a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes with a little sleepy blush at the corners, a straight nose, and pale lips without blood. The knife-like jawline was clearer than her life. She had never seen a man with such a look. He looks a bit seductive, but not feminine at all. A bit like a male vixen. Another voice, sister, came, bringing her back to her senses. Please. Let me go, sister. The voice was extremely low, like the hoarseness of someone who hadn't had a drink of water for a long time. It is simply a deceptive existence. Seeing that the man was tied up like herself, Lin Sier let down her guard a little. She shook her feet, and the ropes on her feet were clearly visible. She said, your sister, was also kidnapped. Lin Sier felt that it was a bit strange that this boy looked about the same age as her but kept calling her sister. She was usually cold-tempered and slow to warm up, especially to the opposite sex, but his voice is quite nice, with a hint of sexiness in his low and hoarse voice. Even when he calls me sister all the time, it doesn't sound childish, but rather has a pure masculine feel. But there was a hint of helplessness in his deep eyes, which made Lin Sier subconsciously accept the title. She glanced at Suqing, followed Suqing's gaze, saw the cross-knotted ropes on her chest, and her face turned red. I thought to myself, this kidnapper. What a pervert. She avoided Suqing's gaze and said awkwardly, don't look. Suqing quickly turned her head away, raised the corners of her lips quietly, and smiled wickedly. This Lin Sier is quite thin-skinned. According to the character description in the book, he is arrogant and conceited, has a perverse personality, treats people as cold as winter, and is calm and decisive. She only shows her shy and cute side to the male protagonist Leion, and is too lazy to even say a word to strange men. It seems that the character's personality in the novel is not accurate. The shyness is really a girl's nature. Or maybe it's just that. I'm just too handsome. She is so handsome. Moreover, Suqing knew that Lin Sier had a weakness, which was that she was kind-hearted and loving. She likes to rescue stray animals, and even in one chapter of this book, she opened a large home for stray pets. She can be said to be a typical example of being cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Therefore, if Suqing wants to conquer this heroine, he must touch the softest line of defense in this girl's heart step by step. As Suqing turned his head away, not looking at Lin Sier, and said indignantly, sister, the kidnapper is really bad. He actually tied you up like that. I definitely won't watch. The low and hoarse voice was very attractive, and coupled with the inappropriate words, it made Lin Sier blush so much that she almost blushed. Lin Sier only made a few muffled nasal sounds, as if she was trying hard. The next thing I heard was her words, it's okay, just look at it. Suqing was stunned for a moment. What are you showing me? Is this seduction? What are you thinking about? He had just straightened his face, and before he could turn around to look at Lin Sier, a beautiful figure stood directly in front of him. The most intuitive feeling that caught his eye was, these legs are so white, so long, and so straight. However, the next second he was not thinking about this anymore. Damn, how did she untie it? Lin Sier threw the rope aside and told him the answer directly before Suqing asked in surprise. It's not tied very tightly. Yes, this girl's fighting power is as high as 60. In addition, Suqing had not had the heart to tie her up too tightly because of her delicate skin, but he never expected that she could untie the rope so easily. As Suqing thought about the bad impression the kidnapper had left on Lin Sier, and tried to prove that he was the kidnapper himself. He looked at Lin Sier's slender and white hands that were stretching their muscles, and said sincerely, the robbers must have been moved by compassion. My sister has beautiful hands, so I couldn't bear to tie them too tightly. This hand is obviously used to play the piano. Lin Sier followed her finger, and her eyes swept all the way to Suqing's face. She was amused by him, and there was a shallow dimple on her lips. Aren't you afraid? Why are you still so smooth talking? You're so good at talking. I'm afraid, but... Suqing lowered his eyes for a while, and when he raised his face again, the smile was sincere and pure. I won't lie, sister's hands are really beautiful. Humph, you say I'm a smooth talker, sooner or later you'll have to pay for it. You can talk. Lin Sier walked around behind Suqing, squatted down to help him untie the knot, and her eyes fell on his bony fingers. You have nice hands, too. Thank you for the compliment, sister. When Suqing stood up, Lin Sier looked up at him and frowned. Just now, Suqing had been sitting curled up on the ground, so it was hard to tell how tall he was. When he appeared right in front of her, Lin Sier realized that the big boy in front of her was almost a head taller than her. Hiss, you were so tall, but so timid, Suqing thought to herself. If I were timid, you wouldn't be in this room. However, he didn't want to show any masculinity in front of Lin Sier. After all, he had none at all now. His fighting power was only 20, and he was missing a kidney. If he were to have a head-on conflict with the male protagonist, he probably wouldn't be able to even break a finger of the other person, so he has to be afraid and let the cold-faced but warm-hearted female protagonist in front of him protect him. Kidney. Suqing didn't move, her hands hanging from her waist slowly lifted the hem of her clothes. What are you going to do? Lin Sier took 2 steps back, quickly raised one hand to cover her eyes, and clenched the other hand into a fist in a defensive manner. Suqing explained carefully, Sister, I don't have any bad intentions. I will show you my wound. Perhaps it was because Suqing's throat was trembling, and the big boy in front of her did not look threatening at all, so she relaxed her garters and slowly put down his hand and looked in the direction of Suqing's hand. The waist and abdomen are tight and strong, and the abdominal muscles are perfectly divided, with beautiful cold white skin. However, under this sculpted figure, there is a hideous wound as if it was torn by a wild beast, which is very scary. Lin Sier stumbled a little while speaking. You are, Sister, I was kidnapped when I was a child, and one of my kidneys was taken away. Suqing lowered her eyes, with light flashing in them and tears in them, as if she was about to cry in the next second. He continued, So, Sister, can you understand me? I'm really afraid of being kidnapped. I still remember when I was little, I was locked in a dark room, pinned to the corner by several uncles and aunts. They didn't give me any food for 5 days, and then, the light in the room suddenly came on, and an uncle in a white coat, he didn't even give me anesthesia, the book does not describe the scene of Suqing being kidnapped as a child. It was all made up by Suqing using his high-speed brain. As Suqing was making up his story, he was thinking that there were loopholes in his fabricated memories. How could a young child survive after having his kidney removed without even anesthesia? But the words have been spoken and cannot be changed. What Suqing didn't expect was that before he could finish his words, he only felt a weight on the back of his neck, and a pair of arms tightly wrapped around him. So fragrant and soft. A gentle breath sounded in his ears, and the voice was a little distressed. Don't worry, Sister will definitely rescue you. I won't let anyone hurt you again. TSK, what's so good about a hero saving a beauty? Isn't it nice to be saved by a beautiful woman? Suddenly, a voice flashed through my mind. Ding, the heroine is deeply moved by the host's experience, and her favorability increases by 20. Ding, the host has successfully changed the basic direction of the plot, and the villain's points have increased by 200. Ding, the host has successfully changed the basic direction of the plot, and the villain's luck has increased by 200. Suqing pulled up a wicked smile and rested his head on Lin Sier's shoulders with peace of mind. Thank you, Sister. I will also try my best to protect you. Suqing wondered, could it be that the two of them were chatting so happily that the older sister had forgotten about the danger she was in? Is it right for strangers who were kidnapped and taken to a strange place to hug each other? Are they going to kiss again soon? Suqing decided to strike first. Suqing leaned against Lin Sier's soft neck and asked, Sister, do you know who tied us up here? Where are we now? He felt the hair on his shoulders scratching his neck, and Lin Sier seemed to be shaking her head. I heard her say, I don't know. I remember. I was feeding the cat and woke up here. I was setting off fireworks at home and came here when I woke up. Suqing responded. Yeah. Seeing that the situation is similar, I think this kidnapping is probably just for money. Otherwise, we can't stand here peacefully. Lin Sier was speaking about her analysis when she suddenly thought of something. She stood up and looked at Suqing and smiled. Didn't you tell me when you first saw me? You're delicate and tender, and your family is quite wealthy. He nodded and said with a bit of embarrassment, My father is Su Jinghua. My sister should have seen him on TV. My family has a little money. Suqing's answer was restrained and straightforward. He didn't even think about hiding his identity. After all, he wasn't a kidnapper, so why would he hide it? Lin Sier was stunned. The name Su Jinghua was well known. Su Jinghua, Su family. Although he has been rich since his grandfather's generation, he is not considered a traditional wealthy family. The Su family controls half of China's entertainment industry, brokerage entertainment companies, talent training for talent shows, and now the hottest new media industry. It holds controlling stakes in dozens of entertainment media companies, hundreds of large MCN organizations across the country, 5 film studios, and more than a dozen large film and television bases. The Su family has business ties with the Lin family and has a long-term contract with her family's security group. She once heard her father talk about the Su family. Su Jinghua is extremely wealthy, has excellent looks, and is a Grand Slam Best Actor. His wife is also talented and beautiful. She has won the Best Actress award for many consecutive terms and is a standard beauty. They only have one son. Rumor has it that his appearance inherits the best qualities of both of them and is absolutely perfect. Call Suqing, Department of Performance, Luochuan University. She is in the same school, department and major as him, and is 1 year younger than him. Being kidnapped with her, the only daughter of the Lin family, would help her guess that this big boy was worth a lot of money, but what she didn't expect was that Suqing, a young master who grew up with a golden spoon in his mouth, had no airs at all, and his tone was a bit simple and well-behaved. He even said his family background so lightly, saying that he was completely defenseless and had no superior attitude. She has seen many rich kids from Luochuan. No one looks at people with their nostrils, but this big boy is so different. Are you Suqing? Lin Sier asked. Suqing picked her eyelids and looked at her in surprise. Sister, do you know me? Your family and mine have a business connection. My name is Lin Sier. I'm a junior in the acting department at Luochuan University. I count you as my senior sister. Suqing took Lin Sier's outstretched hand and shook it. Hello, senior sister. I didn't expect that after 2 years of being in the same school and working together at home, we first met here. Leion had previously wanted Lin Sier to meet Suqing, who was in the same school as her. He said that the Su family would help her in her future acting career, and that he also wanted to marry the Su family, but Lin Sier already had Leion in her heart. She only felt that her father was attracted by the family's wealth and status. She disliked it very much, so she took the initiative to avoid Suqing. So far, she had never seen him in her years at the same school. Her father had a good relationship with the Li family and did not force this matter. See you today. She did feel a little regretful. This Suqing did look absolutely perfect, but she was a little soft-hearted. But she was kind and soft-hearted, but she had no intention of doing so. There was no need to stay away from him. It would be good to make friends with him and enhance the friendship between the two families, Lin Sier said. Not surprisingly, the grade classes are held in different places. Don't talk about this yet. I'll go outside and see. There should be someone guarding me. You stay in this room until I come back. Can you do it yourself? I'd better go with my sister. Suqing blurted out and followed her steps with slow steps. It's okay. There aren't 3 or 5 people who can't get close to me. Lin Sier looked around in this storage room, picked a golf club. Suqing had been listening to what Lin Sier said and was so excited that he really didn't want to go out with her. Is there anything in this mansion that he doesn't know? Not even a fly? I'm afraid that he was so troubled that he really didn't want to move. His body was real, not fake, but there was no way. A voice came from my head. Ding ding, a thoughtful villain system provides thoughtful hints to the host, and sharing hardships helps build favorability. Suqing sighed secretly, and could only drag her broken body to feel tired. Suqing also pulled out a golf club from the same position and followed Lin Sier to the door. By the way, don't forget to keep your sunny little green tea. The character of the warm man pulled Lin Sier's clothes from behind to remind her of his existence. Lin Sier looked back and saw Suqing's firm eyes before he could speak. He said, Sister, I can't let you face danger alone. I saw Lin Sier's eyes tighten. At the moment of thinking, a voice came out of Suqing's mind. Ding, the heroine Lin Sier's favorability has increased by 10 points. Hey, that's easy, Lin Sier, no? She hadn't quite said what she said yet. Suqing's fingers tightened a few points as he pulled at the clothes, and he interrupted, Sister, let's share our troubles. I am a man. How can I let my sister face danger alone? Ding, the heroine Lin Sier's favorability has increased by 10 points. Seeing that he was so resolute, Lin Sier was deeply moved. She did not refuse the big boy's kindness anymore. Instead, she extended her idle hand, tightly grasped Suqing's hand, and shook it vigorously, as if giving him strength. She met Suqing's eyes and said firmly, Follow me, don't run around on your own. If I fight someone, don't fight on your own either. I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child, so it's okay to fight more than once. Follow me. Suqing pursed her mouth and outlined a well-behaved smile. I know my sister. Lin Sier twisted the door handle of the storage room and tried left and right but couldn't open the door. Suqing poked his lips off. What were his 2 crouching dragon and phoenix-like subordinates thinking? Even the storage room door is locked? forget it. Anyway, Leion is here in less than 10 hours, so it's perfect for him not to be able to get out, otherwise he would have to act with this young lady, which is a bit of a hassle. It's nice to be alone in this little storage room. As Suqing thought about it, just listening, bang. Bang 2. Lin Sier was swinging the golf club in his hand and hitting the door handle. The white, slender arms were stretched tightly, as if they had endless explosive power. This scene made Suqing smash his tongue. Oh my god, fortunately he is pretending to be a little white lotus, otherwise these sticks will not be thrown at him. It hurts to think about it. When Suqing was determined to stand where he was and was imagining things, the person in front of him suddenly turned around, raised his hand and stretched towards him, not really pushing him hard. As Suqing stumbled back a few steps, I'll lock the door 2 more times and it'll fall off. Don't hurt you, stand back. After Lin Sier finished speaking, she raised the golf club in her hand again and hit the door lock hard. The door panel of the storage room was not very thick. After Lin Sier hit it many times, the door lock successfully fell off, leaving a huge hole in the door panel. Suqing was stunned after watching the whole process. This is really powerful. Suqing followed her steps and walked out the door. It was late at night, but the mansion was brightly lit. The two of them also walked from bottom to top of the upper 2 floors, but saw no one. Lin Sier relaxed a little at first, but as time went on, she became more nervous. I really don't understand why not even the guards? What exactly is the kidnapper looking for? Lin Sier's eyes fell on the dead window nailed by the iron pillar, and she frowned. This is too trapping us here? This thought was even more firmly in her mind when she walked to the security door leading to the outside. That gate wasn't just locked from the outside, there was a small window next to the gate. The window was fixed not to be dead, but there were 2 gaps. She followed the outside and looked towards the gate by light. The nails outside the gate were even more dead. Dozens of wooden piles were nailed to the door in a staggered manner. Not only that, but there were also several huge stones placed horizontally and vertically at the door. Obviously it's impossible to get out from inside the mansion, it's to trap the 2 of them here. When Suqing glimpsed the stone, he couldn't help but applaud secretly. He didn't even ask himself to make the stone, which was quite smart. He was too lazy to explore the internal structure of the house with Lin Sier. It was impossible to go out anyway. And no matter how strong she is, it is physical output and not a magical skill. The iron pillar on the window needs to be cut with a chainsaw for at least a moment. The golf club in her hand is not that powerful. All he has to do now is wait for Leion to rescue him. Suqing plopped down on the sofa in the living room, took out the mobile phone in her pocket, and started playing Xiaoxiol out of boredom. Suqing looked at the level shown above and smashed his tongue. This villain is usually boring and actually played more than 500 levels. Suqing was swiping her fingers quickly over the little squirrels, monkeys, and rabbits on the screen, matching them to the same suit and watching them disappear into the interface. The high difficulty level is different. The time progress bar at the top of the screen is called fast, which makes Suqing nervous without realizing it. As a sound came into my ears, the sound was a little sharp, which made Suqing's heart lift up. Why are you? He followed the sound and looked up, catching a glimpse of Lin Sier holding a finger at herself with a shocked look on her face. He frowned. Right, didn't I just not accompany you to find the exit and play with your phone for a while? As for being so surprised? Look at him like he's the ghost. Suqing explained, sister, we've searched the whole house, but there's no exit. It's better to keep some strength and wait for our family to come and rescue us. Since the kidnappers didn't hurt us, they must be just after money. Lin Sier didn't respond to his words. She frowned and looked down at him. No. Why do you have a cell phone? If you have a cell phone, why don't you call for help? Unlike the gentle tone before, there was a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Snap, Suqing really didn't pay attention to this and subconsciously took out his cell phone to pass the time. TSK, wasn't he caught red-handed? Suqing reacted quickly and said calmly, my phone has been in my pocket the whole time. It was there when I woke up. He waved his phone at Lin Sier and pointed at the network on his phone. The signal in this room must be blocked. I just called the police, but the call couldn't go through. It automatically hung up as soon as I dialed. Well, he hadn't called, but he felt that Lin Sier would not look through his call records to find out whether he had called the police or not. He is not her boyfriend. She can't treat herself as an outsider and check his phone, right? Even if it's your boyfriend, it won't work. A man's phone is full of secrets. How could it be easily looked through by anyone? That would be so socially destructive. Even if you are terminally ill and dying, you must delete everything in your phone. Shit, he couldn't help but wonder if anyone could find the valuable things stored in his phone before he traveled through time. Was he dead there, a vegetable, or alive and well, forget it. Suqing adhered to the free and easy idea that as long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed, and refocused his eyes on Lin Sier. Lin Sier did relax after hearing Suqing's words. She said, "Oh, is that so?" Then he smiled and said, "You don't look so scared now. You can still play games." Suqing raised her head and smiled. "I was quite scared at first, but since I saw my sister I feel much more at ease. I don't know why, besides, I can't get out now. If I keep on being on edge, I won't have the energy to fight the bad guys if they come back. It's better to relax for a while." Lin Sier listened to Suqing's words and thought about it carefully. She felt that it made a lot of sense. The exterior of the mansion was completely sealed off, making it impossible for anyone to get in or out. "I don't have the tools to saw through the iron pillars, and I can't just poke a hole in the roof with brute force. It would be better to relax and wait for battle or rescue." As she thought about it, she moved over and sat next to Suqing. I glanced at his screen, looked at the familiar game interface and the game ID in the upper left corner, and said in surprise, "Are you the best in the world?" Suqing was stunned. What does number one in the world mean? What does such a stupid name have to do with a handsome guy like him? He looked at Lin Sier, then looked at his phone interface. As Suqing, who had just been simply dealing with the game levels, did not notice the ID problem. It was only when he heard Lin Sier say the name number one in the world that he remembered it. No wonder a rich second generation with high IQ and double degrees, would play such childish games. This version of Candy Crush has a national online ranking, and the original number one was not Suqing, but Lin Sier. Although she appears to be a queen, she is very fond of this elimination game full of small animals. Suqing in the book has been secretly in love with Lin Sier for many years, so he naturally knows all her preferences and starts playing this game. With his extraordinary gaming talent, he successfully took away the top ranking in the entire network that originally belonged to Lin Sier, and even passed more than 50 levels more than her in a short period of time. As far as we know from the book, Suqing also made a very stupid confession in the book: "Since I can't have any contact with you in reality, I will at least suppress you under me in the game." Suqing felt social death just thinking about it. Could this author really lower the IQ of the villain? Could such childish behavior be written in the 3 golden chapters? How can anyone bear to watch this? Not only that, in the original plot, the first thing Suqing did after kidnapping Lin Sier was not to kill her directly, nor to express his years of love for her. Instead, after she woke up, he played a 2-player match 3 game with her and successfully defeated her. Lin Sier even rolled her eyes in the book and complained about him. "He, too, a idiot." Suqing couldn't help but shake his head in his heart. He would never do such a stupid and straight man behavior, even if it was only once. He had to correct everyone's inherent impression of the villain. Suqing said casually, "It's quite fun. I usually use it to kill time. My sister gave me a name that's a bit silly. I'm sorry to have made you laugh." Does he have a sister? He is an only child, so of course he doesn't have a sister. It's just nonsense. I guess Lin Sier can't check his family tree, but Suqing, who pays attention to details, thought for 2 seconds and added, "My cousin is already 18 years old. I don't know how she came up with such a name. I can't let her touch my phone again in the future." He actually had a cousin in his memory, and the book described her several times. He had a good relationship with this cousin, and she had been particularly attached to him since childhood. In the middle chapters, she had visited him in prison several times. After seeing him, she cried bitterly and said that she would help him get revenge and rescue him. He considered a villain like him. Suqing felt that it was a good idea to put the naming hat on her cousin's head, as Lin Sier and her probably had nothing in common. Even if there is, they probably won't sit together and discuss an ID for Candy Crush. He saw Lin Sier smiling, and said to him with a sweet breath, "No, not stupid at all, quite cute." As Lin Sier spoke, a voice suddenly appeared in Suqing's mind: "Ding, the host has successfully changed the basic direction of the plot, and the villain's points have increased by 200. Ding, the host has successfully changed the basic direction of the plot, and the villain's luck has increased by 200. Suqing smiled. "Yeah, that's cute. Adding luck and points is indeed cute." Lin Sier smiled and said, "I usually like to play this game. I've always been number one in the rankings. I never thought that the person who beat me would be you." Suqing lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, sister." Lin Sier was stunned for a moment. He actually apologized to her for something like this? He was too naive. She subconsciously raised her hand and rubbed Suqing's head, feeling like she was comforting a child. She had already forgotten that they had just known each other for less than 10 hours and had just exchanged names. When Lin Sier stroked her hair for the third time, Suqing subconsciously dodged and turned her head away from Lin Sier's palm. She did not have the calmness she had when she accepted Lin Sier's hug before. If the atmosphere before was somewhat sympathetic, then this caress now made Suqing feel too intimate. This is not good. Of course, he doesn't think intimacy is bad. He is not Liu Xiaohui, but there is no increase in favorability, which is not good. It's obvious that Lin Sier already treats him as a friend or as a cute kid. How can this be? The persona he created for himself was just that of a simple, youthful and sunny boy, not a 3-year-old child. This won't do. Touching him has a different price, at least 10 points of favorability or more. The chips are still being added. Suqing touched his chin, thinking that he had to change his image. According to the book, Lin Sier has liked Li Tian since she was a child, but Li Tian always treated her with ease before their engagement and often said some polite words to her. For example, "I am an adopted son, and my status is not worthy of you. I can't keep you here, Sier, you deserve someone better. TSK. Anyway, it's just this kind of sanctimonious and sour words. Li Tian rejected Lin Sier many times before she fell deeply in love with him. So Suqing decided to play hard to get with her. A woman like Lin Sier, who is inherently cold-natured and has a bit of a fighting habit, should like to accept difficulties. Otherwise, Li Tian and she grew up together. He knows her so well, and she likes Li Tian. Wouldn't it be better for Li Tian to just accept it? There must be a reason for this. Just follow the male protagonist and you won't go wrong. Suqing turned her head towards Lin Sier, staring at her intently. "Sister, I'm not a child anymore. Your actions are too intimate and will cause me to misunderstand. No girl has ever touched me like this before. Sister, you don't want to do that to me." As Suqing was speaking, he saw that Lin Sier's ears were visibly turning red. I heard her say in a panic, "No." Suqing raised the corners of his mouth, smiled, and narrowed his eyes into a beautiful arc. He spoke calmly with some relief. "That's good. I don't have any plans to have a girlfriend." Lin Sier's initial head-patting move really didn't have any other meaning. She was just shy because she felt embarrassed by Suqing's straightforward words, and her own behavior was indeed a bit out of line. But when I heard Suqing say, "That's good. I have no plans to have a girlfriend," Lin Sier was stunned, recalling Suqing's words. What did he mean by that? Did he look down on me? What did he mean by that relieved tone? And he also informed me in advance not to have any feelings for him. Oh, how could he be so self-indulgent? Although Lin Sier had a good impression of the boy in front of her, she only thought that she could be friends with him. She didn't like him. Her boyfriend was a good man. If he hadn't been kidnapped today, they would have been engaged by now. Suqing watched her face turn pale and blue, and almost laughed out loud. This proud young lady, is this a defense break? That's true. There are many people pursuing her. How can a school belle from the performance department of Luochuan University feel comfortable when someone gives her a nice guy card? Lin Sier said in a light tone, "My cousin is about the same age as you. I usually like to touch his head. I mistook you for him just now. Don't get me wrong, I have a boyfriend, and if I hadn't been kidnapped, we would have been engaged today." Well, cousin, what a good cousin. Suqing was so happy listening to Lin Sier's conversation that he almost got internal injuries. He is a time traveler who is familiar with the entire book. Suqing can even recite the family tree of this eldest lady. Lin Sier is the youngest in her generation, so where did her cousin come from? Her acting was so good that Suqing almost wanted to believe her. Suqing smiled brightly, revealing a row of white teeth, with a bit of obedience, which was a little out of place with the dark suit he was wearing. This creates a strong contrast in his appearance. My sister is so happy, she's already engaged to her boyfriend. I misunderstood. I haven't had much contact with girls, so I don't quite understand. So you treat me like a younger brother? Suqing paused for a few seconds, then continued with a hint of loss. I don't have a sister at home, so the feeling of being pampered just now was quite good. Lin Sier couldn't help but have some doubts. Suqing had a good family background, was good-looking, had a good personality, and was already in college. There should be a lot of girls chasing after him. I've never been around girls, and I have no plans to date anyone. Why? Are my standards too high? So high that I can't even look down on someone like her. Lin Sier rested her head on one hand, with her elbow against the back of the sofa, looking nonchalant, as if she was chatting gossip with her younger brother during the new year. Well, I know a lot of girls. What type do you like? I'll introduce them to you when I get out. Gentle and girly? Delicate and charming? Elegant and cool? Or sexy and hot? Is there such a good thing? Suqing scratched his head and thought as he said, as for the type, tall, fair-skinned, good-looking, not a troubled person, loving, and kind. Glancing at Lin Sier's surprised eyes, I even wanted to tell her, don't be surprised, it's just as you said. As Suqing stopped talking when her eyelashes drooped and her face seemed a little sad. Just kidding, sister. No need to introduce me to anyone. I have no plans to date or get married, nor do I plan to like anyone else. I don't want to bring trouble to others. Lin Sier was stunned for a moment, then smiled softly. How can you be considered a nuisance? I think you're a good person, and you have all the qualifications. She paused, feeling something was wrong. This young master is obviously just speaking politely. Isn't this a common phrase used to reject others? Why should I follow his words and praise him? Thinking about it, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Although they had known each other for a short time, Suqing was already classified as her friend. She didn't have any friends of the opposite sex. In this special environment, Suqing unexpectedly made an exception, and then, he just didn't give himself any face. As expected, the young master is still the young master, and his mentality of keeping people at a distance is in his bones. Lin Sier folded her hands in front of her chest, glanced at Suqing playfully, and spoke in a very contemptuous tone. That's right, the young master of the Su family is in the entertainment industry, and there are many celebrities, big and small, who have come across them. There are so many choices, it's normal to be picky. After saying this, she lowered her crossed legs, stood up and left. Suqing took a deep look at Lin Sier's back. Is she angry? Very sarcastic. Suqing asked indifferently behind her. What are you going to do, sister? As expected, he was met with a very blunt reply, find some tools. Get out. You can't just sit here and wait for death. Angry indeed, afterwards, Lin Sier searched for tools everywhere in the mansion and ignored Suqing. Suqing was not ready to coax her yet. After all, the longer the time was for playing hard to get and the worse the behavior was, the better the effect of playing hard to get would be. He had come up with a good plan. Lin Sier couldn't wait to find tools to escape, but he just sat there lazily watching. Shouldn't she be even angrier? Suqing put on a wicked smile and walked straight towards the bedroom on the second floor. He leaned back leisurely, sinking into the soft bed. I fell asleep in a short while. The Lin family reception room. Leion was at a loss. 7 or 8 hours had passed since he started investigating the van with blocked license plates. He was currently waiting for news at Lin's house and hadn't slept for half the night. The night vision function of the surveillance camera at the entrance of the Lin family's house was maliciously destroyed, so the model of the van could only be determined from its appearance. There are at least 80,000 old-style vans of that model in Luochuan City, and just looking at the model number alone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Now we can only track down the van by checking suspicious vehicles one by one based on the traffic monitoring at every intersection. Leion has a large network of contacts and extensive connections. The people he dragged to investigate the road conditions were very powerful, and there were also people seconded to him by Lin Sier, so things were originally very simple. The difficulty lies in the fact that the Lin family's main residence is not in Luochuan City, but is located on the coast in the western suburbs of the city, and the only way to the city center is at a three-way intersection. The three-way intersection. The middle road leads to the main urban area of Luochuan, the left side leads to Longcheng, and the right side has both the sea and the road, which is the most complicated. The small road leads to Luochuan, and the sea route also leads to Luoxi City. There are certain problems with the allocation of jurisdiction in those areas, as each road is monitored by a different agency. So all we can do now is wait. Half an hour later, Li Tian's cell phone on the sofa finally rang. He quickly picked up the phone and said, "Hello, have you found Sier's location?" Okay, send me the location coordinates. Well, send me the coordinates of each stopover. They don't necessarily have just one place to stay. Thanks, brother. I'll treat you to dinner later. It was already late, and Li Tian didn't want to alarm Lin Sier with this news, so he went straight to the living room on the first floor. Li Tian said to the living room, "We found a location, let's go." His voice was firm and his face was majestic. Although it was late at night, the huge mahogany sofa in the living room was full of people, about 12 or 13 of them, and it didn't seem crowded despite being crowded. They were all dressed in black suits, sitting upright, with no signs of fatigue on their faces, but they seemed to automatically block out Li Tian's words. No one answered. Li Tian was stunned for a moment, then calmed down, walked forward a few steps, and nodded slightly to the two men sitting in the middle. Brother Long Yi, Brother Long Air, I've found the stopover location of the van that took Sier away. We can set off now. In order to fight in secret, mercenaries are generally not very tall, which makes them easy to expose as targets and not agile enough. Long Yi and Long Air are representative figures of this type. They are both less than 1.6 meters tall, have extremely cold faces and firm eyes, and are about 28 or 29 years old. In terms of physique and appearance, he is a person who cannot be picked out from a crowd, but he has followed Lin in the Lin family for many years. He is extremely powerful, ruthless, and smart. His status in the Lin family security group is second only to Lin. They also have one thing in common, which is that they look down on Li Tian. The two of them were rescued by Lin in a battle. They are loyal to the Lin family and are both smart people. They have been watching Li Tian's flattering attitude towards the Lin family for 10 years. However, the young lady of the family just likes this man, and Lin also appreciates him very much, so as the two of them are subordinates of the Lin family and work for the Lin family, they can't say much. Long Yi and Long Air glanced at Li Tian calmly, stood up, turned to the men sitting upright on the sofa and said, "Let's go." A dozen people quickly stood up and said, "Yes." Li Tian had a smile on his face, but he was in a bad mood. Uncle Lin had clearly given him the right to allocate people, but this group of people still only listened to the orders of Long Yi and Long Air, and completely ignored his words. He clenched his fists secretly. After he marries Lin Sier and inherits the Lin family business, he will definitely deal with these people immediately. 4 or 5 black SUVs were parked in front of the Lin family's house. A group of people got into the cars and began to check one by one. Li Tian obtained more than a dozen positioning addresses. Judging from the positioning situation, the kidnappers had extremely strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities. There were 5 footholds in the intricate 3-way intersection alone. It's like he's playing around with them and teasing them. By the time they finished checking the 3-way intersection near their home, more than 2 hours had passed. Li Tian was very anxious. Long Yi and Long Air in the back seat were also anxious. Long Yi glanced at Li Tian and said, "Shattering, don't waste any more time. Every minute longer, the young lady will be in more danger." Li Tian looked at the location information in his hand and said quickly, "Brother Long Yi, the next vans will stop in the direction of the south of the city. It's a single road, very fast. I'll give you 2 more hours. If you can't find the young lady, I'll activate the Lin family's Skynet surveillance." Li Tian responded, "Okay." But he felt in his heart that this was not a good thing. Once the Lin family's Skynet control is activated, even if you want to find out the exact coordinates of a fly in Luochuan, it will have nowhere to hide. This means that Li Tian's trip will fail and the credit will not go to him. Unfortunately, the Skynet surveillance system is so powerful that Luochuan's superiors were once wary of it. Therefore, if they want to activate it, the usage process and all the procedures of the incident must be displayed to the public in detail. Li Tian was certain that Lin did not activate the Skynet control immediately because he did not want Lin Sier's disappearance to be known to everyone. Therefore, even if Long Yi and Long Air wanted to open it, they might not be able to get past Lin. The sky gradually brightened. After checking more than a dozen invalid positioning locations, Li Tian and his team finally locked the final location in the South City district. "Brother Long Yi, Brother Long Air, there are only 2 stopovers left." Long nodded, "Okay, let's go." Suqing, who was wandering in his dream, suddenly felt a little pain in his arm, as if there was a force pulling him. He pushed towards the source of the force, mumbling, "Stop bothering Amy, I'm sleeping." But his words had no force at all. Under that force, Suqing was pulled up with his eyes half closed. Suqing was half sitting on the bed. His mind was fuzzy and he was in a very bad mood, but he woke up and was still conscious, and the owner of that force was undoubtedly Lin Sier's elder sister. As Suqing spoke, he rubbed his eyes and glanced in Lin Sier's direction. His eyes, which were originally half open, suddenly opened wide. He leaned his elbows on the bed, moved his body backward quickly, and blurted out, "What the hell, what are you doing?" In order to sleep more comfortably, Suqing had turned off the main light in the bedroom, leaving only the pale yellow ambient light embedded in the wall. In this dim environment, Suqing couldn't even see Lin Sier's face, but he could see the two sharp weapons flashing with a sharp light clearly. It was being held tightly in Lin Sier's hand. Suqing's dry throat slid slightly, and he was already at the bedside with nowhere to retreat to. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It was said that women should not be provoked, let alone a woman with extraordinary fighting ability. Suqing thought that if he gave her a nice guy card, she would at most be angry with him and ignore him. This guy actually wants to kill people to silence them. Suqing gestured forward with her hands, a look of shock on her face. Sister, you are my biological sister. Let's talk it out. Don't use violence. You. Lin Sier almost laughed out of anger. Lin Sier walked towards the wall and pressed the main light switch with a crisp bang. The whole room was illuminated. Lin Sier waved the weapon in her hand towards Suqing and said calmly, I just found a pair of scissors and a kitchen knife. Which one do you want? Suqing was stunned for a moment, then pointed at herself. Sister, do you want me to choose a weapon and duel with you? Lin Sier has been learning martial arts since she was a child. In Suqing's impression, people who have learned martial arts since childhood seem to like to judge heroes by their martial arts skills. She wouldn't want to be better than me in this regard, would she? Seeing Lin Sier frowning and looking at him with a puzzled expression, he quickly waved at Lin Sier. Sister, I can't beat you. If you win, I'll raise the white flag. After saying that, Suqing symbolically lifted a pillow from the side and shook it towards Lin Sier. Lin Sier really couldn't help it this time, and burst out laughing, and her expression relaxed a lot with the smile. What are you thinking? Do I look that violent? I mean, I found the tools. You and I will go and remove the railing. I just checked and there's a room on the second floor with only 4 iron posts nailed to the window. I think we can get out from there. Suqing smiled helplessly and stood up. I'm fine with either. Just give me one. Lin Sier didn't really argue with Suqing and handed the kitchen knife that looked sharper and more convenient to Suqing. Chapter 11, We Can't Let a Woman Save Us. The two walked one after the other to the room Lin Sier mentioned. It was a guest room in this mansion. The overall decoration is simple, the interior color is brown-red, and there are large white walls on all 4 sides. Looking up, there is only a bed, a fabric sofa, and a small wooden wardrobe. The two men were walking towards the window when Lin Sier stopped them and pointed towards the door. Stand at the door for a moment. Suqing responded, okay, this damn sense of security. Suqing knew what Lin Sier was going to do. The iron pillar that sealed the window was outside the glass, and the entire glass was soaked into the window and could not be opened. After Lin Sier finished speaking, she raised her golf club and smashed it against the window glass in an instant, accompanied by a loud noise. Large and small glass fragments scattered all over the ground, and a lot of debris fell out of the house through the window. Suqing stood at the door in a daze, watching everything. He never dreamed that one day he would travel through time and become a villain. You will also have the opportunity to saw iron bars with the heroine. He looked down at the kitchen knife in his hand and licked his lips. The last time he was so speechless was when, as Suqing was lost in thought, a clear voice sounded not far away. Hey, Suqing, don't just stand there. I've broken open the window. Come over and get to work. You saw the 2 on the left, and I'll saw the 2 on the right. Suqing walked towards the target, nodded and said helplessly, okay. The 2 people began to work according to Lin Sier's deployment. Suqing used the kitchen knife in his hand quite skillfully and effectively, but as he pulled the kitchen knife against the iron railing and sharpened it, listening to the creaking sound, his scalp really felt numbed. Moreover, the iron pillar was nailed into the wall and was extremely strong. He worked for more than 10 minutes and only caused a small wound of a few millimeters on the iron pillar. He glanced at his companion. It was obvious to the naked eye that compared to Suqing's helplessness, Lin Sier's situation was much better. She had already found the trick and used the scissors in her hand to directly unscrew an iron rod from the port at the bottom. Then she found the top of the iron rod, exerted force with her hand, and took the entire iron rod down. Suqing opened her eyes wide and looked at the trophy in her hand. Damn. It was twisted off with the help of scissors. He used his strength to leave a hideous mark on the iron pillar. Instead of relying on the sharp blade of the scissors, he couldn't help but give Lin Sier a thumbs up. You were so awesome. Lin Sier smiled at him, threw the iron rod to the ground, and shook her arms. It's okay, not easy, the pressure is quite tight, I'm a little tired, let's take a break. Although he didn't know whether the break Lin Sier was talking about meant for both of them to rest, a halftime break, or for her to rest alone, but given Suqing's personality, he would definitely not work if he could be lazy. As soon as Lin Sier finished speaking, he sat down on the single sofa beside him. It is a brown fabric sofa, which is filled with granular filling. It is soft and fluffy, and it is very comfortable to sink into it. He spread his hands on the handles on both sides. When he leaned on the railing just now, Suqing had been thinking about this sofa for a long time. As Suqing himself felt a little disgusted at the fact that the man was in a hurry to rest even though he had done no work. Since the body has done something despicable, the mouth must have some dessert. As Suqing glanced at Lin Sier and smiled awkwardly. Sister, I'll work harder and I'm sure I can get rid of the stick. I'll take a break first. It's a good idea to combine work and rest. Lin Sier, who was sitting on the bed and stretching her muscles, glanced at the masterpiece left by Suqing on the window and frowned. I thought to myself that the iron pillar was not a living thing. If it were a living thing, its wound would have healed by now. Lin Sier turned around and smiled at him. Well, master, you can just take a rest. I've already found the trick. I can do it myself. Have to, master, please take a rest. Suqing curled his lips. Lin Sier's smile was full of laughter. She was not smiling at him at all, but was clearly mocking in sarcasm, still holding a grudge. Lin Sier didn't notice his pouting and eye rolling, because after she said that, she walked straight to the window and prepared to start working again. TSK. This woman's recovery ability is too strong. Can she rest for even a minute? How could Suqing, who prides himself on being a macho man, rest alone and watch a woman work? Well, actually he can. The main thing is, although he wanted to make this woman angry, he didn't want to let her make fun of him. Can his pride bear this? He can't. He stood up and used all his strength to pull Lin Sier. Lin Sier was startled, turned to look at him, and then looked at the hand that was pulling her arm with gentle force. She glanced at Suqing from head to toe and asked, confused, what are you doing? I'll do it. Lin Sier said in confusion. Suqing didn't answer her. Instead, he pulled Lin Sier to the edge of the sofa and pressed her shoulders to place her on the sofa. His resolute eyes stared straight at Lin Sier, and their eyes met as if he wanted to stare through Lin Sier. Lin Sier only heard a firm, deep voice in her ears, with a low and sexy tone and a bit of bewitching tone. Listen to him speak slowly. What can I do? I have to work. You sit here and rest. I can't ask a woman to rescue me, right? It was a question, but the firm voice was sharper than an affirmative. Lin Sier stared at his captivating peach blossom eyes, lost in thought. She has been very independent since she was a child, and she is so proud that she doesn't like others to change her decisions. She has an arrogant and cold personality. Because of Suqing's actions, I felt protected. Moreover, this big boy in front of me has been acting very weak since I met him. He gives people the feeling that he is weak and pitiful, powerless, and in need of protection. He always behaved very well, following behind her and calling her sister. So when Lin Sier saw Suqing wearing a smart and well-fitting suit, rolling up his sleeves and walking to the window, picking up the scissors and starting to twist the iron pillar hard, the contrast between his before and after is very strong. Suddenly, she felt that he looked taller, and Lin Sier actually felt that she could rely on him in this unfamiliar environment. It seems like it feels good to be protected by someone. What she didn't know was that the man she was praising in her heart was feeling extremely frustrated. As Suqing twisted the iron railing, the corners of his mouth almost turned out of the house. As he was trying hard, he thought, why should I act like a hero when I have nothing to do? My delicate skin and body are not in good condition. Wouldn't it be better to sit comfortably and enjoy myself? The cool breeze outside the window blew on his face, and Suqing regretted it more and more. At this moment, he was really looking forward to Lin Sier saying something to him from behind. Stop it, I'll do it. As long as she said that, even if it was just a polite remark, Suqing would definitely accept it. The next second, Suqing's face relaxed a lot and his mood became better. It was not because he heard Lin Sier telling him to take a rest, but because the long-lost and beautiful voice appeared in his mind. Ding, the heroine Lin Sier's favorability increased by 10 points. Ding, the host has successfully changed the basic direction of the plot, and the villain's points have increased by 300. Ding, the host has successfully changed the basic direction of the plot, and the villain's luck has increased by 300. Chapter 12, Favorability breaks through love with a good mood. Suqing worked hard for a long time, twisting the iron railing. The scissors were much more useful than the kitchen knife. After finding the leverage point, Suqing twisted the iron railing off in just 10 minutes. Suqing, who was being called by name, was taken aback. What was this? Are you letting me rest because you see I'm too tired? Very good. As Suqing turned her head and smiled brightly at Lin Sier. Sister? Lin Sier's eyes met his, and she was suddenly stunned. His pupils were jet black, shining brightly in the morning sunlight. When someone was being stared at intently by those eyes, it was as if their body was paralyzed. Her dry throat twitched, wondering why she felt this way about Suqing. Not he looked so serious, his eyes were so clear and pure, his body proportions were almost perfect, and his appearance was even more breathtaking, like a work of art. Even the thin layer of sweat on his forehead made her heart flutter. Suqing frowned. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Please continue. However, just 2 seconds later, he quickly realized what was happening, and a bright smile appeared on his lips. The two of them now have a 50-point affinity rating. If 60 points represents admiration, then what about 50? Doesn't that mean friendship has reached the stage of being lovers but hasn't quite? No wonder she looked at him like that, elder sister. Ah. Lin Sier came back to her senses. Are you tired? If you are, take a break and I'll take over. He's almost in love with the female lead, so he needs to make a good impression at this crucial moment. No need, sister. Your hands are so beautiful, don't do this work, I can do it. Without waiting for Lin Sier's response, he turned around and went back to work. A man should lead by example. Don't give a woman a chance to refuse. Lin Sier felt a warmth in her heart when she heard him say that. She grabbed 2 napkins from the bedside table and walked over to Suqing, gently wiping Suqing's forehead and temples. While wiping, she said, "Thank you for your hard work." Suqing, the drawn-out tone seemed to carry a hint of tenderness. He grabbed Lin Sier's hand that was wiping his sweat and squeezed it slightly. "I'm fine, sister, I can do it myself." The intense warmth emanating from Suqing's palm made Lin Sier's heart pound. Her throat tightened, and she felt as if a small deer was pounding violently in her heart. The two people seemed frozen in time. Suddenly, Lin Sier's eyes darted away, and she quickly pulled her hand back. She took a few steps back and stammered, I'm sorry, I just saw you were sweating and wanted to wipe your sweat, I didn't mean anything by it." She's quite vengeful. Suqing suddenly felt that her previous attempt to play hard to get had failed miserably. Things were about to get good, but she had ruined it all because of what she had said earlier. Suqing frowned. Well, actually, the reason I said I don't have a girlfriend is because. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Sier interrupted him, feigning a nonchalant expression, but her tone was full of disappointment and a hint of jealousy. "I know you have a girlfriend, Suqing was stunned. In his past life, he was a single man, but in the book, he only loved Lin Sier. Where did he get a girlfriend? Lin Sier smiled generously. "Don't try to hide it anymore. When I went to wake you up just now, I heard you call her name. Don't worry, I'm not a gossip, I won't tell anyone." "Me?" Suqing pointed to herself. "Did you call out a woman's name?" Let's call her Amy, that's what I heard you call her." Lin Sier was feeling uneasy. The person who could tell her to stop making trouble while she was half asleep must be a very close lover, most likely someone she slept with. Suqing gave an awkward laugh. "Sister, that's my dog, female, her name is Amy, to be precise. It was the dog Suqing raised before he transmigrated. It was particularly lively and often licked Suqing while he was sleeping." Lin Sier, Amy, a dog, female. Lin Sier's carefully cultivated facial expression instantly crumbled. Her lips, which had been holding a slight smile, pursed into a straight line. She felt both embarrassed and ashamed. She clearly has a boyfriend, and she already felt deeply guilty because of the special feelings she had for Suqing and the jealousy she felt for Suqing. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. The object of her jealousy was actually a dog. Suqing couldn't see the struggle in his heart, but she could clearly see his jealousy and embarrassment. It seems that his previous strategy of feigning indifference has not failed, and he can still use the same plan. Suqing glanced out the window. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and it wasn't long before the male lead, Li Tian, arrived. Suqing suddenly staggered toward the bedside, as if she couldn't find a foothold, and half of her body fell onto the edge of the bed. Her deliberately disrupted, rapid breathing, along with the beads of sweat on her forehead, made Suqing look utterly disheveled. Lin Sier quickly ran to his side and asked anxiously, "What's wrong with you? Do you have a fever?" Suqing weakly raised her head and looked at her. With his eyes veiled in pain, he forced a weak smile and said, "I'm fine, sister." Lin Sier squatted down next to Suqing and exclaimed in surprise, "You call this nothing? We need to get out of here quickly and go to the hospital." Seeing Suqing's condition, Lin Sier was extremely anxious, her heart burning with rage. She had to open that exit immediately and take Suqing to the hospital right away. Suqing grabbed Lin Sier's arm, stopping her movement, and looked at her calmly as she spoke. "Don't worry, sister, it's an old ailment. You know, I'm not perfectly healthy. Without a kidney, one's health is worse than that of an average person. I usually need to get human blood protein injections, so it's really nothing. Sister, don't worry, I'll be fine in a bit. Suqing lowered her eyelashes, a hint of loneliness in her eyes. So, sister, you know now, I can't have someone I like, and I can't let anyone entrust their life to me. I don't even know how much longer I can live. Wouldn't that ruin someone's life? Lin Sier frowned, her throat felt constricted, and she couldn't utter a word for a long time, unsure how to comfort the young man in front of her. He had an unfortunate childhood, was kidnapped and left with physical disabilities. He should have had a brilliant life, but instead of condemning the injustice and worrying unnecessarily, he was so kind. Lin Sier's heart was churning with emotions, not only sympathy but also admiration, and a joy that welled up like plants growing lushly in spring. She instinctively gave him a big hug, saying, "Don't talk about yourself like that. I won't allow you to talk about yourself like that." Suqing rested her head on her shoulder, revealing a sly smile, and heard the long-awaited voice ring out, "Ding." The female lead's affection level has increased by 20 points, surpassing the level of admiration. Ding. The host has successfully altered the basic course of the plot. Villain points increased by 1,000. Ding. The host has successfully altered the basic course of the plot. The villain's luck has increased by 1,000. Chapter 13, Locating the Kidnapping Location. Suqing put her hand on Lin Sier's shoulder, using it for support as she prepared. His voice trembled and he seemed completely weak as he stammered, "Thank you for comforting me, sister. I'm fine, don't worry about me." But his well-defined fingers were weak and limp, and his whole body seemed to be out of his control. He stumbled backward and fell, pulling Lin Sier down onto the bed with him. Before Lin Sier could react, she accidentally kissed Suqing on the lips. Feeling the intense warmth and soft touch from Suqing's lips, she opened her eyes wide, staring at Suqing in a daze. What one could see were a pair of tightly closed eyes, trembling slightly, with a furrowed brow, looking both tired and in pain. Lin Sier was stunned for a few seconds, then quickly stood up, momentarily lost in thought. This was her first kiss. Her consciousness told her that she should have quickly pushed the man away and condemned him righteously. No matter whether his action was intentional or unintentional, but her heart didn't want to speak ill of this big boy. Even her, she even had some vague expectations just now, hoping that Suqing was awake, kissing her consciously, holding her in his arms, looking at her seriously, and deepening the light kiss just now. It was not until a chaotic whimpering sound came from before her eyes that Lin Sier came back to her senses. Suqing's voice was too soft for her to hear clearly, so she leaned forward and put her ear close to her. She heard a deep, hoarse voice, carrying warmth, that drifted into her ears. What is that, so soft?" Afterwards, he mumbled a few smacking sounds while still half asleep. The two were already quite intimate, and when Suqing uttered those words, Lin Sier's face instantly turned so red it was almost bleeding. She was so embarrassed that she quickly stepped back. He stumbled, No, I don't know." Suqing lay on the bed, squinting as she glanced at Lin Sier. "Tsk, that coy and shy little expression is actually quite cute. She's much more pleasant to be around than the aloof character described in the book." He half opened his eyelids, cleared his throat, and said, "Sister, I feel weak. Can you give me something to eat? When I was in the living room, I saw some noodles in the kitchen. Can you make me a bowl?" Lin Sier nodded and said, "Okay, you rest here, I'll bring it to you when it's done." "Thank you, sister." Lin Sier walked out of the house, her footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Suqing sat up on the edge of the bed, looked out the window, raised an eyebrow, and a sly smile appeared on her lips. He took out his phone and glanced at it. The male protagonist would arrive at the battlefield in 20 minutes. Meanwhile, inside a black SUV on Changnan Avenue. Li Tianjing frowned as he looked at the location on his phone. A bright red dot stands there at the location. The van's last stop is somewhere in the southern suburbs of the city. There's only one last place to stay. Ruji glanced at him impatiently. Well, the last place. He was giving Li Tianxia an ultimatum. Following the location given by Li Tian, the group drove to a small road, which was surrounded by desolation. It can be said that it is in the middle of nowhere. Yet, in this very place, a small villa sits quietly on a vacant lot nearby. Li Tian has very good eyesight, with both eyes measuring 5.3. The small villa that comes into view has a simple European-style exterior, which is not very refined. It looks like it has not been repaired for many years, with vines growing everywhere and the walls being severely damaged. And all the windows that came into view had iron bars nailed to them. It's not unusual for villas to install security bars on their windows for theft prevention, but there are several huge stones piled up at the entrance for people to enter and exit, and inside the stones are several large wooden stakes that seal the door. Leion chuckled inwardly. Was this kidnapper brainless? Making the kidnapping location so obvious, seal off the entire exterior, just when he was about to take his men out of the car and break open the door. On second thought, I felt something was wrong. Why would a kidnapper do something so obvious? Leion said in a deep voice. Brother Long-E, Brother Long-Air, there might be a trap. Leion is calm and composed, and acts without anxiety. Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 both agreed with this point. Long nodded and said, yes, you are right. It is very strange. I don't know how many people are inside and what kind of weapons they have. This villa may also have a back door, so don't alert the enemy. Leion carefully examined the exterior of the villa, searching for a breakthrough. With a slight frown, he suddenly fixed his gaze on a window on the second floor. He pointed towards the window and said to Long-E and Long-Air, the railing outside that window was broken, and the glass inside was also damaged. It must have been Sier. She saved herself. Leion knew Lin Sier's physical attributes and fighting ability. If the half-open escape exit was indeed created by Lin Sier, then it means she has the ability to remove all the iron bars. She can't be trapped here. It also means that her limbs were not bound or tied up, but looking around, there was no one in the room, only darkness. So, Leion pondered. Realizing that this represented two possibilities. First, Lin Sier was able to escape, but she chose not to and voluntarily stayed in the house. Of course, this possibility does not exist. Second, a terrible thought suddenly popped into Leion's mind. Sier must have been locked in this room and was about to escape when she was discovered by the people guarding her. Lin Sier, whom even 3 or 5 men couldn't get close to. How powerful must the kidnappers be? Or, to put it another way, how many people would be inside guarding the house, or have weapons with you? She was in the prime of her life, with a pure and flawless body, and such a beautiful and delicate appearance. What if those people do something to her? The two grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and Leion did indeed use Lin Sier as a stepping stone to climb higher in his career, but he did have some genuine feelings for her, thinking about the girl who hung around him every day, called him Brother Leion, and said that she must marry him in this life. He might be suffering inhumane treatment right now in that villa not far away, and his heart aches slightly. It felt as if a wild beast was roaring inside him, and he wanted to rush in and rescue Lin Sier immediately, but when he thought of his eldest brother, the biological son of the Li family, Li Shang, if the reclusive doctor that the Li family found for Li Shang this time can really cure him, then Lin Outyin, that power-hungry man, might not necessarily marry Lin Sier to him. Even though Lin Sier was deeply in love with him and determined to marry no one else. Just then, the phone rang. Beside me. Leion looked at the phone he was clutching tightly in his hand. It wasn't his. It was Long-E's phone call. Long-E glanced at the number on the phone and quickly answered it. Long-E, hey, Patriarch, we found the last location of that van. Miss should be here, and we're about to go in to rescue her. The other end of the phone. Long-E, yes, Patriarch, I will immediately send people to investigate the location of the eldest son of the Su family. The other end of the phone. Long-E, yes, Patriarch. Chapter 14. Lin Sier cooks. Hearing the address Patriarch and the respectful attitude, Leion knew that the person on the other end of the phone was Lin Outyin, but he didn't know what was said on the phone. He looked at Long-E, who had just hung up, with a question in his eyes, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Long-E met Leion's puzzled expression but didn't treat him like he was invisible. Long-E's goodwill towards Leion increased because he was able to find the exact location so quickly. The head of the family just said that Suqing, the only son of the Su family, went missing last night while setting off fireworks at home. Yesterday, I received a call from the kidnappers. Their situation was similar to the young lady's. They said they'd kill her if I called the police, so Suqing went to the head of the family for help. Leion nodded. I see. I understand now, Brother Long-E. Leion wasn't surprised that Suqing had come to Lin Outyin for help. Suqing's family has a vast business empire, with numerous celebrities under their wing and many large-scale events. As the old saying goes, people are afraid of becoming famous, just as pigs are afraid of getting fat. Therefore, for the sake of protection, the Su family and the Lin family have a long-term cooperation, and the Su family has been employing security personnel from the Lin family for many years. In the early years, Suqing would have assigned several bodyguards to Suqing to accompany her when she went out. However, Suqing was rumored to be aloof and arrogant, not fond of making friends, and used to being alone, so Suqing gave up on the matter. As he spoke, Long opened the message dialogue box with Lin Outyin, saved the photo sent from the other end, sent it to another contact, and added a line of text. Leion looked at the young man in the photo and felt vaguely familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. His peach blossom eyes were particularly beautiful, her features are striking, yet she is by no means effeminate. He looked to be about the same age as him, and he knew that this person was Suqing, the eldest son of the Su family, who controlled most of China's entertainment industry and was the sole heir given his appearance and background. Leion felt a sense of hostility towards this man who was merely familiar to him but whom he had never met. He was kidnapped too. Her situation is similar to Seal's. Ahem. Longy cleared his throat, patted Leion on the shoulder and said, "Don't just stand there, let's go." Leion quickly came to his senses, opened the car door, and got out. Longy opened the trunk, and all sorts of weapons, knives, baseball bats, and various guns were neatly arranged inside. "Leion, pick one that suits your needs." As Longy spoke, he raised his hand and tucked a pistol into his waistband. Ruji directly took out an AK from the trunk and slung it over his body. His short stature made him look very funny, but his eyes were cold and fierce, making people shudder at the mere sight of him. As Leion was choosing weapons, he saw Longy wave his hand towards the 3 black SUVs parked behind him. In less than 3 seconds, the people in the cars got out quickly, fully equipped and ready to go. The 9 people quickly stood in a row in a well-trained manner. "Brother Longy, Brother Longair." Longy said to the square-faced man in the middle of the row of people, "Daki, get the grappling hook and the pliers." Daki said, "Yes." As Daki turned around, Longy added, "Did you bring the folding ladder?" Daki turned around and said, "I brought him, Brother Longy." "Take them all together." He thought for a moment, then paused and said, "Rope, the thickest hemp rope, 1 bundle each." To become Lin Sier's confidants, Longy and Longair relied not only on their abilities, but also on their unwavering loyalty to the Lin family and their willingness to share both honor and disgrace. These damned kidnappers dared to mess with the Lin family, and Long will make them pay many times over. Tie up those kidnappers and torture them first, then send them to justice. The group of men dressed in black was too imposing. Leion was afraid that someone was secretly watching the villa and that he might alert them, so he discussed the matter with Longy and Longair. Longy and Longair made some arrangements with their subordinates, and then took Leion and Dechi over first. "Tell the people behind to come over in 5 minutes." The tools they carried were all military weapons, and with their great strength, Long easily unscrewed the iron bars in a few moves. He stepped onto the ladder, flipped over, and entered the room. He landed lightly, half squatting down, and quickly looking around. Empty. He didn't say anything, but half sat up and opened his mouth towards the window, mouthing the words that the 3 of them could come in. The 3 people behind them were also well trained and entered the room one after another. Certainly. Leion, who was walking lightly and nervously looking around, didn't know. He had the idea that Lin Sier couldn't possibly stay in this room willingly. It really happened on the first floor of this villa. Suqing waited until Lin Sier had gone downstairs for a while before going downstairs. "You have to act out the whole play. While it's true that he's physically weak, he's not weak enough to faint." It was all an act on his part. Suqing stood on the stairs, staring at Lin Sier's back. He knew that Lin Sier could cook, it was mentioned in the book, and she was quite good at it, but she learned to cook not in the 3 golden chapters, but after she married Leion in the book. Suqing smiled. What a harmonious couple! What a wonderful way to cook together. Suqing looked down at Lin Sier's actions, her delicate hands which were not very skilled but were working hard to handle the ingredients. He smiled with satisfaction. Suqing was not hungry. He traveled through time after having a full reunion dinner on the 15th day of the first lunar month. How could he be hungry? He specifically asked his men to leave some ingredients in the kitchen so that Lin Sier would cook for him. This wasn't just because he didn't want Lin Sier to give Leion her first experience cooking, but in these 3 golden chapters, he and Lin Sier have a plot. He is such a romantic man. He is afraid that his cold and arrogant sweetheart will be hungry and not have a delicious meal. I personally cooked a huge table of delicious food for her, and blew on the steaming hot food to cool it down before feeding it to her. My hands were shaking so badly when I was feeding her. Suqing's attitude towards her was a living example of being afraid of it melting if held in your mouth, and afraid of it falling if held in your hands. But the thing he had spent hours making with his own hands was spat back into his face by her mouthful after mouthful. Suqing's soul and memories were completely controlled by him, the transmigrator. He did not mix the mindset and soul of the villain in the book. So he couldn't say he felt the same way. But he was happy to help the villain in the book get back the face and the kindness that had been spitted out in a different way. He is happy because it is fun and he likes everything that is fun, including dealing with the difficult heroine in front of him. What's more, he will get some benefits for changing the plot. The voice he was expecting came into his ears in detail. Ding. The host has successfully changed the basic direction of the plot, and the villain's points have increased by 300. Ding, the host has successfully changed the basic direction of the plot, and the villain's luck has increased by 300. Chapter 15. I keep my lips closed. Suqing slowly walked down the stairs, and the sound she made reached Lin Sier's ears. She turned her head, a look of surprise in her eyes.
Didn't I tell you to rest inside? Why did you come down? Suqing walked towards Lin Sier and said weakly.
I felt better, so I came down. Suqing glanced at the unevenly cut cabbage leaves on the cutting board and the noodles boiling in the pot, and asked knowingly.
What are you doing, sister? I've actually never cooked before.
Lin Sier gave an awkward laugh and pointed to the cabbage on the cutting board. I'd like to add some side dishes to the noodles. Suqing took 2 more steps closer to Lin Sier, bringing the already less than 1 meter apart between them even closer. As he walked, he said, "Thank you, sister.
I can cook, and I'm pretty good at it. How about I help you?"
Lin Sier turned her face slightly, preparing to say to him, "No need." But Suqing hadn't finished speaking before Lin Sier could even utter the words "no need." She felt a heavy force pressing down on her shoulders, and a pair of long, beautiful hands tightly wrapped around her waist. The hand was quite strong, and Lin Sier felt that her whole body was about to be embedded in Suqing's body. The sudden action startled her. Suqing was holding her, hugging her tightly from behind. They were as intimate as lovers, just like that unexpected kiss. Lin Sier didn't know how she should react, and what Suqing meant. She glanced at Suqing's handsome face, which was resting on her shoulder, so close to hers. Her brows furrowed with a strange pain, and she instantly understood. Just as he was about to help Suqing to rest aside, he saw Suqing's eyelids slowly lift up, and a warm current slowly flowed between her ears. With a pained and helpless expression, he put his arm around Lin Sier's shoulder and looked at her red ear tips as he spoke slowly.
Sister, I really want to help you, but I didn't expect. Oh, my health is not good enough, I'm sorry.
Sister, Lin Sier didn't allow Suqing to continue to belittle himself.
It is said that a woman's heart is made of water.
She began to feel more and more sorry for this man. Lin Sier turned over, put one arm around his waist, and lifted Suqing's arm and put it on her shoulder. She said seriously, "Don't say such discouraging words. Go over there and rest for a while, then eat something. I'll take you out and find the best doctor for you and find a matching pair."
She helped Suqing walk slowly toward the sofa.
Although she was quite strong, Suqing was a man who was 1.89 meters tall and weighed 140 or 150 pounds. All of that weight was on Lin Sier's shoulders, so the journey was not easy for her. She settled Suqing on the sofa. Suqing slightly opened one eye and glanced at Lin Sier. He looked extremely pitiful. He opened his mouth slowly, preparing to finish the sentimental words he had not yet said. He stumbled, "I'm sorry, sister, I'm so useless and a burden to you.
Otherwise, you would have left long ago."
What Suqing said was absolutely correct. Although Lin Sier was kind-hearted, she was not a bodhisattva. She herself knew very well that if the person who was kidnapped with her today and fell here was not Suqing, she would escape without hesitation when she saw the half-open exit that was just around the corner. Maybe after she gets out she will call the police and ask them to come and rescue her. However, given the unknown dangers that might lie ahead, she would never place herself and a stranger in such a perilous situation. Not to mention cooking for others and comforting others. Before today, Lin Sier never dared to imagine that she would do such a thing. Of course, part of the reason she stayed was because of Suqing's identity. The Su family and her family had a very close relationship, but a larger part of the reason why she tried hard to restrain herself but had to admit it was that the man in front of her made her heart flutter time and time again, which was an indisputable fact. She held Suqing's hand tightly, frowned, and spoke very seriously and firmly.
Suqing, don't say that. It's not your fault that you've encountered misfortune.
When we get out, I'll find you the best hospital and a suitable match. Lin Sier thought about it. With Suqing's family connections and conditions, if there was a suitable match, why would it have been delayed until now? She lowered her brows and thought for a moment, then raised her head to look Suqing in the face again. "I want to tell you something, but you have to promise me not to tell anyone, including your parents."
Suqing nodded weakly. "Well, sister, you can tell me that I'm very tight-lipped."
He thought to himself, "You've tasted it, you should know."
Lin Sier nodded and said, "My family actually has some connections abroad. I will go back and ask my father to make the contact. I will definitely be able to find a suitable kidney donor for you.
You won't have to wait too long, you will get better, trust me." Lin Sier emphasized the word certainly with a clear and forceful tone, as if she was trying to instill confidence and strength in Suqing. Lin Sier's words filled Suqing with joy and delight. The Lin family's success is not only due to its industries within China, but also because of its vast overseas industrial chain. But as far as we know from the book, this matter is a secret. The only people who know about it in the Lin family are Lin Outyin's wife Leion, Lin Sier, and Lin Outyin's confidants Long Yi and Long Er. Of course, Leion, who had been Lin Sier's childhood sweetheart for over a decade, also knew a little about her. Suqing really didn't expect that Lin Sier would tell this to him, a person she had just met for less than half a day. The Lin family's overseas business is considered a gray industry, and she is really not afraid of telling this to others. A favorability rating of 70 points is truly impressive. Suqing shook Lin Sier's hand back vigorously. He asked knowingly, "Sister, why do you trust me so much? Why are you so nice to me?" He frowned, his face showing a puzzled expression. His acting was simply amazing. Lin Sier paused for a moment, then pulled her hand away and stood up, turning her back to Suqing as she walked towards the kitchen. Suqing listened to the voice that slowly came from midair. "There's no reason. I just think you're trustworthy, so I just believe you." Suqing was curled up on the sofa, her head resting on the armrest, feeling very uncomfortable. Just as she was about to get up and change her position, she saw Lin Sier, who had been walking away, turn back. He was also carrying a bottle of mineral water. He watched Lin Sier open the bottle cap and hand it to him. "I just found this in the fridge, it's new, it should be fine. You haven't had any water all day, drink some first, the noodles will be ready soon." Adhering to the idea of acting in full, Suqing rested his hands on the sofa and stood up with difficulty. When his weak body was about to fall down again, Lin Sier helped him up. He leaned back on the sofa, took the water and drank a couple of sips, then smiled at Lin Sier with narrowed eyes and said, "Thank you, sister. You've gone to a lot of trouble." Lin Sier said softly, "I'm not tired. You sit down first. I'll go see if the noodles are ready." Chapter 16, Let me feed you. When she came out of the kitchen, she was carrying a bowl of steaming noodles with some vegetable leaves floating on top, as if it had been specially decorated and looked very appealing. Suqing couldn't help but sigh. Lin Sier was truly an all-around woman. She was beautiful, had a great figure, was both scholarly and martial, and came from a good family. Leion was really lucky in the past. However, now that he's back, this first chance to taste Lin Sier has nothing to do with Leion anymore. Lin Sier placed the bowl on the coffee table in front of Suqing. "Try it, it might not taste very good since it's your first time cooking." Suqing took the chopsticks, squinted her eyes, and smiled at Lin Sier, saying, "Everything my sister makes is delicious." After saying that, he lowered his head, picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. As soon as Suqing put that mouthful of noodles in her mouth, she felt as if her taste buds had been blown away by fireworks on the Lantern Festival. The flavor had at least 5 spoonfuls of salt added, along with a very strong oily taste, and the few vegetable leaves also had a rusty smell. Suqing glanced up at the kitchen counter. Grass, the knife Lin Sier used in the kitchen just now was the same knife Suqing used when they were fighting over the iron railing on the second floor. Suqing frowned, almost vomiting. Would eating this stuff poison her? Lin Sier frowned as she looked at Suqing's expression, and asked cautiously, "Is it particularly unpalatable?" The next second, Suqing looked up at Lin Sier with a relaxed expression, smiled and said, "It's delicious, but it's too hot. I'll eat it when it cools down a bit." The noodles are definitely piping hot right out of the pot, you can blow on them before eating. Before Lin Sier could finish speaking, Suqing immediately put down her chopsticks without the slightest hesitation. His movements were so swift that Suqing felt he couldn't possibly lie. He simply didn't have the talent for hypocrisy. It tastes awful. He's afraid he'll spit it out on Lin Sier's face the next second. Suqing felt something was wrong. Could it be that he changed the plot, so Lin Sier's culinary talent also changed? He remembered that in the original story, Lin Sier made breakfast for Leion the day after their marriage, which was also the first time she had ever cooked. The original text described it as follows. Leion picked up a delicate caramel-colored pastry and slowly put it into his mouth, then looked up and smiled at Lin Sier. "Sier, you're amazing. It's your first time cooking and it tastes so good. Marrying you is the greatest blessing I've ever had." After saying that, he quickly finished the entire plate of osmanthus cake. Suqing was right to think that Lin Sier had an exceptional talent for cooking. The book's descriptions are very detailed, including the colors of the dishes and their exquisite presentation. In addition, Leion enjoyed the meal very much. Suqing wasn't bothered by the taste of the meal, but rather, Suqing was afraid that Lin Sier's culinary talent had changed because he had changed the plot. His physical abilities were extremely poor, and he was delicate and fragile. He had only managed to turn the tide by relying on clues from the original plot. If changing the plot alters the character's abilities in the book, he will be in a very passive position. He summoned the system with his mind and asked, "Is it because I changed the plot that I also changed Lin Sier's personal abilities?" Returning to the host, the original text describes osmanthus cake as caramel colored, but as everyone knows, osmanthus cake is white. Besides, men's words are deceiving. Didn't you just praise the female lead? Suqing was speechless. It was a perfectly good urban fantasy novel, and the author was still planting foreshadowing. If he had known it would taste this bad, he would have given this good fortune to Leion. Suqing came back to his senses, and the scene before him made him feel a little better. Huff, huff, Lin Sier was squatting beside his legs. She faced the bowl of noodles, picking at her chopsticks, trying to cool the hot noodles down strand by strand. Although the food was a bit unpalatable, Suqing appreciated the sentiment behind it. Ha! Lin Sier blew on the soup noodles a few more times, then turned to Suqing and said, "It's not hot anymore, we can eat it now." Suqing was about to get up, but after glancing at the wall clock on the first floor, she weakly leaned back against the sofa. It's time, the male protagonist will arrive at the battlefield in 2 minutes. Giving the male protagonist a scene of eating noodles is not lethal enough. "Sister, I feel unwell, I have no energy. I don't have the strength to eat." Lin Sier frowned, looking at Suqing with great concern. "You should eat something only when you feel weak, otherwise you will become even weaker." Suqing looked at Lin Sier expectantly and said shyly, "Sister, I don't have the energy to get up. I want to lie down. Can you feed me?" Lin Sier interrupted him neatly, "Then I'll feed you." After she finished speaking, she picked up a piece of food from the bowl, took a bite, and brought it close to Suqing's lips, saying softly, "It's cooled down now, eat it." Suqing was taken aback. "Ha! Lin Sier is quite sensible, they stole his lines." "Ah." Suqing pursed her lips, "Then I'll trouble you, sister." Lin Sier brought the chopsticks closer to Suqing's lips, "Don't be shy, eat up." Suqing leaned against the sofa, eating the noodles. Lin Sier fed her bite by bite, looking towards the door with a lifeless expression. Leion, can you come quickly? If you don't come over soon, your fiancé will poison me. At this moment, Leion, whom Suqing was calling out to in her heart, had just led his men to conduct a thorough search of every room on the second floor of the villa. Leion pointed towards the stairs leading to the first floor. He whispered to Long E and Long Air, "There's no one on the second floor. They should be on the first floor." The group of 9 consisted of highly trained security personnel who moved swiftly and gracefully. With a wave of Long's hand, they formed an orderly row, and the sound of their footsteps was hidden to the tiniest degree. Long E pointed at the people on the left side of the formation and said, "You guys, come back in 3 minutes. We'll go explore the way first." Then he turned to the people on the right and said, "Grab your weapons and come down with us." When going down the stairs, because Long Air was carrying an AK on his back, his firepower was the strongest, so he stood first. Long E, with his extensive combat experience, ranked second. Following behind them was Leion, standing in third place. The group tiptoed down the stairs. There is a huge screen on the right side of the stairs, which is not transparent. Therefore, this group of people could only see the view on the left side of the first floor from the stairs, where there was no one. Only the kitchen and dining room. Leion Chao looked at the kitchen and saw signs of being used. There were some small pieces of vegetable leaves on the cutting board, and some noodles in the pot on the stove. He knew that the last place for people to hide in the villa was behind the screen. Leion's heart jumped into his throat. Seal, his seal. It must be somewhere behind that screen, but why is there no sound at all? Was I too late, and they had already moved to a different location? The first person to walk down the stairs past the screen that blocked the view was Ruji, followed by Ryuichi. The two of them carefully looked through the gap on the other side of the screen to observe the situation over there. After Long E and Long Air finished looking at that place. Leion noticed that the two of them looked puzzled and confused. This was completely different from their usual cold and fierce demeanor. Leion was just about to move over to see what was happening on the other side of the screen, which caused 2 such experienced mercenaries to show such expressions, but as soon as he stepped down the first step, he was stopped by Long E. "Well, there aren't many people. You can wait upstairs. We'll go over there. The young lady is there, she's safe." Chapter 17, Leion makes his appearance. Leion is shrewd and meticulous. Long E and Long Air were usually impatient with him, and even when they spoke to him nicely, there was a coldness in their attitude. However, the tone and attitude of Long E at this moment clearly carried a sense of reassurance, which was not like Long E's usual style, and if he is safe, why let him go first? There must be something behind the screen that Ryuichi doesn't want him to see. The longer you wait, the more anxious you become. When he was not so close to Lin Sier, when there was no danger, Leon's calm heart could still weigh the pros and cons, but when people face a crisis, their minds become clearer and purer. At this moment, all the pros and cons of status, property, and marriage were thrown out of Leon's mind and his heart and eyes. The only one now is the girl who has been his childhood sweetheart for more than 10 years, the girl who calls him brother sweetly, and the girl who said that she wants to hold his hand and grow old with him. Leon now has only one idea and one belief. That's it. No matter what Sier is experiencing at this moment, the person who comforts her, takes care of her, cherishes her from now on, and takes her home must be him, because Leon knew that when Lin Sier was most helpless, she must have been constantly calling for help in her heart. Leon, who is calm and self-controlled, is best at forbearance. He never refuted Long E, but at this moment, his heart was churning, as if a ferocious beast was relentlessly attacking his chest. He knocked down Long E's hand that was blocking his way. His eyes were ferocious and bloodshot. A sound came from his throat, which he had tried hard to suppress so that it would not be roared out. He looked at Long E steadily. Brother Long E, don't stop me, I must bring Sier home myself. Leon dodged and walked down the stairs, looking at that place through the gap between the screen and the first floor. Several possible scenarios played out over and over in his mind. Upon looking in that direction, Leon froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. He believed his fiancée was being treated inhumanely. He thought of his fiancée, whom he had tried to save herself from, but whose freedom had been restricted. The scenario he thought was absolutely impossible actually happened. Right before his eyes, after an internal struggle, he wholeheartedly wanted to save the girl from going home. He just squatted there leisurely. He stared at the girl's back with lifeless eyes, narrow waistline and slim figure. She was still wearing the pure white dress she wore on the day of her engagement party. She was squatting beside a man wearing suit pants, whose legs were crossed and one leg was dangling in midair, swinging lazily. That posture is so ambiguous. It seems so. Leon looked at the scene in front of him in shock. His body seemed to be strangled. Fine. Lin Sier moved the next moment. Her long, slender, white arms were outstretched, holding a porcelain bowl, while her other hand, as delicate and white as a peel egg, was using chopsticks to scoop noodles from the bowl and bring them towards the man in front of her. This action is obviously feeding someone. Leon felt mixed emotions. For a moment, Lin Sier was oblivious to her anger and was taking good care of a man. I should be thankful that the two people in front of me didn't do anything shameful. I'm thankful that Lin Sier didn't suffer inhumane treatment, but her posture, her soft and careful movements. It seems like voluntary. No, impossible, no, absolutely not. His fiancée must have been forced into this situation. The man in front of her is controlling her, and there are probably countless people watching and guarding her from unseen places. At the same time, a voice came into Suqing's mind while he was eating noodles. Ding, the host successfully attacked the male protagonist Leion. And the villain's luck increased by 200, ding. Host has successfully defeated the male lead Leion. Villain points increased by 200, he glanced towards the door, looking completely bewildered. Leion hadn't arrived yet, so how had he managed to discourage him? At this time, Leion, who was standing behind the screen, felt like a wild beast breaking out of a cage. He snatched the gun from Long Air's hand. He raised his gun, walked towards the two people in front of him, and shouted, "Let her go." At this moment, Long E and Long Air, who were standing at the bottom of the stairs, looked at each other blankly and helplessly. Long E, is there a robber on the first floor? What is he doing out there with a gun? Long Air, there's no one else. It's just Miss and young Master Su. I guess he got angry because he saw the two of them being all lovey-dovey. Long nodded. Yes, Leion is probably furious. Judging from his expression, he really loves Mississippi. To be honest, after this incident, my opinion of him has changed somewhat. Long Air pursed his lips. Then I'll vote for the young master of the Su family. I've never seen the young lady serve someone like that before. Maybe the two of them fell in love at first sight. The head of the family would probably prefer the eldest son of the Su family to be his son-in-law. Long punched him lightly. You always contradict me. I have a feeling something's wrong. They've been kidnapped and there's no one watching them. Long Air nudged him from behind. Brother, let's deal with the immediate issue first. If Leion kills the young master of the Su family, the patriarch won't be able to explain it to the Su family.
Let her go.
The loud noise shattered the quiet atmosphere on the first floor of the villa. Suqing and Lin Sier were both stunned when they heard this. Leion's voice was not as gentle as usual, and for a moment she didn't realize it was him. She turned her head with a wary look and her brows furrowed slightly, looking at the tall, handsome man with star-like eyes in front of him. Suqing knew that this man must be the male lead, Leion, but he was very surprised. According to the original text, Leion should have entered through the front door, gone to the bedroom, seen Suqing and Lin Sier lying on the bed with their clothes disheveled, and then shouted angrily, "Let her go." Why did he change the location of the scene even though the lines weren't changed? Ding. The host changes the plot, male protagonist's appearance position, the villain's luck is increased by 200, ding. Host has changed the plot, male lead's appearance position, villain points increased by 200, Suqing instantly understood. The door, which wasn't even locked in the original text, had been sealed off by him, so Leion had no choice but to find another place to enter. A hint of cunning flashed across Suqing's eyes. Finally, I can confront the hero head-on. He used his mind to use the primary eye of insight to open Leon's character panel. Character, Leion, age, 21. Appearance, 99.
Note, the maximum score is 100.
Force value, 150.
Note, the passing score is 60.
The protagonist's current luck value, 18,500. Note, the male protagonist's initial luck value is 20,000, which decreases due to the luck gained from the villain.
Female lead's favorability, 90. Gold finger, diamond fist. Chapter 18, successfully disgusting the male lead. Suqing smacked his lips. The sky-high combat power, and the luck value that was reduced by his own alteration of the plot, still amount to tens of thousands, and the instant attraction between Leion and the female lead Lin Sier. He then checked his villain luck and villain points. Well, what's the point of fighting? Suqing glanced at Lin Sier. At this moment, this woman was his only bargaining chip in his fight against Leion. He glimpsed that. Lin Sier's originally wary face slowly relaxed after meeting Leon's gaze, revealing a look of surprise and joy. Lin Sier's movement as she stood up was incredibly fast, as if she were about to rush to Leon's side in the next second. How can this? Suqing thought for a few seconds, then quickly stood up, put his arm around Lin Sier's shoulder, and hugged her without saying a word. He pressed Lin Sier's head against his chest with considerable force, as if protecting her from external threats. Suqing stared at Leion, who was carrying a gun. Her once beautiful and affectionate peach blossom eyes, when devoid of a smile, gave off a chilling feeling. His voice was calm, with an unquestionable tone. "Come at me if you want to do anything, don't touch her." Lin Sier struggled to lift her head, trying to break free from Suqing's protective hand. "He's not
a kidnapper." Before she could finish speaking, Suqing pressed her head back onto his chest, lowered his head to Lin Sier's ear, and said softly, "Sister, don't be afraid. Even if I die, I will protect you." Looking at the two people in front of him, tightly embracing each other as if they were bound together by life and death, especially facing Suqing's provocative look. Leion was furious. The rage in his heart was almost burning away all his reason. He had only one thought. He wanted to kill the man in front of him. He raised his gun and was about to shoot the man. Although Leion possesses extraordinary martial arts skills and the golden finger of the Vajra fist, all of his attacks are physical. He can fire a gun, but he's not skilled. He's never practiced on a living person. It's not that he's afraid to kill, but although the man in front of her seemed to be protecting Lin Sier, he was actually holding Lin Sier in front of him, completely shielding himself from the danger. She's practically using her seal as a human shield. It's incredibly insidious. Leion wasn't sure if he could hit that head with the bullet without harming Lin Sier in the slightest, just as Leion pointed his gun at Suqing's head but hesitated to fire. Longy and Long Air walked towards them with their men. Longy walked to Leon's side, forcefully pulled his hand, took the gun from his hand, and reminded him, "That's the young master of the Su family, not a kidnapper. If you cause any harm to him, you'll ruin the Li and Lin families. Didn't you see the picture of the young master of the Su family? Why are you still?" Leion was so angry that he had completely forgotten about the young master of the Su family. He only came to his senses after Longy reminded him, "The seemingly pretentious man in front of me is also a victim of kidnapping." It was that man from a good family, good-looking, whom he felt hostile at just one glance at his photo. He was holding his fiancée. Leion calmed his chaotic thoughts and explained to Longy, "He looks different in the photo than in person. I didn't recognize him." Suqing's place. Long Air led a few people toward them. Long Air nodded slightly. "Miss, young Master Su." He glanced at the dozen or so people who had entered the room later, and finally fixed his gaze on Long Air, speaking with a mixture of wariness and surprise.
Are you from the Lin family?
Long Air said, yes, young Master Su.
Your father also had the head of the family send people to search for your location.
I didn't expect that you and Miss were being held together. Hearing this, Suqing finally released Lin Sier from his arms. Suqing seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and smiled softly.
Oh, I thought you were the ones who kidnapped us.
Suqing continued with some doubt, I don't know why, but from beginning to end, only Sister Sier and I were in this villa. At first, we were tied up in a small storage room. When we came out, we found there were no kidnappers at all, and the house was sealed off. It seems the kidnappers had a grudge against our families and wanted to trap us there to die. After Suqing finished speaking, she suddenly looked at Leion, who was walking over, with a surprised expression.
Then you are. Leion didn't respond to Suqing's words.
Instead, he pulled Lin Sier over, took the shawl that Dechi had prepared for Lin Sier, and covered her with it.
Are you all right, Seal?
Lin Sier looked up at Leion and pointed to Suqing, who had been ignored by Leion. I'm fine. That Suqing is the eldest son of the Su family. After saying that, she looked at Suqing and pointed to Leion. This is Leion, my fiancé. Suqing has no feelings for Lin Sier. Of course, she wouldn't feel uncomfortable because Lin Sier ran back to her fiancé's side. He smiled and explained to Lin Sier.
Sister, I'm not the eldest son, I'm an only child.
I'm the only child in our family, I don't have any brothers or sisters. After Suqing finished speaking to Lin Sier, she calmly reached out her hand to Leion.
Oh, so you're Seal's fiancé. I'm so sorry.
I was kidnapped when I was little, so, as he said this, his eyes darted between Lin Sier and Leion, and he gave an awkward laugh before continuing.
Let's not talk about the past. Our three families know each other, and we met in this environment, so it's fate. Let's be friends, Leion.
Brother. As soon as Suqing finished speaking, he was greeted by the voice he had been waiting for, ding. The host has successfully disgusted the male lead, Leion.
Villain's luck increases by 500. Ding.
The host has successfully disgusted the male lead, Leion.
Villain points increased by 500. Suqing.
Can't we use a different term and call it suppression? Leion frowned as he listened to Suqing's words, feeling a surge of disgust. Leion retorted impatiently, who the hell is talking to you or us?
My fiancé fed you, and you even hugged her.
It was practically like you were going to sleep with her in front of me, and then you made me shake your hand. They deliberately emphasized his status as an only child. It's practically intentional, but the man before me, with his bright eyes and white teeth, had a very open smile, and his words seemed genuine and sincere. The hand that was being offered to him remained suspended in midair, refusing to be lowered despite his indifference. If he ignores Suqing's overtures now, he will appear petty. Leion twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint, perfunctory smile, and reached out to shake Suqing's hand.
Yes, nice to meet you, little brother.
The force he applied was considerable, causing a hint of pain to appear on Suqing's smiling face. Suqing frowned as Leion slowly tightened his grip on his hand.
He couldn't pull his hand away even if he wanted to.
He knew that Leion was now engaging in a contest between men with him. If he couldn't hold back, he would inevitably be ridiculed by Leion in front of Lin Sier. But Suqing isn't afraid of being ridiculed. Being delicate and pampered is his persona. In an instant, Suqing displayed a face contorted with pain. He frowned deeply, looking at Leion. Brother Leion, it hurts, you're too strong.
Ding.
The host has successfully disgusted the male lead, Leion.
Villain's luck increases by 200. Ding.
The host has successfully disgusted the male lead, Leion.
Villain points increased by 200. Leion and damn, is this kid trying to charm me? Chapter 19, Going home to let my sister know I'm safe. Leion was stunned.
He knew that he was born with supernatural powers, but he didn't even use 30% of his strength. He was just trying to give the man in front of him faced. I never expected this man in front of me would actually have no shame. At this moment, Lin Sier looked at the two men standing in front of her. One had a pained and ferocious expression, while the other looked listless. I suddenly didn't know what to do. One was her fiancé, who, knowing she had been kidnapped, rushed to her rescue with a heart full of love. He disregarded the danger, grabbed a gun, and charged at her. His furious roar still echoes in her ears. The other is a man who has experienced misfortune, is physically disabled, has a very poor constitution, and was kidnapped, yet he stood up to protect her at a critical moment, although the moment he stepped forward was a false alarm. But Suqing's expression showed no hesitation. He held her tightly in his arms, as if his body temperature was still flowing through her body. Moreover, she couldn't deceive herself. When she was in Suqing's arms, she clearly had enough strength to push away Suqing's hand covering her head, but she didn't. For more than a decade, Leion was the only person in her heart. She knew that Leion had made trouble for Suqing because he saw her and Suqing being somewhat ambiguous. She should have sided with Leion and ignored the matter, but she didn't know what was wrong with her. Looking at the big boy in front of her, she felt a wavering in her heart, especially when she saw the pain in his eyes. She couldn't bear to look away. Suqing's eyes seemed to be pleading for help from her. Lin Sier reached out and grabbed Leion's arm, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Suqing is not in good health, Leion, you should let go quickly, he can't withstand your strength. Leion immediately let go of her hand and looked at Lin Sier with a somewhat blank expression. He was very sure that Lin Sier had just met Suqing. He never expected that Lin Sier would speak up for a man she had just met. Lin Sier had many suitors before, and she was well aware of Leion's methods of teaching them a lesson, but she never said anything about it, and was even happy that he cared about her. Leion nodded and smiled, a smile tinged with sarcasm and disbelief.
Is that so? You're not feeling well?
Seal, how do you even know that he's not in good health? Lin Sier frowned and whispered. Suqing was kidnapped when he was a child, and his kidney was removed. She tugged at Leion's sleeve. I'll tell you about the rest when we get home. After saying that, Lin Sier looked at Suqing and said, let us take you home.
Suqing nodded and smiled brightly at Lin Sier. Yes, thank you, sister.
Leion looked impatient and was about to stop him. Before he could speak, Long stepped forward and said to Suqing, young Master Su, the Su family has sent people to pick you up. Suqing pursed her lips. Sure enough, all male protagonists have lackeys. Suqing looked at the short, thin man in front of her and recalled the description of Long in the book. This Long is Lin Yin's confidant, brave and skilled in battle, and extremely loyal. In one passage of the original text, it is described that after Leion married Lin Sier, he naturally took over the Lin family's business. After Long and Long accompanied Leion to handle a contract, they were ambushed by their rivals on a side road. There were more than 20 people on the other side. In order to protect Leion, Long stood in front of Leion and had several of his vertebrae broken by the opponent. Long seized the opponent's weapons, wielding 2 large machetes, one in each hand, and fought his way through the encirclement of more than 20 people. Of the last 20-odd people, none left unscathed, but Leion was unharmed. The male lead is indeed the male lead. With his subordinates protecting him, he doesn't even need to use his off-the-charts fighting skills. According to the book, Long and Long had never had a good impression of Leion, but today was the day they changed their opinion of him. In the original storyline, Leion stayed by Lin Sier's side despite her abuse, showing no resentment whatsoever, and even beat Suqing up in a fit of rage for Lin Sier. Seeing Leion's genuine feelings for Lin Sier, they accepted him as their son-in-law. From then on, they treated Leion like the patriarch Lin Yin, following his lead without question. Suqing knew that although he had changed that part of the plot, Leion was still furious for Lin Sier. Long and Long sought his sincerity and were beginning to change their opinion of Leion. That makes sense. Leion's luck is higher than Suqing's, so it's not surprising that he can subdue 2 subordinates. Suqing couldn't help but sigh in his heart at his 2 useless lackeys, Su Dezhuang and Su Erzhuang. It would be great if they could be replaced by Long and Long. Suqing didn't say much, but smiled slightly and said to Lin Sier and Leion, I'll be going now, keep in touch. There was no hint of lingering affection for Lin Sier in his words. The gate to the villa had already been opened by Lin's men. Suqing then swaggered out through the door that he had previously sealed off. There were 7 or 8 cars parked in front of us, several black SUVs, and a Rolls-Royce following behind. As Suqing was pondering which car should originally belong to the Su family, a middle-aged man in a smart suit and white gloves stepped out of the last Rolls-Royce. The man stood at the front of the car and respectfully addressed Suqing, young master.
Suqing recognized him at a glance.
The original text also described the driver in a very vivid way. He had a red, semicircular birthmark on his chin. His name is Zhang Ziyuan. The book says that his name reflects his lofty ambitions and his strong desire to make a name for himself. As soon as he graduated from university, he came to the Su family and became Suqing's personal driver. He lived in the Su family for more than 10 years, and Suqing had a good relationship with him. Suqing smiled.
What a lofty ambition. Uncle Zhang.
Young master, get in the car.
The master and madam. Zhang Ziyuan's drawn-out tone gave Suqing a bad feeling. Suqing asked in surprise, what happened to them? Could it be that she fainted from fright?
Just as Suqing was pondering the original plot, Zhang Ziyuan spoke up from the side. Zhang Ziyuan nodded slightly. The head of the family and his wife went to Longcheng to attend the Lantern Festival Gala yesterday.
We just received the news in the early hours of the morning and are on their way back. Suqing, what a loving mother and filial son. Suqing's parents are both award-winning actors and actresses. They were invited to attend the Lantern Festival Gala on the 15th day of the first lunar month, just like in the original story. However, the scene where he was supposed to arrive at the villa and see Suqing with a bloody head was changed by Suqing. It seems that he will receive a big villain bonus when he sees his parents later. Suqing nodded.
Okay, I understand. Zhang Ziyuan opened the car door and stood respectfully to one side. Suqing stepped into the car with one foot and leaned inside. This was his first time riding in a Rolls-Royce with a personal driver. At this moment, his heart was filled with excitement, and he was completely unaware that someone was calling him from behind.
Suqing.
Suqing turned her head, which she had just leaned into the car, toward the direction of the voice.
What's wrong, Sister Sier?
He could clearly see a hint of lingering affection in his eyes when he looked at Lin Sier. She stammered, remember to let your sister know you got home safely. Suqing smiled and asked him to report that he was safe in broad daylight. He glanced at Leion next to Lin Sier, his expression as if he wanted to devour him alive. But something's wrong. Leion was furious, but Suqing didn't get any villainous bonuses at all. It seems the effort really wasn't enough. Chapter 20, Sowing the Seeds of Doubt. Suqing walked slowly past Lin Sier and Leion, looking at Lin Sier as if Leion were nothing. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and handed it to Lin Sier. Sister, how can I let you know I'm safe if we don't exchange contact information?
Leion looked at Lin Sier's outstretched hand with a terrible expression, and he snatched Suqing's phone away. It's the same if you tell me.
Leion took Suqing's phone and actually entered his number into it. Lin Sier stood there, stunned. Suqing raised an eyebrow. Lin Sier had a higher opinion of Leion, who was still her official fiancé. It was normal for her to tacitly approve of Leion's behavior. Suqing thought for a moment, tugged at Lin Sier's sleeve, moved a little closer to her, and almost touched her ear. He said in a very soft voice, Sister, does your promise to find me a kidney still stand?
He glanced at Leion, as if giving Lin Sier a hint. I know my sister isn't really suited to interacting with men, so let's wait until she finds a kidney donor and then tell Brother Leion.
Can I contact Brother Leion directly later? Lin Sier was stunned. She had promised Suqing that she would find him a kidney donor. How could she let Leion know that Leion didn't even know the details of their family's overseas business? Looking at Lin Sier's expression, Suqing took 2 steps back as if relieved. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, Sister, don't be embarrassed.
Never mind.
I'll just take it as a joke. She is a person of her word and never intended to lie to Suqing. She just didn't want Leion to misunderstand. But Lin Sier seemed to see the bitterness in Suqing's expression. She offered Suqing comfort and hope during his difficult time, but when he was safe, she shattered the hopes of this young man. How can this be? After Leion finished entering the number, he handed the phone back to Suqing, staring impatiently at Suqing's handsome face, which was as beautiful as a blooming peach blossom. He had just overheard Suqing and Lin Sier chatting idly. Don't make things difficult. Just kidding. He knew these two people in front of him definitely had some secrets, and he even wanted to tell them to get lost. Although he was somewhat annoyed, he didn't believe that this weak-looking man could shake his position in Lin Sier's heart in less than a day. But the next second, Leion's eyes widened slightly, and he looked down with disbelief. 2 hands reached out to him. 1 with distinct joints, broad and sturdy. It is small, exquisite, slender, and beautiful. Before he could figure out the intentions of those 2 hands, the slender, beautiful hand snatched the phone from his hand and quickly entered a number. Leion stared at Lin Sier in disbelief. Lin Sier paused. Leion frowned. Is there anything between you two that you absolutely have to avoid contacting me about?
No.
Suqing and I have something to discuss. She wasn't good at lying, especially to Leion. Suqing casually put her phone back in her pocket, and seeing Lin Sier stammering and unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time, she quickly chimed in with a sense of exasperation. Brother Leion, don't misunderstand.
Isn't Sister Sier also studying acting?
My family is preparing to start a new play, and I was thinking of having Sister Sierra give it a T or Y.Leion glanced between the two of them and said magnanimously, Sier, why are you so reluctant to tell me this?
This is a good thing, just say it directly.
Following Suqing's words, Lin Sier explained to Leion, I was afraid I wouldn't act well because I lacked experience, so I hesitated for a moment.
But
I still feel that going out to act is better than studying rote knowledge in school.
Ah, I see, Leion said. Leion turned to look at Suqing and said with a forced smile, you should be in the cast too, right?
You can mentor Sier, so please take good care of her. Hearing Leion's tone, which sounded like he was about to bite his teeth through despite his efforts to suppress it, Suqing waved his hand frankly. Brother Leion, I'm only a sophomore now, pursuing a double degree. I'm very busy with my studies and don't have time to film. Besides, my acting skills aren't good enough yet, and my parents wouldn't let me go out and embarrass them. He chuckled awkwardly and continued, actually, Sister Sier has never acted before. I can only introduce her to roles like the fourth or fifth female lead, or at best, the third female lead. I just thought Seal was complaining that the role was too small, afraid of making things difficult for her sister. She decided to tell it as a joke. I never imagined that Sister Sier was worried about her acting skills and lack of experience. Suqing told her fabricated story in a very convincing way. Leion looked at him with suspicion. Although he didn't know Suqing before, he knew that Suqing had excellent grades at school and had taken 2 courses, so time was indeed tight. Since Suqing isn't participating in the film, she can't meet Lin Sier on set.
Exchanging a few words over the phone won't pose any threat. Moreover, Suqing is the young master.
If he wants to win Lin Sier's favor, wouldn't it be better to just give her full funding to make a new movie? Introducing Lin Sier to a role as the third or fourth female lead would be too petty. Leion said very generously, oh, I see.
Thank you very much, little brother.
It's fate that we met, we're of the same generation and alumni, so we should stay in touch.
Yes.
Suqing pointed in the direction of his car.
Then I'll be going now. Keep in touch.
As she turned around, Suqing frowned. Shouldn't Leion be deep thinking, extremely shrewd, and possessive? Why is your expression so calm, as if you truly believe in yourself? Sigh. I should have performed even worse, but, well, who can blame me for being exceptionally talented and having superb acting skills, plus being genuine and not faking it? Suqing couldn't help but nod inwardly to her own good character, but the next moment, the voice he was waiting for was slowly coming into his mind. Ding. The host has successfully aroused the suspicion of the male lead, Leion.
Villain luck increased by 200. Ding.
The host has successfully aroused the suspicion of the male lead, Leion.
Villain points increased by 200.
It's a little less, however. Suqing was not discouraged. He stepped into the car, leaned back lazily, and smiled with satisfaction. Once the seed of doubt is planted in one's heart, trust will cease to exist. As the car slowly started moving, Suqing took her phone out of her pocket, glanced at her contacts, and made a call. The call was answered quickly. Suqing said calmly, Hey, sisterly, this is Suqing. Help me prepare for a new play. On the other end of the phone, choose a male lead who is about the same height and weight as me, leave the third female lead position for me, and you can arrange the other actors as you like. On the other end of the phone, Suqing thought for a moment, I'll send you the general direction of the script in a bit. Just find that screenwriter who wrote the sweet romance dramas for the company's young actresses. On the other end of the phone, it's okay, sisterly, I'm not in a hurry to film.
The money won't go through the company's accounts, I'll transfer the payment to you.
Chapter 21. The kind-hearted Suqing hung up the phone feeling refreshed, then curled her fingers and tapped rhythmically on the phone screen. The woman he had just contacted was named Jean. She is a glamorous, charming, and shrewd top agent. She has a wealth of connections, including award-winning directors, hit producers, and artists of all sizes. And high-quality coal mine owners with huge investment capabilities who do not hinder the creative team's work. However, Jean, who is a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, is just a minor figure in the entertainment industry under the Su family. It would be appropriate to instruct her to carry out this plan. At a red light, Zhang Ziyuan stopped the car. He turned his head cautiously and asked, Young master, the family doctor has been arranged, what do you think?
No need, I'm not injured. Suqing waved her hand dismissively. Zhang Ziyuan tentatively asked, should we keep one of the psychologists on staff?
Suqing, hearing Zhang Ziyuan mention the psychologist, Suqing suddenly remembered that the reason Suqing in the original text was aloof, cold, and stubborn was not just a matter of personality. The root cause lies in the psychological issues stemming from a kidnapping incident during his youth. Suqing rolled her eyes at the bicycle shed. I time traveled once, and not only was my body damaged, but I was also mentally damaged.
No need. Drive, Uncle Zhang, the light is green.
Suqing replied to him indifferently, then rested her head on the backrest and closed her eyes. Zhang Ziyuan quickly replied, "Yes, young master." He quickly turned around and drove towards the Su family's house. Zhang Ziyuan drove the car very smoothly, and Suqing, who was not bumped around, actually fell asleep in the car.
Young master, we're home.
Suqing rubbed her eyes.
Mum.
When Zhang Ziyuan saw that Suqing had woken up, he quickly got out of the driver's seat and went around to the back to open the door for Suqing. He was still groggy from just waking up. He stepped out of the car and stumbled because he couldn't keep his balance. Grass. Suqing cursed under her breath, and when she saw Zhang Ziyuan's arm so close to hers, she instinctively wanted to support him, but before Suqing could fully extend his hand, he felt an invisible force gently yet powerfully supporting him from his waist and arms. Suqing was stunned for 2 seconds. I heard waves of delicate, sweet, crisp, magnetic, and soft sounds slowly coming from my ears.
Young master, be careful. Are you all right? Young master, does it hurt?
As is well known, a person cannot produce multiple tones at the same time, and from this we can see that what Suqing heard was not from one person, but from a whole group. Suqing lowered his eyes and saw that there were 6 or 7 white and tender hands surrounding his waist and arms. Looking to the left and right, the visual senses were instantly overwhelmed. 7 or 8 tall, beautiful young women with striking features surrounded him, all dressed in uniform. The black and white maid outfit seemed to be specially tailored. The collar on the chest was cut very low, and a circle of white ruffles was wrapped around the collar. It was bright white and looked delicate and charming when the breeze blew. The long, slender legs looked incredibly sexy encased in black stockings. Suqing was held firmly by those jade hands, and her heart was floating with joy. He couldn't help but marvel at how this was the source of his happiness as a villainous rich kid with both physical and mental deficiencies. A faint smile played on his lips as he lazily responded to their concern. It's nothing.
Suqing thought back for a moment. The book didn't describe the servants of the Su family in much detail.
It only mentioned them briefly. Suqing was cold-hearted and even more sparing with words when dealing with her subordinates, and she was indifferent to them. In the next second, Suqing truly felt how much impact her faint smile had on them. The 7 or 8 beautiful girls in front of him met his gaze, their eyes sparkling like stars. The look of surprise in their eyes made Suqing think they had all won a multi-million yuan lottery prize. Their voices, which had been suppressed, suddenly rose up in unison, as if greatly encouraged. Master, are you really okay? Master, are you hurt? Master, Ying is worried to death. Master, Luoluo is even more worried. She cried all night and didn't sleep. Her eyes are swollen. Take a look. Suqing felt elated. He really wanted to quickly change the character of the original male protagonist. His attitude towards his subordinates should be as gentle as a spring breeze, but he slightly parted his lips, just about to comfort the beautiful girls in front of him. Before she could open her mouth, a deep and stern voice came over, interrupting the kind-hearted Suqing. Young master likes quietness. He just escaped danger. You guys should stop pestering him and go back to the room and wait. As soon as the sound came out, the slender hands hanging on his body immediately loosened their grip. Suqing was startled and looked in the direction of the sound that had interrupted his good time. An old man, with gray hair neatly combed back, is over 70 years old, but his eyes are bright and his cheeks are covered with wrinkles that show his age, but he does not look old. He was a meticulous, smart, and capable person. He was wearing a white silk coat and stood straight. Without a doubt, this person is the family's housekeeper, Suqing. His original surname was not Su. Suqing's great-grandfather picked him up and brought him home by chance. He originally wanted to adopt him as his son, but Suqing felt that he could not repay Suqing's great-grandfather, so he stayed in the Su family as a housekeeper for the rest of his life. Suqing is loyal to the Su family, and the Su family treats Suqing like family. Suqing's 2 henchmen are Suqing's grandsons. Suqing pursed her lips. How come Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang didn't inherit any of the wisdom and composure of the old folks? He opened his lips slightly. Butler Su. The old man nodded slightly. Master, the master and his wife are still on their way.
Do you want to have breakfast first or go back to your room to rest?
Originally, Suqing should have added a suggestion from a family doctor, but before that, he received a message from Zhang Ziyuan, who said that young Master Su was still resisting the family doctor, so he could only ask the family doctor to go back and wait. Suqing frowned. At the villa in the south of the city, because the plot had been changed and Li Tian arrived too late, he ate a lot of noodles made by Lin Sier, and his stomach was still not fully recovered.
I won't eat yet, Butler Su. I don't have a good appetite, and I'm a little dizzy.
I'll just take a walk in the yard first. Suqing waved her hand.
You all go back and rest. You don't need to follow me.
Suqing's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd in front of him dispersed. He was left alone at the gate.
Chapter 22, Paparazzi. What came into Suqing's view was the open door.
The foyer had a ceiling height of about 3 meters, and there were several more floors above it. Suqing frowned, feeling that the building in front of her was not an ordinary villa, but he took a few steps back before he could see its full appearance. The overall design is irregular, and to exaggerate a bit, it looks like an unstable electrocardiogram. It's like a work of art placed on the earth, European style. Extremely gorgeous, the building is roughly 5 stories high, and given its size, it can easily accommodate 100 people. The original text doesn't describe Suqing's home much, only stating that the Su family's specific location is in the heart of Luochuan City, where land is extremely valuable. Moreover, it's a detached house with its own yard. Unlike the townhouses or detached villas that ordinary families live in within a community, it was a piece of land that Suqing's great-grandfather won at an auction, and then a well-known designer was hired to build it. Later, Su Jinghua had it renovated. Suqing strolled lazily through the front courtyard. I saw the high walls surrounding the perimeter, and a kilometer away, 2 security guards standing straight in front of a guard booth that was barely visible to the naked eye. They stood motionless, looking like 2 real stone lions. Suqing couldn't help but click her tongue. She knew his family was very wealthy, but she never expected them to be so outrageously extravagant. To be honest, Suqing wasn't very interested in strolling around the courtyard. Although Luochuan was like spring all year round, the weather was always a bit cool in February. The wind blew against Suqing's face, making him shiver. Achoo. Achoo. Suqing rubbed her nose, feeling extremely itchy. This doesn't feel right. It's not a cold, it feels more like rhinitis. He frowned and muttered holy shit to himself. Could this author have made his villainous second-generation character not only physically disabled and mentally ill, but also suffer from rhinitis? However, after careful recollection, he realized that rhinitis was not a part of the original story at all. Grass. Suqing stood there, his eyes unfocused and utterly dejected. He had rhinitis, a condition he brought with him as a transmigrator. No wonder he couldn't stop sneezing when he was in the villa in the south of the city. He thought he caught a cold from sitting on the cold tiles in the storage room. Suqing impatiently called upon the system. No, you didn't bring me any good stuff. Why did you bring me rhinitis? Host, while this system is considerate, it's not good at flattery or lying. Host, you didn't bring anything good from your original world. I really want fuck. If this honest and conscientious system could appear in front of Suqing right now, he would definitely use his remaining combat power to beat it to a pulp. However, what happened next made Suqing even angrier. Host, your mother. Suqing's eyes widened, and her voice rose. You dare to curse me? No, host, your mother is back. Suqing, no, where did you all learn to breathe so heavily when you talk? Suqing snapped out of his daze, and his gaze fell upon a white RV parked at the gate. The 2 stone lions at the entrance moved, opening the door for the RV, and not far behind the RV, 5 or 6 other vehicles followed at a moderate distance. What a grand display, but Suqing understood the next second. Because only the white RV entered through the open gate, the other vehicles following behind were all stopped. The people in the car behind them rushed out like dumplings falling from a pot. Some were holding microphones, some were holding cameras, and a few others, who seemed to be in poorer circumstances, only had cell phones. They clung tightly to the gate, looking extremely anxious and excited. Suqing recalled a profession that used to seem far removed from her own life: paparazzi. Suqing stood there, not intending to greet the RV. The driver could drive right up to the main house, so why would he bother walking over? Suqing straightened her suit, pondered her attitude towards her parents in the original text, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Suddenly, Suqing closed his eyes tightly, and a light as bright as the blazing sun shining directly into his eyes momentarily blinded him. He glanced at the source of the light and saw that on the high wall to Suqing's left, there was a little fat boy lying there. The fat
Man's voice reached Suqing's ears intermittently from a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Young Master Su, what are your thoughts on being kidnapped? Have you been treated inhumanely?
I heard the kidnappers are inhuman.
Did they do anything to you? During the dozen or so hours you were here, did you beg the kidnappers for mercy?
Suqing looked up and glanced at the fat man on the wall, feeling displeased. No wonder these kinds of reporters are annoying. They ask questions that seem inhuman. However, Suqing glanced at that person with a smile in her peach blossom eyes. Suqing parted her lips slightly and beckoned to the person with her finger. Come in, I'll give you an exclusive interview. The chubby boy was clearly a bit dim-witted. After hearing Suqing's words, he believed her and straightened up to come in. Suqing walked a few steps closer to the person, her upturned eyelashes drooping instantly, her expression cold and stern, and she added the second half of her sentence to the person in a soft but unusually powerful tone. And I'll give you a good chance to lie dead in the wilderness tonight. The chubby boy on the wall, who had been sharp-tongued and aggressive, immediately shut his mouth and stopped climbing after meeting that cold, abyss-like gaze. He stumbled and fell off the wall of the chubby boy, lying on the ground, grimaced in pain as he tried to get up, clutching the camera in his arms. He knew that Suqing was rumored to be aloof and proud, and Su Jinghua had also declared that the media should not disturb Suqing. He harbored a sliver of hope, thinking that people of importance cared more about their reputation on camera, and that even if Suqing refused to answer his questions, he could still capture her frustrated expression on camera. It would fetch a good price if sold elsewhere, but to his surprise, the man in front of him just now casually said those words about killing him to silence him, right in front of the camera. That disdainful expression made him seem like an ant that could be trampled on at will. As he watched the footage that had just been captured on the camera, and saw the alluring and handsome man in it, a chill ran through his body, as if he had plummeted into a bottomless ice cave. The chubby boy stretched out his finger and quickly deleted the footage he had just taken. Chapter 23, Giving Away Land. Suqing looked at the figure that had vanished in an instant on the high wall and chuckled. What a coward, so boring. With a slightly amused smile, Suqing walked towards the main gate of the house. The people inside the white RV hurriedly opened the door. A man and a woman came down. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with distinct features, exuding the unique charm of a mature man. He wore a perfectly tailored suit, and his tall stature made his gaze fixed on Suqing from the moment he stepped out of the car. His brows were furrowed, and the worry and anxiety in his eyes were palpable. This man was Suqing's father. Su Jinghua, the woman, with unparalleled beauty and captivating charm, wore a white strapless dress adorned with blue and white porcelain patterns, exuding elegance and grace. Below her willow leaf eyebrows were a pair of extremely beautiful peach blossom eyes, and her well-maintained skin showed no signs of aging. Her extremely curled and long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes seemed to be stained with a hint of water. She had been staring at the person in front of her since she stepped out of the car. This person is Suqing's mother, and Xingyun and I in front of the many servants, and Xingyun was not as restrained and proper as Su's father. Wearing heels about 10 centimeters high, she held the hem of her dress in both hands, rushed over to the young boy in front of her, and hugged Suqing tightly. She no longer cared about her status at all, and the only thing in her mind was her son, who had suffered misfortunes many times and had just escaped death. Cough, 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 and Xingyun only loosened her grip on Suqing after hearing him cough. She cupped Suqing's face in her hands, her reddened eyes scanning Suqing up and down. Are you hurt? Have you had your family doctor check you up? Although when Xingyun had already received a call from Suqing to let her know she was safe on her way home, she still hurriedly asked him a few questions. Suqing smiled brightly and met those kind eyes filled with water. He raised his hand to support in Xingyun's arm. It's okay, Mom, I'm not hurt. When I woke up, only Lin Sier and I were left in the villa. There were no kidnappers. Li Tian, sitting in the car, had the seeds of doubt deeply planted in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. 2 people were kidnapped. We just met in a dangerous environment. Instead of thinking about escaping quickly, you introduced the other person to an acting job. What on earth did these 2 people do in these 10 or so hours to make their relationship so good? Especially when I think of the ambiguous behavior between Lin Sier and Suqing, I feel even worse. He looked at Lin Sier with a slightly scrutinizing look. He had a lot of questions to ask, but he couldn't bring himself to ask them. After all, his fiancée had just experienced danger, and it was a bit inappropriate for him to ask her if she had an ambiguous relationship with other men. He pondered for a moment and asked with concern. Sier, you must be scared. It's okay. I will never let anything like this happen to you again. Lin Sier smiled and said, Don't be afraid. The kidnappers haven't shown up.
Even if there were kidnappers, they wouldn't be able to beat me. 4 or 5 of them can't get inside me. Leion said lovingly, well, Sier is the best. A ding sounded the screen of the phone and Lin Sier's hand lit up. She had no secrets from Leion, so she opened the message directly. Her fingers slid upwards gently, her movements quick and decisive, but the moment it was opened, Lin Sier and Leion were both stunned. It was sent by Suqing. There are 2 strings of text written on it. Sister, I'm home. Thank you for taking care of me yesterday. The food you cooked was really delicious. Thank you for what you promised me. The message was accompanied by an emoji of a little white cat holding a heart, and the 2 words thank you were written in the middle of the red heart. A cold smile curled at the corner of Leon's lips, but his tone was surprisingly calm, with a hint of joking. This kid, after we agreed to be friends with 3 people, he sent a message to you, his sister. I introduced you to a role for filming and you had to come here specially. Thank you for agreeing to him. But before Leion could finish his sarcastic remarks, his cell phone rang. I'm home, brotherly. Thank you, brotherly, for the rescue. My brother is not feeling well, so I can't go to thank you in person. As for the piece of land Uncle Lee and my father are bidding for, I will ask my father to withdraw from the bidding as a token of my appreciation. The same expression of a little white cat holding a heart is still attached below. Leon's mind went completely blank for a moment. He couldn't tell whether Suqing was truly innocent and harmless, or had become so cunning and treacherous that she couldn't be fathomed by normal human thought. But what is Suqing's intention? It was clearly Su Jinghua who asked the Lin family to send people to rescue Suqing. It was just a coincidence that he saved Suqing. Did he have to return such a big gift? The Li family is mainly engaged in real estate business, all over China. The piece of land mentioned in Suqing's message is a piece of land in Luoxi. Luoxi has a very good climate and is a very suitable place for tourism, vacation, and retirement. The location of that land is excellent. So the Li family wanted to buy that piece of land, or to be more precise, it was an unfinished building that the previous real estate developer had not fully developed. The Li family plans to build a large resort hotel there. Su Jinghua was also interested in that piece of land. Su Jinghua inherited the tradition of his ancestors. He didn't like buying houses that had already been developed by real estate developers, but preferred to buy land and find someone to design it himself. The Su family's intention was not to make money from that land, but rather to create a family retreat in Los Angeles, imbued with an artistic flair. Although the land was in a prime location, the ownership of the land and the unfinished buildings on it were shrouded in disputes, which deterred some real estate developers. Those developers were basically just there to join the bidding process. Ultimately, everyone knows that only the Li and Su families have the financial resources and ability to acquire that piece of land. Logically speaking, the 5 major families in Luochuan do not have much overlap in their industries, and they are all top figures in their respective fields. However, the Li family and the Su family have little to no relationship. Both seem determined to win, and since they couldn't find a chance to discuss it, they had no choice but to compete for the land together. Lin Sier stared blankly at the message Suqing sent to Leion. Is it that piece of land in Los Angeles? Lin Sier had heard Leion mention this before. At the time, Leion was working hard to secure the land in Luoxi. He was entertaining clients until late every day and was so exhausted that he rarely had the chance to meet Lin Sier. Leion nodded. Yes, right now only the 2 of us are the most capable of bidding for this land. He said that his family will withdraw from the bidding. Then Suqing has helped you a lot. Leion smiled, puzzled. Yes, he really helped me a lot. Leion worked hard to run around for him and build relationships everywhere. He fawned over the leaders of several organizations, yet his adoptive father frequently criticized him for his incompetence. It was resolved with a single, casual remark from Suqing. Besides, he hadn't helped Suqing at all, yet Suqing just casually handed him such a huge piece of meat. Chapter 24, Helping Others Achieve Their Beauty. Lin Sier lowered her eyelashes, glanced at the message Suqing sent her, and felt a little uncomfortable. In an instant, her mind was filled with Suqing's voice, smile, and his pale lips as he called her sister miserably. She knew why Suqing was so grateful to Leion, even going so far as to beg her family to give up bidding for that piece of land. It's all because of her. Firstly, Suqing wanted to thank her for her care and help in the villa, and for her promise to find a kidney donor for Suqing. Fearing it wouldn't be appropriate to give the gift directly to Lin Sier, she indirectly thanked her fiancé, Leion, changing the recipient of her gratitude to her future fiancé. Secondly, Suqing may have realized that Leion had a misunderstanding about the 2 of them, so she thanked them both to achieve a balance and not want to put her in a difficult position. Suqing hadn't done anything wrong, yet her fiancé misunderstood her for No reason.
However, she showed no impatience and tried her best to explain the misunderstanding. Suqing's thoughts are so delicate, and her kindness is heartbreaking. Seeing the questioning look on Leion's face, Lin Sier tugged at his sleeve and said very seriously,
"Don't overthink it, he just wanted to thank you." Leion looked up and stared at Lin Sier. "Sier, why are you so willing to speak up for others now? I have no connection with him whatsoever."
"What good intentions do you think he had in doing this? Why should he thank me?" Hearing Leion's voice gradually rise, Lin Sier shook her head. She explained carefully, "Suqing was kidnapped when he was a child, so his fear of kidnapping is definitely much greater than mine. Brother Leion, you're a man, you're not that sensitive. When we appeared, it must have been like a light shining on him, giving him hope for life, which is why he thanked us so much." Although Suqing didn't say these words to her directly, she felt that Suqing, who had faced danger time and time again, must have had this thought in her heart. Leion restrained himself again and again, but when Lin Sier spoke up for Suqing again, he couldn't help but utter these sarcastic words.
"Yeah, all the bad luck has happened to him.
But, is it that he can't move his hands or his legs are crippled, and he can't even eat a bite of food? Seal, I haven't eaten your cooking in all these years. Alright, his hand is probably ruined."
A man in his 20s, needing to be fed, Lin Sier frowned, staring at the aggressive Leion. His voice grew increasingly agitated.
"I've already told you, he had his kidneys removed. He lost his kidneys when he was a child.
I really don't have to speak for him. He was tied up for several hours before he woke up. He didn't eat anything for a day. Suqing needed human blood protein injections to survive. He fainted right in front of me. If I had any sympathy, I wouldn't have hesitated to give him a stutter." Leion's eyes suddenly widened. He's lost his kidney?
I told you this when I was at the villa."
Leion suddenly remembered that Lin Sier seemed to have mentioned it to him, but there were too many people at the time, and Long Yi and Long Air were talking behind him, so he didn't hear it clearly, and afterwards he forgot about it completely. Hearing Lin Sier say this, his mood instantly improved a lot, although Leion still felt that Suqing's intention of showing goodwill was unclear, and it was very likely directed at Lin Sier. But he is a weak and sickly person who has lost one kidney. It is unknown how long he can live. I really don't need to take such people seriously. Lin Sier would never be interested in a man like that. He knows Lin Sier has been sincere to her for over a decade, and likes her type. Lin Sier's defense of Suqing was merely out of sympathy. Leion rubbed Lin Sier's head and comforted her. "Brother was wrong. I was too harsh just now." Leion's eyes suddenly darkened, and he said with some disappointment, "He is the only child of the Su family, and he is so outstanding in every way. I am also a little scared, afraid that you, Sier, will fall in love with him. You know, for so many years, you've been the only one in my heart, the only one I care about." At this time, the Su family, Suqing was sitting at the dining table, enjoying the delicious food prepared by the chef at home. Sitting opposite him were Su Jinghua and Qingyun, who showered him with concern and care. The three of them enjoying a harmonious family time. Qingyun stood up and served Suqing a bowl of chicken soup, placing it in front of him. "Qinger, drink more chicken soup to nourish your body. After dinner, let the family doctor check you out." Suqing took a few bites, frowned, and thought it was so bland it was as if no salt had been added. He looked up and smiled. "No need, Mom. I'm really fine.
I'll go by myself if I feel unwell."
And Qingyun nodded.
Although Suqing had always been reluctant to see a doctor and have regular checkups, he was also very sensible and would call the family doctor over when he felt unwell. Suqing glanced at the phone on the table. The screen was pitch black. He had just sent a message to both Lin Sier and Leion, but after all this time, neither of them had replied. He smiled. No news was good news. He had a feeling that something good was quietly happening somewhere in Luochuan, most likely inside an SUV. Lin Sier and Leion must have had a fight, right? Suqing pursed her lips. Trust between people is so fragile. Looking at the smile on Suqing's lips, and Qingyun felt that her son seemed to have changed, becoming much more cheerful.
"Qinger, what's making you so happy?" Suqing was stunned.
Oh no, her smile was too obvious, and her aloof persona was ruined. After thinking for a moment, Suqing raised her head and smiled even more brightly.
"I am touched. My parents have been so kind to me.
I wanted to give the Li family a thank you gift, and you gave away such a good piece of land."
Su Jinghua, who had been silent all along, waved his hand and said, "Nothing is more important than Qinger.
Besides, you didn't even want to bid for that piece of land you gave away in the first place. I consulted a guru and found out that the feng shui of that land is bad. No wonder the previous developer failed to complete the project. I just happened to have no connections with the Li family, so I gave it to them as a favor. Suqing looked at her father, who was as kind as herself, and nodded. That piece of land in Luoxi is indeed a good location that if we can establish another industry, whether it is a high-end residential area, an entertainment venue, or a comprehensive hotel, there will be a lot of money coming in, but there's a prerequisite. If it can be built, according to what Suqing learned from the book, the piece of land was originally bought by Su Jinghua. That time, Suqing had already been arrested and imprisoned. Although the Su family was wealthy and powerful, they were still defeated when faced with the combined strength of the Lin and Li families, unable to rescue Suqing. Su Jinghua constantly antagonized the Lin and Li families. Su Jinghua was a firm believer in feng shui, but because the land in Los Angeles was something the Li family wanted to seize, he disregarded everything and paid twice the market price to acquire it. However, there was something special about that piece of land. Whenever construction started, the weather would be terrible. When Su Jinghua was surveying the site, he happened to encounter a severe typhoon. Su Jinghua was wearing a safety helmet at the construction site, but it was useless. In the end, Su Jinghua was crushed to death by a cement pile that fell from above. Therefore, Suqing cannot let history repeat itself. He wants to hand over this land to Li Tian and let Li Tian take over that dilapidated land that can never be built on. Even if Li Tian's life is not taken, the land must be allowed to rot and stink in his hands. Suqing nodded. Yes, Dad, we Su family love helping others achieve their goals the most. At the same time, the voice he loved so much slowly emerged in his mind. Ding. Host has successfully altered the plot's direction. Villain's luck increased by 200. Ding. Host has successfully altered the plot. Villain points increased by 200. Chapter 25. Back to the room. As soon as Suqing finished speaking, the phone on the table lit up. He tapped the screen with his finger, and two big words were written on it. Li Tian. The message reads, "Thank you very much, brother. Let's get together often when you have time. Take care of yourself." Suqing curled her lips and smiled. There was still one person to whom this gift had not been given. He looked up and said, "Dad, can you give the Lin family a gift in addition to renewing the contract for 2 years? After all, our two families have already cooperated, and the Lin family also saved me, so it feels like a contract." Su Jinghua nodded and waved to Butler Su. "Okay, you decide. Tell Butler Su to do it." Butler Su came up and said, "Master." Suqing let his parents go first. He drank 2 more mouthfuls of the tasteless chicken soup, smacked his lips, and put the bowl down, planning to go back to the room to rest. "I just had a meal with my parents in the small dining room at home so we could talk more easily." He stood up and walked down the steps beside the small dining room to the main dining room. After walking around the main dining room, I arrived at the main living room on the first floor. I went up and down countless small stairs before I finally reached the elevator room in the center of the house. As the elevator door slowly closed and opened again, close it and open it again. Suqing remained on the first floor. There was no other reason for all his actions just now. Suqing knew he lived upstairs, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't find the location of his room in the original text. This house is so huge and has such a strange shape. There are so many steps going up and down, it's like a maze. I had no choice but to send everyone away and find a room for myself. With a ding sound when the elevator door opened again, a cute girl in a black and white maid outfit appeared in Suqing's sight. Her large, almond-shaped eyes were wide open, staring at him. It wasn't written in the book, but Suqing remembered that the girl seemed to have mentioned her name when she first arrived at the door. Suqing had a good memory and called her tentatively, "Luo Luo?" "Young Master Su." A soft and tender voice came out. With a hint of surprise, the girl never dreamed that the young master would actually call her name. "Even though I misremembered," he looked the girl in front of him up and down. I thought to myself, why isn't she coming up to press the elevator button for me yet? It was so awkward for the two of us to be staring at each other through the elevator doors. "Aren't you coming up?" Suqing said calmly. The girl pointed to herself. "Me?" Judging from her reaction, I guessed he addressed her correctly. "Is there anyone else here?" The girl looked at Suqing and blinked cautiously. "Young master, I am Defong, not Luo Luo, but if you like, I can call myself Luo." Suqing pursed her lips. "So poised and elegant? The name that the author came up with is really low." "Never mind, no need to change it, come on up," Suqing said. Defong's eyes widened a little. The eldest young master was usually cold and aloof, and he had ordered them not to take the elevator upstairs with him. What kind of good luck did I have? Dafan walked into the elevator, holding a small wooden tray, her slender white fingers trembling slightly. She secretly glanced at Suqing. He was so tall that she only reached his chest. I couldn't help but steal another glance. Her neck was so white, and her Adam's apple was so beautiful that it's hard to imagine how a person can be so beautiful, with that kind of charm bursting out from the bones, and a profile as sharp as a knife, without any flaws to be found in this enclosed space. She felt a huge visual impact. She was holding her breath and didn't notice that the elevator was not moving at all. Suqing glanced at her, then scanned the elevator buttons. Ahem, which floor are you going to? Do you want me to press the elevator button for you? The voice was somewhat cold and stern. Dafan quickly said, "No need, master, I can press it myself." Dafan immediately pressed the button for the 3rd floor, and then quickly pressed the button for the 5th floor. When they reached the 3rd floor, Dafan walked out of the elevator and bowed to the young man in the elevator through the door. "Take care, young master." Suqing nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the entire scene left Suqing in awe. Compared to the opulent and brightly colored floors below, this 5th floor can be described as dark gray, with all the decorations and ornaments in dark colors. The brightest color is the higher bar on the left side of the living room. There are many bottles of foreign liquor on the shelf, and the liquor inside reflects dazzling light under the sunlight. Directly opposite him was a large living room, behind which were 4 doors tightly closed. He frowned. This was definitely not the place for a little young guy like him to stay up. He started in his room. Oh no. To be precise, he wandered around his own floor, surveying the terrain. However, as soon as he entered the first room, the worry in Suqing's heart immediately disappeared. The room, which is nearly 200 square meters, has no windows. There are rows of black glass against the wall. 2 whole walls are made of bare brick. It is not expensive. The total cost of these 2 walls is only about tens of millions, but Suqing couldn't help liking it and found it pleasing to the eye. Suqing turned around and saw that the other wall was even more exaggerated. It was a closed small grid with a few small spotlights emitting dim light around it. They were all famous watches. The ceiling of this room is about 3 meters high. Suqing glanced at the Patek Philippe on top. He touched his chin, wondering how he should take it off if he wanted to wear it normally. In the end, he came to the conclusion that there was no need to take it. It was just an ornamental item meant to collect dust. After all, there are a few Richard Miller watches placed in the sealed glass next to the Patek Philippe. He walked around the room, his excitement gradually turning into calm. Suqing felt that he was about to be slowly corrupted by money to the point where money became nothing more than his own possessions. Suqing looked around several other rooms and came across a cloakroom. He didn't look closely, but it was filled with luxury brands and custom-made suits. There were so many that they wouldn't even be wasted if they were used as rags. There is also a bedroom. This reminded Suqing of a line from a Mary Sue novel. In the morning, the hero woke up from his 300 square meter bed. Suqing glanced at the big bed at the door. It's quite big. Fortunately, it wasn't that big of an exaggerated degree. He is reserved and doesn't like things that are too exaggerated, which makes him uncomfortable. Walking to the room on the far right, there is a study with an entire wall of books of all kinds, and there is also a large desk. Suqing walked to the side of the desk and looked up at it. He was sure that the Suqing in the original text definitely had obsessive-compulsive disorder. The things on the table were placed from left to right, neatly and meticulously. He picked up a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from the table, held them in his hands and looked at them, ready to find out the prescription of the glasses. Suqing made a tisk sound. He casually put the glasses back. Plain glasses, no prescription, just for showing off. Chapter 26, Original Text. Author's Customized Sequel. Suqing sat down and twirled the pen between her fingers. He is now idle and thinking about a question, which is, the plot of a novel is not a diary, and many authors will just gloss over things they think are unnecessary. Suqing now has no idea where to start and doesn't know where to go next. Especially since the plot of the first 3 chapters in the original book has already been completed, the following chapters have nothing to do with him. Oh no. He glanced at the original text. In chapter 188, there is a scene where his parents come to see him in prison. In chapter 230, there is a scene where his sister looks at him. In chapter 666, there's a scene where he's picking up soap in prison. Suqing smacked his lips. These events were somewhat related to him, but not much, and they wouldn't happen anyway. Actually, even without his storyline, Suqing could still find ways to cause trouble for the male lead by following the timeline in other people's storylines. To sabotage the male protagonist's opportunities, but thinking about it carefully, that doesn't make sense. He had changed the first 3 chapters, but in his mind, The remaining 800 chapters were still the original novel, however, since the first 3 chapters have been changed, many things will no longer happen. Chapter 4. The wedding timeline is 1 month later. Chapter 5. Leion found a reclusive renowned doctor who could cure Li Shang, brought him back to the Li family to treat Li Shang, and the family lived happily ever after. Chapter 6. Lin Sier gives birth. The plot, having been altered by myself, definitely won't follow this route. Suqing has a meticulous logical mind, and Suqing, who was seriously thinking about it, felt his scalp tingling. Suqing called out, "System." Ding, the considerate villain system has detected the host's request. The host can use villain points to purchase a custom book, Invincible Adopted Son, A Hero Saves the Beauty at the Start, in the shop. This is the latest chapter, modified based on the host's alteration of the male protagonist's fate. The host can purchase new books at any time to enhance their plot foresight.
Suqing nodded, understanding now. Suqing quickly opened the online store in her mind.
Although she had to buy it herself, it was worth it to improve her foresight. Suqing stared at the interface, her eyes suddenly widening. Item 1, 1 kidney that is a host-matched match. He continued reading. Item 2, large vitality potion, increases attack power by 100 points. Wow, not bad. Product 3, super duration, fully controlled, those who know. I was fine before. Item 4, 1 copy of the original author's sequel novel. Suqing, all of the above is what he wants. However, after looking around, Suqing bought a copy of original author goes customized sequel novel, and then left. He can afford the subsequent novels, which only require 500 villain points. The remaining 3 items would cost nearly 100,000 villain points in total, and he couldn't afford to buy any of them. Suqing said speechlessly, "Wait, why is the mall recommending a bunch of things I can't afford?" Host, the pinned recommendations are all based on your needs.
This is to promote your consumption. Oh no. It's to give you more motivation. Host, you can try the lucky draw mode. 500 villain points per draw, fair and square, great value for money. Suqing. He doesn't like leaving his fate to luck, it's a very passive approach, and he would never choose the lottery model that he wants to save money. Host has spent 500 villain points, received a small stamina potion, increasing combat power by 50 points. Suqing nodded. The large stamina potion requires 30,000 villain points, while this small stamina potion, although only worth 50 martial arts points, only cost him 500 villain points. 500 for 15,000. It truly lives up to its reputation, honest and reliable, and excellent value for money. The host has spent 500 villain points. 1 copy of the original author's customized sequel novel. Suqing frowned. I already have one. Fortunately, it's a 500 for 500. Which is equivalent, so I can keep it for later. Host has spent 500 villain points, acquired a large-scale breeding farm in the southern suburbs of the city. Suqing, it's getting worse and worse, I don't believe it. Host has spent 500 villain points, Eye of Insight, level 1. Not bad, good stuff. Host spends 500 villain points, I used minivan originally priced at 50,000 yuan, now worth 8,000 yuan. Suqing, I beep, you beep, mute. Suqing hesitated for a few seconds on the lottery button. Smoke, don't smoke, don't smoke. After some internal struggle, Suqing finally couldn't resist clicking the button. Host spends 500 villain points, 1 all-cure pill. Note, it can cure all diseases in the world. Excluding the addition of organs, Suqing raised an eyebrow and said, if you say it's useless, then it's actually somewhat useful. While he may be useful, he can't actually restore his health. Well, use it to treat rhinitis. Suqing picked up the small pill, about to put it in her mouth, but hesitated for a moment and put it back in her system inventory. It's a bit of a waste of resources to treat rhinitis, save it for future use in case you get cancer or something like that. Suqing stopped herself in time, ceasing her act of leaving her fate to chance. There is no other reason. Suqing has no money left. Inside the Lin family mansion. A round dining table that can seat 20 people is laden with exquisite dishes. Leion picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork for Lin Sier. Sier, eat more, you haven't eaten for more than 10 hours. Cough. Upon hearing Lin Outen's cough from the main seat, Leion quickly stopped himself from saying what he was about to say. Leion's adoptive father, Li Jingfeng, was also present at this meal. Yesterday's engagement banquet ended abruptly due to Lin Sier's disappearance, and Leion's excuse to Li Jingfeng was that Lin Sier was sick. Lin Outen really didn't want to make this public. Otherwise he could have used the Lin family's surveillance network to find Lin Sier's whereabouts.
Yesterday. Leion almost let slip that he had offended his father-in-law. He quickly changed the subject and spoke to Lin Sier with doting affection.
Sier, you're sick, so you need to eat more so you can get better faster.
Lin Sier paused briefly, then quickly realized what was happening and put the sweet and sour pork into her mouth.
Thank you, brother Leion.
Looking at the scene before him, Lin Sier laughed twice, trying to cover up his embarrassment. He raised his glass towards Li Jingfeng, who was standing beside him. The two younger members of our two families have been close since childhood, and now they are even closer. Chapter 27. The Su family sends gifts. Li Jingfeng chuckled twice, but when he glanced at Lin Sier's rosy complexion, the smile on his lips became somewhat intriguing. The Li family's real estate business is spread all over the country. Li Jingfeng is a meticulous person. People who are well known and influential are inevitably arrogant. It's not that he looks down on the Lin family. Becoming in-laws with the Lin family would be entirely beneficial. His displeasure stemmed from the fact that it was his adopted son who was able to marry the Lin family's daughter. An adopted son is good in every way, and he is very respectful to you, but he is not your biological son. Leion was already better than Li Sheng in every way, and after marrying Lin Sier, he surpassed his own son even further. He thought that the visit to a famous doctor at home had yielded some results, and that it might improve his own son's health. So he was somewhat reluctant to let Leion marry Lin Sier, but after much deliberation, Li Jingfeng still agreed to the marriage. Leion respected both him and Li Sheng very much, and was especially grateful to the Li family. His marriage to Lin Sier was also a great help to the Li family. Moreover, Leion and Lin Sier were childhood sweethearts. Even if Li Jingfeng saw that his own son had recovered and refused to let Lin Sier marry Leion, Lin Sier would not agree to marry her own eldest son. If he were to interfere, he would be giving Lin Sier away to someone else. Leion and Lin Sier were supposed to announce their engagement at the Lin family banquet yesterday, and Li Jingfeng invited many prominent friends to witness it. But Lin Sier actually claimed to be sick. He had thought the Lin family didn't want the marriage anymore, but he didn't expect them to invite him over for dinner today. All these things made him very confused. Li Jingtian took a small sip of his drink and responded to Lin Sier. Yes, the younger generation of our two families has had a good relationship since childhood. He put down his wine glass and looked at Lin Sier. Sier, if you're sick, you don't need to sit here with us old folks. Go back to your room after you finish eating and get some rest. His face was beaming with smiles, displaying an attitude of caring for the younger generation. Lin Sier smiled very sweetly. Uncle, I'm much better. It was too cold yesterday, and I had a high fever, but I'm fine now. Knowing his adoptive father's temperament well, Leion quickly chimed in. He looked very distressed and took the blame upon himself. Dad, Sier didn't want to miss the family dinner yesterday, but I noticed she wasn't feeling well. She felt completely dizzy and disoriented, so I insisted that Sier go home to rest. I took care of her all night before her fever subsided. Li Jingfeng didn't really believe Leion's explanation, but thinking about it, Leion really didn't go home all night. The Lin family didn't need to find an excuse to refuse the marriage, so they kept Leion there and invited him over the next day. Before Li Jingfeng could respond, Lin Sier took over the conversation. He smiled at Li Jingfeng and said, Yesterday, Leion was busy taking care of Sier, and I saw it all. Although the two children didn't have time to announce their engagement to relatives and friends yesterday, but seeing how well the two younger generation get along, I feel truly gratified. How about we pick another auspicious day, invite our relatives and friends over, and settle things regarding the two children? Li Jingfeng's doubts vanished completely in an instant. The Lin family doesn't seem to want to break off the engagement at all. Judging from their tone, they clearly look like they're desperate for the marriage to happen. Moreover, Lin Sier, that old fox, clearly knew that he was unhappy, which is why he brought up the matter that he hadn't had time to announce to his relatives and friends. Come to think of it, yesterday we invited everyone over under the guise of a small family gathering, and none of them knew about the engagement. Li Jingfeng was very pleased with Lin Sier's words, which had a slightly ingratiating tone, but just as he was about to agree, a voice came from the restaurant entrance. With a series of steady footsteps, a bodyguard dressed in a black suit stood at the restaurant entrance. He held something steadily in both hands, and a red cloth covered the object completely. The bodyguard nodded and respectfully addressed Lin Sier. Patriarch, this is something the Su family patriarch sent. Lin Sier waved his hand at the bodyguard. Open it and take a look. The bodyguard carefully unfurled the red cloth that was being fanned out. A porcelain vase with a yellow background of pressed flowers and painted with various flowers, with exquisite patterns and elegant colors, appeared before everyone. Leion and Lin Sier didn't react much, as they didn't recognize this piece of porcelain, they just thought the colors were vibrant and the price must be high. Besides, both of them knew why the Su family was giving gifts to Lin Outyan, so they weren't surprised. Lin Outyan and Li Jingfeng, who were sitting in the main seats, were greatly surprised. The exquisite porcelain placed on the tray is, at a previous large-scale auction, Su Jinghua bought a Qianlong Famille Rose hollow revolving vase for 550 million yuan. It is well known among the upper class. Although Lin Outyan knew the reason, he was still very shocked. The Su family was really generous. Li Jingfeng was stunned. He was usually deep in thought, but seeing this object made him pause and reflect. He knew that the Lin family and the Su family had a long-standing cooperative relationship, and the heads of the two families were on very good terms, but no matter how good the relationship is, you wouldn't give such a valuable gift. Moreover, the whole of Luochuan city is now spreading the word that Su Qingren, the eldest son of the Su family, was kidnapped and rescued this morning. Su Jinghua and in Qingyun rushed back from Longqing to the Su family overnight to see Suqing. It seems Su Jinghua had only just met his son. How could he possibly have the energy to send gifts to the Lin family at this time? Could it be that Suqing was rescued by the Lin family? Lin Outman calmly waved his hand at the bodyguard and said, "Take it away and put it in my study." After saying that, he laughed twice and made a light-hearted joke at Li Jingfeng. Brother Jinghua is really generous. Last week I visited his home and told him I liked this bottle, and he really had the heart to part with it and let me have it. He paused, patted his chest, and clicked his tongue. More than 500 million. It hurts my heart to spend that. Lin Outyan is a real old fox. No matter from his expression or tone, you can't hear a trace of fakeness in him. Li Jingtian didn't suspect anything. After all, everyone knew that Lin Outyan liked to collect antiques. Besides, I can just send something to the Lin family and let my subordinates do it, and it won't delay comforting my son. He didn't have a close relationship with the Su family, so it was not convenient for him to mention any gossip about the Su family. He responded to Lin Outyan by saying, "Money can't buy what you love, and it would be a pleasure to put it at home and look at it, right?" He thought to himself that the Lin family was truly a wealthy and powerful family with inestimable liquid assets. Lin Outyan nodded repeatedly, replying, "Yes." But Lin Outyan's thoughts were not much different from his. He thought to himself that the Su family was truly wealthy and powerful, and their assets were truly inestimable. The two old foxes, each with their own ulterior motives, drank and chatted for a while longer before setting the wedding date for the two younger generations again. The time will be 1 month later. Chapter 28, a meal worth 700 million. Li Tian and Li Jingfeng left together. After seeing off the guests, Lin Outyan and Lin Sier took her to the study. He had something to say to Lin Sier and was also eager to see the bottle. Lin Outyan was a very aggressive person, but he loved to pretend to be cultured. His study was decorated in a classical and elegant style, and there were countless paintings, calligraphy, and books by famous artists. Lin Outyan touched the patterns on the bottle, his eyes wide with amazement, and he exclaimed repeatedly, "This is a really good thing. Your Uncle Su is very generous." As he looked at the bottle, he asked Lin Sier, "Sier, do you know who kidnapped you?" Lin Sier shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. "I don't know. When I woke up, it was just Suqing and me. There were no kidnappers." Lin Outyan turned around, looked at her carefully, and said with great concern, "It's good that you're all right. I will definitely investigate and find out the truth." He thought carefully. The person who could kidnap Lin Sier and Suqing must be someone important. Moreover, the fact that they only locked the two of them in the house without taking any action suggests that they were not after money. It is highly likely that they have a grudge against the Su and Lin families. Before Lin Outyan could come up with any ideas, there was a knock on the study door. Lin Outyan glanced towards the door and said, "Come in." The bodyguard who had delivered the porcelain earlier walked in after the door was pushed open. "Head of the family." The bodyguard nodded, and after looking up, his gaze shifted between Lin Outyan and Lin Sier for a few seconds. He said respectfully, "The Su family has something else to tell you, but it wasn't convenient to say it before because there were too many people around." "What are you saying?" Lin Outyan glanced at him. "Just say it. Is there anything you can't say in front of Miss?" Her voice was casual, but the look in her eyes was sharp, as if reminding him to say what should be said and not to say what shouldn't be said. The Su family sent a message thanking the Lin family for their rescue, except for that Qianlong Famille Rose openwork revolving vase. An additional 2-year employment contract was signed between the Su and Lin families,
With a 20% increase in commission, Leion looked very happy, but the joy on his face disappeared the next second. He frowned, utterly baffled as to why the Su family was giving away both antiques and money. They gave way too much. The bodyguard kept glancing at Lin Sier out of the corner of his eye,
unsure whether he should say what he was about to say. He stammered, "Patriarch, there's one more thing."
Leion said impatiently, "Just say what you have to say."
Young Master Su said he was grateful for Mrs. Meticulous care at the villa, and asked Uncle Lin to accept this small gift. Leion suddenly realized that although Su Jinghua had a good relationship with him, they were both cunning and shrewd, and neither of them would do a losing deal. No wonder, it turns out it was a gift from Suqing. Leion calmly waved his hand at the bodyguard. "I understand, you can go now." No wonder the bodyguard was embarrassed to say it in front of Lin Sier, and even Leion, as her father, was embarrassed to ask Lin Sier directly how meticulously she took care of Suqing to receive such a generous gift. Leion glanced at Lin Sier and asked vaguely,
"You and Suqing seem to get along quite well?" Although Lin Sier didn't know the price of the revolving bottle, she did know the price of the contract. The original 2-year contract was already worth over 100 million, and the Su family had added an extra 20% commission. Moreover, based on the astonishment she had seen her father display when faced with the revolving vase at the dinner table, it was clear that the gift was of a higher value. Suqing's actions were practically throwing money away to the Lin family, let alone a kidnapping. Even if they mobilized all the people in their Lin family security group to complete a mission, it wouldn't be worth this much. Moreover, Suqing specifically had the Su family send a message thanking her for her meticulous care. It completely shrouded their relationship in mystery, making it incredibly ambiguous. It's more like they've come to propose marriage. Lin Sier bit her lip, and the image instantly flashed into her mind. Suqing described how he liked girls, and how he said he couldn't hold other people back from his loneliness. Could it be Lin Sier was overwhelmed with emotions? Could it be that the person Suqing mentioned who didn't want to delay is her? She mumbled, He's not feeling well. I just cooked him a meal." He was probably quite grateful. Leion frowned upon hearing this, then smiled in surprise. He paused and said, One meal? 700 million for one meal?"
Lin Sier suddenly raised her head and explained, "I also promised him one thing."
"Yes, it must be because of that thing. Dad, can you help him find a suitable kidney donor?"
"Our family is overseas, isn't that?" Leion frowned.
"Sier, you've really grown up. You already agreed to him, and only now you come to ask your father if you can find a match for him?"
Lin Sier lowered her head and whispered, "He won't talk nonsense.
He promised me he wouldn't tell anyone about our family's affairs." Leion pointed at Lin Sier, flew into a rage, and roared. You not only agreed to find him a kidney donor, but you also told him about our family's overseas business, didn't you?"
Lin Sier lowered her head even further. "I said a little." Leion gritted his teeth, looked at her viciously, and suddenly raised his hand. The hand hung in the air, motionless for a long time. The hand that was supposed to hit Lin Sier hesitated for a moment and finally fell on the desk beside her. He frowned and snapped at Lin Sier, "Is the Lin family's overseas business something we can just tell outsiders?"
"Seal, how could you be so tactless with a stranger? Do you know that various organizations are keeping an eye on our family right now? If he were to be so talkative, and say even a word or two to others." Leion propped up the table and shook his head weakly. "The gift has already been delivered." Lin Sier bit her lips tightly, looked at her angry father, and lowered her head slightly. "Dad, Suqing promised me that he wouldn't tell anyone, including his parents."
The voice came out weakly from Lin Sier's mouth, but the words were very firm. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She just trusted Suqing. She just couldn't bear to see Suqing suffer so much. She just wanted to help him, and she just felt sorry for him. Leion couldn't bear it any longer, so he raised his hand and slapped her in the face. A hideous red mark instantly appeared on her originally fair skin. Leion pointed at her condescendingly and asked, "Have you known him for 10 years or 8 years? Or did he dig out his heart and show it to you? You made such a big mistake, and you still dare to talk back to me for him?"
Leion's fingers trembled.
He had never hit Lin Sier before. Looking at his daughter's tearful eyes, he felt a little reluctant. He frowned, suddenly realizing that Lin Sier was very different from before, especially when Lin Sier's resolute voice came again. He watched Lin Sier raise her head and look at him, tears in her eyes and a hint of shame on her face, but she still spoke firmly.
"He won't, I believe him." Leion stared at her with gritted teeth. "You and that kid from the Su family just met yesterday at the kidnapping site, right? Have you known each other for more than 24 hours? Just for him, you contradict your father again and again. Chapter 29, Will I Like Him? Enraged, Lin slapped Lin Sier again, but the palm didn't hit Lin Sier's face in the end. Lin suddenly stopped his movement, and the palm stopped less than 2 centimeters away from Lin Sier's ear. The reason Lin suddenly stopped was not because he wasn't angry, rather, he felt that Lin Sier was behaving very strangely today. Although she was kind-hearted, she was always very sensible and obedient at home. Moreover, apart from Leion, she was arrogant and disdainful of all men. To exaggerate a bit, Lin Sier wouldn't care about the life or death of any other man. Whether he was a rich young master or an ordinary citizen, why would she argue with him over Suqing? Lin looked Lin Sier up and down. For a girl in her early 20s to act so unusually for a man, there could only be one reason. The answer in his mind left Lin quite taken aback. He asked, Seal, you've fallen for him, have you? Upon hearing this question, Lin Sier's eyes, which had been reddening, widened instantly. In an instant, the images of Suqing and Leion flashed through her mind like lightning. As if her secret had been exposed, she uttered a statement that shocked even herself. Regardless of who she was speaking to, she almost blurted out, feigning anger and embarrassment, Would I fall in love with him? That voice sounded very much like, it was as if he found it hard to believe the question his father had asked him. It's as if it's saying, how could I possibly like him? But after she finished speaking, she froze on the spot. Even she herself didn't expect that the word she had just swallowed, I don't like him, would come back to her. That was a very clear negative answer. She just couldn't bring herself to say it. Her words seemed to be a rebuttal, but she felt more that she was being questioned. She spoke up for Suqing, and she was willing to anger her own father for Suqing's sake. She didn't mind the intimate gestures she made with Suqing at all. In fact, she even missed the warmth of Suqing's body. She staggered back 2 steps as if the sky had fallen, head bowed, clutching the white dress she was wearing tightly. I almost lost my balance and fell down the door panel. All her unusual behavior, and her attitude towards Suqing that was so different from others, seemed to have been explained. Has she really fallen in love with Suqing? It seems that Suqing has truly found a place in a certain part of her heart. No one knows a daughter better than her father. Seeing his daughter's series of unusual behaviors, Lin suddenly realized what was going on. In a crisis-ridden and isolated environment, it is indeed easy for 2 young men and women of the same age, with outstanding family backgrounds and talents, to develop feelings for each other. Lin looked at the Qianlong Famille Rose openwork revolving vase placed to the side and smiled with relief. Everyone knows that this porcelain vase is Su Jinghua's prized possession. The fact that he was willing to part with it must mean that Suqing had begged his father for a long time before giving it to him. In addition, Suqing was aloof and unapproachable. Even though he was familiar with Su Jinghua before, Suqing never showed him any enthusiasm. The once arrogant Suqing is now able to proactively relay messages, mentioning the phrase careful attention. Lin pondered the matter. How could such sincerity be solely for seeking a kidney donor? Suqing, who harbored romantic feelings for Lin Sier, would never casually reveal their family's affairs. All of Lin previous anger and doubts vanished. He slowly walked towards Lin Sier and raised his hand to touch the red mark on her face. Dad was too anxious just now. Does it hurt? His eyes were full of love. No, it doesn't hurt. Dad, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have sent my sympathy too much. Lin chuckled twice. Sier, are you sure it's just pity for him? Yes. Lin ignored her stammering and weak reply. He coaxed her gently, asking earnestly, Seal, are you really sure? I. Lin Sier's defenses seemed to be breached time and time again. Overwhelmed, she said, Dad, I don't know. Hey. Dad told you a long time ago that your Uncle Su's son is great in terms of character, appearance, family background, and education. You're better than Leion in every way, but you just won't go and get to know him. He sighed deeply and then said, Seal, it's not too late if you've already developed feelings for him. Dad respects your decision. Since my engagement with Leion hasn't been finalized yet, I can just tell the Li family and it will be settled. At worst, we can give Li Jingfeng a piece of land as an apology. The Li family won't say anything. Leion was calm and capable, and apart from being somewhat bothered by his status as an adopted son, Lin couldn't find any fault with him. In addition, Lin Sier insisted on marrying Leion, and he had already accepted the marriage proposal. After the kidnapping incident, he was even more afraid that one day, the news that she and Suqing had been kidnapped together would get out, affecting their reputations and making it impossible for them to get married. Today at the dinner table, he
was almost entirely obsequious to the Li family, as if afraid of delaying the wedding. But, looking at Lin Sier's current behavior, Lin Outyan suddenly felt that the kidnapping wasn't such a bad thing after all. After a long while, Lin Sier looked up at Lin Outyan, as if she had finally come up with an answer.
Dad, I never thought about breaking off the engagement. As for Suqing, I only see him as a younger brother.
Lin Outyan waved his hand, his tone very gentle. Sier, Dad respects your decision.
You don't seem to be feeling well, you should go home and rest for a while.
Lin Sier walked to the study door, hesitated for a moment before opening it, and then turned to look at Lin Outyan. Her voice was weak, and her eyes held a hint of shame.
Dad, can you still help Suqing with finding a kidney donor?
Lin Outyan, sitting on the mahogany chair, looked up at her. Lin Outyan nodded and said, since they've already sent the gift, of course we should help them out.
Dad, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Lin Outyan waved his hand. It's nothing, go back to your room and rest.
Lin Outyan tapped his fingers on the table, a crisp sound echoing in the quiet space. He is thinking, which is the best choice, Li Tian or Suqing? Li Jingfeng had previously promised him a dowry of 5 prime plots of land and a large building, which was quite valuable. As long as Li Sheng cannot have any children, the Li family's business will definitely be inherited by Li Tian. Judging from Li Sheng's weak body, it is estimated that Li Tian's inheritance of the Li family is a foregone conclusion. The Su family was even more generous. The porcelain vase on the table showed that Suqing had a lot of influence in the family. Suqing is the only son of the Su family and the sole heir to the Su family's entertainment empire. Although he had an eccentric personality and was sickly, however, lacking a kidney wouldn't affect the continuation of the family line. As long as Lin Sier could give Suqing a child or two, even if Suqing's health was poor and he passed away early, she'll just be a widow. But if a widow has a child, then all of the Su family's property will fall into the Lin family's hands.
Wouldn't that be better? Chapter 30, Boxing Gym. Lin Outyan sighed.
Both of them were good choices. He really wanted to split Lin Sier in two and arrange a marriage between her and the Su and Li families. He could tell that even if Lin Sier was wavering between the two of them, girls always value relationships. She had been with Li Tian for over a decade, and she would most likely choose Li Tian in the end. Lin Outyan picked up the calendar next to him and glanced at the date on it. He curled the corners of his lips. He didn't intend to make a decision for Lin Sier, but he was prepared to buy some time for Suqing, who was more than a decade behind in terms of the time they had spent together. He made a phone call. Lin Outyan laughed twice and said heartily, Brother Jingfeng, are you home yet? On the other end of the phone, Lin Outyan sighed, Brother Jingfeng, I just checked the calendar. The 15th of next month isn't exactly an auspicious day, for spotlights, emitting dazzling light, shone from the 4 corners of the ceiling onto a reflective marble bar counter. On the lacquered leather sofa next to the bar sat a handsome man with a strong physique. There was a scar between his eyebrows, running from the center of his left eyebrow all the way to the top of his eyelid. The depths of his eyes were as dark as a stagnant pool. Even at this very moment, a stunning blonde woman sat on his lap, her arms wrapped tightly around his neck, showering him with delicate kisses. You couldn't tell any emotion from his face. The blonde woman couldn't stand the man's unmoved demeanor any longer, so she mischievously bit his earlobe lightly. She whispered a coquettish rebuke in the man's ear.
Young Master Lang, don't you even look at her?
That voice was absolutely seductive. The man squeezed her waist and said calmly, Stop fooling around, focus on watching young Master Li box.
The blonde woman scoffed, What's the difference between young Master Li boxing and hitting a punching bag? What's so interesting about that? Young Master Lang, you should take a look at other women. He glanced at the woman and smiled. Wouldn't it be interesting to see how many ribs young Master Li can break?
He suddenly became playful and pointed to the watch on his wrist. I just casually picked one out today. It's not expensive, around $1 million or so.
How about we make a bet, little vixen?
If you win, it's yours. The blonde beauty's eyes practically popped out of her head as she stared at the watch.
What kind of bet are you making, young Master Lang?
He thought for a moment and said, Let's bet on how much medical expenses young Master Li can pay the other party today.
Any amount within 30,000 is a win for you.
The woman nuzzled his face with the tip of her nose.
Young Master Lang, what if I lose?
Lang Yanfeng glanced at the row of burly thugs standing behind the sofa and chuckled. He pointed to the people behind him and said casually, If we lose, we'll just have to play with them.
I guess. The woman weakly punched Tang Lenjianfeng's arm. Young Master Lang, you really know how to joke. he casually raised an eyebrow. Want to gamble? You only get one chance, honey.
The woman was stunned for a moment, but quickly came to her senses. She was being supported by Lang Yenfeng, who had given her millions of dollars in money and gifts over the past year. He was always very generous with money. Moreover, Lang Yenfeng has an extremely strong possessive and controlling nature, so how could he possibly be serious? She immediately understood that this was just a little interest that young Master Lang had in her. Young Master Lang, people are guessing it's 150,000. Lang Yenfeng looked forward with calm eyes and said calmly, okay, let's see if there are 150,000. Directly in front of them was a boxing ring. Leion on the stage was sweating on his forehead, his eyes were red, and the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely twice. He pushed forward and hit the man opposite with a straight punch on the nose. With a thud, the man on the ground collapsed and couldn't get up. Lang Yenfeng stood up and spoke calmly to the doctor standing beside the boxing ring. Take him away, calculate the cost, and give young Master Li a bill.
The doctor in a white coat nodded and said, yes, Mr. Lang. Lang Yenfeng is the owner of this boxing gym.
The venue is very large, and this boxing gym is quite different from ordinary boxing gyms. Anyone who comes in to fight an opponent must sign an agreement, regardless of life or death. However, if you injure the other party, you must compensate the other party several times the medical expenses. His business revenue comes from two sources. The first type is those who come here seriously to rent a venue and hire a sparring partner for training or boxing. The second type is a commission from the medical expenses, which is neither too much nor too little, about 20%. Of course, Leion came here to fight to vent his anger, and he was also a consumer. So far, he had never received any compensation from others. Leion bit the port on the boxing glove and pulled it off. He jumped down from the platform and looked at Lang Yenfeng.
I'm sorry to have troubled you again. Lang Yenfeng waved his hand. Why are you being polite? I make money, and this is a transaction we both agreed to.
He glanced at the person who had just been carried away, frowned, and said to Leion,
Mr. Li, are you in a bad mood today? You beat him up pretty hard.
Li Xiao shook his head, looking very tired.
It's okay.
I'll go change my clothes first. After Leion finished speaking, he went to the locker room. He picked up a towel from the cabinet and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He frowned. This almost one-sided fight could not relieve the depression in his heart at all. He frowned and sat down on the sofa beside him, covering my eyes with my hands. My heart was beating violently, and a turbulent wave of memories floated in my mind. After leaving the Lin family today, he and Li Jingfeng sat in the car and talked for a while. He wanted to stay with Lin Sier for a while longer, so he didn't go home immediately and asked the driver to take Li Jingfeng home first. Tianjia returned to the Lin family and went directly to Lin Sier's room, but did not see anyone. When she left her room and walked to the spiral staircase in the second-floor hall, she happened to run into the bodyguard who had delivered something today. Walking down from upstairs, the bodyguard saw Leion and nodded slightly. Young Master Li.
Leion nodded.
The bodyguard walked past him, and he turned back and called out to him, Have you seen Sier?
The bodyguard turned his head and said, Miss is in the main study at home. Okay, I understand. Leion went up to the third floor and walked towards Lin Outyan's study, but when he arrived at the door, he didn't even knock on the door. Then they heard Lin Outyan's furious roar from the other side of the room. Leion's finger hovered in the air, and he stood there stunned for a long time before he could even think of getting angry. He was already stunned and at a loss for words by the words on the inside of the door. He didn't mean to eavesdrop, but he didn't know whether the door was too thin or the words from the door were heartbreaking, but every word that Lin Outyan and Lin Sier said reached his ears, making him unable to avoid them. He didn't even know that he should be happy to hear other people's secrets thoroughly. I still regret coming back after hearing these heartbreaking words, especially Lin Sier's words to her father. Would I like him? Leion gave a bitter and helpless smile. Lin Sier, a proud and decisive woman who dares to love and hate, has never been so ambiguous in her actions and words. He could even picture Lin Sier's agitated rebuttal, a girl's shame at having her secret exposed. Leion didn't wait for Lin Sier to come out, and fled in a hurry when Lin Outyan asked her to go back and rest first. Chapter 31, Investigation, Bonus Chapter. In the VIP lounge of the boxing gym, Lang Yenfeng walked in and frowned when he saw Leion leaning against the sofa with a blank expression. He greatly admired Leion because Leion was the only person who had ever given him medical expenses. Lang Yenfeng is a well-connected young master with a mysterious family background. He lacks nothing and his favorite thing is challenging things. He opened this underground boxing gym so that he could have fun himself. However, since he opened his boxing gym,
he has not encountered a single strong opponent.
Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some people are trying to curry favor with him and deliberately lose to him. In short, Lang Yanfeng has run this boxing gym for more than 3 years, and Li Tian is the only one who has beaten him, and even then, Li Tian showed him mercy and defeated him without using his full strength. He greatly admired Li Tian, but he had never seen Li Tian so distraught as he was today. A stark contrast to his usual mature and calm demeanor. Lang Yanfeng walked towards Li Tian and called out to him, "Li Tian." Li Tian looked up at him and said,
Lang Yanfeng walked over, sat down next to him, and patted him on the shoulder.
"What's wrong?" Li Tian rubbed his head and said calmly, "It's nothing."
Lang Yanfeng handed him a cigarette. "Tell me."
Li Tian took the cigarette, took a deep drag, and a layer of mist appeared before his eyes.
He slowly spoke. "Brother, can you help me investigate something and find out about someone? Call." Lang Yanfeng casually exhaled a puff of smoke, turned his head and said, "No problem, tell me about it." "Investigate who's behind yesterday's kidnapping in the southern suburbs of the city," Li Tian said. Lang Yanfeng nodded.
"Okay, it's about the matter you asked me to investigate yesterday, right?" Li Tian nodded.
"Yes, the last coordinate you gave me in the south of the city is the kidnapping location."
"We'll see this through to the end, leave it to me," Lang Yanfeng continued. "So, who are we investigating?"
Li Tian stubbed out his cigarette on the table beside him, and the bright red flame slowly went out and turned into ash. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "The young master of the Su family, Suqing."
"Sure, no problem." Li Tian stood up, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Thanks, brother. Send me the payment later." Lang Yanfeng waved his hand. "No need, it's nothing. Just treat me to a meal." Li Tian got up and said as he walked outside, "Okay, I'll owe you the meal. I'm not in a good mood, so I'm going back now." Lang Yanfeng also stood up. "Alright, I'll see you off."
The two walked to the door, where the doctor greeted them with a medical examination form in hand. He nodded slightly to Li Tian. "Young Master Li, it's a total of 200,000.
Here's the breakdown." Li Tian glanced at it, but didn't pay attention to the contents.
He took out a card from his wallet.
"Here you go. There's $1 million in it. Keep it at the store. You can just deduct it from the account later. You don't need to give me the details."
"Thank you, young Master Li." "Take care, young Master Li."
Lang Yanfeng paced back and forth, then sat down on the marble countertop behind him.
He had already smoked half of his cigarette, so he twisted the butt into the crystal ashtray and a smile played on his lips. He looked up at the blonde woman on the opposite sofa and said calmly, "Baby, you lost." The woman, who had been arrogant and spoiled, suddenly froze when she saw his gloomy eyes, the hideous scar between his brows, and the inexplicable smile on Lang Yanfeng's lips. She quickly said in a coquettish tone, "Young Master Lang, I'm only short 20,000 or 30,000, please don't bully me." She leaned closer to Lang Yanfeng, trying to pull his arm, but he easily shook her off. Lang Yanfeng glanced at the thugs behind the sofa and said coldly, "What are you thinking?
Take her away now."
The beautiful blonde woman was terrified when several hands grabbed her tightly from behind, and she tried to break free from their grip. She tried her best to get closer to Lang Yanfeng, but just as she grabbed his hand, it was knocked away by Lang Yanfeng in front of her. The force behind her grew stronger and stronger, and her shouts seemed to crack.
"Young Master Lang, I've been following you for a year, don't treat me like this."
"Young Master Lang, I beg you, I'll return everything I took from you before. I'll follow you without asking for anything in return. Please let them go."
"Young Master Lang."
The woman was being half dragged and half pulled by several men behind her, and tears streamed down her chin. Lang Yanfeng pursed his lips, slowly took off the wristwatch on his wrist, and tossed it at the woman. "You don't need to return it, I'll give this to you as a gift." He leaned down and patted the woman's pretty face, her makeup almost ruined by tears, and slowly spoke. "Baby, don't be sad. Even if you win the bet, I'll still treat you the same way." The hand that was gently patting the woman's face suddenly slammed down hard. "You talk too much, it's really fucking annoying." Suqing sat at her writing desk. He opened his panel and checked the latest updates. Host, Suqing.
Age, 19. Appearance, 101. Note, the maximum score is 100. Combatability, 70. Note, the passing score is 60. Villain's luck value, 3,600 points. Villain points, 100 points.
Item: 2 copies of the original novel customized by the author. Go, a large-scale breeding farm in the southern suburbs of the city. A used minivan worth 50,000 yuan. 1 pill that cures all diseases. Skill: Eye of Insight, Intermediate. Suqing closed the panel and opened the latest novel sequel, summarizing the latest chapters of the original text. The words, big and small, flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern, making his head throb. After reviewing the information, Suqing pursed her lips. He casually tossed the pen in his hand onto the table. He was speechless. Although Li Tian's luck value was high, he knew that he still couldn't beat Li Tian in this storyline, but to his utter surprise, he died at the end of the new storyline? Chapter 32, getting more and more interesting. According to what Suqing knew from the book, the plot of the next few chapters involves Lin out and questioning Lin Sier and postponing the wedding by a month, which is actually to his advantage. Li Tian overheard the conversation between the Lin father and daughter, and his thoughts became increasingly complicated. He then sought out Liang Yanfeng for help in investigating the kidnapping case and his relationship with him. From Liang Yanfeng's investigation, Li Tian learned that Suqing used to be very withdrawn and stubborn, even to the point of being bizarre. Suqing has come to terms with her physical disability, and even though Su Jinghua has tried many times to find a matching donor for her, she has refused to. Furthermore, Li Tian bribed the Su family's doctor and learned that Suqing was extremely reluctant to see a doctor to check on her condition. Li Tian fully understood Suqing's intention to curry favor with the Lin family, and told the overly sympathetic Lin Sier everything he had found out, thus exposing Suqing's scheme to play the victim. Lin Sier believed Li Tian and hated Suqing's deception. Her feelings for Suqing plummeted, and she blocked Suqing. Then Liang Yanfeng sent people to search the villa in the south of the city, and found a shard of a wineglass next to the carpet in the bedroom on the second floor of the villa, and extracted his fingerprints from the shard. Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang, whom he had sent to destroy the van, were also captured by Liang Yanfeng. Liang Yanfeng is a complete pervert. Even after knowing that Suqing was the mastermind behind the kidnapping, he still beat Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang half to death. Finally, he made a sarcastic remark to the two who hadn't betrayed Suqing: "Oh my, you two are really good at withstanding tests. I'll invite your master Suqing over in a bit and tell him that you two betrayed him." TSK, how interesting. I wonder if your elderly grandfather and your parents who work for the Su family will die before you two when he finds out. Suqing only glanced at the rest of the plot. One day after he was imprisoned, his body couldn't hold on any longer and he was taken to a hospital outside the prison. He was then killed by the men Li Tian sent out. Li Tian even snapped his fingers and said, "Useless." Having just digested the plot, Suqing twitched the corner of her mouth and said, "Tisk, is it really that tragic? I feel that Liang Yanfeng is much worse than me. How can he live so happily and for so long, just because he's with the male lead?" He never dreamed that Suqing in the original story had actually given up on matching herself. This author has simply created a freak. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. A knock on the door drew Suqing's attention. "Enter." Butler Su stood at the door and said respectfully, "Young master, the Lin family head has sent someone to deliver a message." He was delighted with the generous gift the young master had sent and invited you, the head of the household, and his wife, attending the engagement banquet of Miss Lin and young Master Li, which will be held 2 months later. Suqing crossed her legs and placed one foot on the ground, making a rhythmic sound in the quiet space. He nodded calmly to Butler Su. "Okay, I understand." "Young master, you..." Butler Su paused, suppressing a series of questions in his throat. When the young master first told him that he wanted to send the Qianlong Famille Rose openwork revolving vase to the Lin family, the head of the family explicitly refused. It was only after the young master expressed his feelings for Miss Lin and his desire to win Lin Sier over that the head of the family agreed to the marriage. Moreover, the young master had not been close to women for nearly 20 years, which made the head of the family very anxious. He was afraid that his son might have homosexual tendencies, so he readily agreed to the gift and added an extra 20% commission to the contract with the Lin family. Having lived for so many years and served as a housekeeper in a large family like the Su family, Butler Su considered himself to be meticulous and thoughtful. Therefore, he was very puzzled. After receiving such a generous gift and his young master's message, how could the shrewd and calculating head of the Lin family send back a message inviting his young master to an engagement banquet? The Lin family's intention was to take the Su family's things while simultaneously disrespecting the Su family and their young master. What a shame! And yet, our young master remained so calm after receiving such news. Seeing the stunned look on Butler Su's face, Suqing immediately understood what he was thinking. He curled his lips into a gentle smile and said softly, "If there's nothing else, Butler Su, you can go back and rest." Actually, I gave this gift to the Lin family not for Lin Sier's sake. I don't like her, and I have no intention of marrying her.
That was just an excuse I gave my father. I have other plans.
Butler Su was stunned for a moment, almost losing his balance, as countless details and thoughts swirled in his mind. The young master himself disliked Lin Sier, yet he sent gifts to the Lin family and said such things. Their intention must be to disrupt the engagement between the Lin and Li families. Upon receiving the message from the Lin family, he showed no impatience whatsoever. Thinking about it this way,
the young master's real target is not Lin Sier. There's only one possibility, which is, that is, another key figure at the engagement banquet. Leion, the adopted son of the Li family. Butler Su's aged eyes widened instantly. He suddenly realized why Suqing had sent Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang to investigate Leion before. Furthermore, they even hired private investigators to follow Leion, taking photos and videos, learning about Leion in every detail. And I read those materials over and over again. Butler Su stared at Suqing with unease, his aged hand gripping the doorknob weakly, as if he were about to be crushed by his shocking assumption. Butler Su's weak voice slowly escaped his lips. The question he was about to ask filled him with dread. Young master, Suqing waved her hand. Butler Su, you should go back. I want to rest for a while.
He thought for a moment, then gave Butler Su a polite smile.
Butler Su, I need your help with something.
Please don't tell my parents about my dislike for Lin Sier. Butler Su nodded slightly, understood, young master, and then left. The afternoon sun was extremely harsh. A sliver of dazzling light shone through the gap in the silver-gray curtains, falling on Suqing's profile. His jawline, as if meticulously sculpted by a craftsman, twitched slightly, revealing a casual yet sly smile. He certainly knew the meaning behind Lin Outyan's message. It wasn't for the sake of the Bosu family's reputation, nor was it to reject Suqing. It was just that old fox Lin Outyan trying to provoke him into speeding up. His fingers slid along the corner of the desk, gently caressing it. Lin Outyan, Lin Sier, Leion, Lang Yanfeng. This game is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 33, The extremely kind-hearted Suqing. After carefully analyzing the plot, Suqing felt a headache coming on. According to the timeline of the plot, his battle will not begin until the day after tomorrow. He simply got up and went back to his room to rest. Having worn a fitted suit for a whole day and night, Suqing quickly took a nice hot shower and picked out a loose-fitting silk nightgown from the dressing room to change into. Snuggled in the soft silk quilt, I drifted off to sleep in no time. He had been asleep for an unknown amount of time when he was woken by a knock on the door. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. The crisp, rhythmic knocking startled Suqing for a moment, and she snapped out of her daze before remembering where she was. He narrowed his eyes, and a muffled voice came from his throat. Who? Suqing heard a sweet voice coming from outside the door.
Young, Suqing frowned.
What?
What are you plotting? Who are you plotting against?
Another muffled voice came from outside the door. I am Yin. Suqing grabbed the corner of the blanket and pulled it over his head. His drowsiness and the muffled sounds outside the door made him extremely irritable.
Come in.
Talk. The door creaked open from the outside. Suqing peeked out from under the covers, her brows furrowed as she looked toward the door. The bedroom was dimly lit. Only on the outside of the open door was a row of pale yellow ambient lights, their warm glow falling on the girl at the door. It's hard to see her face clearly. Suqing could only glimpse the girl's fair skin, her bare feet touching the tiles as if afraid to make a sound, and her long, straight legs trembling slightly with fear. Her long, straight hair fell to her chest, and the white contours of her chest rose and fell rapidly. The dim light fell on the silk slip dress she was wearing, reflecting a shimmering glow. Suqing disliked making things difficult for women, and besides, she looked very nervous, so she must have come for something. He turned to the side, slightly raised his eyelids, and said lazily, Speak.
Master, I am Yin.
Yeah, got it. What's up? Yin looked at the blurry outline in front of her and heard the low, hoarse voice that came slowly into her ears because she had just woken up. The thought of her young master's extremely beautiful eyes staring at her instantly threw her into a frenzy, leaving her completely blank. No, nothing. Suqing, no, you. Why are you knocking on my door for no reason? Suqing raised her hand to turn on the bedside lamp and sneered. Come here, let me see what you look like. You better pray I don't remember your face when I wake up tomorrow. He half rose and frowned when he saw the pitiful girl in front of him, her eyes reddened and large tears streaming down her cheeks. He shook his hand. All right, stop crying. I won't punish you. Just say what you have to say. Yin sobbed as she intermittently explained her purpose. Young master, the master instructed Steward Su to select someone to accompany you.
Steward Su said. Butler Su said that if the young master kicks them out, they won't need to stay at the Su family home tomorrow. Heroine was in a dilemma. She was afraid of the aloof young master in the family and dared not go forward, but she was also afraid that she would be kicked out of the Su family tomorrow. Heroine took a few steps forward, caught between a rock and a hard place, and said, her voice choked with sobs, "Young master, please, please don't kick me out. My grandmother is sick, I can't lose this job." She pointed to a low chair by the window. "Young master, I can sit there all night. I promise I won't make a sound. Young master, can you let me stay?" Suqing was deeply moved as she looked at the beautiful woman sobbing before her. "You're such a filial son, how could I bear to let you lose your job?" A look of surprise flashed in Yin's eyes, and she bowed deeply to Suqing, as if she were paying respects at his grave. "Young master, I promise I won't make a sound and won't disturb your sleep." "It's okay, you can make some noise." He patted the pillow next to him. "Come on. They certainly didn't invite you in to admire the moon from the window, did they?" Her still reddened eyes suddenly widened. Young master, you?" Suqing's alluring eyelashes arched slightly, and he casually tossed his messy hair back. His extremely handsome face made Yin's heart flutter. A blush flashed across Yin's face. She hadn't expected her icy young master to be such a lecher. "But I made a lot of money, the young master is so handsome." He saw Yin walking toward him in the moonlight, her eyes filled with increasingly greedy desire. As Suqing raised his hand to block. He turned his head to look at a reflective ornament, which reflected his incomparably handsome face. "He's so handsome, and he knows it. He is so handsome. How can he be easily obtained? Hey, boys also need to protect themselves." Yin clearly misunderstood what he just said. He asked people to stay out. He suddenly realized why Su Jinghua had asked Butler Su to send someone in. A small plot in the book is, Butler Su was struck dumb upon learning that Suqing disliked Lin Sier with lightning speed. He turned around and told Su Jinghua and Qing Yun that Suqing's orientation might not be that of a woman. So, Suqing's parents, who already suspected her of having an abnormal sexual orientation, hurriedly ordered the housekeeper to arrange for someone to serve the perfectly normal Suqing. Suqing felt utterly helpless. He truly hadn't realized that Butler Su's thinking was so unpredictable. Mistake. Young master. Yin saw him staring at the mirror for a long time as if his soul had left his body, and called out to him. Suqing pointed to the doorway, where light from the corridor shone through the gap beneath the door panel, now obscured by a hazy shadow. "I guess they just sent someone to keep an eye on it. Aren't you afraid of being kicked out? Make some noise yourself." Suqing crawled under the covers and closed her eyes, pointing to the other side. "There are blankets in the closet. Go out tomorrow and ask Butler Su for a check." Seeing Suqing about to fall asleep, Yin was stunned. "Young master, you," Suqing nodded. "No need to thank me, remember to speak up for me when we get out." Yin nodded. "The young master is a gentleman." Suqing raised her eyes and said calmly, "To say I'm worse than a beast." "I understand, master." Yin was a smart person and understood Suqing's meaning. She stood at the foot of the bed and started rocking the bed, trying to create some kind of seductive sound. "I was afraid of disturbing Suqing's rest, so I only did it for 2 minutes." Indeed, the creaking of the bed disturbed Suqing's rest, but 2 minutes, it damages his reputation. Suqing said angrily, "Big sister, don't repay kindness with enmity." Chapter 34. Qinger, you are much happier than before. 3 days later, outside the Su family mansion, people got out of several cars one after another. A sophisticated woman dressed in business attire, with a neat high ponytail, stood in front of the camera, holding a microphone with the Luochuan TV station logo in her hand. She flashed a standard 8-tooth smile. He pointed to the courtyard gate at the entrance of the Su family's residence. He spoke enthusiastically to the camera. "Hello everyone, I'm reporter Xiongwan. Today we came to the main residence of Su Jinghua, the founder of Dingfeng Entertainment and the head of the 5 major families in Luochuan. As many of you may have heard, Suqing, the young master of the Su family, was kidnapped recently but returned home a few days ago. Due to the overwhelming public outcry surrounding the kidnapping case, Luochuan TV will conduct a detailed interview with Suqing himself today. We will be broadcasting the interview live. This is also the first time that the young master of the Su family has appeared in public." Xiongwan gave the camera a playful smile. and then said something to whet the audience's appetite. I heard that the young master of the Su family is very handsome, even more handsome than Pan, and he is currently studying acting at Luochuan University and is very likely to follow in his father's footsteps and enter the film industry in the future. Let's follow Nguyen into the Su family to find out what's going on. The security guard at the main entrance opened the gate. From multiple TV stations, more than a dozen people slowly walked towards the Su family. However, at this time, Suqing was still sleeping comfortably in the warm bed. He was awakened by a gentle female voice. Young master. Suqing dazedly glanced at the woman on the other side of the bed. His bed was enormous, like a large dormitory bed. If Suqing was nearsighted, he wouldn't be able to see who was next to him. Ah! Jingjing, the girl blinked her eyes and paused. Well, master, I'm Shanshan. Suqing. He took back what he just said. He really hadn't looked at who was next to him. Okay. I see. Shanshan, what did you call me about? Butler Su was knocking. Shanshan finished speaking, but Suqing understood completely. The knocking on the door had reached his ears. Suqing called out to the door, "Come in." Outside the door, Butler Su, old Sang, stared at the door in front of him with confused eyes. Is it really convenient for him to go in directly? He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Master. Madam is waiting for you at the door." Suqing woke up as if from a dream. He glanced at the wall clock. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, exactly the time of the TV interview in the original timeline. At this moment, the lobby on the first floor should already be filled with reporters and photographers from various television stations. Suqing reached for the silk pajamas beside her and put them on. If you're sleepy, just keep sleeping. When it's time to leave, just go. Young master. At Shanshan's house, Shanshan clutched the corner of the quilt with her fingers, looking as if she was unable to speak. I know. Get up and go find Butler Su to write the check. Do you remember what to say? Shanshan nodded and said, Young master is worse than an animal. Suqing touched his chin and thought, let's change the word to strong and healthy. I understand, master. Watching the young master's noble and handsome back, Shanshan pursed her lips and sighed. It's true that the less you have, the more you want to prove something. When Heroine told me that her young master was worse than an animal, I thought he was just an insatiable and unreasonable person. But I never expected I came in overnight. He actually made her read him a villain novel for 2 hours as a bedtime story. To be honest, looking at it from another angle, it really is worse than an animal. She almost couldn't stay awake and fell asleep while reading. This money is what I'm supposed to earn. Suqing walked out of the bedroom and was greeted by Su Qingyun, who was sitting elegantly and gracefully on the living room sofa, wearing a dark green cheongsam. Mom, Suqing nodded to her. An Qingyun nodded. She didn't like giving interviews, especially since so many people had come today and made a mess of the house, but seeing that her son was in good health, she felt a little better. Yes, there's a TV interview today. You should quickly wash up and change your clothes. I know, Mom. Just as Suqing turned around to wash up and change her clothes, and Qingyun called her back. Xinger. Suqing turned her head and gave her a questioning look. What's wrong? And Qingyun waved to the servants behind the sofa. They then pushed a whole row of clothes in front of Suqing. The roller rack was filled with high-end custom-made suits. Before Suqing could ask a question, Qingyun spoke up. The brand just sent us their new collection for the next quarter. It's a long-term partner of ours. Xinger, why don't you pick out an outfit for the show later? Good. When Suqing came out of the dressing room again, she was wearing a simple black suit. However, the details are extremely well done. All the stitching on the suit is outlined with gold thread. The extremely fitted design perfectly showcases Suqing's handsome figure with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Not bad. And Qingyun nodded and pushed the jewelry box on the coffee table in front of her. Pick a pair of cufflinks. The suit you picked is too plain. She took out a pair of dark-colored agate cufflinks and compared them to Suqing's clothes. Mom thinks the color and material of this pair are nice. Xinger, what do you think? He took the cufflinks from Qingyun, fastened them to his sleeve, straightened his cuffs, and smiled faintly. It's pretty. Looking at the smile on his face, Qingyun felt that her son had changed a lot. He was usually very cold, even when he was respectful to her. It was a politeness that carried a sense of distance. But now he smiles more often and has become much more cheerful. She didn't hide her doubts and said with relief, Xinger, you look much happier than before. Suqing looked at Qing Yun with a smile in her eyes. He didn't want to deliberately follow the characters' personalities in the book, it was too much trouble, and he was too lazy to pretend. What good will it do to let others know that his personality has changed? He can fulfill Suqing's wishes in the original book and help him achieve many things that he couldn't do, simply because it's interesting and he can acquire wealth and abilities from the system, but he would never live in someone else's shadow. He is himself. People are ever changing. Moreover, he is absolutely certain that his family members like the changes in him. Yes, Mom, I also feel like I'm in a much better mood lately. Maybe it's because I got kidnapped again, so two negatives make a positive. Have you let go of the past? Chapter 35. Making up lies with a straight face. Hearing his words, and Xingyun's eyes filled with tears of relief, and she quickly replied, "That's right, Xinger. You can't always live in the shadow of the past. How about your parents help you find a match?" Suqing thought about it. He didn't want a kidney transplant before because Suqing in the original story was eccentric and stubborn. Now, although he also wants a complete body, with the system's physical strength boost, apart from lacking a kidney, it has no impact on his life. Lin Sier thought she couldn't find him at his home, so she went home to beg Lin Outyan for help. She even got slapped for it and felt very sorry for him. Her vague feelings of love for him were almost surfacing. If he finds a kidney donor through his family, what will he use to play the victim and gain sympathy from Lin Sier? So, it's better not to have this kidney. Moreover, he was going to do this again today, not only to let Lin Sier see it, but also to let Li Tian see it, and it would be broadcast live nationwide. Today is the day in the book when Li Tian reveals Suqing's false mask to Lin Sier. Mom, let's talk about the kidney issue later. I'm not really ready right now. After all, I've gotten used to it over the years. Can you let me take it one step at a time? Seeing Suqing's troubled expression, and Xingyun understood. It's already quite an achievement that he's managed to change from his eccentric personality to his current approachable and humane self, given the psychological issues he's developed from repeatedly facing dangerous situations. However, and Xingyun was still very worried. She had been afraid that Suqing's long-standing aloofness from women was because he preferred men, especially after the housekeeper's words. That's why she arranged for someone to serve Suqing. Xingyun frowned and glanced towards Suqing's bedroom door. Over the past few days, Suqing accepted everyone, from previously being averse to women to now enjoying their company daily. I really don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Xingyun was truly afraid that Suqing's body couldn't take it and she'd collapse on the bed. She looked at Suqing worriedly. Yeah, Mom knows, but Xinger, you should go to the family doctor for a checkup regularly. Don't delay. Usually exercise restraint. Even though he is her own son, as a mother, she is still embarrassed to speak frankly about this kind of thing. She glanced at Butler Su, sat up straight, and spoke in a serious tone. Young master needs to rest well. Don't let them disturb him these next few days. Butler Su nodded and said, "Yes, ma'am." Suqing slowly walked towards Xingyun and seriously made up lies in her ear. Mom, actually I have a secret that I've kept to myself and never told you. Actually, a few days ago, I always liked men, cough, and Xingyun didn't drink any water, but she was so startled by Suqing's whispered secret that she felt as if she had choked on something. She was stunned for a long time before she suddenly realized that Suqing had been rescued by the Lin family and Li Tian had just happened to be there. However, Suqing still found an excuse to get his father to give the land to Li Tian, so that was his intention. And Xingyun's usually composed face showed a hint of fear as she looked at Suqing and said, "Xinger, you." Suqing sat up straight and spoke frankly and openly. Didn't they think he was gay? He had to give his mother a good scare. Don't worry, Mom, I've never been through this before. I don't understand matters of the heart. Now I'm pretty sure I'm straight. And Xingyun looked at him with concern and asked, "Really?" Suqing nodded, "Yeah." And Xingyun took Suqing's hand and gently stroked it. That's good, that's good. She turned to look at Butler Su and said in a low voice, "Pretend I didn't say anything. Continue with the arrangements as before." She turned back to look at Suqing, thought for a moment and said, "You're almost 20, you should find a proper girlfriend. Our company's rising star is about your age. He's your Uncle Lu's child. He comes from a good family, has good looks, and is a good person. Would you like to get to know him? I can invite your Uncle Lu and his family over for a visit sometime, and you can try getting to know them." Suqing smiled and said, "Mom, I'm only 20. There's no rush." Let's talk about it when we have time. He glanced towards the elevator. Mom, the reporters have all arrived, right?
It's not good to keep them waiting too long, they'll start saying our family is throwing our weight around. Chapter 36, Interview. A dozen or so people were standing in front of the Su family's luxurious European-style foyer. They would sometimes look at each other in bewilderment, and sometimes glance around at the staircases and elevators. A TV station employee wearing a black jacket asked the person next to him.
How long have we been waiting here?
The person being asked glanced at his watch.
TCH, 3:50, I've been waiting for almost 50 minutes.
Our station director and actor Su have some connections, yet they made us wait so long. The Su family really knows how to act like big shots. Shanwan heard their conversation, frowned, and quickly turned around and made a gesture to silence the two people. Brother Wang, brotherly, there are many people and many mouths, and the Su family itself is a big name. We finally got permission to come in for an interview, so let's not say anything out of line. Be careful not to let someone with ulterior motives over here. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the Su family servants and bodyguards standing beside her, and felt relieved when she found that they were not looking at her. The Su family is not to be trifled with. It wasn't easy for her to stay at this TV station, and she didn't want to offend the Su family, but as soon as she turned her head back, her eyes were filled with surprise. She seemed to have seen something. She quickly turned her head towards the Su family bodyguard, trying to see if she was seeing things. All she could see was an elevator door, with a few small steps leading down from it. On those steps, a pair of straight, slender legs were slowly descending. Wearing a finely ironed suit, trousers with a gold thread perfectly outlining the hem, it was filled with an atmosphere of asceticism. Shanwan looked up and saw this very tall young man with a distant yet polite smile on his lips. Above his straight nose were a pair of peach blossom eyes that were both carefree and affectionate. Her facial features were smooth and three-dimensional, and her hair was all gathered at the back of her head, with a few strands falling from her temples, looking loose and stylish. His handsome appearance made it seem as if everyone in the world was born to compliment him. Shanwan's throat was rolling. As a TV host, she had interviewed countless top male artists, but she had never seen a man as noble, charming, and beautiful as the one in front of her. Before she could recover from her shock, the young man had already walked up to them. The young man smiled brightly and nodded to the crowd.
I am Suqing.
I am very sorry to have kept you all waiting because of some personal matters.
Thank you for the kindness and attention from the various television stations. I am very honored to have this interview with you. Suqing's words really frightened everyone standing in the Su family's hallway. After all, Suqing's gloomy and withdrawn personality was well known to everyone, and how could these frontline workers fighting in the news industry not be aware of it? Although they complained that the Su family was acting like big shots, but before coming here, they had already prepared themselves to be treated coldly by the young master of the Su family. This politeness really made them feel flattered. Everyone stood there, stunned. A photographer who also looked confused looked at the camera in his hand, which had not been turned on yet, and pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. The photographer came to his senses and looked at Suqing's sunny attitude in front of him and immediately understood what he meant. Of course, it's about making a good impression in public. He slowly spoke to Suqing, apologetically, Young Master Su, I'm sorry, my camera wasn't on. Could you say it again? The photographer regretted his words a little afterward. It sounded like he was making the young master of the Su family put on an act again. Suqing, am I pretending that obviously? And why did you just say it out loud? The corners of Suqing's lips, which had unconsciously slid downwards, were quickly lifted up again by him, and his smile became even brighter as he narrowed his eyes. He gestured towards the sofa in the living room. No, everyone has been standing for so long. Please take a seat. What would you like to drink? Tea, juice, or carbonated drinks? The TV station people didn't dare to choose. They quickly waved their hands and said, No, we're not thirsty. That won't do.
Suqing smiled and turned to the servants gently. Prepare a little of everything and bring it over.
Yes, young master.
The two middle-aged ants nodded. Suqing walked directly to the main seat of the sofa, crossed his legs, and casually placed his hands on either side.
Underneath his custom-made suit was a black silk shirt.
He wasn't wearing a tie, and the top two buttons were loosely undone. As everyone knows, this was the first time the young master of the Su family had been interviewed. Not only was he not nervous at all, but he was also so generous and considerate. It turns out that the rumors were not credible. His noble and elegant demeanor surprised everyone present. Shanwan, especially, was captivated by Suqing's handsome appearance. She stood there stunned as Suqing spoke for so long, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes seemingly locked on Suqing, while her legs remained motionless. A colleague nudged her and whispered, "Shanwan, it's time for the interview."
Ah, I understand.
The Su family's living room is very large, easily accommodating dozens of people, but there is only one spot where Suqing's face is facing. The reporter squatted down in front of the coffee table in front of Suqing, afraid of blocking the cameras behind them. More than one TV station came, and reporters rushed to ask questions, all eager to get first-hand information as quickly as possible. The reporters were still somewhat afraid of the Su family, so when they asked questions, they didn't directly mention the kidnapping. They planned to start by asking questions that would put people at ease, and then proceed gradually.
Young Master Su, will you be entering the film industry? Young Master Su, do you think you resemble your father more or your mother more? Master Su, do you think the current workload is too heavy?
Suqing smiled helplessly. How come none of these people got to the point? He didn't want to answer any of these questions. Suddenly, a delicate oval face suddenly appeared in Suqing's sight, with a high and neat ponytail and a pair of almond-shaped eyes that were wide open and bright. Without blinking, he quickly asked, "Young Master Su, were you scared when you were kidnapped?" Her voice has a cool tone, a clear and resonant broadcasting style, and a touch of magnetism, making it very pleasant to listen to, but her question caused the living room to fall into complete silence. While everyone was curious about how the handsome young man on the sofa was coping with his predicament, this question was certainly intriguing, but who would dare? Even Suqing didn't expect that there would actually be a scapegoat, and a beautiful one at that. If Suqing hadn't seen the bewildered look on her face after asking the question, he would have thought this girl had come to make things difficult for him. But when he used his intermediate insight skill to take a look, he knew that the girl in front of him was just being unintentional. After all, a woman who has a good impression of him of 80 points is unlikely to want to deliberately make him unhappy. At most, she might want to attract his attention. As Suqing stared at her, as if only responding to her, "Of course I'm scared." Then Suqing glanced at the several cameras, bit her lip, and said with some difficulty, "Actually, as you all probably know, I was kidnapped when I was a child, which left me with many aftereffects. For example, I was afraid of the dark, quiet, and enclosed spaces, but I'm much better now." Everyone has to face their fears and heal themselves properly. Chapter 37, Exposure. 30 minutes ago, the Lin family home, the gym. Huff, hiss, Lin Sier was running on the treadmill, wearing light pink yoga pants. A few days ago, she revealed her feelings for Suqing in front of Leion. She didn't know if her words had deceived her father. What she knew was that for several days, Suqing's image had been constantly echoing in her mind. "I can't forget it even if I want to." She ran briskly on the treadmill, trying to relieve her longing for love through exercise. Huff, huff, she couldn't deceive herself. She truly had feelings for Suqing, but she also knew that the person she loved more was Leion. She wanted to erase Suqing from her mind as quickly as possible. She couldn't let Leion down, especially in the dead of night. She always felt cold all over, and she felt that she needed Suqing's warm body. That was an intimate gesture that Leion had never made before. Lin Sier's forehead was covered in sweat. She stopped the treadmill and leaned on the display panel, supporting herself with her elbows. She bit her lip tightly, her ears turning red from her thoughts. With a loud bang, the gym door opened from the outside, drawing Lin Sier's attention. Lin Sier was stunned. Standing at the door was Leion, who was covered in sweat. She called out weakly, "Brotherly Tion." Leion was panting heavily, his hands resting on his knees, looking extremely exhausted. He has obtained the information that Lang Yanfeng investigated, and he has also bribed the Su family's family doctor. However, on the way to the Lin family with the doctor, the car broke down. He was anxious to tell Lin Sier the news, so he got out of the car and ran for more than 20 minutes to get to the Lin family. Huff, huff, Leion calmed himself down and handed the few sheets of paper in his hand to Lin Sier. "Sure, you'll understand once you see how Suqing lied to you." Lin Sier's heart nearly stopped when she heard Leion utter Suqing's name. Hearing her fiancé reveal the person she had been hiding in her heart filled her with immense shame. Moreover, she didn't understand what Leion meant or what he was giving her. Lin Sier looked at the contents of those papers and was shocked as if struck by lightning. The IT clearly records the hospital records of the Su family finding a matching pair for Suqing several times, as well as the psychologist's treatment plan. Every word above proves that Suqing has psychological problems, and his refusal to accept treatment is his own choice, not because the Su family is powerless to help. Lin Sier's fingers trembled as she turned to the next page. Every word pierced her heart. If this were true, it would prove that Suqing had been lying to her all along. Leion pulled a voice recorder out of his pocket. I pressed the play button. The voices inside were those of two men. The content is as follows: the young master of the Su family never actively cooperates with treatment. His psychological problems are more serious than his physical problems. He is very gloomy and withdrawn.
Leion held Lin Sier's trembling hand and said excitedly.
Sier, the person who just spoke, was the Su family's family doctor.
My car has broken down.
They changed cars and are on their way. You can ask them yourself in a bit if you don't believe me. Lin Sier's heart was broken, but she tried to remain calm as she defended herself. Brother Leion, you don't need to tell me about his personality, or whether he wants treatment. I'm not very familiar with him.
Seal, can't you tell how he feels about you? And Leion pointed to the paper in his hand, a look of surprise and confusion flashing in his eyes. Is your attitude different from others?
When he smiles at you, I think the peach blossoms are in full bloom.
Can't you see? Lin Sier pinched her own palm hard with the hand behind her back.
Brother Leion, he treats you quite well too. Perhaps he isn't as bad-natured as the rumors suggest. After all, rumors are just rumors. Leion grabbed her hand and said anxiously, Sier, you didn't read it carefully. Do you know why neither of us, who went to the same school as him, remembers ever seeing him? I checked his classmates, and he always walks alone. He always wears a black mask in class, and he never talks to anyone in class. His family doctor said he was very brave and never showed weakness to anyone. He preferred cold and dark living environments. Sier, in everyone's eyes, he is like a cold-blooded animal. Don't you think his friendliness towards only the two of us was for ulterior motives? I already told you, Brother Leion, he's just expressing his gratitude to us. Besides, we're not even friends. She looked up at Leion, biting her lip, her voice trembling slightly. Why did you come to question me?
Leion held her arm.
Sier, I just want you to see what kind of person he is. Lin Sier pretended to be calm and said, Brother Leion, what kind of person he is has nothing to do with me. Leion licked his lips and gave a sarcastic smile. Sier, actually, the day my dad came, I turned back to find you. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I heard everything. Seal. I really hope I misheard. Lin Sier's eyes widened in shock. Leion, he heard it all, she said in a panic. Brother Leion, I don't like him, it's just sympathy, you believe me. Sier, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that although you are kind, you have never paid so much attention to the opposite sex. I'm afraid of Seal, I'm afraid you'll leave me, and now you know, there are matching donors in his family. His family sent such a big gift. Can you guess why? He smiled bitterly. Uncle Lin even changed the wedding date. He saw what Suqing meant. You really don't know? Lin Sier stammered as she explained, that's because things weren't going well. My dad, looking at the documents and her fiancé's words, Lin Sier could no longer defend Suqing or herself. She looked up and said solemnly, Brother Leion, I will ask my father to send the things back immediately. Brother Leion, you must believe me, I really don't have any feelings for him. Lin Sier was only halfway through her sentence. The Luochuan TV station, which was playing advertisements on the wall, suddenly switched to the scene of the Su family's living room. The camera was pointed directly at the handsome face that Lin Sier had been longing for day and night. He was sitting casually and confidently on a reddish-brown leather sofa, talking fluently to the camera. Leion glanced at the TV on the wall with disgust. He really wanted to pick up the barbell next to him and smash the TV to pieces, but, looking at Suqing's fake smile, he didn't intend to do anything rash, nor did he intend to turn off the TV. Yet he wanted Lin Sier to see, scene by scene, just how hypocritical Suqing really was. The sound from the television kept coming through. A female voice asked, Young Master Su, were you scared when you were kidnapped? On the television, Suqing smiled politely. Actually, as you all probably know, I was kidnapped when I was a child. It left behind many aftereffects. For example, I was afraid of the dark, quiet, and enclosed spaces, but I'm much better now. Everyone needs to confront their fears and heal themselves properly. A man's voice asked, Young Master Su, I've heard that you've always been quite aloof, cold, and gloomy. Is that true? Are you just trying to appease the media with your current attitude? Despite her provocative words, Suqing remained remarkably friendly. As Suqing's lips parted slowly, a hint of bitterness in them. To be honest, I didn't really like socializing before, not because I was aloof, actually, although I grew up in such a big family, many people may envy me, but because of my unfortunate experiences, I lack something compared to others. To be precise, it's probably an inferiority complex. I used to not like communicating with others much. Chapter 38, Seeking help from the public. On the television screen, Suqing lowered her head slightly, her eyes reddening. She looked like she was about to burst into tears, her slightly trembling lips suggesting she was holding back her emotions. Even the most aggressive reporters were starting to lose patience with asking this ill-fated young master more questions. Suqing raised her head, her dark, bright eyes staring at the camera, the light in her eyes like a flowing galaxy. He said slowly, "But a woman told me, don't talk about yourself like that. She encouraged me and said she would help me. So I want to take a step forward and try to treat life better." Although the reporters' expressions couldn't be seen on the television screen, the sudden silence suggested they were all quite surprised and bewildered. One of the women asked curiously, "Excuse me, Master Su, who is that person?" Suqing's gaze flickered for a moment as he faced the camera, then he paused and spoke, that person is my mother and Qingyun." The reporters present echoed each other without a doubt, believing that the person who could help the young man regain his spirits was his mother. But, at this moment, Lin Sier, who was in front of the TV, looked bewildered and confused. Those words were clearly said by her. She remembers that day at the villa, Suqing fainted from exhaustion and lay on the bed. She said that, "Don't talk about yourself like that." She glanced at Li Tian's clenched fist and felt a little embarrassed for a moment, not knowing who to trust. She should have unconditionally believed Li Tian if she hadn't seen the footage on TV. Lin Sier took a few deep breaths, struggled internally for a while, and then said to Li Tian, "Brother Li Tian, I believe you. I will never have any contact with him again. I was too sympathetic before, and I misjudged him. Let's go. I don't want to watch TV anymore." Lin Sier's hand was pinched so hard by her that a bloody mark was left on her back. It wasn't that she didn't want to look anymore, she just couldn't bear to look any longer. Li Tian's chest heaved vigorously as he watched the hypocritical man on TV deceive his fiancée into that state. He wished he could tear Suqing to pieces with his own hands. He wanted Lin Sier to see Suqing's hypocritical face completely, so that Lin Sier would gradually hate and despise Suqing. Li Tian felt very relieved. Finish reading and see how many hypocritical masks he wears. Lin Sier tried to steady her breathing as she watched the scenes unfold on the screen. As she listened to the new questions posed by the reporter on the screen, her heart raced, practically leaping into her throat. "Young Master Su, given your family's abundant resources and extensive connections, is the reason why you haven't been able to find a kidney donor for over a decade, as the rumors suggest?" Suqing frowned in confusion and pointed at himself. "The rumored me? What is it like?" Reporter, rumor has it that you have been refusing to cooperate with treatment and have repeatedly rejected the matching genes your parents found for you. Suqing on the screen was seen smiling in astonishment, and that smile fully reflected astonishment, shock, helplessness, and bitterness. Suqing spread his hands and said helplessly, "How could that be? People's opinions are truly terrifying." He paused, then shook his head weakly. He slowly raised his head, as if mustering up great courage. "Actually, no one wants to expose their scars to others. Let me tell you the truth, reporters here and viewers in front of the screen. The reason I'm giving this interview today is, besides, because the public outcry over this kidnapping case is so great, and I want to reassure everyone. Another reason is." Suqing took out an A4 sheet of paper from her suit pocket, unfolded it, and held it up in front of the camera. The photographer also very appropriately moved the lens toward the paper. Suqing, who was blocked behind that piece of paper, spoke sincerely, but with a hint of disappointment and helplessness. "This is a record of my failed attempts to find a match in recent years, including at large hospitals in China and hospitals abroad. Failure after failure is really discouraging, so today, in front of the national audience, I would like to ask for your help. If anyone has the means to find a kidney donor, the Su family will offer a generous reward." The contents of that piece of paper appeared very clearly on the screen. The medical records, hospital departments, treatment details, and consultation times were all written down clearly. Lin Sier didn't know what her mood was at the moment. Her mind was blank as she listened to Suqing asking for help from millions of viewers. Suqing, a young master from a prestigious family who grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, is now dissecting his wounds and asking millions of people for help. Suqing is pretending, even if what Li Tian said is true, and the information he found is true. Suqing was so embarrassed that he lied to the whole country and even the whole world just to win her favor. Impossible, this is absolutely an impossible idea. Moreover, in just a few days, Li Tian would secretly investigate Suqing without letting Suqing know. How could Suqing possibly have the foresight to produce such a detailed report? But Lin Sier also became suspicious of one thing. She had clearly promised Suqing to help him find a kidney donor, so why would Suqing be willing to do such a shameful thing? Don't believe in yourself, girls are always thoughtful, and she suddenly realized she hadn't replied to the messages Suqing had sent her a few days ago because she was preoccupied. Moreover, she had not yet had the chance to tell Suqing that her father had promised to find a kidney donor for her, so, maybe. Lin Sier instantly understood the thoughts of the lonely man in front of the screen. As Suqing thought he wouldn't help her, just like he said before. That he would treat it as a joke and not ask her for help again, not wanting to make things difficult for her, which is why he didn't hesitate to lose face in front of millions of people. Lin Sier gripped her inner thigh tightly, trying to use the pain to cover up and soothe her chaotic state of mind. She bit her lip, trying hard to suppress the powerless cry that wanted to escape her lips at that moment. Lin Sier was filled with self-loathing. She had given him hope, only to shatter it, all because of her own little secret. Standing next to her, Lei'Tian's expression was also like a roller coaster. The initial feelings of simple resentment have been tinged with surprise and confusion. With his extensive network and meticulous mind, how could Liang Yanfeng's investigation be wrong? Besides, how could Suqing possibly have foreseen the future during a secret investigation, especially when Lei'Tian saw the distressed expression on Lin Sier's face, which she tried hard to endure but still revealed? He was completely confused for a moment. Lei'Tian rushed up to Lin Sier, grabbed her shoulders with both hands, stared intently at her, and hurriedly spoke. Sier, we have been together for so long. When have I ever lied to you, Seal? You have to believe me. Lin Sier looked at Lei'Tian, biting her lip, and said with difficulty. Brother Lei'Tian, we've known each other for over 10 years, of course I trust you. Looking into her evasive eyes and listening to her evasive responses, Lei'Tian fully understood the question in her heart, and he interrupted her. He is an extremely treacherous person. Even if he didn't know about the investigation beforehand, it wasn't to gain your sympathy. But when he's being interviewed or facing the audience, he's definitely doing it for the sake of popularity. The information he presented must be fake. He's just trying to gain fans and play the emotional card with the audience. Chapter 39, a counterplot. Lei'Tian was too anxious. Seeing Lin Sier's hesitant expression, he was extremely anxious. His words, let alone being unconvincing to Lin Sier, who would believe that the sole heir who owns half of the entertainment industry needs to resort to such attention-grabbing methods to gain popularity. Lei'Tian's words truly sounded like he was deliberately picking a fight and trying to smear someone. Lin Sier nodded nonetheless. It was true that she had feelings for Suqing, but her love for Lei'Tian was ingrained in her bones. Looking at Lei'Tian's anxious look, she felt guilty and distressed. After struggling for a long time, she said, Brother Lei'Tian, I believe you. I trust what you gave me. Let's just consider it a show. Let's go. At this moment, Lei'Tian felt a sense of fear in his heart. Suqing is truly cunning. If Lin Sier continues to watch, it might backfire. He took Lin Sier's hand and led her out. The journey was not far, but as Suqing's well-spoken interview on the screen continued, Lei'Tian felt increasingly heavy-hearted. Just as the two of them reached the gym door and were about to step out, suddenly, a chaotic chorus of screams erupted from the only sound source in the gym. The screams of the dozen or so people who appeared together were so shrill that it was hard not to attract people's attention. The people from the source of the sound were shouting the same person in unison. Master Su, what's wrong with you? Master Su, please wake up. Master Su. The penetrating shout made Lei'Tian and Lin Sier turn around to look. Just seeing Suqing, who had been sitting upright on the sofa, talking freely and looking energetic, was now lying on the cold tiles under the sofa with his eyes closed. He remained motionless despite the repeated calls from the reporters in front of him and the servants in his home. An Qingyun, who had never appeared before, suddenly appeared in front of the screen. She nervously dragged Suqing's arm, put her arm around his shoulders, and shouted to the servant beside her. Call the doctor. Go. Go call someone. Before the person in Qingyun called could go and call a doctor, another servant appeared in the camera. She was panicked and frightened, stammering, Madam, the doctor at home is missing. And Qingyun's elegant and noble face was filled with terror as if the sky had collapsed. Her empty eyes were captured by the camera. She spoke slowly, her voice trembling, filled with helplessness and suppressed anger. An Qingyun's hand blocked the camera. Stop filming, stop filming. Hurry, send Qinger to the hospital. After the TV screen went black, it immediately switched to a light-hearted snack advertisement, but Lei'Tian and Lin Sier, who were standing there in a daze, were both feeling incredibly heavy-hearted. Sier, you don't believe him. Before Lei'Tian could finish his words, a servant from the Lin family walked towards the two of them and bowed to them. Young Master Li, your two guests have arrived and are currently in the lobby on the first floor. These two guests, Leion and Lin Sier, both knew this very well. It was the family doctor that Qing had just called out for as if she was crying for help. Leion held Lin Sier's hand very tightly at this moment, and he was very nervous. Lin Sier used the hand that he wasn't holding to pry Leon's fingers apart one by one. She frowned, her chest heaving with unusual excitement. Lin Sier looked at him with a "you've ruined him" look for a long time before saying that.
Leion, I'm tired.
I want to go back and rest. When Lin Sier walked away, Leion quickly grabbed her arm and said, Sier. She paused for a moment, then shook her arm and broke free from him.
Let's talk about this another day.
Compared to Lin Sier's inner turmoil, heartache, and confusion, there is also Leon's grief and loss at this moment. The young man who was being supported by several people on a cold tile was in a good mood. Suqing, who had been expressionless, suddenly smiled faintly. I heard that expectant voice in my head. Ding. The heroine Lin Sier's favorability increased by 5 points.
Ding.
The host has successfully altered the basic course of the plot. The villain's luck has increased by 1000. Ding, the host has successfully changed the basic direction of the plot, and the villain's points have increased by 2000. The favorability was a little low, but Suqing was not discouraged. After all, it is well known that the levels of the game become more difficult as you progress. Suqing was carried by a group of people to the RV at home, and all the chaotic sounds around him came into his ears. Qingyun also got into the car. She didn't bring any servants with her.
When closing the RV door, she shouted loudly to the driver Zhang Ziyuan. Quick! Send the young master to the private hospital in the city center.
It was an urgent trill, very loud. It sounded so loudly that it didn't seem like the message was being addressed solely to the driver. It seemed more like it was intended for the reporters outside the car to hear. Of course, no one would doubt that a mother who was worried about her son's life is acting at this moment, even if that's true. With a bang, the RV's door was slammed shut inside the RV with anti-peeping film. Suqing, who was originally too weak to open his eyes, was slowly getting up. He smiled brightly at Qingyun. Thank you, Mom, for cooperating with me. Suqing had thought of a countermeasure to this situation a few days ago. Otherwise, how could Leion have so easily summoned their family doctor and found Suqing's information? He had already made a detailed medical record and bribed all the medical staff mentioned in his record. They were just waiting for Leion to reveal his medical history and his twisted psychology to Lin Sier. Qingyun patted her son's shoulder, and the panic and helplessness on her face were gone. She chuckled softly.
Mom's acting is pretty good, isn't it? Suqing smiled, and asked in a slightly coquettish tone, Mom, you're a movie queen, aren't you?
By the way, Xinger, you mentioned earlier that someone was going to expose some dirt on you.
Have you found out who it is? Which entertainment company's paparazzi is he?
I'll send someone to silence him right now. And Qingyun asked. Suqing raised his eyebrows, smiled, and said nonchalantly, It's okay, Mom. There's no need to look for him.
It's just an entertainment tabloid, and now nobody believes him anymore.
Chapter 40, Visiting the Sick. The Su family mansion was located in the city center, not far from their destination. He leaned back lazily in his chair, his interlaced knuckles making a crisp sound. He opened a brand new, custom-made book in his mind. According to Suqing, the main plot remains unchanged, but 2 hours later, a woman will appear before him, weeping bitterly. His previously closed eyes curved slightly upwards, and a smile played on his lips. Another good show was about to begin. 7:30 in the evening, dark, thick clouds pressed down on the sky, and the raindrops joined together like a large net. Thousands of silvery raindrops clung to the windows of the VIP ward in the downtown private hospital, casting a gloomy atmosphere over the already dim and gloomy room. Especially noteworthy is that 5 doctors in white coats were gathered around the bed in the center of the ward. Nodding to the handsome man on the bed, Suqing leaned on the pillow of the hospital bed and glanced at the window with a gloomy look through the gap between the 2 doctors on the right. He gestured to the people beside him and spoke slowly in a low, hoarse voice. Lower the hospital bed, we can begin. The 5 doctors nodded and said, Yes, young Master Su. The Su family invested in this hospital, and the doctors they selected were all tight-lipped to following Suqing's instructions. The group quickly lowered the hospital bed, turned on all the sophisticated medical equipment in the ward, and then left the ward. At that moment, the woman for whom Suqing had planned the whole scheme had just gotten out of the car at the hospital entrance. Lin Sier was anxious, and her face was filled with worry. Even worse than the weather, the driver's side door of the Maybach opened quickly, and a bodyguard in a smart suit rushed over to Lin Sier. quickly opening an umbrella and holding it above her head.
Miss, it's raining, please don't get wet.
The hospital gate is surrounded by a circle of stone piers and is more than 200 meters away from the parking area. Judging from the intensity of the rain, Lin Sier should indeed go with an umbrella. The fine and heavy rain was falling rapidly on her face and body, but given her current mood, she couldn't care less about the weather. Lin Sier turned her head and glanced at the bodyguard, then waved her hand at the umbrella that was held out to her and said crisply, "No need." Following the hospital's signs, she learned that the VIP ward was on the 5th floor. She came to the elevator and saw a display screen that had been stuck on the 5th floor. 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. Lin Sier's heart seemed to freeze, just like the stopped elevator. She glanced at the safe and accessible door next to her. With a bang, Lin Sier opened the door and ran upstairs 2 steps at a time. Although she has good physical fitness, the high-intensity running without warming up makes her originally beautiful figure look a little embarrassed. Lin Sier was out of breath when she ran to the 5th floor. She adjusted her breathing a few times and looked around at Suqing's ward. The lobby on the 5th floor of the hospital is very large, and the strong smell of disinfectant fills the air. The dazzling incandescent light seemed a bit cold in the quiet environment. Fortunately, the entire floor had a simple layout, with the wards distributed on both sides of the hall. She immediately saw 2 bodyguards standing at the door of a ward deep in the corridor. The nurse on duty at the front desk on the 5th floor saw Lin Sier, who looked like a drowned rat, and politely asked her, "Who are you looking for?" Lin Sier waved her hand and casually replied, "I know the ward." Then she quickly walked towards the ward where the 2 bodyguards were stationed. The bodyguards hired by the Su family were all members of the Lin family. The 2 neatly dressed bodyguards at the door of the ward naturally recognized their eldest daughter. But the 2 of them did not let Lin Sier go. They stretched out their arms at the same time, forming an X shape. Lin Sier, who was already anxious, was stopped outside by the 2 men. She could only see Suqing lying inside through the transparent glass on the ward door. Lin Sier had good eyesight and clearly saw that Suqing's originally handsome face had turned pale. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, and I couldn't tell if it was because of a nightmare or the pain from the illness. The back of his hand was covered with white medical tape, and a thin 4 tube was connected to it and extended to a hook in the ceiling. Hanging on it were 3 or 5 bottles of unknown liquid that had not yet been injected into the body. Lin Sier's pupils constricted as she glared at the 2 bodyguards standing in front of the door. She bit her lip, and her voice, though she tried to control it, still betrayed her anger.
"Don't you know who I am?"
Behind the bodyguard's dark sunglasses, his eyes were firm and indifferent. The 2 of them did not give in at all because the person standing in front of them was their own young lady. The 2 nodded slightly. "Madam has ordered that no one be allowed into the ward." One of the reasons why the Lin family's security group is so renowned is that once hired, they will be completely obedient to their employers and will sign a confidentiality agreement with their employers. It is obvious that the 2 people in front of Lin Sier are very qualified bodyguards, she sighed. She naturally knew very well the people trained by her family. Lin Sier said softly, "Okay, I understand. You did a great job." She was too hasty, otherwise, she wouldn't have used her identity to get the security personnel who had already been dispatched to let her pass. Lin Sier looked at Suqing through the door and felt that the distance between them, separated by just one door, was like a Milky Way. Actually, even if she went inside, she wouldn't know what to say or do to Suqing, who was unconscious. But at this moment, an idea seemed to grow uncontrollably in her mind. It would be good to be able to see Suqing more closely, to be able to get one more step closer to him. The crisp sound of heels hitting the ground came right into Lin Sier's ears. She turned her head and saw a woman walking from the lobby into the depths of the corridor. The newcomer was dressed elegantly and gracefully in a light white cheongsam with simple and elegant patterns on the fabric, and reddish-brown low-soled leather shoes, exuding a strong sense of the Republic of China era. Following behind him was a middle-aged woman in white cloth, the standard attire of a household attendant, and another one in a smart suit, with a calm and composed look on her dignified face. She was a bodyguard. Although the lights in the corridor were dim, Lin Sier recognized the person in front of her as Suqing's mother and Qingyun. Based on their posture and temperament, the Lin family and the Su family have been on good terms for many years, so Lin Sier must know her. Lin Sier's eagerness had completely overwhelmed her shyness, and she walked confidently towards Qingyun. "Aunt, I saw Suqing fainted on TV, so I thought of coming over to see him." Chapter 41, I will take good care of Suqing. And Qingyun was not surprised to see Lin Sier at the hospital. On the way to the hospital today, Suqing had already told her that Lin Sier would be coming. As Suqing didn't elaborate on the reason, and Qingyun didn't ask any further questions. She was a woman who doted on her son, especially since he had repeatedly encountered misfortune, and she had long since spoiled him rotten. She didn't care what women Suqing associated with, or whether sending gifts to the Lin family was actually an attempt to marry Lin Sier. She was already very satisfied as long as her son didn't develop homosexual tendencies and his mindset became more and more sunny and cheerful. An Qingyun smiled warmly, took Lin Sier's arm, and led her into the ward.
Talking as they walked. It's great that you can come to see Qinger.
And Qingyun turned to her subordinates and said, leave the insulated lunchboxes on the table, and you can wait outside, yes. The door to the ward was closed from the outside. Lin Sier and Qingyun stood by the bedside, looking at Suqing, who was unconscious on the bed and Qingyun's side, and a hint of vicissitude appeared on her originally delicate face that did not show her age. She ran her fingers across Suqing's cheek and said with heartache, Qinger hasn't woken up since this afternoon. I just got home and asked the kitchen to make some nutritious meals. I thought Qinger would wake up when I got back. Lin Sier stared intently at Suqing's pale face. Suqing is a lucky person, he will definitely get better. Even she herself didn't know whether she was comforting Qingyun or comforting herself. Oh, yes, Qinger will definitely get better. Quite a few people came to see Qinger in the afternoon, but they were all people who were on good terms with the Su family and business partners. They're all here because of the Su family's reputation. And Qingyun paused for a moment, then turned to look at Lin Sier and said with relief, Sier,
you are the only one who came to visit him because of Qinger.
Well, some of the rumors circulating outside are actually true. Qinger used to be very withdrawn and always alone. You are his only friend. He told me that the reason he survived his kidnapping was because you gave him hope. Qingyun took Lin Sier's hand and spoke softly.
Auntie, thank you so much.
If it weren't for your constant encouragement and care for Qinger, he would never have had the determination to live life to the fullest. The person Qinger thanked during the interview should be you, right? After all, his aunt hadn't told him those things. He hadn't had any contact with other girls either, although when Qingyun used a questioning tone, her expression showed no sign of doubt. It was practically telling her that the person Suqing was thanking in front of millions of viewers was you. Lin Sier couldn't help but feel a little shy after Suqing's mother said that to her, while she was pondering for a long time without saying a word. She noticed that there were many fruit baskets and skincare products on the table next to the wall. Seeing those things made Lin Sier feel even more ashamed. She had come under the pretense of visiting Suqing, and Anton had mistaken her for Suqing's friend, but she came empty-handed. Lin Sier lowered her head slightly. I didn't help him much. We encouraged each other, and he was very strong and protected me.
We are very good friends.
I'm so sorry, Auntie, I forgot to bring anything and came empty-handed. Suqing was a man of deep thought, and Qingyun couldn't understand whether his intentions towards Lin Sier were romantic feelings or if he truly considered Lin Sier a friend. However, looking at the beautiful girl in front of her, with large raindrops hanging on her head and clothes, she felt a genuine fondness for Lin Sier because of her eagerness. Qingyun took a few sheets of paper from the table next to her and patted them on Lin Sier's wet hair. Qinger has plenty of those things that aren't important, the sentiment is what matters most. Seal, you're such a good girl. Although Lin Sier had met Qingyun many times before, they had always maintained a polite and courteous relationship. So Qingyun thanked her and praised her, and gently dried her hair, making Lin Sier even more embarrassed. Moreover, Lin Sier suddenly had a very terrifying thought: having a mother-in-law like Qingyun would be wonderful. She's beautiful, elegant, and gentle. This thought caused Lin Sier's slightly startled cheeks to quickly flush red, and she hurriedly said, Auntie, I can do it myself. After saying that, she quickly grabbed a few sheets of paper from the table and wiped herself down. There were 2 small chairs next to the hospital bed, and Lin Sier and Qingyun sat there and chatted for a while. There was no barrier between them when they sat close to the hospital bed. Suqing was still not awake. Lin Sier felt extremely awkward sitting with such an elder. Her hands, which were in her pockets, were practically tearing holes in her clothes. Her beautiful face was filled with mixed emotions. Qinger, it looks like he won't wake up today. And Qingyun glanced out the window and then said to Lin Sier, it's getting late, and it's raining heavily outside. Auntie will take you home, Aunt. Lin Sier bit her lip. She realized that Qingyun was not only seeing her off, but that Qingyun herself was also leaving. She glanced at Suqing, who was lying motionless on the bed, and felt a mix of emotions. Lin Sier's fingers, which were in her pocket, gripped the lining inside her clothes even tighter, and she said slowly, Auntie, is someone taking care of him? She glanced again at the nearly empty drip, her eyes filled with even more conflict. There are bodyguards at the door, and I'll also leave a servant here. Don't worry, Sier, they'll take good care of Qinger, and Xingyun, after all, had been navigating the complex entertainment industry for many years, as well as the social circles of various wealthy women. Everyone there was cunning and shrewd. So she glanced at Lin Sier's expression and immediately saw through the girl's little scheme. And Xingyun sighed and paused. Auntie's heart isn't very good, so she can't stay up late. Why don't you stay here and take care of Qinger? Your Uncle Su has gone to another city, otherwise, Auntie wouldn't want Qinger to have no close relatives or friends around her. And Xingyun shook her head dejectedly, put her hand on Lin Sier's arm, and prepared to help her get up. Lin Sier, her face a mixture of emotions, looked up at Xingyun as if she had made a great decision. Auntie, I'll stay and take care of Suqing. Just as Lin Sier was about to add some more high-sounding words, she saw in Xingyun's eyes fill with surprise and delight as she quickly exclaimed, okay. And Xingyun took Lin Sier's hand and found a good excuse for her. Qinger, I'm so happy to have such a good friend like you. With you here, I feel much more at ease. Lin Sier was stunned for a long time. Looking at Xingyun's gratified expression, her inner defenses also relaxed a lot. Lin Sier was glad that Xingyun hadn't discovered her little secret feelings for Suqing. Yes. Good friend, she didn't wrong anyone. She was worried about Suqing, so she came to visit her. Her longing for Suqing must be because she considered Suqing a good friend. Lin Sier seemed to have used this excuse to calm her inner turmoil considerably. She nodded obediently to Xingyun and said it in a generous manner. Auntie, I will take good care of Suqing. Chapter 42, The Five Senses. After Xingyun left, Lin Sier sat back down beside the bed. She had no experience in taking care of people, and there were servants at home who usually served her. At this very moment, aside from quietly watching Suqing from the side, she couldn't think of anything else to do. She braced herself on the side of the hospital bed with both hands, her eyes fixed on Suqing's face. Apart from Suqing, she had never seen anyone so beautiful. Even though he was wearing a hospital gown and his face was pale, he still looked dazzling. The hospital gown wasn't fully buttoned, the two buttons on the chest were loosely undone, revealing the smooth, clear curves of her collarbone and her fair, firm skin. Watching the chest, barely concealed by the hospital gown, rise and fall slowly, Lin Sier's heart couldn't help but beat a little faster. She suddenly realized something, stood up, and walked towards the table. Suqing, who had been lying in bed pretending to be asleep for a long time, peeked in the direction of the footsteps, and quickly closed his eyes again just as Lin Sier was about to turn around. A moment later, as the footsteps slowly approached him, he felt a wet touch on his lips. It was as if she was moistening his lips with a cotton swab dipped in water. At this moment, Suqing was a little nervous, his heart racing as he waited for Lin Sier to do what she was going to do next. In fact, as a prophet, Suqing felt he shouldn't have such feelings, but how can the sensory experience of reading the entire text in one's mind, with its densely packed words, compare to putting it into practice, especially since Suqing's eyes are currently tightly closed? Of the five senses, sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch, one is missing. The hazy grayness before my eyes greatly enhanced my senses. He smelled the disinfectant in the ward, as well as the scent of rain mixed with perfume emanating from Lin Sier. Listened to the sound of rain hitting the window pane. Besides, the delicate, soft fingertips gently caressed his cheek and traced a path down his neck, a very gentle, warm, and careful touch, as if afraid of waking him. It felt like the tingling, ticklish sensation of a feather landing on your skin. The reason Suqing's heart was racing was not just because of the gentle touch. He knew Lin Sier wouldn't do anything excessive. He felt more like he had been pleased by her, the little secret she held in her heart that she cherished so dearly. Lin Sier's fingers traced from his cheek down to the unbuttoned area of his chest. Suqing was a secret in her heart, yet she couldn't help but get closer to her. She could only get closer to him, and then a little closer, when Suqing was not in a conscious state, in order to fill the longing deep in her heart. In other situations, however, he simply acts as his friend. Her feelings were cautious. She was afraid that Suqing would suddenly wake up and know her secret, but she couldn't help but linger on the warmth of Suqing's body. Moreover, she felt ashamed that she had two men in her heart at the same time. In the quiet room, a soft, lingering voice drifted out. Suqing, you need to get better soon. After saying that, Lin Sier sat back down on the small chair and took a nap by Suqing's bedside. Time passes by every second. Suqing no longer wanted to pretend. He was going to find a better way to wake up. He was made of flesh and blood, not a cold-blooded machine, so of course he was touched by Lin Sier's feelings, but the fact that he got up because of this matter probably only accounts for 1%. The root cause is, his hand, which was injecting glucose to look like he was doing it, is now very painful. As if the blood is flowing back in, Suqing was speechless, while Lin Sier was busy showing him her girlish infatuation. She didn't even notice that his foredrip was finished. Suddenly, a rapid, trembling sound echoed through the ward. Cough, 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 no, please don't come any closer, no. Please don't kill me, please, let me go. Lin Sier was startled awake by the sound beside her. She quickly looked toward the source of the sound. The twisted and painful expression on Suqing's face made her heart tighten. Suqing must be dreaming about being kidnapped when she was a child. Suqing, don't be afraid, it's alright, you're safe now. Lin Sier quickly got up, took Suqing's hand, and looked at his expression, trying to call him back from that nightmare. As Suqing slowly opened her eyes, blinking rapidly a few times, as if she wasn't used to the light. He hesitated in a low, hoarse voice, Sister? Lin Sier frowned, looking at Suqing with a mixture of anxiety and heartache. Yes, I'm here. Sister, what brings you here? Suqing suddenly bit her lip, trying to get up, when her right hand suddenly twitched. He then let out an ah. His expression grew increasingly pained. My hand hurts so much. Lin Sier then realized. Suqing's needle was still stuck in her hand, and blood was already seeping back through the foretube. I'll pull it out for you. As Lin Sier removed the syringe, Suqing breathed a sigh of relief. He never dreamed that after transmigrating, he wouldn't be suppressed to death by the male lead, but would almost be killed by the female lead. I'm so sorry, Suqing, I completely forgot about it. Lin Sier lowered her head slightly, feeling ashamed and remorseful. She had stayed to take care of Suqing, but she hadn't accomplished anything. Suqing pressed her hand to the back of her hand and smiled warmly at Lin Sier. It's all right, sister. I'm already very happy that you came to see me. It's good that you don't blame me. We're friends. I saw you faint on TV, so I came over. Suqing stared intently at Lin Sier's half-damp hair, then glanced down at the lingering rain stains on her black trench coat. Sister Sier, why are your hair and clothes all wet outside? Before Lin Sier could finish speaking, Suqing glanced at the window and suddenly realized. Ah! It's raining outside. Yes, it's raining outside. Sister Sier, why didn't you bring an umbrella? Didn't your driver bring you here? Suqing asked the question knowingly, but her eyes remained fixed on Lin Sier, filled with concern and doubt. Lin Sier hesitated and said, It wasn't raining when I went out, and the family driver had finished get off work. Suqing chuckled inwardly. So even their family's 24/7 driver got off work. Sister, you must be cold, right? Suqing glanced at himself, then looked around the room and finally spotted a coat rack by the door, which he pointed to. Sister, my coat is hanging over there. You can wear mine, or you'll catch a cold. No need, I'm not that cold. Upon hearing this, Suqing tried to get out of bed, but her exhausted body made her movements slow and difficult. Lin Sier quickly pressed Suqing's shoulder and pushed him back down. I'll put it on and get it myself. You just lie still and don't move around. Chapter 43, Suqing helps a family reunite. Suqing leaned against the pillow behind her, half sitting and half lying down, and his gaze fell on Lin Sier at the door, watching her take off her coat with her back to him, revealing only a light pink silk nightgown underneath. The fabric was extremely form-fitting, with two straps that looked as if they would break at the slightest touch, outlining her delicate shoulders. Before Suqing could admire it for long, Lin Sier had already put Suqing's suit jacket on it. The suit jacket was a bit too big on Lin Sier, hanging loosely, especially since the front of the jacket had a V-neck slit. But judging from the way she walked back to Suqing so confidently, she obviously didn't notice. She pointed to the lunchbox on the table. Suqing, are you hungry? Auntie left some nutritious food for you. Would you like to have some? Suqing twitched the corners of her mouth, awkwardly blinked a few times at Lin Sier, then quickly looked away from Lin Sier, her gaze casually falling on something else. Sister, my clothes seem a bit too big for you, could you adjust them a little? Suqing, who had her back to Lin Sier, reached out and scratched the back of her head a few times, saying embarrassedly, Sister, I am an adult man after all. You make me. Suqing's acting was superb, from her restrained tone and the quick, almost obtuse, gestures to her hair, coupled with her incredibly blunt words. Lin Sier glanced at the front of her clothes, and her face instantly turned red as if blood was about to drip out. She was in a hurry to go out today and only wore a thin nightgown. She hadn't thought much about it when she changed her coat, but she felt that her actions at that moment were like deliberately seducing Suqing. Lin Sier quickly pulled her coat tighter and awkwardly made a nasal hum. Suqing smiled playfully, then turned away with an innocent expression. He licked his lips and helped Lin Sier change the subject.
Sister, I'm hungry.
There was no mirror in front of Lin Sier. The only thing that reflected her image was Suqing's obsidian-like eyes. Her throat rolled, and the bewitching voice in her ear made her subconsciously feel that Suqing didn't want to eat the food, but her Suqing frowned.
Sister? What are you thinking about? And nothing, sister, can you feed me?
Suqing shook her hand, which had been stitched, and frowned slightly.
My hand hurts a little. If it's inconvenient, then forget it. It's fine, it's convenient.
After saying that, she lifted up the small dining table on Suqing's bed, held her clothes with one hand, and placed the food in the thermal lunchbox on it one by one with the other hand. She called out to Suqing one by one, "Which one do you want to eat first?" "There are red date porridge, millet porridge, eggs, custard buns and osmanthus cakes." "Let's have red date porridge," Suqing suggested. Huff, huff, Lin Sier blew on it carefully a few times and brought the spoon to Suqing's mouth.
"It's not hot anymore, eat it."
Suqing took a sip of porridge. When Lin Sier filled the second spoonful, she brought the spoon towards Suqing's lips. The two were very close. Suqing opened his mouth slightly, and just before he was about to take a sip of the porridge and the spoon, he raised his eyes to meet hers and said with a chuckle,
"Sister, it's delicious."
Lin Sier was stunned for a moment and said, "The chef at your home should know your taste." Suqing smiled brightly, even the corners of her eyes curved.
"Sister, I'm not talking about taste. I'm saying that the food you feed me is delicious."
Cough, cough. Suqing's blunt words made Lin Sier, who had no food in her mouth, feel as if she had choked. The good intentions in his words were so obvious that they were as intimate as those of lovers. She was speechless for a long time, stunned with her back to Suqing. Lin Sier listened to Suqing's stumbling and awkward voice slowly sounding behind her.
Sister, don't misunderstand.
I don't have many friends, and no one has ever been so nice to me. The only woman who has ever taken care of me is my mother. I don't really know how to express gratitude to my friends. I just felt that since you took care of me, I should say something nice to you. Did I say something wrong?"
"I'm sorry, sister, I knew it. I just don't know how to get along with people."
Suqing's low, pleasant voice made it clear to anyone that the owner of the voice was a grown man, but every word he said sounded so innocent and naive that Lin Sier suddenly remembered what Qing Yun had said in the hospital room. Suqing is always alone. She has no friends. She felt even more distressed and ladled out another spoonful of porridge. Lin Sier turned around and said to him in a generous manner, "It's okay.
Nothing is too much between friends. Come on, let's eat."
Suqing thought to herself,
playing the victim works so well on Lin Sier. Suqing, seeing Lin Sier's sincere and natural expression, did not relax.
He nervously fiddled with his hair and gave her a puzzled yet innocent look. He bit his lip and said slowly, "Sister,
you take care of me."
Brotherly Tian, won't he be angry? You didn't reply to my messages for the past few days, and I thought, he told you not to talk to me anymore. I don't want you two to have a falling out because of me. Brotherly Tian doesn't seem to like it when you're nice to me." Suqing's disappointed tone was like a needle piercing Lin Sier's heart. It turned out that Suqing really thought that he had ignored him, so he did not hesitate to take off his pride and ask for help from the audience across the country. A few days ago, Lin Sier tried to make up a plausible reason to explain why she didn't reply to Suqing, but she couldn't bear to lie to Suqing. She swallowed her meaningless excuse and looked at Suqing seriously. "I will reply to your messages as soon as possible from now on. Also, my dad has already promised me he'll find you a kidney donor. Everything will be alright.
You don't need to ask anyone else for help anymore."
"I will definitely help you." A look of surprise appeared on Suqing's face, and he held Lin Sier's hand tightly.
"That's great. Thank you, sister, you were so nice to me."
Lin Sier stayed with Suqing the whole night, chatting and playing games with Suqing, helping Suqing call the doctor to change the foredrip, and running around even after Suqing fell asleep. She dared not relax her vigilance while guarding him alone, afraid that the rolling needle incident would happen again. She stared at every bottle of liquid injected into Suqing's body. Suqing slept comfortably until the afternoon of the next day. After stretching out in a very comfortable way, he called in the two bodyguards outside the door. The two bodyguards nodded to Suqing and said, "Young Master Su." Suqing looked at the two of them and asked calmly, "What time did Lin Sier leave?"
"Reporting to young master, it's 8:15 a.m. Suqing nodded. Well done. The timing is quite accurate, the two bodyguards said respectfully in unison, it's our job.
Suqing leaned back in her chair, casually crossed her arms, and gave a chilling smile. He said slowly, so, when are you going to tell your young master Li that Lin Sier came here?
Oh, or did she tell your employer when she arrived? I don't understand what the young master is talking about.
The two bodyguards said clearly without any panic. Suqing tapped her other palm twice with her fingertips and smiled. Not bad, as expected of someone who has received professional training.
TSK, I really want to know, if Lin Outyen knew that you two were bribed by Li Tian, how would he treat you?
Suqing glanced at the two motionless figures, took out the mobile phone beside the pillow, and fiddled with the screen with his fingers. He casually tossed the calibrated phone at their feet. Piercing screams and cries for help came through the phone in waves. Suqing glanced at the two people's trembling hands, which were shaking with fear, and casually brushed the stray hairs from her forehead back.
Actually, it's fine that you love money, I can also bribe you like Li Tian did.
But that would be pretty boring. Suqing stood up and sat on the edge of the bed, pointing at the phone. So I asked someone to take your whole family away overnight. Suqing stood up and slowly walked towards the two of them, then lowered his head to look at the video playing on the screen. The video shows an extremely dim room with more than a dozen people tied up on the dirty and messy floor. Some people had a piece of rag stuffed into their mouths and could only make small choking sounds. Some of those whose mouths weren't gagged were shouting loudly.
Look, aren't both families reunited?
Suqing looked at the two of them with a half-smile. Her extremely tall stature and cold expression were incredibly intimidating. Wrong, Zhangqi. I forgot to mention your 3 or 5-year-old daughter, Huashang. I've forgotten about your 80-something-year-old grandmother too. Look at my memory. Two strictly trained security guards knelt down towards Suqing, overwhelmed. Huashang and Zhangqi were both tall, and the sound of their knees hitting the tiles as they fell was so loud that it was painful to hear. The two stammered, Master Su, we. Suqing clicked her tongue, waved her hand impatiently, and sat back down by the hospital bed. Don't tell me your difficulties, I'm not interested in listening. You guys, it would be boring if you were so easily scared. Stand up, I don't like being made to kneel down. Chapter 44, Kindness and Severity. The two bodyguards exchanged a glance through their sunglasses, unsure of what to do next. The lives of their entire family were in the hands of the man before them, and the two of them had no choice but to obey. His legs, which were weak from the shock, slowly rose to his feet. Although Zhangqi and Huashang were both tall and strong, their trembling hands could only be contained by gripping the corners of their clothes. Huashang and Zhangqi said in unison, we are willing to follow young Master Su's lead. Suqing rubbed her temples, a whole bunch of question marks seemingly popping up in her head. What era was the original author of this story from? He was so embarrassed by what these two said that he wanted to dig out an 8-room, 3-living-room house with his toes. He said with a look of disgust, no, you two talk in such a corny way. Okay, you don't need to pledge your loyalty to me anymore. And don't say things like that again, I don't like hearing it. Suqing picked up a cigarette from the bedside table and said casually, I'll have someone release them in a little while. I believe you two understand that I can take them away once, or I can make them, including the two of you, disappear entirely from Luochuan. Huashang and Zhangqi nodded and said, understood, young Master Su. Suqing waved his hand as he puffed out smoke. Go out and just do your job well. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. I'm much more generous than Li Tian. Zhangqi and Huashang were still in shock. They couldn't fathom what reason Suqing could possibly have. Even after the two of them betrayed the Su family, they were still able to unconditionally send their families back, and even let them talk to Suqing about any difficulties they might encounter. Suqing frowned and looked at the two of them. Didn't you hear me? Huashang asked in confusion. Young Master Su, aren't you going to ask young Master Li? What did Li Tian ask us to do? Ha! I know, isn't he afraid I'll steal his fiancée? Suqing curled his lips into a wicked smile and continued. Li Tian investigated me, and he was right, after all. I was the one who kidnapped Lin Sier. Upon hearing this, Huashang and Zhangqi were stunned for a moment. The two of them never imagined that Suqing, who was only 19 years old, would be so heartless and insane. Suqing shook her head, a sigh tinged with regret. Sigh, it's such a pity, Li Tian won't be able to find out about this. Actually, if he's been kept in the dark his whole life, I'd feel really bad. It's not a good feeling. Zhangqi and Huashang, huh? Master Su, what are you upset about?
What's wrong with me? The two stared intently at Suqing, completely baffled by what he was saying. The problem lies with Suqing's acting skills and emotional control, he sighed. Even the two, who were quite good at reading people, were fooled by Suqing. Suqing raised her eyes, the corners of her eyes curving upwards. He looked at the two of them, and chuckled. He's a grown man, but he's so jealous of me that he can't get anything done properly. When I'm in a good mood, I'll have you guys send a message to Leion so he knows who's behind it all. You two can earn some extra money on the side, so am I a very good employer? Huasheng said respectfully, you are the best employer I have ever met. After a moment of surprise, Zhang Qi nodded and replied, young Master Su, you are the best employer I have ever met. Huasheng and Zhang Qi retreated outside the ward door. Zhang Qi was tall and strong, and his square face made him look even more fierce, but after he left the ward, his facial features almost froze, and his thick, rough hands gripped the wall as if he would fall to the ground if he relaxed his grip. He accepted Leion's money because his mother suffered from uremia, and the cost of dialysis was very high. His salary simply couldn't cover the expensive medical expenses. Huasheng and Zhang Qi were in similar predicaments. Both had taken the risk for the sake of their families. Unexpectedly, their actions led their entire family into an even more dangerous situation. Zhang Qi said bitterly, will young Master Su really let us go? He had only heard about Suqing's temperament from rumors before, but today he truly experienced it in front of him. He then realized that Suqing herself was even more ruthless than the rumors suggested. They're practically cold-blooded animals that live in extremely cold places. Huasheng's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, were already bloodshot. He shook his head, his voice trembling, I don't know, I can only take it one step at a time. He was terrifying. His eyes seemed to see right through people. We've both undergone rigorous psychological training. I honestly can't imagine at what point he discovered the flaw. Huasheng and Leion had been living with the Lin family since they were teenagers. After going through layers of selection, they received even more rigorous training than the special forces at the Lin family's training base. Leion offered them nothing more than a tempting offer of profit, while Suqing presented them with a real threat to their lives. Compared to Leion, they could not afford to offend Suqing. The corridor windows had just been opened to let in some fresh air, and a cool breeze swept over them. But at this moment, even the coldest temperature couldn't cool the hearts of Zhang Qi and Huasheng. Zhang Qi leaned against the wall, his body sinking continuously. It's all over, completely over. I already messaged Leion when Miss left. I didn't tell young Master Su earlier. Should I go in and tell him now? Huasheng forced a smile, which was extremely bitter. He was a few years older than Zhang Qi and was much more experienced and composed. He said, it's not a big problem. I already sent a message to Leion when Miss arrived at the 5th floor lobby. Young Master Su didn't specifically ask us about this again just now, so he probably doesn't care. In fact, he might even prefer Leion to know. Zhang Qi. Wow. I just entered the lobby and the message was passed. We were both treacherous, yet you managed to claim credit much faster than me. The internal competition has reached this point, however. 2 phone calls 2 hours later completely dispelled the gloom on Zhang Qi and Huasheng's faces. Zhang Qi held his phone, his mouth agape in astonishment, the voice from the other end of the call still echoing in his ears. He looked at Huasheng with a confused look on his face. Young Master Su arranged for my mother to go to the best hospital and paid for all her treatment. Huasheng and Zhang Qi had different expressions. My daughter has also been admitted to the best hospital in Longcheng. I've been waiting for 6 months to get an appointment with the head of pediatrics. The two stared at each other blankly for a long time, not knowing what to say. Their earlier judgment of Suqing's ruthlessness crumbled instantly. The two originally thought that Suqing looked down on Leion, which was why she said he was more generous than Leion, but just 2 phone calls perfectly illustrated Suqing's words. Compared to Leion's meticulous calculations regarding returns and costs, giving each of them hundreds of thousands of dollars was a significant investment. Although Suqing's words were harsh, she didn't actually do anything to hurt them. Instead, she resolved their predicament with a wave of her hand. The two exchanged a knowing smile, both thinking the same thing. This isn't a bad guy, he's clearly a noble man. Of course, this was after the two of them wholeheartedly joined Suqing's camp. Suqing, who was playing games on his bed in the hospital room, also heard a voice he liked. Ding. Host has successfully captured the male lead's lackey. Villain's luck increased by 1,000. Ding. Host has successfully captured the male lead's lackey. Villain points increased by 2,000. Suqing smiled. As the plot progressed, the villain's points kept increasing. He swiped his finger across the phone screen,
causing the three little rabbits on the screen to collide and disappear in a shower of scattered fragments, moved quickly across the time progress bar at the top of the screen. He heard a "game over" message, pursed his lips, and casually tossed his phone aside.
Damn, what kind of good person would own this thing? Chapter 45, ready to go 9:30 p.m.
Huff, 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 Suqing was doing push-ups with his hands on the ground. He had good living habits and liked to exercise, especially since he came to this world in the book. He was either lying down or sitting, and every cell in his body needed to be revitalized.
Huff, huff, hiss. Phew. So tired.
Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. A knock on the door drew Suqing's attention.
He said, "Come in."
He pushed himself up and looked toward the door. Huasheng opened the door a crack.
"Young Master Su, it's Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang who have come to visit. May I ask if they can come in?"
Suqing didn't say anything, but waved towards the door to signal them to come in. Suqing sat by the hospital bed and smiled at the two of them a few times. He laughed, not just because he found the stark contrast in size between Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang comical. Well, although a big fat guy and a skinny little monkey were wearing the same black and white striped tracksuits, the difference in their body shapes was quite funny. Suqing initially thought the two people in front of her were useless lackeys, but after peeking into the original book and looking at the fat and thin men in front of her, she felt that they were much more handsome. Thinking about how the two of them didn't betray him even when they were severely tortured by Lang Yanfeng, I felt a little touched.
"Young Master, what's wrong?"
Su Erzwang, who resembled a macaque, opened his eyes wide in surprise and waved his hands quickly in front of Suqing. "It's really creepy that the young master can smile at me." He felt it was even stranger than if his own young master had slapped him 800 times as soon as he entered the room. Su Dazhuang, who had a bit of sense, quickly stopped Su Erzwang's hand and said in a deep voice, "Don't act like you're sick. Young master already has neurasthenia and mental illness. What's wrong with Xiao Xiao? What are you doing here?" Su Erzwang was not happy about this. As the old saying goes, don't hit someone in the face, and don't curse someone's mother. He slammed a cannon into Su Dazhuang, but compared to Su Dazhuang's size, it was practically like throwing an egg against a rock. Not only did he fail to budge Su Dazhuang's body in the slightest, but he himself staggered back a few steps, but his morale remained high, and he pointed at him in his hoarse voice, shouting, "Who the hell are you cursing?" Su Dazhuang pushed him. "So what if I cursed at you?" Suqing felt as if she were in another world, watching helplessly as her two sons, the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick, fought several rounds in front of her, neither willing to give in. To be honest, looking at the battle between the feudal lords in front of him, Suqing suddenly realized why the two of them, even after being beaten half to death, hadn't revealed Suqing's identity. Loyalty? That's certainly a factor, but the main reason is, these two are incredibly stupid. If either of them had just managed to conjure up a random name to appease Lang Yanfeng's men, they wouldn't have been beaten for 2 days straight. Cough cough. Suqing frowned, unable to contain herself any longer, and shouted at the two of them, "You two idiots. You two weren't born from the same mother?" Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang, Suqing watched as the two stood up and asked, "Did you bring everything?" "I brought the young master with me." Su Dazhuang took off the black cloth he was carrying and handed it to Suqing with a sizzle sound. Suqing dumped everything inside onto the hospital bed. He changed into a black baseball jacket, the sleeves of which, unlike the heavy fabric of the jacket, were made of leather, and the hem reached just to his waistline. She wore a simple pair of black sweatpants. He replaced his original leather shoes with a pair of Gucci chunky sneakers. Suqing picked up sunglasses, a baseball cap, and a black mask from the bed one by one, covering herself up completely, and even added a chrome hearts necklace to match. After dressing up, Suqing exuded a blend of mystery and youthfulness. Suqing looked at herself in the bathroom mirror and straightened up any unkempt parts of her body. As he pulled his hat brim down, he muttered to himself, "Finally, I don't have to dress so maturely anymore. This style suits me better." Of course, Suqing wasn't dressed up like this late at night for the sake of looking good. According to what Suqing knows from the book, Lang Yanfeng will find Suqing's fingerprints at the villa in the south of the city tomorrow afternoon, and will also capture Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang. Therefore, Suqing is going to clean up all the traces he left in the villa in the south of the city tonight. Including the fact that he arranged to be hospitalized, it wasn't entirely so that Lin Sier could see his miserable state on TV. The reason is, Li Tian and Lang Yanfeng not only sent people to monitor him, but also installed a tracking system on his phone. In the past few days,
He wanted Leion and the others to see that he had stayed in the hospital the whole time and had not gone out even once. Suqing came out of the restroom and asked Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang, "Where's the new phone?" Suqing took the phone from Su Dezhuang, entered a number, and dialed it. Beep beep beep. After a few busy tones, the call was finally connected. Suqing didn't exchange pleasantries and spoke directly. "Hey, brother Xing, meet at the villa in the south of the city at 11 o'clock sharp. Contact me at this number." Compared to Lin Sier's family, which is a prominent and unshakable force in Luochuan, with a powerful group involved in many fields and even gray industries. The person Suqing called was the emperor in the underground of Luochuan City, with a mysterious identity. He is adept at various underground industries, and his secretly trained personnel are even more capable than top assassins. In Luochuan, even the 5 major families have to give way to him. Suqing did not actually lie to Lin Sier about the fact that he didn't have many friends. The underground emperor, nicknamed Wolfwalker, was one of the few friends Suqing mentioned. Wolfwalker also appeared in the original version of the novel that Suqing read. He and Suqing had a very good relationship. When Suqing was imprisoned and the Su family was unable to rescue her due to pressure from the Lin family, Leion, and their superiors, Wolfwalker led a group of people to try to rescue Suqing. In short, it was a prison break under immense pressure. Wolfwalker overcame numerous difficulties with meticulous security measures and finally managed to meet Suqing as he wished. However, Suqing valued her brotherhood with Lang Xing and did not want to burden Lang Xing under pressure from various parties, so she declined his offer, continuing to live the life of a lovelorn woman operating a sewing machine. Chapter 46, Departure. Suqing clicked her tongue as she thought of the plot. If it were him, he would definitely have gone out with Wolfwalker. It's not because he doesn't value brotherhood, the reason is simple: he simply loves life, loves the world, loves sports, and wants to get closer to nature. The dim light at the entrance of the ward fell on his head, and Suqing turned his head slightly to look at Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang. He was fully armed from head to toe, with only his eyes showing. They were like thick, unyielding ink, and a deep, murderous intent flashed across his dark eyes. Suqing, who had her back to the 2 people, slightly raised her arm, pinched the arm of her sunglasses between 2 fingers, and gently swung it a few times in her hand. The curled fingers tilted forward. "Let's go." He spoke so casually, as if he were just going out for a casual meal. No one could have imagined that a spectacular show was about to begin. Shang and Zhang Qi were standing guard at the door. When they saw Suqing come out, they nodded. "Master Su. Okay, you 2 can stay here on guard duty. I'm going out for a bit." Suqing raised her eyelashes and glanced at the 2 of them, her drawn-out voice carrying an ambiguous smile, as if she was about to do something very fun. He was about to leave, but seeing the 2 people at the door with their indifferent and calm expressions, he decided to tease them. Suqing stepped back, tilted her head, placed her fingers on the middle of her sunglasses, and gently pulled them down, revealing most of her endlessly carefree and affectionate eyes. He said slowly, "I am going to the southern suburbs of the city now." "What are we going to do in the south of the city?" "You 2, guess." "There's a prize for the right guess." Shang did not hesitate and said directly, "Young master, I do not know. I dare not presume to know your thoughts." Zhang Qi echoed, "This subordinate wouldn't dare." Suqing said calmly, "As for me, I'm going to the villa in the southern suburbs where Lin Sier was kidnapped to sabotage the crime scene. You know how to inform Leion, right?" Zhang Qi's mouth opened and closed repeatedly. He couldn't quite control his facial expressions. His mouth was so surprised he could hardly close it. They were surprised that Suqing would tell them directly. They were surprised that Suqing would speak so frankly about destroying a crime scene, as casually as if she were going out for a drink. But he was also quite happy. After all, it meant that Suqing had trusted them. But just as Zhang Qi was pondering how to respond to his new employer, Shang had already spoken. "I know. Young Master Su has been resting in his ward. He is weak and has not stepped out of the room." "Zhang Qi, are you trying to steal my thunder? You interrupted me earlier, and now you're doing it again." Seeing that Suqing seemed quite satisfied with Shang's answer, Zhang Qi quickly said to Suqing, "Young Master Su has a poor appetite and is physically weak. He undergoes several thorough examinations every day and can hardly move. He relies on medication to sustain his life." He didn't leave the room even a step. Suqing was very satisfied with the explanation the 2 had come up with, and also with the surprised expressions on their faces. "That's right, just like Leion promoted me." Suqing let out 2 soft laughs in his low,
husky voice as he walked with steady steps, his body ramrod straight. He was followed by Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang. The three of them did not go to the lobby, but walked to the end of the corridor, took an oval-shaped metal elevator card, and entered the VIP elevator. This private hospital has a VIP elevator, which is not for ordinary patients, but for the exclusive use of the Su family, who are investors. After all, Suqing in the original text was the type of person who wouldn't even ride the elevator with anyone at home, so how could she possibly lower herself to that in the hospital? The elevator doors closed slowly, and Suqing, clutching the elevator card, was in a good mood. This elevator shaft leads directly to a small door, bypassing all the hospital's surveillance equipment. This perfectly aligns with his intention to remain completely unnoticed. The three of them got off the elevator and exited through the small door. Suqing glanced around but didn't see any cars. He asked, "Where did you park your car?" Su Dezhuang pointed to the fence surrounding the hospital in front of him, which was about 2 meters high. Suqing licked her lips, speechless, and said, "Are you kidding me? Parking outside?" Su Erzwang hurriedly explained, "Young master, didn't you say we weren't allowed to come in through the main gate? We parked the car outside the fence and climbed over it." Suqing chuckled softly, finding it amusing. "Is it possible that I didn't let you use the main entrance? Were you put through the back door?" Su Dezhuang looked in the direction Suqing was pointing, squinted hard to see clearly, and then realized what she meant. So that was a Taoist sect. It was a simple sliding gate connected to a fence, only large enough for one car to pass through. Suqing's original intention was for the two of them to come in from that side, because their current location was more than 500 meters away from the outside of the fence. Su Dezhuang quickly said, "Young master, please wait here for a moment, I'll drive the car in right now." Suqing waved her hand, "Forget it, don't waste time. I see where your car is parked. The fence isn't high, just climb over it." The three of them walked to the fence, and Su Dezhuang squatted down, saying very considerately to Suqing, "Young master, it's too high. Step on my shoulders to get up." Su Erzwang, who was about to squat down, found himself in an awkward half-squatting position. He pinched his thin, bony arm. Suqing glanced at Su Erzwang, who was hesitating and barely able to get up, clicked her tongue, and waved her hand, "Save your breath." Suqing looked at the very sturdy Su Dezhuang and didn't stand on ceremony. She used his shoulder as a support, grabbed the highest pole, and jumped over it. Suqing casually brushed the dust off her hands and walked towards the only car on the side of the road. Parked on the side of the road is a Porsche Panamera with a matte black wrap. Suqing specifically instructed Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang to bring a cheap car. Looking at the sports car in front of him, Suqing fell into thought. His two little dragons and phoenixes were simply unable to understand human language, but on second thought, it doesn't seem like it's their fault. After all, this is the cheapest car in my garage. Suqing shook her head, sighed, opened the car door, and got in. It was all because she was too rich. He leaned back lazily in his chair, glanced at his wrist, and saw that the timing was perfect. He pointed ahead and said, "Let's drive." Chapter 47. Burn clean. It took a full hour and a half to get from the hospital to the villa in the southern suburbs of the city, even after taking several expressways. When the three arrived at the entrance of the villa in the south of the city, it was already 10:50 p.m. It was quite dark at this time, especially after 2 rain showers. The road had become muddy and difficult to navigate. Suqing and her group walked towards the villa. He looked at the overgrown weeds in the small garden outside the villa, and the villa itself was in disrepair for years. He smiled and thought, "I can renovate them right away." The reason the police didn't investigate the kidnapping site was because the Lin family suppressed the matter. The Lin family's reason is well known. They don't want the public to know that one of the kidnapped individuals is Lin Sier. Moreover, Leion, that old fox who values fame and fortune more than his daughter, hasn't had time to investigate the kidnapping case or the location of the crime. Therefore, this place became a truly uninhabited area. Originally, Long Yenfeng was supposed to be the first to investigate tomorrow and expose Suqing. Unfortunately, Suqing arrived first. The flickering light from a distance illuminated the iron bars outside the villa's windows and the stones beside the outer gate. Suqing raised her hand to cover her eyes and heard the sound of brakes in front of her. The headlights from the car's headlights dimmed through his fingers, and as he removed his hand, he saw more than a dozen men in beige camouflage uniforms quickly get out of 5 SUVs. They quickly lined up in a row in front of Suqing, taking uniform steps each. Of them had a resolute expression, was tall and strong, and had very muscular physiques. Their hands were behind their backs, and their hands were covered by their sleeves. revealing extremely firm muscles, as if they were always ready for battle. They nodded to Suqing in unison, saying, "Young Master Su."
Suqing nodded. "Okay, did you bring everything I asked you to bring?" One of them stepped out from the crowd and said to Suqing, "Young Master Su, I've brought everything. Brother Xing is not in Luochuan City today. He has already given us instructions on what needs to be done, and today they will all obey young Master Su's orders. Shall we begin now?" He knew that Wolf couldn't come today. Suqing looked the man in front of her up and down. He should be the leader of this group. He was slightly older than the others, with regular features and a mature appearance. Suqing felt very familiar with this generic face. He recalled that in the original plot, this person was also present when Lang Xing went to break into the prison. He was Wolf Walker's right-hand man. Back then, Wolf Walker even called him boss. If it weren't for the man's respectful attitude towards Wolf Walker, Suqing would have thought he was some important figure. Anyway, Suqing couldn't remember what the person's name was. Suqing looked at him and asked directly, "Okay. How should I address you?" The man pointed to a black printed patch on his chest with an Arabic numeral 1 on it. "Young Master Su, my code name is Boss." Suqing almost laughed. It turned out that Boss was just a code name. He then pointed to the people behind him, saying, "Each of us has our own code name on our chest. Number 2 is the second oldest, number 3 is the third oldest, number 4 is the fourth oldest." When the eldest brother was explaining the sixth brother to Suqing interrupted him. "Cough, cough, I understand, it's the corresponding number, you don't need to count anymore." They were all a group of people who had undergone rigorous training and knew how to obey orders, so when Suqing asked them how to address each of them, the leader followed instructions and introduced them one by one. They showed none of the amusement that Suqing had in mind. It was as if obeying orders was their duty. The eldest brother turned to face Suqing, his arms taut at his sides, and said, "Yes, young Master Su." Suqing nodded, turned to face the villa entrance, waved to them with her back to everyone, and a carefree smile appeared on her lips. "Burn everything in this villa to the ground." "I don't want to see even a dead ant," the group replied in unison, "Yes." Upon hearing Suqing's instructions, they hurriedly began taking things out of the trunk, including various flammable materials and gasoline for starting an ignition. The thick-soled boots made a sound as they stepped on the muddy road. Seeing the group move quickly, Suqing turned around and went back to the car against the flow of people. Time passes by every second. He watched them move quickly and splash gasoline through the doorway and car windows. Several other people climbed up the roof following the windows and the vines that surrounded the dilapidated villa. Suqing chuckled softly, leaned against the car door, and lit a cigarette. Amidst the puffs of smoke, the crimson glow of the cigarette but echoed the ignition point on the curtains in a room on the second floor of the villa. The fire raged, and smoke rose from the chimneys. Suqing flicked the cigarette but between her fingers and took a deep drag as the fire spread through the villa. He walked to the front of the car, stood on tiptoe, and sat down, one leg resting on the hood. The wind made his sweatpants sway from side to side. The shimmering flames were reflected in Suqing's deep, dark eyes. A wicked smile swept across his lips. The raging fire spreading before his eyes was a sight to behold, like a world-famous painting. He did this because Leng Yanfeng would find his fingerprints on the broken wine bottles in the villa tomorrow, but Suqing felt that simply cleaning up the broken wine bottles scattered on the ground was enough. After all, there were far too many places in that house with his fingerprints, so Lang Yanfeng might as well be able to find his fingerprints elsewhere. Therefore, in this uninhabited area, it is safest to destroy all the items in the villa beforehand to eliminate all traces of the crime. Moreover, isn't burning down a house extremely interesting? Suqing surveyed the area around the villa. It was a place that had been neglected for many years, with weeds growing everywhere and abundant vegetation. If the fire at this villa were to spread to the entire area of vegetation, it would likely attract the attention of higher authorities, which would be inappropriate. At this moment, a man with a 7 on his chest walked towards Suqing and nodded. "Young Master Su. Every corner of the house has been dealt with." Suqing glanced at his chest and said calmly, Well done. Seventh brother, call the eldest brother over here." The man paused for a moment, then said, "Yes, young Master Su. However, his code name is Xiao Qi. Suqing." Suqing waved her hand, too lazy to waste words with him. "Fine, go ahead." The eldest brother was watching from outside how the people setting up the fire on the roof were doing when he heard Suqing call him. He quickly ran towards Suqing's direction. The eldest brother steadied his breathing and nodded. "Young Master Su, what are your orders?"
Suqing stepped off the hood and said to him, "I'll head back first.
You guys stay and clean up the mess.
Put the fire out when it's almost burned out inside."
"Yes, young Master Su," the old man replied. After Suqing finished speaking, he got into the car.
He rolled down the window and glanced at his boss, who was watching him leave. Suqing parted her lips slightly and said politely without any emotion, "Go ahead, thank you."
The eldest brother nodded and said, "It's my duty."
Seeing that the eldest brother was standing at attention by his car and refused to leave early, Suqing stopped exchanging pleasantries with him. He quietly uttered 2 words towards the driver's seat, "Drive." Chapter 48, Severance Pay. Suqing returned to the hospital from the southern suburbs of the city at 1:30 a.m. He changed back into his white and blue striped hospital gown, and casually handed his clothes and accessories to Su Dezhuang. "Young master, you have a great figure," Su Erzwang said to Suqing with a grin. Suqing joked with the two of them, "You two should exercise more when you have time." He turned around, took out his wallet from the closet, and pulled out a check. After casually writing and filling in countless zeros on it, he handed it to Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang, who were standing next to him. When the two glanced at the numbers on it, they were so frightened they almost collapsed to the ground. "There is no other reason. This check isn't for a tip of tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan." Although Suqing was always generous, this time she went too far, which made the two of them feel uneasy. Su Dezhuang gripped the check tightly with both hands, his hands trembling. He was counting the zeros one by one on it. There was a full 100 million. Su Dezhuang stammered, "Young master, what is this?"
Suqing didn't say anything polite.
He lay down on the hospital bed, frowned, and looked at the two of them seriously. "Severance pay." Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang's eyes widened. Su Dezhuang's mind went blank for a moment, and after a long while, he finally came to his senses and asked, "Young master, did we do something wrong?" "Why?" Suqing frowned and scratched the hair at the back of her head. As for these two generals, they are loyal enough and obedient in doing things. They grew up with Suqing and have no ulterior motives. In the original text, even if he was beaten half to death, he would not betray Suqing. Furthermore, the villa issue has now been resolved, and the van has been destroyed in advance, so the scene in the original story where Lang Yanfeng would capture him will not happen again. However, there's no guarantee that Lang Yanfeng won't discover them from somewhere else. Just in case, they both had to go. Moreover, these two made a huge mistake that Suqing couldn't tolerate. They were too stupid. Suqing noticed this from their first meeting. He talked endless nonsense, covered Lin Sier with a white sheet, and did many meaningless things. Today, when we went to the southern suburbs of the city, I was even more clumsy in front of Suqing. Suqing really couldn't keep two pig-like teammates around. No matter how loyal they were to him, keeping them here, even if they don't cause any trouble now, will eventually lead to problems for us. He doesn't like trouble. Suqing slowly said, "You two take this money and go abroad. Luo Chuan shouldn't stay any longer, leave tomorrow. It wasn't in vain that you all followed me. This money is enough for the two of you to spend for a lifetime. Don't worry, exercise more and enjoy life." Young master, why, we have no ill intentions towards you. Besides, our family members have all worked in the Su family their entire lives. Suqing looked at Su Erzwang, who was about to cry, and sighed, "If you had second thoughts, you wouldn't be standing in front of me now. To be honest with you two, you're both not very smart. I need some smart people around me to help me with things. Of course, you can also come to me if you encounter any difficulties after you leave the country. I will also send your parents and grandfather abroad. The Su family has businesses and real estate overseas, and I will make arrangements for them." Suqing's words were not unfounded. He had considered things from Suqing's perspective. Butler Su has worked in the Su family for many years and is actually like a family member, but Butler Su has always had to do the work of a servant. Now he is old and his health is not as good as before. The Su family owns many properties overseas, so it would be a good idea to take this opportunity to let Butler Su enjoy his retirement abroad. Sending their family abroad would be a win-win situation. Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang had tears in their eyes. They could tell that Suqing was determined to send them away, but they couldn't figure out why. Was it because they weren't smart? The young master once said that the two of them weren't very smart, but I never thought of driving them away. Before he was kidnapped as a child, the young master was a very cheerful person. There was no master-servant relationship between him and the two of them. They grew up like family. Even after he became melancholic, he always remembered the bond he had formed with his childhood friends and treated them well. And now, it's not just about driving them out of Luochuan, but about sending their entire family out of Luochuan. The two blinked as they looked at the young master in front of them. The young master now smiled more and talked more than before, but he seemed to have completely changed into a different person, and his heart had become increasingly ruthless.
Young master.
Their drawn-out voices were tinged with heavy sobs. They wanted to stay by Suqing's side. Suqing waved his hand.
I have made my decision. Okay. I want to rest now.
You guys go out. But before Suqing could finish speaking, a piercing sound came from outside the ward door. A woman screamed, as if she were being choked. Suqing glanced at the transparent glass door of the ward. It turns out it's not like, right at the entrance, a bodyguard was choking a man, his face streaked with tears as he called out for Suqing.
Young Master Su.
I need to see, young Master Su.
Master Su, please meet me. I have something to tell you.
Suqing looked at the woman shouting outside the glass, with her cascading blonde hair, and instantly remembered who she was. Suqing curled her lips into a smile, turned over and sat up on the edge of the bed, waving at Su Dezhuang and the others.
Go, let her in.
When Su Dezhuang opened the door to let Hua Sheng and Zhang Qi in, she was already being choked by the two men outside and could barely stand. She stumbled and ran into the ward. She fell down beside Suqing's legs, half sitting and half kneeling, clutching his hospital gown and sobbing. Young Master Su, please help me, please help me. Suqing lowered her eyes and saw a bewitching and seductive face. Suqing didn't need the eye of insight to clearly know who she was. Isn't this the gossipy woman that Lang Yanfeng gave to his men to have his way with? Suqing had only briefly glanced at the woman's experiences in the original text. Of course, he didn't read it carefully. A minor supporting character, as insignificant as a sesame seed, wouldn't waste Suqing's time. In particular, the author of the original text described her experience in great detail. It was too cruel. The kind-hearted Suqing couldn't bear to watch. The degree of perversion made Suqing feel sick, but he didn't need to look at the original text. Just looking at the slap mark on the woman's face that hadn't faded for days, and the bruise around her mouth, the bruises on the half of her arm that was exposed showed how miserable her life was.
What do you want me to help you with?
Suqing tugged at her trouser leg and pulled out the fabric that the blonde woman was holding. The blonde woman's face was filled with a complex array of emotions, including helplessness and fear. The tears on my face slid down into my neck in clusters. She choked and said, Master Su, I beg you. Help me deal with Lang Yanfeng. He's not human, he's a beast. She spoke these words as if clenching her teeth, every word filled with hatred. Suqing gave a cryptic smile. What this woman said actually pleased him. Lang Yanfeng is a beast. That's right, but what he wants to do depends on his own thoughts. He does want to deal with Lang Yanfeng, but how could he possibly help a stranger? There's always a trade-off between interests. Suqing isn't a bodhisattva. Suqing glanced at her and said, Tell me, give me a reason why I should help you.
Well said, I'll reluctantly help you.
The blonde woman looked up at Suqing and said, Young Master Su, I still have some savings.
I'll give them all to you. If you think it's not enough.
I'm yours from now on. I'll do anything for you, like a slave. To be fair, without exaggeration or bias, given Lang Yanfeng's wealth and discerning eye, the women who follow him are indeed quite attractive, especially since this woman has been with Lang Yanfeng for a long time and her face is indeed beautiful. But, if we were to say that she had that little bit of silver on her, and that a woman who had been used and discarded was going to follow him? Suqing felt as if she had heard a huge joke. He twitched the corners of his mouth awkwardly, but he didn't. Tease the helpless woman. He said calmly, I don't lack either of the two things you mentioned.
Give me something in exchange, or you can leave.
She remained silent for a long time, as if hesitating, before finally speaking in a choked voice, Lang Yanfeng, he's after you. The young master of the Li family ordered him to investigate you. I heard it with my own ears. Chapter 49, Threat. Suqing frowned and glanced at the flustered and frightened woman. The reason he let her in was because she had once been Lang Yanfeng's bedmate, and he wanted to hear more things from her that hadn't been mentioned before. But everything that came out of this woman's mouth was something he already knew. It's not just something I knew about, but something he had already dealt with. It's truly disappointing. Suqing took a cigarette from the bedside table, lit it, and said to the
woman, I know he's targeting me. Tell me something I don't know.
At least show some sincerity, otherwise how can I help you, miss? Suqing looked at her with a solemn expression, her mouth uttering fragmented words. He gave Su Dezhuang a look that suggested she leave. The blonde woman was terrified when the two men behind her lifted her arms. In terms of status and position, the only person who could rival Lang Yanfeng and had a grudge against him was the man in front of her. She knew this was the only person who could help her get revenge. her only lifeline, she was determined to make Lang Yanfeng suffer a terrible death because of how he treated her. She swung her arms, struggling to break free from the restraints behind her, with such force that Suqing felt as if she were about to emerge from her cocoon and become a butterfly. She said quickly, "Young Master Su, Lang Yanfeng values Li Tian very much. His identity is not just that of a boxing gym owner, nor just that of someone who owns a few small bars and restaurants. His true identity is the young master of the Lang family, a family of doctors, although their family owns quite a few hospitals, and it seems like the whole family are medical school graduates. But, in reality, it's not just that." Suqing nodded, finally getting to the point. "Yes, please continue. What happened after that in their family?" The woman opened her eyes wide and looked at Suqing. Wasn't this enough? When Lang Yanfeng was at his most indulgent, he would hardly hide anything from her when he called her. However, Lang Yanfeng was very cautious when chatting, and she only heard these things from him. Yes, she remembered, there was one more person. She quickly replied, "I don't know the actual situation of his family. But I heard that Lang Yanfeng has a younger sister named Lang Yanwan, she is." Suqing smiled, a smile tinged with sarcasm. "How about I explain it to you? Lang Yanwan, Lang Yanfeng's younger sister, is a TV host at Luochuan Television and the only daughter of the Lang family." He threw the cigarette on the ground, impatiently stomped it out, scratched his hair, and glared at the woman in front of him whose face was covered in bruises. "Miss, I've already said it 3 times. If you can't come up with any useful information, leave immediately. Don't you know you shouldn't disturb the patient's rest?" The blonde woman's eyes were vacant and blank. The man in front of her didn't seem to be lying to her. His calm and distant expression made it seem as if he really knew everything. Her body went limp as if all her strength had been released, and if it weren't for Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang supporting her from behind, she would have collapsed at any moment. "Young Master Su, this is all I know, but could you please help me? Please help me. I really have no other choice." The woman's voice choked with sobs, her bloodshot eyes suggesting she had lost all hope in life. Suqing looked at her and thought to herself, "Actually, this woman is quite pitiful. Aside from being vain, he hasn't made any major mistakes." Another person who has been hurt by Lang Yanfeng. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend, after all, and now that he's begging him so desperately, no matter what." Suqing, though indifferent and rational about everything, isn't truly a cold-blooded animal, and couldn't help but be somewhat moved at this moment. Kind-hearted Suqing sighed. "You're really quite pitiful. How about I'll help you out?" Just as Suqing was about to agree to do her a favor, the woman's eyes were fixed on Suqing. Her wide-open pupils were filled with tears and bloodshot veins, as if they were about to burst out of their sockets at any moment, making her beautiful face look somewhat ferocious. She shouted with all her might, "I saw you on the path behind the hospital when I arrived." Her voice, which had been choked with sobs, became hoarse. She felt this was her only chance. 3 people, all dressed in black. I'm sure I'm one of you 3. I checked that there were no security cameras on that road, yet you guys sneaked out like that. They must have gone off to do something shady." Suqing's brows furrowed tightly, clearly displeased. The woman in front of him had obviously given up and was now preparing to threaten him. He chuckled jokingly, "So, what are your plans? Go back and tell Lang Yanfeng? Why not? At least he gives me money, even though he doesn't bully me. If you don't help me, he'll find out you went out tomorrow. Young Master Su, you surely didn't want anyone to know you came from such a remote place." Suqing pursed her lips and put on a bright smile. He spoke sincerely and slowly, "Hey, you're too impatient right now. I just wanted to help you. We have a common enemy, why wouldn't I help you? I believe what he did to you is enough for you to hold a grudge for the rest of your life, and you were." Suqing smiled, swallowed the rest of her sentence, and continued. "That matter has already spread throughout the upper circles, and you can't find any backers besides me. I hate Lang Yanfeng. I just said that to provoke you into revealing more information about my enemy. You and I are on the same side, so don't say things that damage our relationship. Moreover, I'm much more generous than Lang Yanfeng." Suqing pulled another check out of his wallet, wrote down 30 million on it, and handed it to the woman. The blonde woman's frenzied expression slowly subsided, and she stared blankly at the check Suqing handed her. Suqing weighed the check in her hand, a sunny smile spreading across her face. "Take it if I give it to you, but there's one condition." "What do you want?" Suqing said seriously, "I'm going to help you deal with the son of a powerful family, and I'm also giving you money. You should at least give something in return." Suqing glanced at Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang. "My 2 men are also going abroad to help me with some things. Why don't you go with them?"
It'll save you from being bored on the journey. A 1-month deadline, 30 million, you won't lose money. Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang were both very stubborn.
When they heard the news, they kept looking at the woman and were very excited. The woman's dry throat bobbed. She wasn't quite sure whether Suqing had already intended to agree or whether her threats to Suqing had worked, but at this moment, Suqing's eyes were so gentle that she instantly let down her guard. She had been too anxious and nervous before and hadn't paid attention to how handsome the man in front of her was. She understood Suqing's intention in giving her money to accompany his man. It was simply because she had just threatened Suqing, and he wanted to humiliate her, but she had stayed with Lang Yanfeng for money, earning millions a year and still being treated that way. And now, with 30 million a month, she's already a fallen woman, her reputation ruined. She could completely accept such ridicule. After all, no one would ever offer her such a price again, even if Suqing doesn't help her deal with Lang Yanfeng. With this money she can live a good life for the rest of her days. She accepted the check and bowed sincerely to Suqing.
Thank you, Master Su.
Suqing casually grabbed a tissue from the table and handed it to her. Wipe your tears, your makeup is all messed up. Go home tonight, pack your things, and come with my men tomorrow. Don't worry, I always keep my word and will definitely help you. Hearing that gentle voice, 1,000 emotions welled up in the woman's heart. She deeply regretted not having followed Suqing sooner, so she wouldn't have been taken by that beast, but as she gratefully wiped her eyelashes, a tissue landed on her eyelids. Completely unaware, Suqing was looking down at her from above, a sinister gaze sweeping over her. Chapter 50. Jin Li visits the sick. Suqing glanced towards the door and gave Su Dazhuang and Su Dazhuang a look, signaling them to take the blonde girl and leave now. As the three of them were leaving, Zhang Qi's gaze inadvertently fell on Suqing's face. He watched as a cold glint flashed in Suqing's eyes, a face that had been utterly charming and handsome. Zhang Qi shivered instantly, his spine turning cold with fear. Simply put, the look in someone's eyes when they want to kill them cannot be hidden. As Suqing turned around and sat back down on the edge of the hospital bed, he raised his hand and rubbed the bridge of his nose, feeling a little tired. He scoffed, "What kind of thing dares to threaten me?" Suqing casually picked up her phone and made a call. As Suqing said calmly, "Hey, Xingji, do me a favor." On the other end of the phone, Suqing's tongue brushed against her teeth as she slowly said, "2 of my men will be taking a woman abroad tomorrow. I've installed a surveillance and location tracking system on one of my phones. I'll share the device with you in a bit, along with photos of the 2 of them. I don't have a photo of that woman, but she's easy to recognize with her blonde hair and foxy look. Brother Xing, could you send me 2 quick and efficient guys? After the 3 of them get off the plane tomorrow, they should kill that woman right away." The other end of the phone, Suqing smiled and said, "Brother Xing, I won't stand on ceremony with you. I'll treat you to a welcome back dinner when you get back. That woman had the 30 million check I gave her. I used it as a reward for my brothers." After saying that, Suqing hung up the phone. He rested his elbows on his thighs, his hands on his chin, and a highly sarcastic smile played on his lips. He felt that living within this book made it impossible to sympathize with others. He clearly gave that woman a chance. She just needs to wait, just 2 more seconds, or even 1 more second. He didn't shout out his threats. Suqing would not kill her. Su Xing could crush her as easily as stepping on an ant, and it would be just as easy for Suqing to let her go or even help her. Unfortunately, her hope of life was destroyed bit by her gossipy mouth. She crossed Suqing's bottom line, so no one can blame Suqing for being ruthless. Suqing lay back on the bed and looked at his character panel, only to find that he hadn't received the reward for the villain who caused the scene of the crime. It's estimated that the reward will only be given after Lang Yanfeng fails to investigate the scene. Suqing wasn't in a hurry, he had plenty of patience. The game was more interesting when played slowly. He opened the shopping mall's purchasing interface. The pinned item has not changed. Item 1, 1 kidney that is a host-matched match. Item 2, large vitality potion, increases attack power by 100 points. Product 3, super duration, fully controlled, those who know, know. Item 4, 1 copy of the original author's sequel novel. According to his villain points, he could still only buy 1 copy of the original follow-up novel, but when he clicked to buy, he found that the amount had changed. Now, a book only costs 100 villain points? Is there such a good thing? Although Suqing felt happy about this, she was also a little confused. Could it be, replying to the host, the intimate villain system is a growth-oriented system? In short, the harder you work, the luckier you get. Host, dear host, Suqing pursed her lips and said, "Very good." He scrolled down the mall list and found some very strange options. The strange thing is that what he was given wasn't anything special, but rather that it was nothing special at all. He already had it. Product 8, movie-winning acting skills.
Product 9, God-level cooking skills. Product 10, godlike appearance.
Suqing, the name even rhymes. No, that's not the point. The point is, although the price is not high, it only requires 100 villain points. But isn't this something I already had? Looking down, there is a small golden coin symbol with the words Exchange Office written on it. 100 villain points can be exchanged for 1 billion yuan in the current world.
Suqing frowned.
I don't lack money, he said calmly. System, come out and explain to me.
Your caring villain system is even taking this kind of dirty money now?
Host, please listen to my story. As everyone knows, you came to this world alone, with nothing and an ordinary background. You have abilities given by the original male protagonist, not abilities that you possess naturally. So, when you leave this world, you can only take away the items you purchased in this world rather than an industry owned in this world. Suqing understood. He completely understood how corrupt this system was. Is it necessary to say the above?
Are you done talking? Reporting to host, that's all. Get lost after that.
The next afternoon, a short-haired woman with a sexy figure, curvy figure, and a light gray hip skirt came to the main entrance of a private hospital in the city center. The woman's body swayed, and her beige high heels made a clanging sound on the asphalt road. In her left hand, she held a large, carefully wrapped bouquet of flowers, and in her right hand, she held several expensive skin-care products. Jean Li came to visit a patient, who was a distinguished person, and her young master. The first time Jean Li met her young boss was at the company's annual meeting 2 years ago. The annual meeting of the entertainment company includes leadership, various producers, directors, agents, and actors. They are all well-known figures, and the personnel are complex. Most of them are people from within the company, but there are also some entertainment bigwigs who were invited. Everyone knew tacitly that the annual meeting was just a press conference held in advance by Su Jinghua in order to allow his son to take over and enter the entertainment industry. Jean Li, who was a rookie at the top at the time, couldn't find her young master in the venue until the host invited Suqing to the stage. Jean Li saw Suqing, dressed in a black suit, with a straight figure and a dignified demeanor, slowly walking up to the stage, but what caught her attention was only a pair of eyes, which were deep and clear, like an abyss and thick ink. A head of loose short hair pulled back, clean and refreshing, unrestrained and uninhibited, but that was all she saw. When Suqing came on stage, he was wearing a black mask that was out of tune with his outfit, making it difficult to discern his full appearance. However, his eyes alone were enough to spark people's imagination. Suqing's cold, aloof, yet highly bewitching voice at that time seemed to still be ringing in my ears. At that time, Suqing only said one sentence on the stage.
Hello everyone, I'm Suqing.
Afterwards, she watched Suqing walk off the stage and directly out the backstage of the venue. He looked at her with nothing in his eyes and passed by in a hurry, but the fleeting glimpse she had at that time was still fresh in her memory. It can be said that Jean Li fell in love with Suqing at first sight, but her young master's eccentric personality of never getting close to others meant that she could only watch him from afar. She didn't expect that the young master would call her and ask her to do something. Therefore, the young master's current visit to the hospital and the things he asked her to do at that time were the best opportunities for her to come find Suqing. Chapter 51, The Script. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. A crisp knock on the door drew Suqing, who was sorting out the plot, to the door. He curled his lips into a smile, already knowing who was coming. Come in, he said lazily, leaning back in his chair. The door slowly opened with a creaking sound. A glamorous and beautiful woman walked into the ward. She was tall, mature, and sexy. Her slender waist was so thin it could be encircled by one hand, and beneath the fitted pencil skirt, her snow-white breasts stood tall, a soft, flawless whiteness catching the eye. Her neat short hair, which only reached her chin, made her fair neck appear even longer. Originally, Suqing should have continued to claim to be sick in bed, but when he used the original follow-up novel he had purchased again and used the intermediate insight skill to see that the woman in front of him had a favorability level of 95 points towards him, he felt that there was no need for him to pretend to be sick. Jean Li looked into the ward with a slightly inquisitive gaze. The usually shrewd and sophisticated woman was about to meet someone she could never reach, and she was bound to lose some of her maturity and composure. Suqing smiled brightly, and knowingly waved to Jean Li. Sisterly, what brings you here?
Jean Li nodded.
Young Master Su, I saw you faint on TV, so I thought I'd come and see you, and my artists are also thinking of you. As Jean Lee walked into the ward, she placed the nutritional supplements she brought on the table beside her and stole a glance at Suqing. Jean Lee appeared calm and composed on the surface, a testament to her professionalism honed over many years, but she knew that at this very moment, her heart was racing, compared to the fleeting glimpse she had seen a long time ago, and the sight of Suqing's true appearance on television a few days ago. Today's close encounter with her eyes felt even more exhilarating. This man, who was 6 or 7 years younger than me, was incredibly handsome. The half arm in the hospital gown has clear muscle lines, and the hand resting on the hospital bed has distinct joints, and is slender and beautiful. Suqing looked at her generously and smiled slightly. Thank you, sisterly, I feel much better. You don't need to address me with formalities like you or sir, and since I'm younger than you, it wouldn't sound nice to address me that way. A faint smile crept onto Jean Lee's lips, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes curved upwards, making her look truly charming and alluring. Well, then I won't be polite with the young master. I have another matter to discuss today. The script you mentioned to me last time is now complete, the actors have been decided, and the third female role has been decided according to your request. As Jean Lee spoke, she walked towards Suqing and took out a thick stack of scripts from the handbag slung over her arm, handing them to Suqing. This is the first draft of the script. Young master, if you're not feeling well, you should rest first. Take another look when you have time, and tell me what needs to be changed so I can have the screenwriter revise it. Suqing ignored her good intentions, flipping through the script in her hand and glancing at the chair next to her. Sisterly, please sit down for a while. I'm feeling alright, I can watch it now. After reading the previous few summaries, Suqing had a general understanding that the screenwriter was not writing a modern drama. The general plot revolves around a rebellion within the Marquis' household. The exceptionally talented young Marquis, dissatisfied with the previous dynasty's rule, overcomes numerous obstacles to seize imperial power. The love storyline is about marrying the daughter of the Prime Minister. Of course, the daughter he marries in order to gain great support is definitely not his childhood sweetheart, the girl he shares a deep connection with. Both the hero and the heroine are career-minded, determined to overthrow the imperial power. Suqing pursed his lips and glanced at Jean Lee with puzzled eyes. Although he had read the latest sequel of the original text, unfortunately, in this original text, his luck still could not reach the point of becoming the protagonist. So, in the book, the description of Jean Lee coming to the ward is just that Jean Lee came to the ward and went through the script with him, and there was also a description of Jean Lee's tender feelings for him. So, when Suqing got this script, he was speechless. No, sisterly. You are indeed very efficient. But did you misunderstand me? Didn't I give you the general direction before? I want you to find the screenwriter who wrote the sweet pet story for Xiao Hua and Our Company. I'd be happy to write a historical drama, or even a historical romance. What is this? What are you giving me? A dynastic takeover? Young master, this is the current trend. The screenwriter originally wrote sweet romance novels, but now has switched to writing. As she spoke, she saw that Suqing's face was obviously getting impatient, her chest heaved rapidly, and she broke out in a cold sweat. She had messed up her first time being alone with the young master, the man she loved. She quickly swallowed the words she was about to say and explained succinctly, No, young master, I understand what you mean. Jean Lee stood up and leaned over to Suqing, flipping through the script in Suqing's hand. Master, according to the general direction you gave us, the filming time for this drama is not long. It is divided into 3 parts. The first part is about the male and female protagonists being dissatisfied with the emperor's incompetence and planning to overthrow the emperor. The middle section is the male protagonist's flashback chapter, which is the whole thing. Jean Lee's hands trembled slightly as she flipped through the script due to nervousness. Her slender fingers, with their alluring wine-red nail polish, shimmered under the overhead fluorescent lights. Suqing raised his eyes and looked up along her neck. Under the deep eye sockets were a pair of tender and affectionate phoenix eyes, and on her small face were rosy lips. Her delicate nose emitted short, rapid breaths due to nervousness. Her soft voice carried a hint of allure, and her voice, as gentle as a willow swaying in the breeze, repeatedly reached Suqing's ears. This situation made the kind-hearted Suqing instantly less impatient. He gently raised the hand that was supporting the script and weakly grasped her fingers that were quickly flipping through the script. Suqing's fingertips were icy cold, and a chill accompanied the close skin contact, causing Jean Lee's heart to race. However, she is shrewd and capable in the entertainment industry, and has a mature mind. Although she had never experienced sexual intercourse, she would not be like those young girls who were aroused by love and would misunderstand someone just because someone held their fingers. Especially since Suqing was already handsome and charming, perhaps he was Just trying to comfort her because he saw she was nervous. Li pondered for a moment, looking at the fingers that Suqing had let go of at some point, and continued to flip through the script. Tell him the story. Chapter 52 discusses the script. Suqing looked at her calmly and slowly said, "Young master, the middle part of the plot is roughly as you requested. This part is about the romance between the male lead and the third female lead. The third female lead is a maid bought by the Marquis's mansion, not his childhood sweetheart. However, the maid fell in love with the male protagonist at first sight. The young Marquis was a dashing and unrestrained nobleman. He had the third female lead ride with him, which was their first encounter. The rest of the story involves them getting to know each other, falling in love, and finally getting married. Suqing frowned as she stared at the line Li was pointing to. Getting to know each other, falling in love, that part of the plot is well written, but they've already fallen in love, and the male lead still marries someone else? That's a bit scummy, isn't it? Li smiled and turned a few pages as the paper rustled. Young master, look here, that's the reason. After her wedding, the third female lead was kidnapped by the third prince of the dynasty while hiking in the mountains. To preserve her innocence, she hanged herself with a white silk ribbon. The emperor favored the third prince, distorted the truth, and even harshly criticized the Marquis's family. This is the very opportunity for the young Marquis to overthrow imperial power. Suqing smiled slightly. Not bad, quite interesting. This script is well written, with a plot full of twists and turns, both sweet and heart-wrenching. Li, who had been praised, responded with a beaming smile. It was all done according to the young master's instructions. The third female lead didn't have many scenes, but they were very concentrated. At that time, the male lead's character was unruly and reckless. But there's one thing I don't understand. Why did you have the male lead and the third female lead scenes with their lower faces covered, only showing their eyes? Suqing stared at her for a few seconds, smiled calmly, raised an eyebrow, and asked in return, "Sister, guess what naughty thing I'm planning to do?" Suqing's voice was low, husky, and sensual, like a spell that entangled her in her ear. Her playful teasing words made her breathe more rapidly and lose her composure. She avoided Suqing's gaze and stammered, I can't guess." Suqing didn't explain, but let out a soft laugh through his nose as he held out a hand to Li. "Show me a picture of the male lead." "Okay." Li responded and quickly took out her phone, pulling out the photo of the male lead from her album. Suqing took the photo. The man on the screen was good-looking, a popular young actor with a straight nose and elegant posture. You could tell from the photo that he had excellent bone structure and a face that was very suitable for the camera. However, that's not what Suqing was paying attention to. He held up his phone with one hand and covered the area below the nose in the photo with the other. He stared at the eyes on the screen, increasingly satisfied. A smile played on his lips as he asked Li, "Sister, take a look." He turned to face Li and placed the photo next to his face. "Do his eyes look alike to mine? If I covered them with a mask, no one would be able to tell, right?" Li carefully compared Suqing's eyes with the man's in the photo and said seriously, "They look quite alike, but the young master's are more handsome and expressive." Li Gang felt something was off the moment she finished speaking. She paused, looked at the scene, and seemed to understand Suqing's intention. She said calmly, "Young master, what do you want?" "What do you want?" Suqing casually handed the phone back to her. "Yes, it's just what you think. I'll play the role with the third female lead. Sister, please remember to handle things discreetly. I don't want anyone to find out that I had a role in this show." Although Li didn't quite understand and felt a little disappointed, she knew that being able to do things for Suqing was already very good. She didn't dare to ask her young master what he thought, as she didn't have the right to do so. Li nodded. "Understood, young master." "Who will play the third female lead? Should I contact that actress's agent?" "Oh, no need. You go set up the location first and film the scenes between the male and female leads. I'll let you know when I've taken care of everything else." Then, young master, Li looked up at the window. The two of them had been reading the script for so long that they hadn't noticed the time, and it was already getting dark. She was a little reluctant, but her long experience in the complex world of entertainment had honed her professional composure. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she held the script in both hands. "Young master, it's getting late, you should." Before she could say anything, she was drawn to the door by a knock. Suqing cleared her throat and said towards the door, "Come in." A doctor in a white coat walked in, carrying a bottle of glucose. He walked to the bedside, nodded to Suqing, and said, "Young master, it's time for the 4-drip." Suqing glanced at the medicine in the doctor's hand, then looked at Jinli, smiled faintly, and waved to the doctor. "No need to fight anymore, we're on the same side." He deliberately emphasized the words "our own people." These words caused Jinli and the doctor present to pause in surprise. No matter how friendly and approachable Suqing appears on television or in his current behavior, he cannot change the ingrained impression that people have of him as eccentric and strange. Jinli was both excited and tender, and Suqing called her one of his own. The doctor's heart was in turmoil. He was a member of the Su family. Young Master Su had ordered him to give him glucose every day to conceal his presence. No one had come to visit him yesterday, and Suqing hadn't let down his guard. But today, the doctor stole a glance at the alluring and beautiful girl beside him and immediately understood what one of us meant. "Yes, young master." "Then I'll hang the medicine up and let it drain on its own. Otherwise, if I go out with an unopened bottle of medicine, someone with ulterior motives might notice." Suqing nodded to him, "Okay." The doctor was an associate chief physician at the hospital, around 40 years old, mature and experienced, and quite meticulous in his work, which pleased Suqing. Suqing watched as he hung up the 4-drip and placed the needle hole in the trash can at his feet, then said to him, "We still have things to discuss, you can go out first." After placing the needle in the trash can, the doctor nodded to Suqing and headed out the door, whether intentionally or unintentionally. As he went out the door, he happened to run into the dark blue curtain in the ward that was being pulled down to ensure that patients could rest undisturbed by the outside world. With a whoosh, the world outside the curtain was divided into 2 areas. The side where Suqing and Jinli were separated from the world outside. The curtain was extremely effective at blocking out light, but it didn't stretch the entire length of the ward. Suqing glanced at the doctor's back and saw that the moment he turned to close the door, the wrinkles at the corners of his mouth from suppressing a laugh looked like they could trap a fly. The white coat fluttered as he turned, creating a graceful silhouette, a testament to his hidden merit and fame. Suqing. "Is it possible that I just don't want to get injections anymore? My little hands." Chapter 53, acting together. The moment the curtain fell, its strong light-blocking effect cast a shadow over Suqing's face, which Jinli saw when she looked down on the hazy, elusive beauty made her heart pound rapidly, especially when he told others without hesitation that she was Suqing's own person. This drastic change in their relationship left Jinli momentarily stunned. When she came to her senses, she saw a fair and slender hand waving in front of her for quite some time. The slow, languid voice of the young man in front of her echoed in her ears, "What's wrong with you?" "And nothing, young master, let me pull the curtain up for you." As Jinli turned to pull the curtain, her forearm was grabbed by a hand, and she looked at Suqing in confusion. "Young master?" Suqing let go of his hand, moved his body forward, and his back slipped off the cushion behind him. He smiled brightly. "It's all right, I'll have to use it during my rest time anyway." "Okay." Jinli nodded, let go of Suqing's hand, pursed her lips, and said, "Then I won't keep you from resting any longer, I'll be going now." Suqing glanced at her watch. "It's not too late yet. I have a few ideas about 2 scenes in the script. Sis, if you have some free time now, let's chat. If you're tired or exhausted, I'll call you tomorrow." Jinli waved her hand, her phoenix eyes slightly raised, alluring yet not vulgar. With a deliberately concealed smile at the corners of her eyes, she held up the hem of her skirt and was about to sit down on the chair next to her. Before Jinli could sit down, she saw Suqing move her body towards the window of the hospital bed, making up a large space on Jinli's side. "Sis, the stool is hard and you won't be comfortable sitting on it. The hospital bed is quite big, so let's make do." Jinli's originally long and pretty eyelashes suddenly opened a few points. Suqing's kind attitude towards her almost made her years of professional demeanor break down again. Before she could answer, Suqing patted the empty seat that had just been vacated. "Sister, please don't be so polite with me. I'm asking you to help me revise the script so late at night. I can't let you sit on the sidelines forever." Seeing that sincere and bright smile, she subconsciously sat down next to Suqing without making any excuses. Compared to Jinli's unnatural performance, Suqing was much more natural. That he was intently flipping through the script, listening to one particular page, then turned to her and said, "Sis, I don't feel good about this part of the plot." Jinli lowered her eyes and leaned closer to the script, carefully looking at the line of words that Suqing was pointing to. "Sister, this is a scene where she's riding a horse." I feel it's inappropriate to have the young marquis riding a horse with the third female lead, Ing Ro. He tapped his fingertips lightly on the script covered in words, as if he were thinking. I feel that his character is unrestrained and playful. It wouldn't be appropriate to just take Ing Ro on horseback as soon as we see her. He pointed to the two characters above, holding a sword and serving tea, and tilted his head, looking at Jean Lee with a puzzled expression. Here, the young marquis is riding a horse, holding a sword, and Ing Ro, she was holding a teacup in her hand. She had come to deliver tea. Given that both of them were carrying something, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to mount the horse directly should Ing Ro just throw away the teacup she's holding. Moreover, performances with physical props should be utilized. Such good accessories are being wasted. It's such a waste. Suqing smiled awkwardly and shrugged. I studied acting myself, so maybe I'm a bit, well, meticulous about these details.
Jean Lee nodded. Indeed, what you said makes a lot of sense. It would be a waste not to make use of these two items. Young master, what do you think would be a better way to change it? Suqing handed her phone to Jean Lee. Sister, have you ever acted with the actors? Simply describing it might not convey the full scene or make it easy to understand. If you have any experience acting out scenes, let's try it out. You pretend your phone is a teacup. Jean Lee took the phone and replied, I don't have much experience, but I've occasionally gone over lines with the artists. I can give it a try. Just don't laugh at me if I don't do it well. Fine. Suqing is a professional in acting, not to mention that he has already bought the villain's best actor-level acting skills. With the support of the system that ensures that all products produced are of high quality, the professional acting skills infused in him can be said to be much stronger than the original owner's own acting skills. Suqing looked at the lines in the script and pondered the young marquis' character. Quickly getting into character. He turned his head and looked at Jean Lee with a playful smile. His slightly narrowed eyes conveyed the unrestrained and unconventional nature of the character in the drama in just one glance. Suqing glanced at her, her gaze finally settling on the phone in her hand. What's your name? Who sent you here? Jean Lee had read the script, especially the roles of the male lead and the third female lead that Suqing had specifically emphasized, so Jean Lee knew that she should now be called Ing Ro. But now, Suqing didn't follow the script at all, so she could only go along with what Suqing said. After considering the character's personality for a moment, she lowered her head and nodded. My young master, I am Ing Ru. The old lady asked me to bring you tea. Suqing rolled up the script in his hand, pretended it was a sword, and reached out to push the phone out of Jean Lee's hand. Little by little, from her tender red palm to the ground, the phone fell quickly, making a bang sound, which scared Jean Lee. Compared to this unexpected sound, the touch on her waist and abdomen surprised her even more. She lowered her eyebrows and looked over. The script that Suqing had rolled up and was holding in his hand was pressed against her waist. The force was neither light nor heavy, fiddling with the folds of her skirt up and down, like a tease, even more like seduction. But what Suqing said next made Jean Lee realize that her current lingering thoughts were just a play played by her young master. Suqing jokingly said, Ing Ro? It's a nice name, but the tea the old lady likes is hard to drink. The script that was against her waist slowly moved upwards until it stopped at her chin. Suqing raised her wrist and slowly lifted her beautiful face, watching as a blush rose on her originally fair cheeks, and her tender red lips parted slightly in surprise. He smiled casually and said, in comparison, Ing Ro, you seem more palatable. In reality, she was just being held with her chin down, but now she was so shy that it felt as if her throat was being held down. She stared at Suqing without blinking, stumbling, young marquis. Seeing that she could no longer utter a single word, Suqing immediately removed the script from her chin and casually tossed it aside. Sister, what do you think of this scene I changed? Is it better than the previous version? Suqing smiled brightly at Jean Lee, and his cheerful voice was completely free of the teasing tone he had just used. Chapter 54, Half the shares. When their eyes met, looking at Suqing's sunny and handsome face, they knew that Suqing had finished rehearsing and returned to normal. Jean Lee's mood was like a roller coaster ride. She couldn't quickly adjust her state, so she pretended to be natural and generous and said, You've revised it very well. You've perfectly captured the young marquis's unrestrained and unconventional nature with just a few movements. Sister, don't praise me. I'll have to trouble you to put in more effort. After all, I only have experience from school. You have much more experience and so many popular artists under your management. Jean Lee's cheeks were already flushed, but after being praised by her young master, she blushed even more. She quickly waved her hand. It's nothing, I was just lucky, it's all just luck. Suqing narrowed her eyelashes slightly and smiled modestly. Sister, don't be modest. Your performance was top-notch even at the peak. When I take over the top in the future, I'll still need Sister Li's help. Seeing that Jean Li was too shy to respond, Suqing felt that the time was right and he was ready to strike while the iron was hot and add the remaining 5 points of goodwill Jean Li had for him. After all, Suqing treated her so differently, patiently guiding her step by step, asking her for help, asking her to stay and rehearse, and even teasing her. Of course, he had his reasons. There is no other reason. According to Suqing, Jean Li was a character in the original text. She was intelligent, meticulous, and shrewd, and could be considered ruthless, while the Su family was furious and retaliated against the Lin and Li families because of Suqing's imprisonment. Jean Li took her connections and resources to join Li Tian and opposed the Su family at every turn. Therefore, if this person does not make good use of her abilities, she will have the opportunity to become a great help to Li Tian. Of course, things are different now. Suqing has successfully changed many chapters of the original text and met Jean Li, winning her heart at first sight. She then had no chance to slip away from Suqing's grasp. To win over others, you need 3 things: sincerity, material possessions, and methods. As Suqing Wang knew exactly how to completely win over Jean Li and achieve perfection just by looking at the tender love in her eyes. As Suqing smiled brightly, then said to Jean Li, "Sister, you really don't need to be modest. Your abilities are widely recognized in the industry. I own several entertainment and media companies, as well as 2 MCN agencies, all of which my dad gave me to practice with. It's always been in the hands of professional managers. I'm still focused on my studies while I'm in school. No matter how they manage it, they've always been operating under the family name, and the performance has been pretty good." Suqing gazed into her eyes and spoke lightly yet sincerely. "How about I give half of the shares to my sister? Anyway, I don't care anymore. All those resources and achievements are being wasted. You can help me manage them properly. Consider this my way of thanking you for helping me this time. Although my sister has also done her best for our family, I shouldn't say this, but with your abilities, Sister Li, you could have gained fame and fortune for yourself." It's a pity. Jean Li's mind went completely blank for a moment. The entertainment media company that Suqing casually mentioned was no ordinary company. It was definitely not some small practice company. It is common knowledge that the Su family dotes on and values Suqing the most. Even though Suqing himself does not like to participate in social activities with prestigious families and major entertainment companies, the Su family will still solemnly introduce the resources that have been handed to Suqing at various occasions in order to enhance his qualifications and reputation in the industry. One of Suqing's companies produces art films year-round. Although they are not commercially successful in China, they have won numerous awards abroad and have an excellent reputation. They don't need to specifically recruit or find artists. As soon as a company announces that it will produce a new film, countless popular stars and talented actors will be willing to act in it for low or no pay, just to gain prestige by working for Suqing's film company that produces art films. Another company is even more impressive, only producing big-budget movies with A-list stars as the main actors. Not to mention their salaries, there are countless celebrities willing to bring their own funding or fully fund the production, and the MCN agency that Suqing casually mentioned at the end has thousands of influencers, those with tens of millions of followers. In this era of short video popularity, his MCN agency can be said to be second to none in the industry, and the reason for the traffic allocation is nothing other than the fact that the Su family is the controlling shareholder of several of the hottest short video platforms right now. The 3 large media companies that Jean Li could just think of were already industry leaders and the key to wealth, not to mention all the companies under Suqing's name combined. What does it mean to give her half of the shares? Jean Li's alluring phoenix eyes were wide open, and her heart seemed to stop beating at that moment. She had no connections or wealth, but after years of struggling in the entertainment industry, she was naturally ambitious and wanted to control all resources. She originally thought it would take her 5, 10, or even decades to achieve what she envisioned. Suqing actually gave it to her directly. She didn't think Suqing was just making empty promises to deceive her. The young master of the Su family wouldn't stoop to teasing her. Moreover, even if Suqing didn't give her any benefits, she wouldn't dare to disobey the task assigned by her young master. Suqing had no need to do that. Half the shares, jointly controlled by Suqing, it's practically an invitation for her to run a husband and wife business with Suqing. All of this must have left her terrified. She instinctively shook her head hastily. She was ambitious, but she hadn't done anything significant for Suqing, so how could she so easily accept such a generous gift from Suqing? "Young master, this is too much, I can't accept it." Suqing frowned slightly, watching her hands waving in front of her chest.
He didn't even pay much attention to what the flattered and beautiful older sister was saying next. The scenery behind those two slender, swaying hands completely captivated Suqing. He thought to himself, the older sister is indeed something else. The kind-hearted Suqing was highly educated. In the original world, he had once served as the class representative for Chinese language at school. Faced with this situation, this reminded him of a poem by Wang Chang, a poet from the Ming dynasty. Suqing touched her chin. That's great. He finally snapped out of his daze as those delicate hands moved rapidly. He blinked and exclaimed, "Sister, what did you say?" Suqing hissed, pursed her lips, and covered her head with her hands. "Ouch, my head hurt a little just now. I didn't hear you clearly. Could you say it again?" "I say, young master, the gift you gave me is far too much. I can't accept such a gift without having done anything for it. I was just helping you organize the filming of a movie. I can't accept so much from you." As Jean Li spoke, she reached out to him, wanting to help him if he seemed unwell. Suqing grabbed her forearm and squeezed it reassuringly, as if to say, "It's okay." Chapter 55. I am a patient. At this moment, what came into Jean Li's eyes was a clean and dazzling smile, like the rising sun. She listened to Suqing speak generously. "Sister, don't be so polite, you and I are family. Being too polite would be too formal." When Suqing first said the word "one of our own," perhaps she didn't emphasize it on purpose. This time, he spoke to her alone, and the three words "one of us" were still deliberately emphasized. Jean Li once thought that Suqing's words contained a hint. Looking into Suqing's obsidian-like eyes, she was momentarily stunned. In fact, her own conditions were not bad. In terms of appearance and ability, she was no less than others. "Why can't my young master treat me differently?" Feeling rather flustered, she blurted out instinctively, "Young master, I don't understand what you mean by our own people." Her throat tightened, and she was clearly anxious to know the answer to that question. "Young master, are you this kind to every one of your subordinates?" "Ha?" Suqing chuckled. "How could that be? Half of the controlling stake in the company under my name is equivalent to half of my wealth. How could we possibly give it all away to everyone?" However, Suqing thought about it carefully. He really could be so generous to every subordinate. After all, this was half of the original villain's wealth, and he couldn't take it with him. He wouldn't feel bad about giving it all away. Besides, he only needs to use 100 villain points to exchange for 1 billion. Why would he care about these few dollars? Then why only me? Jean Li's eyes seemed to be veiled by a thin mist, and she spoke quickly and urgently, looking both pitiful and adorable. The slightly furrowed brows revealed obvious feelings, and the excitement choked in her throat seemed like she was afraid of getting an answer that would disappoint her. Suqing's gentle peach blossom eyes met hers. "No reason. Sister, I just want to give it to you. Just accept it, don't be polite with me." He tilted his head and glanced at the ticking clock on the wall, then chuckled softly. "It's getting late, sister, you should go back and rest. I'll have my assistant and lawyer call you tomorrow to sign the share transfer contract." Jean Li's turbulent thoughts at this moment were practically overflowing. Her composure, cultivated over many years, collapsed in an instant. She couldn't suppress the waves in her heart. Suqing genuinely wanted to give it to her, she could tell. Suqing's words, which were meant to tell her to rest, sounded to her like a sharp blade severing the hard-won opportunity for her to get close to Suqing. She was originally a decisive person, and now, because of her inner struggle and doubts, as well. As this rare opportunity to spend time together, she leaned over Suqing without any regard for anything else. She said eagerly, "I don't just want to be your one. Young master, do you have even the slightest bit of feeling for me, even just a tiny bit?" Suqing was stunned, genuinely stunned. He had originally intended for Jean Li to go back and rest. After all, there was a well-known fact. He is a patient. He thought to himself. No way, are they even targeting patients? His blue and white hospital gown and the bed he was supporting with his hands silently proclaimed that he was a patient. Suqing met her gaze with those charming, captivating phoenix eyes that shimmered with moisture. Instinctively, she wanted to push her away and tell her that she wanted to rest, but when the voice of the system suddenly appeared in his mind, it told him that the charming and beautiful sister in front of him had reached a favorability level of 100 with him. They have already achieved a love that is forever inseparable, devoted to each other, and unwavering until death, under such affection. The kind-hearted Suqing simply couldn't bear to hurt a woman who was deeply in love with him. He turned his head away and said with an awkward smile, "All I can give you is half of my fortune. As a child of the Su family, there are many things I am powerless to change, so I don't want to delay. Before Suqing could even finish speaking, with the slight swaying of the iron legs of the hospital bed, a pair of slender, fair arms suddenly wrapped around his neck, Jean Lee raised her eyes and looked at him. I don't care about anything, master. Can you promise me one thing? You say.
Can I not call you master?
I want to call you by your name, okay? It's fine when it's just the two of you. Suqing's slightly furrowed brows relaxed. He thought Jean Lee would take advantage of his favor and ask for the other half of his wealth, and he also thought she would ask for some resources and more. He never dreamed that this shrewd and successful top agent would only ask him for a small title. 100% favorability rating, truly honest and genuine. He smiled readily, truly touched by her cautiousness. He raised his hand and ruffled her hair.
I never said you couldn't. When there are other people around, you can.
You can also call my name. She looked up at him with a smile on her face, and before he could finish, she called out to him, Suqing. Suqing did not respond. The smile on the corner of his mouth turned into a hum that came out of his nose. By the way, he also thinks that the name is good, but calling him young master always feels awkward. While Suqing was pondering whether the word young master could be used to describe a villa or a 3-bedroom apartment, a breath of air came towards him. This part has been deleted. After a while, Suqing lay on the pillow and looked up to see Jean Lee's rosy cheeks and watery eyes. Her phoenix eyes were slightly narrowed, which was very beautiful even in the dim light. Her fair shoulders seemed to be tinged with a blush. Her lips parted slightly, and she called out, word by word, Suqing. Suqing smiled as he inhaled the rose scent that filled his nostrils. The sounds from his throat echoed the ticking of the clock on the wall. The only loud noise source was the unpleasant creaking of the iron material of the hospital bed against the walls and floor. Chapter 56, Incense burning. The two, overwhelmed by the burden, squeezed together on the small hospital bed to rest. Jean Lee nestled in the crook of his neck, her slender hands encircling his waist. She tilted her head slightly, her alluring eyes lingering on Suqing's handsome face. Suqing smiled gently and looked down at her. Sister, may I have a cigarette? After Jean Lee gave a soft Suqing quickly lit a cigarette and started smoking. It's common knowledge that men are always tired. As the puff of smoke he exhaled filled her vision, Suqing's mood also became enveloped in the mist. Suqing frowned. It wasn't that he was heartless or unkind, but the two of them sleeping on such a small hospital bed could only be described as suffocating. At this very moment, the ever-sensible Jean Lee's voice appeared at just the right time.
Young master. Suqing, I'll head back now.
Suqing paused for a moment, then looked down at her, almost unable to suppress her smile. He smiled broadly, his hand resting on the hospital bed. It is a bit cramped, otherwise I wouldn't have let my sister go through all this trouble so late. Jean Lee took in the sight of him struggling to move and get up. Jean Lee quickly pressed down on his shoulder, hurriedly got up, and said softly, rest well, you don't need to see me off. Suqing gave a soft and smiled brightly, sister, you should get some rest too. As Suqing watched her retreating figure, the forced smile on her lips slowly faded. To be fair, Jean Lee is indeed a remarkable figure, living in the chaotic entertainment industry, a place where all sorts of big directors, investors, and celebrities gather. Just based on her appearance alone, it's no ordinary person that she could remain completely untainted among a group of monsters and demons, extricating herself from all stigma. According to the book, Jean Lee was able to rise step by step to the position of a top agent without a strong family background. It was all due to her own methods. At business events and banquets frequented by influential figures, Jean Lee would always bring along some young artists eager to make a name for themselves. Everyone knew the extent of her shady dealings. Suqing checked the time. There was still a full day and a half before Lang Yanfeng went to investigate the villa in the southern suburbs of the city and came up empty-handed. During this time, Suqing only needs to stay in the ward to clear her name and recuperate in preparation for the battle. Speaking of Lang Yanfeng, the woman who threatened Suqing with her own destruction back then did not lie about what she said about Lang Yanfeng. Suqing already knew Lang Yanfeng's true identity from the book. His identity is merely that of the owner of a few insignificant boxing gyms, restaurants, and bars. His true identity is the young master of the Long family, a family of pharmaceutical professionals. On the surface, the Long family are all top students from medical school, with the grandfather being a top R&D talent in China. The Leion family enjoys a high social status, but in reality, they have a top-secret family heirloom. A small furnace top that is 10 centimeters square can produce a pill every 5 years. Of course, it is not as good as the pill that the system produces for Suqing to cure all diseases, but this family secret medicine that is produced once every 5 years must have some effect. For example, Li Shang, the biological son of the Li family who was suffering from an old illness, the craft of making the furnace top is passed down only to women, not men, so that object is currently in Lang Yanwan's hands. The person the Li family secretly found who could save Li Sheng was her. This is why, amidst a sea of beautiful women at the interview, Suqing treated her the only one with special regard. Her 80 points of favorability towards Suqing were simply not enough, because in the later part of the original text, Lang Yanwan will soon meet Li Tian with Lang Yanfeng's help and fall in love with him at first sight. Later, she helped Li Tian conceal the fact that the Li family's medicine had already been successfully prepared. Suqing scrolled through her phone and found the phone number of the finance manager of her company in her contacts. Although it was late at night, having risen through the ranks to become manager under Suqing's guidance, he was naturally on call 24/7. Suqing.
Hello, Manager Lu, this is Suqing. Could you come and do something for me tomorrow? Manager Lu answered the phone in a daze.
When he saw that it was Suqing calling, he was momentarily dazed. Only after confirming 3 times did he dare to admit that the call was really from his young master. Suqing watched the time ticking away on the phone.
Hello? Manager Lu? Are you there?
A muffled voice came from the other end of the phone. Young master, what are your orders?
Suqing said calmly, Manager Lu, tomorrow you will use the Su family's name to offer some incense to Qinghua Temple. The amount, let's say 500 million. They told the temple's abbot that the young master of the Su family would be going to a vegetarian feast and offer incense the day after tomorrow afternoon, and that the young master didn't want to draw attention to it, so they asked the temple to provide a quiet environment. Manager Lu, is this a scam call? Manager Lu was already confused by Suqing's phone call, and now his boss suddenly said he wanted to donate 500 million yuan to the temple. Manager Lu paused and said, Young master, the current assets of your company may not be enough to reach 500 million. The properties under your company name have already been registered. Cashing out fixed assets is possible, but the amount is too large, within a single day. I'm afraid, Suqing, I'm really stuck with this. I'd have to sell my house and land, just to come up with 500 million. This pathetic behavior prompted Suqing to immediately interrupt him, and he quickly said in a nonchalant tone, Use the company's name and my personal accounts. Get it done tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Suqing glanced at the hazy night outside the window, smiled wickedly, and thought, the show is about to begin again. 2 days later, Qinghua Temple in the north of the city, the monks, who should have been renounced worldly life and focused on their spiritual pursuits, were filled with fear and trepidation. Today, the temple welcomed a distinguished guest who donated 500 million yuan in incense money to Qinghua Temple. At this moment, the distinguished guest was having a meal in the temple's dining hall, sitting alone at a wide wooden table. He sat extremely upright, with a handsome figure, broad shoulders, and a narrow back, but he was wearing a simple black hoodie. Sitting next to him was a middle-aged monk dressed in a Haiqing-style robe with wide waist and sleeves, and a round collar and square lapel. He had a fat head and big ears, and his whole body was very round. The young VIP on the bench frowned as he looked at the lavish vegetarian meal in front of him. Why was there shredded pork with garlic sauce, stir-fried pork with potatoes, and even abalone and sea cucumber? Is this a temple? Suqing had also eaten vegetarian food at a temple in his previous life. He remembered that it was probably some cabbage and steamed buns, and a bland soup. He still fondly recalled the taste of the vegetarian food at the temple. Although he was puzzled, he wasn't a monk, so a more lavish meal wouldn't be a problem. He picked up his chopsticks and ate some, but after a few bites, he realized it wasn't what he expected. He smiled brightly, and the simply decorated dining hall suddenly seemed to exude a touch of magnificence and nobility because of his presence. The monk beside him observed the man's expression and chuckled, Young Master Su, is it to your liking? Suqing smiled and said, The vegetarian food at your temple is quite delicious. You can even make so many different dishes from bean products. I'm glad you like it, Young Master Su. My Buddhist name is Wukong. I am very grateful for your donation to our temple. Suqing, why not call him Wujing? The young man on the long wooden bench couldn't help but shrug his shoulders a few times, a barely suppressed smile playing on his lips. Suqing was feeling very uncomfortable, but it wasn't entirely the abbot's fault. It was clearly the work of the original author, Go, who was uncultured and came up with a random name. Chapter 57. The reason is nothing more than this. Suqing looked at the host and realized why he was so fat. The monks in their temple aren't the kind who renounce worldly life and practice asceticism. They have legitimate jobs with internships, promotions,
and social security benefits. According to the reports he had read, the salary for a trainee monk should be around 8,000, while that of an abbot is around 50,000. Looking at the venerable Liukang before him, this level of attainment was probably, Suqing blurted out without thinking, "Master, may I ask how much your monthly salary is?" Master Liukang was taken aback. "That's incredibly presumptuous." Knowing it's presumptuous, why ask anyway? Suqing wasn't a clueless straight man. Seeing the monk's expression, he quickly waved his hand and smiled. "Just kidding, just kidding." Master Liukang laughed heartily and waved his hand, saying, "It's alright, it's alright, it's not a secret that can't be told. My monthly salary is around 40,000 yuan, and even trainee monks earn several thousand. The temple's business, the temple's benefits are quite good." "That's really good." Suqing nodded at him. In fact, the book describes Master Liukang as having some real skills. He is proficient in divination, and Suqing is quite eager to find out more. "I've heard your divination is incredibly accurate?" Suqing smiled and continued, "Could you do a divination for me?" Master Liukang immediately sat up straight, his posture becoming upright, no longer displaying the relaxed demeanor he had just displayed. He asked, "What would you like to know, benefactor?" Suqing parted her lips slightly and said casually, "I want to see my past and present lives." Master Liukang lightly tapped the pads of his other fingers with his thumb, as if he had seen through Suqing's entire life in the blink of an eye. "Benefactor, in your previous life your parents were loving and your family was well off, but you loved to play and your studies were below average. According to the divination, one's life will be smooth sailing, with the help of benefactors, free from hardship, and one will enjoy a long and peaceful old age." Suqing pondered deeply. If the original author hadn't lied, then what Master Liukang calculated must be true. That would prove that he hadn't died in his previous life and was still alive and well. Suqing finally felt relieved to wait. There are his parents too. Master Liukang is right. Suqing's parents in the original world treated him very well from a young age. His family was of modest means when he was young. His parents worked hard for most of their lives to build a fairly solid family fortune. They doted on him and even spoiled him. Suqing naturally loved them very much. At this moment, he didn't want to ask how his parents were doing. Since he could be so rich and powerful, how could his parents be under pressure in terms of wealth and life? He mainly wanted to see his parents' health. Suqing asked earnestly, "Master, I would also like to ask about my parents in this lifetime." Master Liukang calculated with his fingers and slowly said, "In your parents' previous life, their careers were in a state of ups and downs when they were young, and they only got on the right track after they had children in middle age." Master Liukang's originally steady voice became solemn, and his brows furrowed tightly. "My benefactor, your mother suffered a great calamity when she was 70 years old. She was diagnosed with terminal cancer that year. Your father, grieving for her, also passed away at the age of 72. Upon hearing this, Suqing's eyes, which had been fixed on Master Liukang without any attitude, suddenly widened, and her fingertips trembled slightly. It was as if the sky had fallen and the earth had cracked open for him. "My parents were such good people, yet they only lived to be 70. Mother died of illness, father died in despair." When Suqing heard the news, there was only one thought in his mind, just that one thought. He wants to go back. He needs to go back right now. He should go back to be with his parents and let them enjoy their old age. He doesn't care about wealth, status, or ability. Suqing looked panicked and serious at this moment, and Master Liukang's expression was not much better than his. Master Liukang suddenly closed his eyes tightly, his expression solemn. He felt that the divination results seemed to have changed. He opened his mouth and said slowly, "No. Why are there two hexagrams? One is what I said above, another hexagram. In your previous life, at the age of 35, you found two miraculous elixirs. May all your parents' illnesses be cured, and live peacefully to the age of 120. Suqing was stunned for a long while, and a hint of joy appeared in his lifeless eyes. He shrugged his shoulders forward slightly, and the corners of his lips slightly parted into a smile that was not sure whether it was bitter or happy. 2 sets of hexagrams. 70 years old, late-stage cancer. He died at the age of 72, depressed and frustrated. At the age of 35, 2 magic pills cured all diseases. A centenarian who lives to be 120 years old. In fact, Suqing once thought that all time travelers and reborn people have opportunities. Some are to make up for their miserable lives, while others are to avoid being wiped out by the system. Why did he travel through time and space and get a caring villain system that allowed him to choose freely and allowed him to live a free and unrestrained life without any burden? In the book, "Do whatever you want." At this moment,
He finally understood that it turned out that there was a place in the universe that gave him the opportunity to repay his parents. Suqing is now quite composed, or even indifferent and proud towards others, with a forced smile, but after hearing the news, he couldn't help but hold the hand of the master in front of him. His throat was choked with sobs, and even his eyes were covered with a layer of mist. "Thank you, master."
Master Wukong waved his hands quickly and said solemnly, "No thanks, no thanks.
Your previous life was very tortuous and fantastic, but it was indeed happy and perfect. But, in your life, I really can't see the process in between. There are many complicated forks in the road of the ending, surprisingly coincided with the day you obtained the elixir in your previous life, and you only lived to the age of 35. If an ordinary person is judged about life or death by others, especially when the judgment is only made about a few dozen years old, he should only have two emotions, either depression or anger. But the young face reflected in Master Wukong's eyes, which had seen countless people, was very different from that of ordinary people. It was a face that could be considered happy and indifferent. He suddenly remembered a phrase, a final burst of energy before death. Master Wukong quickly added, "Don't take it to heart. My humble fortune teller only looks at the hexagram. It may not be accurate, they are all just false reputations." "Just like in your previous life, didn't I also see two hexagrams? You are a lucky person, blessed by heaven."
"The master is right," Suqing nodded. After a long while, the two looked at each other in silence. Master Wukong suddenly looked towards the entrance of the dining hall and caught a glimpse of a young and beautiful female donor in a white dress. The female donor was walking from the courtyard to the main hall, holding an object wrapped in a silk red cloth in her hand. Master Wukong slowly turned his head to look at Suqing. "Master Su, I have read your divination. I will do whatever you want me to do. Please release my family." Chapter 58, Calculating the furnace opening. Suqing put the phone in her pocket, her fingers gripping the phone, and suddenly felt a little awkward. He frowned. On his phone, there was a video of him arresting Master Wukong's family. He truly hadn't expected Master Wukong to have foreseen this. She never expected that after listening to his story about his parents, she would soften and want to give up the idea of threatening him. After all, even if one doesn't believe in Taoism or Buddhism, everyone has their own destiny, and one shouldn't try to tamper with it or go against the will of heaven, especially threatening masters who have true Taoism. Everyone knows that Suqing is a kind person, that he's mainly afraid of retribution. That he licked his lips, embarrassed, and said, "Master Wukong." Master Wukong stood up, smiled faintly, and looked down at Suqing. In that instant, Suqing felt that even Uncle Wukong's fat-headed and big-eared image suddenly became unfathomable. It was as if a halo of light shone behind him, surrounding him. Master Wukong slowly said, "Some things are preordained by fate. My master once cast a divination for me. There will be a male benefactor of noble birth who will not live past the age of 35, who will come to this humble monk to change his destiny with a female benefactor dressed in white with a mysterious identity. My master calculated the fortune for me twice, and the result was the same both times. Perhaps this is my tribulation. We are bound by an inextricable connection. Life, death, karmic obstacles, and retribution are all preordained. So, young Master Su, I will help you. This is my karma. Please let my family go home. You should go with my two junior brothers to the side hall to rest." Suqing's expression was a mixture of emotions. It turned out that this master knew everything about his every move, even his current plan to wait for the woman of destiny to emerge from the side hall. Suqing was quite impressed by his profound understanding of life. Suqing nodded slightly. "Thank you, Master Wukong." As Master Wukong stepped out of the door, he paused and turned back towards the dining hall. He gave instructions to the two young monks dressed in Haiqing robes beside the dining table. "Wuneng, Wujing, you two take good care of young Master Su." The two young monks leaned forward slightly and nodded to Wukong. Suqing, damn it, the fortune teller who told Wukong's fortune was definitely named Sanzang. Suqing rubbed her temples. The last time he was this speechless was the last time. Suqing was initially moved by Master Wukong's wisdom and carefree spirit. He was abruptly pulled back to reality by the names given to him by the author of the original text. Suqing followed two young monks to the side hall, which was connected to the main hall by only one wall. The interior is simply furnished, with the eaves made of blue bricks and red tiles. There is a small tea table and two sandalwood chairs against the wall inside the room. Suqing sat down on the chair, idly looking around at the interior of the room. Behind the tea table hung a black scroll with a white background. It is painted with colorful patterns. He glanced at the painting, then quickly turned his head to look at the blue bricks on the ground. He curled his lip. Really, drunk? He wondered to himself. Why is Qinghua Temple not called Shio Temple? Even the paintings on the wall depict the four travelers and their journey to the west. Suqing's mind was currently filled with a popular song, The White Dragon Horse's Hooves Face West, Tang. Sanzang, with his 3 disciples, successfully completes his journey to the west to retrieve the Buddhist scriptures. Just as Suqing was about to ruin his image as a noble young master by singing this folk song, a young monk walked towards him. He was holding a wooden tray with a blue and white porcelain-style teacup on it.
Master Su, have some tea.
At this moment, Suqing, sitting calmly in the sandalwood chair, was already very composed. Although he was speechless about the journey to the west setting, he had already accepted it. There is no other reason. The author of this story is so cunning. He even tries to ride the wave of popularity for Journey to the West fanfiction. He really has a way of attracting attention. He looked at the slightly plump young monk in front of him, who was wearing a blue robe, and nodded.
Thank you, Master Wuneng.
The young monk before him paused for a moment, then calmly explained, Benefactor, this humble monk is Wujing.
Suqing.
He tilted his head back and smiled, burying his unspoken words in his heart.
Thank you, Master Wujing. I can rest here by myself.
Please wait, Benefactor. My senior brother also instructed me to tell you something. Wujing raised his hand and pointed to the scroll depicting the journey to the west next to Suqing. Suqing looked at the painting with a puzzled expression.
Master Wujing, what is the meaning of this?
Wujing reached out and touched the painting. After removing the radiant canopy on Sanzang's head, a small hole about 2 centimeters square appeared. This is the main hall. Suqing nodded with great satisfaction and looked through the small hole.
Master Wukong is very thoughtful. You should go and rest.
I'll just sneak a peek myself. As the 2 young monks left the side hall, Suqing quietly gazed at the scenery in the main hall. The first thing you see is a tall, slender woman in white pacing back and forth, as if she's waiting for someone. A white dress that fell below the knee, and a pair of low-heeled sandals with straps that dangled around her delicate, fair ankles. Her narrow waist was tied around her waist with a thin black belt. She was facing away from Suqing, and judging from the angle of her arm, she was holding something. A light breeze blew and the red silk cloth fluttered, and you could vaguely make out that it was a bronze object. Of course Suqing knew what she was here for. He watched as Master Wukong slowly walked towards the woman in white, a sly smile playing on his lips. Leion rushed forward to greet Master Wukong, nodding slightly and saying, Master Wukong. Wearing a crimson kasaya and light gray cloth shoes, and holding a string of Buddhist prayer beads, Master Wukong bowed with one hand and said in a low voice, Benefactor Lang. Prominent families place great importance on destiny and will usually consult a feng shui master before choosing a site, naming a child, and so on. The Lung family's alchemy is inherently mysterious, and they care even more about such matters. Previously, the calculation of the furnace opening time was done by Lin Yanwan's aunt. Now that she has inherited this family secret, she will naturally take over the calculation. Lin Yanwan's aunt had brought her here before, so she knew the procedure, but this was the first time she had to calculate the time herself for this miraculous medicine that took 5 years to produce, so she was still a little nervous. In particular, in the past, it was always the Tripitaka master of Qinghua Temple who performed divination for their family. Lin Yanwan peeked behind Master Wukong.
Master Wukong, when will Master Sanzang come to calculate the time for opening the furnace for me? Master Wukong nodded and said, My master has embarked on his journey to the west. My master instructed me to wait here today to calculate the time for the furnace to be opened for the cold benefactor. Chapter 59, Fortune-telling. Lin Yanwan frowned slightly, looking embarrassed, but at that moment she also felt a deep respect for Master Sanzang. The Tripitaka master was indeed a highly accomplished master. He had already made arrangements for his family before his death. Lin Yanwan leaned slightly forward and said respectfully, Master Wukong, please accept my condolences. Master Wukong, his expression was calm as he gestured with one hand, gently moving the prayer beads between his thumb and forefinger. Benefactor Lang has misunderstood. My master's journey to the west is not the same as the journey of riding a crane to the west. Yes, I went to travel to a western city with friends. Lin Yanwan's embarrassed expression gradually relaxed, and she spoke with a mixture of awkwardness and politeness. I'm sorry, Master Wukong, I misunderstood. Then I'll trouble Master Wukong with this calculation. Several Buddha statues were placed on the high platform of the main hall. Master Wukong pointed to the yellow prayer cushions on the ground. Please kneel down here, Mr. Lang, and sincerely think about the problem in your heart. Master Wukong lit 3 incense sticks and placed them in the incense burner. The 2 men, one kneeling and one standing, remained silent for a full quarter of an hour. As the incense in the censer burned out and wisps of smoke floated in the air, Master Wukong fiddled with the prayer beads in his hand and said solemnly, "Tomorrow at 3:30 a.m.
Lin Yanwan stood up and leaned forward slightly.
"Thank you, Master Wukong." She had already calculated the time and was just about to leave the main hall when Master Wukong called her back and pointed to a mahogany table on the west side. "Miss Lang, I see that your cheeks are flushed and your complexion is excellent, just like the appearance of a peach blossom. How about letting me tell your fortune?"
Lin Yanwan was taken aback, her delicate almond-shaped eyes widening slightly. "Master Wukong of Qinghua Temple is renowned for his accurate divination, and his divinations are extremely rare. Now that he's offering to have his fortune told, could it be that I'm a destined person? It's still a peach blossom hexagram? Girls always value marriage, so she's naturally willing." Lin Yanwan didn't stand on ceremony and smiled slightly. "Then thank you very much, Master Wukong." Master Wukong sat on the chair against the wall, and Lin Yanwan sat down upright opposite him. Master Wukong stared intently at his fingers, not blinking, while his thumb moved back and forth across the pads of his other fingers. "The actions taken here are extremely profound and mysterious, Master Wukong. Please calculate carefully. Cold words can be warm. Wait patiently." Time flew by, and the two remained silent for a long time. He agreed to help Suqing alter Lin Yanwan's destiny, and his hesitation at this moment was not because he was afraid of retribution and wanted to go back on his word. Fate is determined by heaven. Since his master has already foreseen this calamity for him, he must help the young master of the Su family. His hesitation at this moment is for no other reason than this: Master Wukong not only has face blindness, but he also doesn't know many words to describe man. This man, he made intermittent sounds, stammering for a long time, all to confuse the listener. After all, it seemed strange that he claimed to have seen the woman's potential at a glance, yet remained speechless for a long time. His face was ashen, as if he had eaten a bitter melon. For a long time, he couldn't think of a way to describe Suqing's appearance so vividly that people would immediately recognize him. "Miss Lang, this man has fair skin." Lin Yanwan, "Master, are you serious?" As Master Wukong looked at her blank and confused expression, her slightly downcast and helpless look, and while thinking, he began to gesture with both hands. "This man has a straight nose, slightly narrow cheeks, delicate features, and a smooth face shape. He is of noble status and is a young man. According to the divination that he must be the son of a prominent family. Tall stature, short hair." "Pooh." Master Wukong frowned. Even he himself felt that all that he had said was a waste of time. The sons of prominent families are often outstanding individuals, handsome, dashing, and tall, especially when he saw the helpless smile on Lin Yanwan's face, which she had deliberately suppressed. He felt even more that he had said a lot of nonsense. It's not concrete enough. Master Wukong pondered for 2 seconds, and then suddenly realized the truth. Suqing's most distinctive feature is her eyes. This man had a pair of extremely beautiful peach blossom eyes, with the corners of his eyes slightly downturned. He thought about it and felt that this was still not enough. Peach blossom eyes were not a special shape. He kept searching his limited vocabulary, and finally came up with a particularly fitting phrase. Master Wukong blurted out subconsciously. His expression was mysterious and profound, quite bewitching. "Those eyes, even when looking at a dog, are so full of affection." Lin Yanwan, who was sitting opposite her, was dumbfounded. "Is my destiny a young master from a wealthy family who was so affectionate even to a dog?" Not to mention her, even the protagonist who was looking at the main hall through the small hole in the wall was standing there in a dazed. "Is this an adjective that humans can come up with?" However, Suqing frowned slightly, looking at Lin Yanwan's expression through the wall, and found that her originally helpless expression gradually became natural. She seemed to have already imagined in her mind the person described by Master Wukong. Lin Yanwan asked tentatively, "Master Wukong, have I seen this person before?" Master Wukong thought about it and felt that there was no need to pretend about this matter. He closed his eyes slightly and counted on his fingers. He said calmly, "I have seen you, just a few days ago, in a magnificently decorated hall. There must have been a lot of people there, and you two looked at each other. This person is your destined partner." Master Wukong smiled, his face full of sincerity. Actually, he hadn't counted at all. At the time, Suqing's interview program went viral. He had seen it. Lin Yanwan couldn't help but pull the corners of her mouth and revealed a sweet smile. At that time, the young master of the Su family looked at her during the interview. Doesn't Suqing just have a pair of deep peach blossom eyes? "Thank you, Master Wukong," Lin Yanwan said. Lin Yanwan bowed slightly to Master Wukong before walking towards the door. She was carrying a square cauldron and had just walked to the entrance of the temple. "I saw a young man wearing a sports sweatshirt.
with an upright posture and long legs, walking past the main entrance of the temple about 1 meter away. The young man was smiling brightly and chatting happily with the man in a black suit next to him, his jawline, sharp and defined like a knife's edge, turned his face casually to the side, revealing deep, captivating eyes that weren't looking at her. It was like a fleeting glimpse of a beautiful woman, instantly making her heart pound. This stunningly beautiful person, isn't that Suqing, the person the master mentioned as having a predestined marriage with him? She instantly understood why Master Wukong had taken the initiative to perform a divination for her. It must be, this is the man I'm destined to meet. Master Wukong also saw him and saw his destiny, which is why he didn't want the two of them to pass each other by a Qinghua temple. At this moment, Lang Yanwan looked anxiously at Suqing's retreating figure and quickly walked towards him. She called out quickly, "Young Master Su." Chapter 60, The Art of Winning Hearts and Minds. Huasheng opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce and waved to the passenger seat, saying, "Young master, please get in." Suddenly, a soft female voice reached his ears. There were many families with the surname Su in Luochuan, but apart from Suqing, there was no one else who could be called young Master Su. He looked toward the source of the sound and saw a delicate oval face and a graceful white dress. He turned around and said to Suqing, "Young master, it sounds like a girl is calling you from behind." Suqing did not turn around. Of course he knew someone was calling him from behind, but he did not want to say anything at this moment. It was not the right time. Although Lang Yanwan's favorability towards him had already reached 85 points when Master Wukong finished telling her fortune, but Suqing felt it was far from enough. As everyone knows, the art of winning a woman's heart is an art in itself. If a man is too easily won over and responds too readily, a woman will not cherish him. With only 85 points of favorability, why would Lang Yanwan reveal all her family secrets to him? How could she help him deal with the male lead, Li Tian? Suqing stepped into the car, smiling casually, no rush. After saying that, he sat steadily in the car and slammed the door shut. Suqing rolled up her sleeves and stared at the hands of her Richard Mille watch, which were ticking away second by second. The silver dial revealed a mysterious and resolute quality, just like the composed Suqing herself. He slowly curled the corners of his lips into a wicked smile, knowing that Lang Yanwan was about to knock on the car window. Suddenly unprepared, Suqing leaned forward, her body lurching forward. Suqing frowned and leaned towards Zhang Qi in the driver's seat, asking suspiciously, "What are you doing driving? Did I tell you to drive?" Zhang Qi's large face was extremely bitter at this moment. The car door was already closed, so what was he waiting for instead of driving? Was he waiting for that girl who called him? Didn't the young master just ignore them? Zhang Qi slammed on the brakes and turned to look at Suqing. "Young master, didn't you say you didn't know him?" Suqing licked her lips. Before Suqing could finish speaking, Huasheng spoke up in time, his expression serious. The young master said he wasn't in a hurry, but he didn't say he didn't know her or that he wouldn't wait for her. Suqing smiled. Huasheng was indeed mature, experienced, and meticulous. She had finally found a rare and good helper. Huasheng glanced at Suqing's expression in the rearview mirror, a smile appearing on his lips. He quickly seized the opportunity and then said to Zhang Qi, "We who work around the young master must learn to read between the lines. The young master is clearly using a strategy of playing hard to get, trying to make that girl obsessed with him. It's a psychological tactic." After finishing speaking to Zhang Qi, he turned to Suqing and nodded, saying, "Young master is brilliant. Zhang Qi, I really will thank you. Why do you always find so many ways to entice me?" Suqing, "That's true. But can you just say something like that?" Suqing closed her eyes tightly, her brows furrowing impatiently. "I'll dominate you." Before Suqing could even utter the words relatives and friends, his brows instantly relaxed. There is no other reason. With a knock on the car window, Suqing glimpsed a delicate face peering through her privacy screen. As the car window slowly rolled down, Lang Yanwan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled, and a sweet smile graced her cherry-like lips. The dark privacy film gradually slid down over time. The first thing Lang Yanwan noticed in the car was the handsome man's loose, casual hair. Next, there were two slightly upturned, somewhat sharp eyebrows, and then those deep, captivating pupils, slightly narrowed in confusion. Next, below her straight nose were lips with a natural rosy hue. Then the lips opened and closed. He spoke. Suqing tilted her head, asking in confusion, "Who are you?" Lang Yanwan was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to her senses. "Young Master Su, I am Shan Wan, a reporter from Luochuan TV station. I interviewed you a few days ago, and then you fainted. Master Su, are you feeling better?" Suqing smiled brightly. "Oh, is that so? I'm sorry, I don't quite remember." may I ask what you need me for? Lang Yen Nuan was born into a large family and was the only girl among her peers.
As she was destined to inherit the family's secret business, she had more choices in her main career and did not have to go to medical school and do drug research like her two older brothers. So she hid her identity as a daughter of a wealthy and powerful family and worked in the media industry, which she loved, just like an ordinary girl. She also had a cheerful and gentle personality. It wasn't the first time she'd been interviewed by a celebrity, but striking up a conversation with her interviewee was a first for her, and she couldn't help feeling timid. Moreover, the man she was facing at that moment had completely forgotten about her, which made her feel disappointed. When Suqing came to Qinghua Temple, didn't Master Weokong cast a divination for his marriage? Marriage is a matter of destiny for both parties, so how could it be just one person? Is it possible that he is my destiny? But his marriage was not his own. As Lung Yenwan was still in a daze, she saw Suqing suddenly smile. I'm sorry, I was unconscious in the hospital for many days, so my memory is a bit.
I just remembered, you were the first person to ask me a question, right?
Lung Yenwan nodded, her eyelashes narrowing into a beautiful arc, her lips pursed, hesitant, unsure of what to say. Her heart was pounding.
He remembered.
It turned out that he had been unconscious, and that he remembered her too. Suqing raised her finger and tapped her temple.
Let me think. Ah. I remember now.
Xianwan, he looked up at Lang Yenwan without a trace of impatience and asked generously, Sister Xianwan. You asked me if I was scared when I was kidnapped, right? Lung Yenwan's lips, which had been stammering, instantly froze. It was better if she hadn't remembered at all. Seeing her stunned, Suqing smiled, glanced at her, and said directly.
It's okay, Sister Nuan. It's just part of your job. Don't feel awkward. As for the media industry, I understand you. What do you want to ask me? Lin Sier stammered, It's nothing, I just saw you and wanted to say hello. Oh, I see. That's quite a coincidence.
After speaking to her with a faint smile, Suqing turned away from her and looked back ahead. Lin Yenwan looked at Suqing's profile, and her mood plummeted in an instant. Suqing wasn't the only one in the Rolls-Royce. There were two other people sitting upright, who, judging from their attire, were probably Suqing's bodyguards. When Lin Yenwan saw Suqing's polite but distant attitude and the polite words she used to deal with outsiders, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear on the spot. Lin Yenwan lowered her head. He wasn't paying any attention to her, so she couldn't just stay there and try to make conversation with him. Her voice, barely audible and filled with reluctance, said, Young Master Su, I must go now. But before she could finish speaking, she heard an opportunity. Oh no, it was a sentence said by the man in front of me. Suqing asked the two bodyguards in front of her with a hint of impatience. When will the people sent to repair the car arrive?
How long do we have to wait here?
Chapter 61. Good people are blessed by heaven. Shang and Zhang Qi instantly understood what Suqing meant. This time Zhang Qi quickly took the lead and answered Suqing with lightning speed.
Young master, the repairmen won't be here for 2 hours. So long?
Sigh. After responding, Suqing turned to Lin Yenwan, who was halfway through her sentence, and said, Sister Xianwan, what did you just say?
I didn't quite hear you.
Lin Yenwan's delicate face lit up with joy, but she quickly concealed it, turning it into a look of surprise.
He didn't say anything. Young Master Su, is your car broken? Suqing raised an eyebrow. Yeah, even such a nice car can break down.
I guess I'll have to wait here for about 2 hours. Lin Yenwan pursed her lips. Young Master Su, perhaps you could sit down. She glanced at the two rather annoying light bulbs in the front row of seats and changed her mind, saying, You can ride in my car. I'm going back to the city center anyway, I can give you a ride home. Suqing did not refuse, but smiled brightly. Really? That's great, thank you so much, Sister Xianwan. He opened the car door and said as he got out, I don't need my men. The two of them can stay here and wait for the mechanic to arrive. A hint of joy flickered across Lin Yenwan's lips, and her previously subdued mood instantly lifted again, especially after Suqing got out of the car and stood next to her. Lin Yenwan looked up and saw that he was a whole head taller than her, and his broad shoulders blocked most of the scorching sunlight, shielding her from it. His hoodie was loose, and the sleeves were casually resting on Suqing's arm as she moved, as if the two of them had come to Qinghua Temple together and were now
going back together.
Sister Xianwan, where's your car?
Suqing asked her. Lin Yenwan snapped out of her daze and gestured with her chin toward a BMW Mini parked not far away.
There it is.
Okay, then I'll trouble you, Sister Xianwan. Suqing smiled and glanced down at the object that Lung Yanwan was holding, which was covered with a red cloth. He pointed and said generously, Sister Xianwan, you just invited her from the temple? It must be heavy. I've seen you carrying it for ages. Let me help you carry it for a bit. Lang Yanwan's mind went blank, completely forgetting that she was holding her family heirloom. She was overjoyed.
Suqing actually offered to help her carry her things. In Suqing's eyes, she was just a reporter, not a delicate young lady. From this, it seems that Suqing has absolutely no reservations about people's identities, and is neither as aloof nor cold as rumored. I even asked him those incredibly provocative questions, and he responded with such a warm and welcoming response. The cauldron in Lang Yanwan's hands wasn't actually heavy, but the protective instincts that a girl craves welled up in her heart, and she handed the cauldron to Suqing almost without thinking. With her eyes sparkling, she looked at Suqing and said, "Thank you, young Master Su." Suqing, who had his hands resting on his sides, was taken aback. He was just saying it casually, just being polite. He never expected that Lang Yanwan would even ask him to carry this family heirloom. She really is, Suqing smiled, took the cauldron, and wait, it's not too heavy. Wait, feeling that good things were about to happen. If this level of affection were to increase further, wouldn't Lang Yanwan be willing to tell him everything and give him everything? The two walked to the rear of the pink BMW Mini. Lang Yanwan opened the trunk, and among a bunch of miscellaneous items, there was a medium-sized silver-white safe on the far side. Young Master Su, give it to me, Lang Yanwan said, reaching out her hand. Lang Yanwan took the furnace tripod covered with red cloth from Suqing, put it aside, and entered the password into the safe. Suqing quickly turned away, and Lang Yanwan neither covered her eyes with her hand nor told her directly not to look, but Suqing is an extremely upright person. Staring at others while they enter their passwords is impolite, and he cannot do that. So, he decided to watch secretly with her back to Lang Yanwan. Suqing found a good angle, turned on the front camera of her phone, and examined the spot where Lang Yanwan's finger had landed. The electronic combination lock on the safe, equipped with 9 keys, had numbers arranged in a scrambled order, making it difficult for Suqing to see clearly through the mirror lens. Suqing narrowed her eyes, staring intently as Lang Yanwan's fingertips tapped repeatedly on the electronic lock. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Suqing? Just as Lang Yanwan was about to turn her head away, Suqing quickly fiddled with her phone screen and turned off the camera interface. Young Master Su, I'm all set. Let's get in the car. Suqing replied okay and prepared to walk towards the passenger seat, but when he turned sideways, he accidentally glanced at the rear of the car, which made him frown instantly. 5 large characters were written on a cartoon sticker, new female driver. Lang Yanwan was opening the driver's door and preparing to get in the car. Seeing that Suqing had not gotten in the car for a long time, she looked at him, glanced at where his gaze was, and hurried towards him. She gave an awkward smile. Young Master Su, I just got my driver's license. Suqing forced a weak smile, her expression awkward. She hadn't been that scared before, but now she was even more terrified. He waved his hand and said, it's okay. Everything is a process of accumulating experience. Just drive slowly. I feel you can do it. Lang Yanwan's cheeks flushed. Listening to his heartwarming encouragement and looking at his hearty smile, she nodded towards Suqing. Yes, I'll be careful, young Master Su, please sit in the back. Suqing nodded and did not reject her suggestion. Okay. Standing at the back door of the car, Suqing hesitated for a long time before finally getting into the passenger seat. The reason is simple. How could the kind-hearted Suqing bear to disappoint her beautiful older sister? He quickly fastened his seatbelt and said to Lang Yanwan, whose face was filled with a mixture of surprise and delight, Sister Xianwan, I'll accompany you. Otherwise, it would be boring to travel such a long distance. The car slowly started moving. Xinghua Temple in the north of the city is not close to the city center, but fortunately, Lang Yanwan's driving skills were not as bad as Suqing had expected, and she drove smoothly on the expressway. Actually, he stopped worrying after he got on the bus. After all, he bought a copy of the sequel to the original article by the author Go before boarding the bus to ensure his own safety. Actually, being a novice isn't that scary. What's scary is that Suqing's luck isn't high, so he has to be careful. After reading the sequel, Suqing was relieved. The original text was largely unchanged from the previous version. He was buried alive by Li Tian and probably wouldn't die in Lang Yanwan's car. Lang Yanwan placed her hands on the steering wheel and smiled sweetly. Young Master Su, what a coincidence that we run into you at Qinghua Temple, which is so remote today.
Suqing nodded, yes. Lang Yanwan thought for a moment and asked, Young Master Su, are you here to have your fortune told? Suqing shook her head. No. That's. Offer some incense and accumulate some blessings. Suqing laughed, I guess it's just my bad luck. My car broke down as soon as I left the house. She tried to comfort and console Suqing, and said slowly, this has nothing to do with your fate. It's the car's fault, you can't blame yourself, can you? Suqing gave a wry smile. Actually, I lied to you. Master Wukong did a divination for me. Lang Yanwan's eyes held a mixture of doubt, inquiry, and a hint of joy. Could it be? Could it be? Maybe. I knew Master Wukong wouldn't just predict his own marriage, she said. Master Wukong's divination is very accurate. Young Master Su will definitely be blessed by heaven. Before Lang Yanwan finished speaking, she heard a bitter sound from Suqing's throat that was deliberately suppressed. In the quiet car, it seemed a bit empty and desolate. Master Wukong said that I come from a wealthy family and have never suffered the hardships of life, but I am not fortunate enough to enjoy it. I suffer many misfortunes and am physically weak. I will not live past 35. The BMW, which was traveling at high speed on the highway, suddenly stopped. Suqing's body leaned forward rapidly. If it weren't for the seatbelt, he would have flown out of the car window. His intended sob story fizzled out as a single exclamation, fuck. Suqing looked away from Lang Yanwan with a speechless expression, turned towards the car door handle, and frowned tightly at TSK. What a jumpy thing to do. He was originally supposed to live to be 35, but now if there's a car in front of him, he won't even make it to his 20th birthday. Chapter 62, Kong Rong giving away pair. Suqing was imagining herself leaping out of the windshield when she heard a choked sob coming from beside her. What, young Master Su, you, the voice, like a pear blossom in the rain, lingered in Suqing's ears, sweet and moving yet tinged with a complex mix of emotions, including loss and melancholy. Suqing turned to look at Lang Yanwan, even though she looked somewhat like she was mourning, but her genuine expression of affection for him did improve his mood considerably. Watching her delicate hand gently wipe under her eyelids, her long, thick eyelashes fluttered, and the glistening teardrops on them reflected the sunlight streaming in through the car window. Young Master Su. Su, you. Suqing was slightly moved and tentatively reached out to stroke her ear and temple. His large, warm hand rested on the stray hairs at her temples, and the palm that brushed against her earlobe tickled her, instantly making her heart flutter and even suppressing the sob in her throat. Su, before Lang Yanwan could utter a complete sentence, she looked at Suqing and smiled gently, saying something that sounded like comfort, bitterness, and self-mockery. A low, melodious sentence. Sweetie, don't cry. Don't be sad because of me. Even if you are sad, it's not now, Xianwan. I'm not dead yet, am I? Listening to Suqing's words, she saw that her emotions, which had originally calmed down, could no longer be suppressed. Emotions were revealed in her eyes, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and tears slowly fell on her white dress and shattered. The sobs rose and fell, and she covered her pretty face, bursting into tears. Suqing, who readily agreed with good advice, forced a bitter smile, her hand hovering in midair, unsure of what to do. What he just said was a strategy, a way to win over people's hearts. Keep crying and crying. At least increase your popularity rating, he pondered, with only 15 years left to live. Was he really not even worth a little bit of goodwill? Ding. The considerate villain system has heard the host's request and will now increase the favorability rating by 1 point. Lang Yanwan's current favorability is 86 points. Wow, how thoughtful. Suqing said softly in her mind, system, just max it out for me. He. Our system is considerate, not resentful. Suqing, grass. The car was quiet and the space was small, with the two people separated by a small distance between them and the control lever. After a while, Lang Yanwan's voice became hoarse. She slowly raised her pretty face and stared straight at Suqing, as if trying to see through her. Her once exquisite makeup was now a complete mess, but she seemed oblivious to it all. Suqing was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to say a few more words to comfort her, he suddenly felt a gust of wind approaching him. Just a moment. Suqing's face, soaked by the delicate warmth, was pressed tightly against his ear, the tears rubbing against his neck, his eyelashes scraping against his earlobes, and a pair of slightly trembling arms were wrapped around him not too tightly. Feeling the tight embrace, Suqing patted her back. Little Nuan, don't cry. Young Master Su. Suqing blinked, and suddenly
thought of something that the girl felt was very important. He gently patted Long Yenwan's back before she could finish her sob.
Sister Xianwan, just call me by my name.
Young master sounds weird. I'm not someone who particularly cares about status. Long Yenwan was startled, then, as if encouraged, she hugged Suqing tightly. Suqing, oh. Suqing rested her head on her fragrant shoulder, her voice thick with sobs. Sister Xianwan, please don't cry. Sigh, I don't want this either, but this is my fate. Cough, cough, cough. He was already missing a kidney, and he'd been weak since childhood. Ugh, people's lives are long or short. I have enjoyed enough and have made good on my investment. It's just that my parents, who raised me with such hardship, have suffered. I am an only child, and when they get old, there will be no one to take over and share their pressure. No one cared for them in their old age or saw them off in their final days. This is the biggest regret of my life. In the cramped space, the two people's shoulders were pressed tightly together, their bodies heaving back and forth.
Wah, Sister Xianwan.
Sis Ding, Long Yenwan is extremely distressed and sympathizes with the host's situation. His favorability increases to 90 points. Suqing curled his lips into a smile and decided to give it a try. He pressed against Long Yenwan's neck and whispered, Sister Xianwan, you don't need to worry so much.
Actually,
Master Wukong said I have a chance to meet a destined person. She will give me a top-quality medicine that can prolong my life. I think I can find that person. Before he could finish speaking, Long Yenwan grabbed his shoulders and pushed him away. Suqing looked at her and was stunned for a moment. He sighed inwardly. Sigh. He was kind-hearted by nature, and although he was a skilled actor, he just couldn't pretend. He had spoken too bluntly. Had she noticed? The next second he no longer thought so, and a sense of joy rose in his heart. Long Yenwan wiped away her tears with the back of her hand while speaking excitedly.
Suqing.
The person Master Wukong was talking about is me.
Ah, what?
Sister Xianwan, you. Before Suqing could fully express her feigned doubts, Long Yenwan quickly opened the car door. When she came back, she was holding the Yi cauldron for refining medicine in her hand. As Suqing pointed and asked, What is this?
Actually, I'm the youngest daughter of the Long family in Luochuan.
This should be the miraculous medicine that Master Wukong mentioned.
It's our family's unique skill, and only one is produced every 5 years.
We can start the furnace and collect the medicine at 3:45 a.m. tomorrow. Long Yenwan handed the furnace to Suqing and said firmly, although this medicine cannot cure all diseases, it can greatly nourish those with weak bodies and at least extend their life by 2 or 3 years.
Long Yenwan's chest heaved rapidly with anxiety.
She had known since she was a child that she would inherit the family business, but she has always regarded refining medicine to save people as her mission, without any other emotions involved. It is more like a task that she has to complete by herself, but at this moment, the man in front of her who was destined to marry her could actually prolong his life because of the medicine she made. She stood up straight, holding the cauldron. For the first time, she felt proud of the unique skills she had inherited. Even if the parents have agreed to give the medicine to the eldest son of the Li family, so what? The eldest son of the Li family doesn't know her at all, and his life and death are determined by fate. What does it have to do with her? At this moment, she only wanted to save Suqing. Suqing smacked her lips and looked at the cauldron in her hand with a confused look on her face. To be honest, Long Yenwan's actions really caught him off guard, and he was a little confused. He only played 1 against 3, and Long Yenwan actually threw out her trump card. Suqing waved at her, frowned, and said in surprise, Sister Xianwan, I never thought that the person Master Wukong was talking about was you, otherwise, I can't have said so much to you. Suqing slowly lowered her head and said bitterly, It's like I'm deliberately trying to gain your sympathy. He pushed away the object that Long Yenwan offered him.
Sister Xianwan, I can't take it.
How could I ask for something so valuable from you?
Long Yenwan looked at him.
She didn't know why she could trust him so much after only meeting him twice, especially Suqing's performance and the details. He helped her block the sunlight, helped her carry things, encouraged her, and didn't mind her small identity as a reporter, all of which proved that he was a very sunny and cheerful boy, and the traces of tears still on his face at this moment. What kind of young master from a noble family? He is obviously a sunny boy who has a miserable life but can still face life positively and does not complain about his fate. She was very sincere in the matter of Suqing's life. She could have waited until tomorrow to prepare the medicine and then give it to Suqing, but girls are always soft-hearted, and she was afraid that Suqing would think she was just promising him something. So she planned to hand over the furnace to Suqing. Just take it, I really want to help you, I don't want anything from you. As long as you can survive, you can get the medicine tomorrow and return the furnace to the Ling family.
Suqing smiled secretly.
He also wanted to take it directly, but after thinking about it, did Kong Rong have to go through 3 rounds to give up the pear? It's not very decent for him to take it after just 1 round. He plans to accept it after the 3rd round. Suqing waved her hand and said, "No, Sister Shanwan. I can't." Before he could utter the word want, he suddenly caught sight of Lang Yanwan's phone lighting up in the storage slot under the furnace. There are 2 words written on it: third brother. Lang Yanwan has 3 brothers, and the 3rd brother is Lang Yanfeng.
Chapter 63, Crayfish Restaurant. According to the original text that Suqing just bought, the next part of the plot is that Lang Yanfeng calls his sister to meet Li Tian. Because of the circumstances that she had changed, Lang Yanwan would no longer fall in love with Li Tian at first sight. However, Lang Yanfeng and Lang Yanwan have a very good brotherly relationship, so Lang Yanwan will still give the medicine to Li Tian. But now Lang Yanwan has given the medicine to me, and I've changed. The plot of Li Tian being able to get the medicine. This shows that Suqing didn't care that Lang Yanfeng had called her away at this moment, but he didn't want Lang Yanwan to answer the phone. The hermit has a brilliant plan. He has a way to make Li Tian and Lang Yanfeng even more furious. Seeing Suqing's refusal, Lang Yanwan pushed the furnace towards him again, saying, "You just." Suqing took it and said gently,
"Thank you, Sister Xianwan. After all, this is my last chance, and it's Master Ryukong's divination, so I won't stand on ceremony with you. Sister Xianwan, I'll give you the payment, don't refuse. As long as I have it, you can have whatever you want."
Lang Yanwan was startled.
The object she was holding was suddenly taken away, and due to the inertia, she staggered forward, almost falling onto the cauldron. Lang Yanwan paused for a moment, but showed no impatience.
"Anything you want? Then, can you do it?"
She shook her head inwardly, wondering how she could do such a despicable thing as taking advantage of someone in distress. She smiled sweetly at Suqing and said, "As for the payment, we can talk about it later. Let me explain how to use the medicine first." Suqing glanced at the phone. He knew Lang Yanwan wanted to tell him how to take the medicine, but he planned to listen at another time. He pursed his lips and looked out the car window towards Lang Yanwan, his gaze probing. As Suqing made her move, Lang Yanwan stopped talking and looked in the direction Suqing was looking. Glancing at the empty highway, Lang Yanwan asked in confusion, "Suqing, what are you looking at?" Suqing reached out and gently flipped her phone over, speaking softly as she turned back to her. "Sister Xianwan, it's not good for us to stay on the highway any longer, it's too dangerous. Are you free later? Let me treat you to a meal, we can talk while we eat." Lang Yanwan nodded and said, "Yeah, I forgot we were on the highway." As she started the car, she asked, "Which store do you want to go to?"
"Sister Xianwan, can you eat spicy food?" Suqing asked, fiddling with her phone. "All right."
Suqing didn't leave the choice to Lang Yanwan, he spoke frankly. "Then let's go to a crayfish restaurant on Genoa Road. I've seen those recipes in food guides, but my family won't let me eat them, and my subordinates are watching me too. So, it just happens to be the 2 of us today." Suqing looked at her with bright eyes. "Will you come with me?"
Lang Yanwan quickly replied, "Okay."
The bright plaque was hung high. 2 strings of large red lanterns hung on either side. Several large characters came into Suqing's view. "Spicy crayfish." Suqing pointed to the shop's name and asked Lang Yanwan, who was standing next to her, "Sister Xianwan, is this shop okay?"
Lang Yanwan smiled and said, "So this is the place you wanted to come to? The food here is delicious, I've been here a few times." Suqing raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what a coincidence. I'm so glad you like it too.
I was worried you wouldn't be used to it." The greeter opened the door from the inside at the right moment, and the 2 entered the store. Spicy crayfish's decor is very suitable for young people, with graffiti murals covering the walls in vibrant and colorful designs. The most eye-catching part at the entrance consists of 4 large, transparent pools filled with fresh crayfish. "2 people?" the waiter asked the 2. Suqing nodded. "Yes, you 2, please sit here," the waiter said, pointing to a seat near the restroom. Suqing did not respond to him. She glanced at the dozen or so tables in the hall, half of which were occupied by guests. He stopped looking at the stairs on the far right. He asked, "Are there any seats on the 2nd floor?" The waiter said, "There's only 1 private room left on the 2nd floor, with a minimum spend of 1,000. It might not be suitable for just the 2 of you." Suqing lowered her head slightly and asked Lang Yanwan,
"Sister Xianwan, is a private room okay?"
"There were too many people on the 1st floor, it was chaotic, and I wasn't used to it."
I'm fine with anything.
Leion smiled sweetly, and the two followed the waiter to the private room on the second floor. Inside the private room on the second floor, Suqing handed the menu to Leion with a bright and handsome smile. Little Luan, take a look and see which flavor is delicious. I've never eaten there before, so I'm not sure how to choose. Leion took the menu and said generously. The garlic and spicy flavors are delicious, and the broth is also fragrant. Finally, you can have a bowl of noodles as a main dish, and you can also have a tripod pot and watermelon juice. After hearing what she said, Suqing took the menu, stood up, and walked towards the door of the private room. As he walked, he said, I've got it. I'm going to find the waiter to place my order.
Sister Xiaonuan, wait for me a moment.
Leion watched his figure as he was about to leave, then glanced down at the call bell on the corner of the table. Suqing, just press, that's all. Suqing walked quickly to the stairwell, handed the menu to the waiter, and repeated the dishes that Leion had mentioned. He glanced at the location of the private room but did not go back. As Suqing smiled, her eyes, which were originally full of affection, now revealing a wicked glint. He went down the stairs to the first floor entrance. The waiter at the door saw Suqing walk past him and nodded. Sir, is there anything you need? Suqing took out more than a dozen 100 yuan bills from her pocket and stuffed them into the male waiter's pocket. The waiter was startled, his eyes almost popping out of his head. Sir, we can't. Suqing made a shushing gesture. Shoo. I've blocked the surveillance cameras. If you say something but I don't, no one will know. It was just a small favor. The money I gave you is almost a week's salary. Although the waiter was confused by Suqing's actions, he had just glanced at the thickness of the money and realized it was equivalent to half a month's salary. Even if he was discovered and fired, it would be worth it. Sir, what can I do for you? The waiter asked, while secretly slipping the money deeper into his pocket. Suqing pointed to a dining table facing the stairwell, near the window. A little while later, around 9 o'clock, two men will enter the store. One of them has a scar from his eyebrow to his eyelid. You can just guide them to that table and have them sit down. It's not difficult, is it? The waiter didn't ask why, and simply nodded. It's not difficult, thank you, sir. Suqing hummed in agreement, then opened the shop door and walked outside. Chapter 64, Buying Cosmetics. After leaving the store, Suqing walked towards a cosmetics store at the intersection that sold cosmetics on behalf of others. The store has a very fresh and simple decoration style, and all the walls are Tiffany green. The crystal chandelier above reflects off the gleaming walls, making people feel uneasy. The store is not large, with a shelf on each side, each with transparent glass wrapped in a gold-framed frame. A beautiful female boss in a black hip skirt came towards Suqing. Hello, welcome. What would you like to buy? Let me recommend it to you. She appeared calm and polite, but tears of surprise were almost flowing from the corners of her mouth. So handsome. Suqing thought for a moment and said it simply and concisely. I want Yves Saint Laurent's feather foundation, Shu Uemura's eyebrow pencil, TF's lipstick, and a Chanel eyeshadow palette. Pick one of each for me. Get another pack of makeup remover wipes. Before traveling through time, Suqing knew nothing about cosmetics, but the original villain is a top student in the acting department. How many men who study acting are not more professional in makeup than ordinary girls? Suqing, who has gained the abilities of a former villain, is of course very knowledgeable about cosmetics at this time. Upon hearing his words, the female boss was utterly disappointed. She believed that there were only two possibilities for a man to understand cosmetics. Point 1 is, I have a girlfriend and I dote on her very much. Second, he also has a boyfriend. But the female boss didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. This kind of handsome leek who buys things without even asking the price isn't something you see every day. She had just picked out a few kinds when she heard a pleasant sound, and her impression of the young man in front of her as a leek farmer immediately changed. He was not just growing leeks. They've definitely been injected with hormones. Boss, we don't want those anymore. Help me change to the most expensive and impractical cosmetics, the kind that few people will buy. The female boss gave Suqing a questioning look, as if to say, are you sure? Suqing smiled and said, it's okay, you can just take it. After the female shop owner packed up all the store's prized possessions for Suqing and handed them to him, he walked to the store entrance but hesitated to move. Large water droplets streamed down the glass door at the shop entrance, blurring the view outside. It's obviously raining outside. Luochuan has a mild climate, but it rains frequently. Suqing has only been here a few days and has already experienced it several times. However, he smiled and thought, this rain is just right, it's a timely rain.
The female boss, standing behind the cashier, noticed the rain outside and asked Suqing with concern. How about I get you an umbrella? You can return it to me when you have time.
Suqing turned around and said, Fine, give me one, I will return it. The female boss had just bent down to get an umbrella from the storage compartment below when she heard Suqing's words and paused for a moment. Isn't this blatant robbery? Suqing carried his things toward the counter and took out 200 yuan bills from his pocket and placed them on the table.
Just sell it to me directly.
The female boss was secretly pleased as she took out the umbrella, placed it on the bar, and deliberately declined. No need to give me money, just take it and use it.
This umbrella is only over $20.
You bought thousands of dollars worth of things in our store at once. How can I have the nerve to ask you to pay for just one umbrella? In an instant, the female boss's face visibly darkened. There is no other reason. She watched the handsome man in front of her take the money from the table. I took it back, watching the man putting the money into his pocket. Her heart was bleeding. Why don't you play by the rules? But she was not completely without gain. She heard a very pleasant sentence.
Thank you, and please get me another paper bag. She was confused and asked, Huh?
Suqing pointed to the transparent plastic bag in her hand and said, Change to a paper bag.
The white one behind you will do. The female boss pointed outside and said, Little brother, it's still raining outside.
It's easy to get wet if you use a paper bag. Suqing pursed his lips.
What a lot of nonsense.
He smiled at the female boss who was in her 30s but well maintained.
Big sister. Just give it to me directly.
Suqing walked away briskly, holding the paper bag in one hand and an umbrella in the other. Only the pale-faced female boss was left, staring at his back with wide eyes, her hands on her hips, her chest heaving rapidly.
My elder sister, you're beeping, mute it, beep beep beep, the real beep can't speak. The rain falling from the eaves onto the glass appeared to be heavy rain, but in fact the rain outside was not heavy, just a drizzle. The distance between the cosmetics store and the crayfish restaurant is not far, but it was 8 o'clock in the evening, and walking in the cool breeze of the rain, Suqing couldn't help but sneeze a few times. Achoo, achoo. Suqing sniffed, looked at the big red lantern in front of him, raised the corners of his lips and smiled evilly. It must be Leion who was thinking about him, but he took away the umbrella in his hand, let himself be drenched in the rain, and used the umbrella alone to block the paper bag. After a while, he opened the door of the store and walked in, and threw the umbrella in his hand into the trash can at the door. Laxi Crayfish, in the private room on the far left of the second floor, Leion was bored and stomped on the ground. There was a tapping sound on the floor tiles she rested her elbows on the dining table and turned her head to look in the direction of the private room door. Leion pouted. Why has Suqing been gone for so long and hasn't come back yet? Could it be that something came up at the last minute and they stood you up? It's been almost 20 minutes. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. A knock came from the door. Leion's eyes widened for a moment, but immediately returned to normal. If Suqing came back, why would he knock on the door? She said calmly, Go in. As expected, it was a waiter delivering crayfish. He was slightly bent over and pushing a large food delivery rack into the private room. Leion's eyes fell on the waiter's dark red work clothes, looking at the walkie-talkie on his waist, and the same movements as him as he brought the dishes to the table. I listened to him reciting the dishes with utter boredom. Hello, 1 serving of garlic crayfish, 1 serving of spicy crayfish, 1 serving of watermelon juice, and 1 serving of hot pot tripe. Please enjoy your meal. Leion politely replied, Yes, thank you.
Ma'am, the minimum bill for our private room is 1,000. The waiter took the receipt from the table and took a look at it, then said embarrassedly, The total bill for the private room is now 550. Would you like to add anything else? She couldn't think of anything else to add, so she casually said, Then let's add 2 more servings. Spicy crayfish. Before he could finish his cold and warm words, a deep and seductive male voice came from the door. No need to add more. We may not be able to finish these 2 portions. It's such a waste. The remaining money is just the service charge. I have already paid the bill at the bar. There was surprise in Leion's eyes, but when he turned around, he was stunned. She found that the man who should have been neatly dressed, clean and handsome, was now raising his hand to touch the water droplets on his hair. Chapter 65. To put it bluntly, upon closer inspection, Leion noticed that large areas of Suqing's black hoodie, including the shoulders, arms, and front, as well as the front of her gray sweatpants, were soaked. After the waiter thanked them and closed the door to the private room, Leion Chong, who was sitting opposite Suqing, asked with concern,
Suqing, what's wrong? Your clothes and hair are all wet.
Suqing smiled awkwardly and did not directly answer her question. He handed Leion a paper bag that wasn't wet at all and said softly,
It's okay, it's raining outside.
Little one, you may not have noticed, but your makeup is ruined from crying. Don't all girls care about the details of their makeup? I just went out and bought you some makeup remover wipes. I don't really know much about them, but the shop assistant recommended them to me, saying they're convenient to use. I also bought a small mirror and some cosmetics, use it as a temporary solution. Leion felt a warmth in her heart. She had 3 brothers in her family, all of whom protected and cared for her, but no man had ever paid so much attention to these small details. She took the item and looked at the various categories and brands of cosmetics inside. Not to mention how expensive they were, they covered everything, and every expensive and impractical brand was bought. Leion reacted immediately. Suqing was a man, he didn't understand these things. It was obvious that he had been fooled by the cosmetics store. She gave a sweet smile. She was genuinely heartbroken that Suqing had been deceived, but she didn't tell Suqing what she had discovered. Leion understood that Suqing wasn't short of money, and he would definitely be disappointed if he found out he had been scammed. She rummaged through the contents of the plastic bag, her joy evident, and her soft voice slowly emerged.
Suqing, the things you bought are the most useful. Why did you buy all this for me when it's raining outside?
Go wipe it clean now. It's not a big deal if your makeup gets smudged. Suqing, you were so kind. Leion held up the mirror. The smile on her lips instantly turned awkward, and she swallowed back the word good that she hadn't uttered. The face reflected in the mirror almost made her faint. The area under his eyes was completely dark, as if he had been punched twice, and the foundation on his face was all smeared.
Leion was extremely embarrassed.
Was this the image of her that Suqing saw after she finished crying? No wonder Suqing braved the rain to buy herself cosmetics. Did she go because she couldn't eat because of her face? She quickly took out a makeup remover wipe, avoided Suqing's sight, and used the small mirror to remove all the makeup left on her face. After wiping her face, she turned back and glanced at the new cosmetics next to her. She wanted to touch up her makeup. She felt her current appearance was terrible, but it didn't feel right to put on makeup in front of Suqing. She hesitated for a long time before deciding not to touch up her makeup. Since she already looked like this, Suqing would only think she was being pretentious if she put more makeup on. As for her image, she's already given up. Leion lowered her head, opened a new set of tableware, pulled out a disposable glove, and pouted.
Suqing, let's eat something. Sister Xianwan, to put it bluntly.
Suqing said slowly, peeling the shell off the crayfish in her hand. Leion frowned, looked up at Suqing, and felt a little scared. Is Suqing going to say that there is a huge difference between her before and after makeup? She pursed her lips, unsure of what to say. It is said that 9 out of 10 men are straight.
If you think it is unpleasant, just don't say it.
Why say it in front of others? Leion said softly, or it might not sound good. So she decided not to say it. Suqing avoided her words and stammered with some difficulty.
Sister Xianwan, I feel, you don't know how to do makeup at all.
She just relies on her good foundation and good looks without makeup to randomly put things on her face. You look so much better now than when I first saw you. Leion blinked her eyes, a little bit unable to believe it.
Although she was good looking to begin with, makeup should have been able to add a few more points to her appearance. Suqing actually said she looks better without makeup?
She looked at Suqing's embarrassed expression and thought he was going to complain about her. Who would have thought that someone who gave such compliments could actually embarrass him? Leion was stunned for a long time. She had never seen anyone like Suqing who was so reluctant to hurt others. He'd probably apologize even for killing an ant. Leion looked up, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Really, Suqing? After Suqing realized that her method was working, she stared at her intently and said sincerely,
Really? I genuinely think you look even better without makeup. That's why I couldn't help but say it.
But girls are very concerned about their makeup skills, right? So, if you feel uncomfortable listening to this, I apologize. I haven't made many friends, and I'm not very good at talking. Leion chuckled, her cheeks flushed, and teased.
Suqing, why are you apologizing to me?
What you said was just a compliment. More than looking good with makeup, girls certainly prefer to be told they are naturally beautiful. When you have a girlfriend in the future, you can be a little more assertive and take away her makeup, and tell her directly that you look better without makeup. Girls these days are totally susceptible to this. Suqing raised his eyebrows and smiled brightly.
Hey, he learned another trick. He looked at Leion and joked, then, Sister Xianwan, let's eat first.
I'll grab the cosmetics later. Leion was stunned for a few seconds. She had just told Suqing that she could take her girlfriend's cosmetics, and he said he wanted to take hers. Could it be that he was in love with her? No, this is only the second time we've met. Her throat tightened, and she suddenly felt a burning sensation behind her ears. Leion glanced at his smiling face.
He must have been joking. After all, if he really meant it, it would be like he was confessing his feelings to her. She put on disposable gloves, intending to eat something to calm down first. Leion glanced at the food on the table. She usually had a big appetite, especially for spicy food, but I can't show my foodie persona while eating with Suqing today, because spicy food like this can easily get all over my mouth. It will greatly diminish the impression you leave on Suqing. She picked up a crayfish and slowly peeled off its shell, displaying an elegant demeanor, when suddenly a shadow fell over her head, accompanied by the faint scent of men's cologne. She stared blankly at the crayfish meat placed on her plate, then immediately looked up at Suqing and stammered. Suqing, you peeled it for me? Suqing smiled. Isn't it obvious?
Peeling this stuff will get your hands dirty. I'll peel it and you can eat it. Faced with Suqing's meticulous care, Leion was flattered and didn't know what to say for a moment. She put the shrimp meat that Suqing had peeled into her mouth, making a muffled sound.
Thank you, Suqing.
Suqing said generously, "You're welcome, please eat more." A sly smile curled at the corner of his lips as he thought to himself, I should be thanking you. When your brother arrives, the game will be even more fun.
Chapter 66, Leion's Angry Spirit, Stand Up Straight, Bonus Chapter.
At 7 p.m. on the same day, Xia Bar is located on a bar street and is a quiet bar. The decor is lavish, and the wine is expensive. There are no individual tables or promotional drink packages. The cheapest small card holder on the first floor has a minimum spend of 3,000 yuan. Therefore, those who can afford to spend money here are either rich or noble. At this moment, inside the booths on the second floor of the bar, a glossy, mirror-like lacquered table reflected a cold, handsome face. The man sitting on the sofa was wearing a black denim jacket made of washed fabric and black sweatpants. Even when illuminated by the pale purple spotlights around the walls, his gloomy face still looked sinister. He held a cold glass of liquor in his hand, the yellowish liquid swirling in a vortex. The man clenched his teeth tightly, and his strong fingers tightened their grip even more. With a crisp sound, the sturdy liquor glass was crushed in an instant by the man's fingers. Glass shards, reflecting a bright light, mingled with the spilled wine, scattering across the floor. There was only one guest on the second floor, which meant the place was booked for the whole room, so the sound of the broken glass hitting the ground was incredibly loud in the empty second floor. The only female waitress left on the second floor heard the noise and was so frightened that her heart almost stopped. She glanced at the man's location and saw that there was still bright red blood mixed in with the shards of glass on the ground. She knew who this person was. He was the boss's friend. She quickly ran to the man, squatted down beside him, and swiftly cupped his hands in her hands.
Young Master Li, is your hand all right?
I'll go get you the first aid kit right now. Leion swiftly pulled his hand out, glancing at the shards of glass embedded in his palm. He casually flicked them away. Leion said coldly, just put the broken things on my tab. The waitress certainly didn't come to find Leion for a wine glass. Leion was a famous young master in Luochuan. How could he be short of money? She was just worried about Leion.
Leion came over often, and every time he had a tough and sunny image.
She was deeply in love with the young master of the Li family, and she had just specially switched shifts with her colleague to come over. At this moment, all she could think about was worry. Young Master Li, your hand? She asked with concern. Leion said impatiently, it's nothing, you can go now. Young Master Li, let me help you carry it. Before the waitress could finish speaking, Leion's angry shouts echoed through the second floor.
Are you fucking annoying? How many times have I told you? Get away. Don't touch me.
With a bang, a bottle of Martel Cordon Bleu was smashed straight to the ground, shattering slightly upon impact. A shard of glass bounced off the ground and landed on the waitress's fair arm, causing a long, narrow gash. She was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. The sudden cut didn't actually hurt her much. What hurt her more was her heart. The once dashing young man is now. Leion calmed himself down, glanced at the girl on the ground, and looked at the red cut on her arm. I'm sorry, I'm really in a bad mood today. Let me take you to the hospital. The girl on the ground felt her dark cloud instantly dissipate. Actually, Leion hadn't intended to smash it at her. The place where it fell wasn't close to her. It was just that the shards of glass bounced off the ground and scratched her. Besides, the wound wasn't deep, so it's quite good that it got the attention of the young master of the Li family.
Thank you, young Master Li.
Before she could even stand up, she heard a chilling voice coming from the second-floor stairwell. Xiao Cheng, I'm transferring 10,000 yuan to you. Go to the hospital yourself. You can't trouble young Master Li. Xiao Qing turned her head and glanced at Lang Yanfeng, who was walking towards her. Her original frail appearance was gone. She quickly stood up and whispered to Lang Yanfeng, "Boss, no need. It's just a minor injury and I can take care of it myself." Lang Yanfeng ignored her words, quickly opened his phone and transferred the money to her, saying, "This is from young Master Li, now get out."
Thank you, boss.
Thank you, young Master Li. Lang Yanfeng sat down next to Li Tian and patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong with you today? I went to the boxing gym just now and they told me that you've already paid out 800,000 yuan in medical expenses today.
Li Tian rubbed his temples, took a deep breath, and gritted his teeth, saying, "What else could it be? It's just that I was disgusted by that half-dead, half-crippled bastard from the Su family." Lang Yanfeng frowned and said, "I didn't investigate that matter properly. Those two family doctors must have colluded with Suqing, but don't be angry. I had them killed on their way back. Moreover, when I bribed them, I used unfamiliar faces so Suqing wouldn't notice us. Li Tian slumped his head against the sofa, feeling utterly defeated. He had almost completely forgotten about the incident. He wasn't angry at all because of the investigation into Suqing last time. He covered his eyes, and scenes of excruciating pain flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Li Tian will never forget what happened just the day before yesterday when he went to the Lin family. The butler at the Lin family's gate said respectfully, "Mr. Li, you are here. Well, is Sier at home?" Li Tian asked. The butler replied, "Yes, Miss just returned and should be in her room now." Li Tian went up the stairs, glanced at his watch, and saw it was 10 a.m. Suqing's bodyguards had already been bribed by him, so of course he knew that Lin Sier had just returned, and had just come back from the hospital in the city center. Li Tian was furious. He walked to Lin Sier's room and turned the doorknob without even knocking. After two loud bangs, a knocking sound came from the door. It turned out that Lin Sier's door was locked from the inside. Bang, 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 bang. "Sier! Open the door, it's me." He deliberately suppressed his anger, and his voice was still relatively gentle. With a creaking sound, the door was opened from the inside, revealing Lin Sier, who was dressed neatly. "Brother Li Tian, what happened to you?" A smile played on Li Tian's lips, but his eyes were bloodshot. "Sier, didn't we agree before that we would go to the newly opened amusement park after the new year?" he asked as he looked into the room. "Sier, where are you going?" "Ah, I want to go." Lin Sier had just returned from the hospital, but she knew Suqing was alone in the cold hospital, with no one to accompany her. She had actually come back to pack up her things at home, change clothes, and then return to the city center hospital. Li Tian paused, his gaze falling on the wardrobe, and anger instantly flared in his eyes. A suit sleeve embroidered with gold thread peeked out from under the wardrobe door. Chapter 67, The Wounded Li Tian. Following Li Tian's gaze, Lin Sier also saw the sleeve of the suit jacket that had been tucked away in the gap of the wardrobe. Those gleaming gold threads were practically waving hello to Li Tian. She caught a glimpse of Li Tian's back as he walked towards the wardrobe, his figure radiating a gloomy and cold aura. Her heart was pounding. It felt like she couldn't hide it any longer. She stammered as she explained, "Brother Li Tian, actually with a whoosh." The wardrobe door opened, and a black suit jacket with gold thread fell straight down. It was exactly the same one Suqing wore during the interview. Before Li Tian could even be shocked, a large black travel bag also fell down at the same time. He stared intently at the travel bag on the ground, his mind going blank. If he had heart disease, he'd have to go to his good father-in-law, Lin Outyan, and ask for 2 nitroglycerin pills. He and Lin Sier had no travel plans, and Lin Sier hadn't told him. She was going on a trip, so what could this travel bag be for? Looking at the suit at his feet, he knew without a second thought what the purpose of the travel bag was. Li Tian and Lin Sier had always respected each other in their relationship. He never rummaged through Lin Sier's things. At this moment, all he wanted to do was tear the travel bag to shreds and rip it to shreds. "Let's see what's inside." With a whoosh, Li Tian quickly opened the travel bag. There are clothes inside, and toiletries. Li Tian took a few quick breaths, closed his eyes tightly, turned his head and smiled at Lin Sier, his smiling lips almost twitching. Today, Lin Sier packed her travel bag as soon as she returned from the hospital where Suqing works.
The only places Lin Sier could go to besides the private hospital in the city center were the private hospitals in the city center. Leion couldn't think of a second place. He probably can't even keep fooling himself anymore. No matter how hard I think about it, I can't find an excuse for Lin Sier saying that she went out to play. However, he remained calm and pretended not to notice, asking in a gentle tone how Lin Sier would explain.
Seal, do you have any travel plans?
Did you make plans with your friends? Why weren't you told beforehand? Of course, Green Sier knew Leition's personality. Although Leion looked pleasant now, there was fire in his eyes, especially the suit was clear evidence. Leion avoided asking. Of course he wanted to hear her say it herself. Lin Sier had no makeup on, and her eyes were still a little dark from taking care of Suqing all night. She spoke slowly in a small voice.
Brother Leion, actually.
I went to see Suqing. At least he and I were friends who went through thick and thin together. He even sent a generous gift from his family. I should reciprocate by sending a gift and visiting him in his sickbed. Lin Sier's explanation was interrupted by a snicker coming from Renault's. Leition's sarcastic laughter, though not loud, was persistent. Seal, I always thought our relationship was great, but I never imagined our relationship could be so great. Leition's roar, soaring into the sky, erupted instantly. I can't believe you can even share with me the things you do when you take care of other men. The essence of human nature is actually greed and selfishness, and people are very good at making excuses for themselves. The moment someone catches your mistake and discovers it, people often don't think about sincerely admitting their mistakes. Instead, they get angry at themselves for being so unlucky as to be discovered. Lin Sier should feel the same way. She was indeed ashamed of the little secret she had kept for Suqing, but I also felt unlucky and upset about being caught red-handed. Lin Sier was both embarrassed and angry, and her originally tender voice gradually became louder.
Brother Leion, don't talk to me so sarcastically. There's nothing between him and me. Does being with you mean I can't even make friends anymore?
You make friends with him, you go visit him, I won't say anything.
Leion pointed to the black travel bag on the ground.
Lin Sier, you can't treat others as fools just because they don't say anything. Lin Sier, you originally planned to spend a few days with him. You've brought all the toiletries. Are you planning to stay in his hospital room? Lin Sier's chest heaved rapidly. Although Leition's words did not contain any curse words, the emphasis on the word accompany almost made her feel suffocated. Lin Sier whispered, he has no family to accompany him, and no friends, so I thought about taking care of him. He was back in just one day. Li laughed in exasperation. A man and a woman alone in a room. He was probably about to be accused of something. He licked his dry lips and shouted.
Lin Sier, is his entire family dead? You need to go and keep him company. He doesn't have any friends. Why don't you think about it? Why doesn't he have any friends?
My previous investigation may have been incomplete and wrong, but flies don't bite seamless eggs. With rumors spreading all over the city, doesn't he have any problems? He doesn't make friends with anyone, but he makes friends with you. Leion felt like he was about to pass out from anger at Lin Sier. He never hit women, but now, with his hand raised halfway, he really wanted to strangle Lin Sier in front of him. He stared at Lin Sier's terrified and bewildered eyes, then raised his hand and punched the pillar with the curtains hanging on it that stood next to the bed beside Lin Sier. Leion possessed superhuman strength. With just one punch, the pillar shattered instantly. The pink canopy beside the bed floated up as it fell, and the plaster on the edge of the pillar nailed to the top of the wall fell down along the cracks, dripping onto the ground. Lin Sier originally thought that Leion was going to hit her, and was startled, so she took a few steps back. Seeing that Leion's fist did not come down on her, she felt slightly relieved. She glanced at the wounds on Leion's knuckles, where thick blood stained several fingers. There were also bits of plaster scattered on Leion's hair, making him look utterly disheveled. Lin Sier felt a sudden tightness in her chest from the pain. She tugged at the sleeve on the upper edge of Leion's injured right hand. Brother Leion, please don't. I'm not going now. I really only consider him a friend. Believe me, there's nothing more to our relationship.
Chapter 68, Leion's patient guidance. One incident after another, scene after scene. What Leion overheard at the door of the Lin family's study, the conversation between Lin Sier and Lin Ouyen, Lin Sier's desire to go to the hospital to accompany Suqing, and Lin Sier's repeated defense of Suqing. All of these things made Leion extremely angry, but what infuriated him even more wasn't these things, but rather that aside from the fact that Suqing, that cripple, had given Lin Sier a thank you gift and that effeminate sister she kept talking about. Suqing had never been kind to Lin Sier at all. Based on this, his girlfriend of over 10 years can still be so attached to Suqing.
it's practically wishful thinking. Leion felt a mix of emotions and couldn't help but laugh. He felt disgusted and ashamed at the same time. Deep down, his real thought wasn't about winning Lin Sier back or getting her to change her mind. Instead, let's just send Lin Sier and Suqing away together. Feeling the force shaking his wrist, Leion looked at her. His initial anger subsided, replaced by a gentle smile, but a barely perceptible glint appeared in his eyes. He said gently, "Sier, I've thought about it carefully. I was too hasty with Seal just now. I saw his clothes here as soon as I entered the room, and I was indeed a little angry, but thinking about it carefully, Seal, what you said isn't wrong. The various families should indeed maintain good relations, not to mention the cooperation between the Lin and Su families. It was me, I overreacted, Seal." He gently brushed the white plaster off Lin Sier's head. "I'll go find a repairman to come over in a bit. I was in too much of a hurry just now and scared you. Don't be afraid, I definitely won't lay a hand on you." As Lin Sier listened to Leon's gentle words of comfort, she felt increasingly guilty. She pursed her lips and said, "Brother Leon, I will never see him again." Leon said generously, "It's all right, Seal, you can make some friends." "Of course I'll believe you, Leon. What are you thinking about? You need to treat the wound on your hand right away." The sound of Liang Yanfeng putting down the first aid kit on the table, along with his words, pulled Leion back from his memories. Leion, who had been pressed against the backrest, moved forward slightly, placed his hands on his thighs, covered his face, and shook his head. "I don't care about this injury on my hand right now. To be honest, bro, my fiancée was kidnapped along with Suqing, wasn't she?" Liang Yanfeng nodded. "Yes, I know that. Didn't you tell me?" Leion raised his hand, slapped his forehead, and let out a sarcastic laugh. "I really don't understand. These two people, who originally had no connection whatsoever, developed a bond through a kidnapping incident." He turned his face toward Liang Yanfeng, his hands pressed against his chest, his brows furrowed tightly. "Brother, do you know what? My fiancée went to the hospital to see someone else behind my back. But that's nothing compared to what I've done. She was even packing her travel bag, planning to move there permanently, and I just fucked her." Liang Yanfeng's originally fierce eyes were now filled with a hint of astonishment. He exclaimed dramatically, "Holy crap! That Su kid has cheated on you." Leion curled his lip, his brows furrowing. "Damn it, did he have to be so explicit?" Leion took a breath, glanced at Liang Yanfeng furtively, his eyes darting around. He picked up a glass of foreign liquor, slowly swallowed it, and said bitterly, "Hey, maybe my family really are just making friends." Liang Yanfeng patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, I really don't believe you would think that way. If it were me, I really don't believe you can keep your composure like that. We've known each other for over 10 years, and I've always treated her very well. I never imagined that she would treat me like this one day. Brother, you know me, I can't bring myself to be ruthless. Even if Seal falls for someone else, I would just wish her well." Over the years, my romantic feelings for her have faded considerably. To be honest, sometimes I treat her more like a younger sister. Maybe she'd gotten tired of it and was just looking for something new." Liang Yanfeng frowned. He did know that Li Tianqin wasn't ruthless. After all, there was a life-or-death contract in his own boxing gym, but despite Li Tian's strong fighting ability, he had never beaten anyone to death. He had always been very lenient with him before, but Li Tian was so tolerant of relationships, which he really didn't expect. He sensed Li Tian's great disappointment and comforted him. "Brother, you really don't need to be troubled by relationship issues. The Lin family has such a large business, and Lin Sier is their only daughter. If I were you, I would react the way she treats you now. I married her and then seized all of their family's assets, then kicked their whole family out." Li Tianxia nodded unconsciously. He actually had the same thought after Lin Sier heard him repeatedly, but in the dim light, he immediately changed his expression, which had initially shown agreement. Li Tian sighed with a hint of bitterness. "Actually, I'm not after the Lin family's assets, I'm just after the relationship we've had for so many years. Besides, I reckon our marriage plan won't go through soon. My father-in-law won't approve." "Why? Wasn't the date already set?" Li Tian smiled helplessly. "I never thought I was that unlucky before, but now I'm so unlucky that I can even choke on water. But it seems like I'm not that unlucky, and things always manage to get to me clearly." A soft purple light shone over Li Tian's head, and Liang Yanfeng saw Li Tian shaking his head in the dim light. Liang Yanfeng asked in confusion, "Brother, you're confusing me. What's going on?"
What have you discovered? Leion scratched his head. I consider you a brother, so let me tell you the truth. Actually, I'm just an adopted son, not Li Jingtian's biological son. Long Yanfeng was taken aback. He knew about this. Was it considered a secret in Luochuan, even if ordinary people don't know, who in the upper class doesn't know? However, seeing Li Tian's troubled expression, Lang Yanfeng realized that Li Tian probably thought he wasn't part of the upper circle and therefore assumed he didn't know. Lang Yanfeng was overjoyed to be able to tell him in person that he hadn't treated Li Tian as a brother for nothing. Lang Yanfeng exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, I see." Li Tian lowered his eyes. Yes, yesterday when I passed by my brother's room, I overheard them saying that they had found medicine that could cure my brother's illness. Well, actually, my brother is very nice to me. I am very happy that he has recovered from his illness. Well, if my older brother recovers in the next few days, I guess I won't be qualified to marry into the Lin family. Li Tian paused, then looked up at Lang Yanfeng. I'm sorry, brother. I guess I no longer have the right to make the decision regarding the piece of land in Longqing that I told you about before. Lang Yanfeng frowned, unable to help but think to himself, it's really an unbelievable coincidence, with each event linked to the next. Isn't the medicine Li Tian mentioned his own? His sister happened to go to the temple today to calculate the time for opening the furnace. Based on the usual opening times, it seems the date is indeed around these next few days. Chapter 69, Li Tian's design. Actually, the Lung family and the Li family didn't have much of a relationship. The matriarch of the Li family kept coming to Lang Yanfeng's family for help, and even promised to give them 2 plots of land, which is why the Li family agreed to help. However, the Lung family members are all engaged in the pharmaceutical industry and are not short of money. The only person who wants to get involved in real estate is Lang Yanfeng. Lang Yanfeng glanced at his good brother Li Tiandai. In fact, the Li family's assistance to the Lang family doesn't necessarily have to be from Li Jingfeng and Li Sheng. Li Tian had heard that he wanted to get into real estate, and he didn't hesitate to use his resources to say he wanted to do it with him. Looking at it this way, it's better to help one's own brother, Li Tian, than to help the eldest son of the Li family, whom one has never met. Moreover, given Li Tian's extreme disappointment with the Lin family, and considering his kind and non-extreme nature, it would be a good idea to bring Li Tian and my naive little sister together. After a brief moment of thought, Lang Yanfeng spoke frankly. Brother, since you've told me everything, I won't hide anything from you anymore. Actually, it was our Lang family that delivered the medicine to the Li family. We have a secret medicine that takes 5 years to produce 1 dose, passed down only to daughters, and it's currently in my younger sister's possession. Lang Yanfeng looked at Li Tian's surprised and bewildered expression and laughed heartily. He patted Li Tian on the shoulder and said earnestly, "We're brothers, I'll help you. My sister and I are close, so I asked her to give me the medicine." Lang Yanfeng thought for a moment. He originally wanted to say that he wouldn't give it to the Li family, but then he thought about Li Tian's soft-hearted nature and his feelings for his elder brother, so he changed his mind. Okay, I'll get the medicine for you. After you and Lin Sier get married, if you still want to help your older brother, you can hand him over yourself. Your adoptive father will remember your kindness. Li Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, let me digest this first. After lowering his brows, he seemed to ponder for a long time before suddenly looking up and pointing at Lang Yanfeng. You are the son of the Lang family, and the people who want to save my elder brother are from your Lang family. Your family has a secret family medicine passed down through generations? Li Tian's throat bobbed as if he couldn't believe it, and he pointed to himself. You're saying, you're going to give me the medicine now? Bro, you're not kidding, are you? Li Tian is usually calm and capable, and even when he is feeling down, he can quickly recover. This was the first time Lang Yanfeng had ever seen Li Tian so flustered. He chuckled. Is there any need to be so surprised? I'll call my sister, she should be back soon. Lang Yanfeng took out his phone. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding, sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. He tried calling it twice more, but the result was the same. Lang Yanfeng wasn't embarrassed. He said casually, my sister is probably busy. I'll call you back later. Li Tian did not refuse Lang Yanfeng's kindness. He nodded and said, thanks, brother. It's a small matter. Li Tian expressed his gratitude, saying, once I gain my family's approval and am able to get a share of the business, I will definitely never forget you, brother. Of course. Lang Yanfeng stood up and walked towards the bar, saying, "What would you like to drink?" "The problem is solved, how about a couple of drinks?" Leion straightened up and looked at the liquor rack behind the bar, speaking frankly without any hesitation. "Make me a glass of egg yolk wine, it tastes good."
Lang Yanfeng gave Leion an okay sign from a distance. "Alright, let me show you my cooking." The moment he escaped Lang Yanfeng's gaze, Leion immediately relaxed, and his bitter and helpless expression disappeared. Even though he showed mercy and acted with discretion, he was never a saint. Since Lin Sier treated him that way, he had to move up the ranks in his own way. Leion glanced at Lang Yanfeng, who was busy at the bar, smiled, and his rugged face was filled with a deep look. Of the 10 things he just said, 8 were false, but there was only one truthful statement that he himself couldn't understand. He seems to encounter all sorts of coincidences, as if God has given him a third eye. He knew about the Li family's search for the Lang family half a year ago, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to Lang Yanfeng's shop to practice boxing. He had already investigated the Lang family thoroughly. Why choose Lang Yanfeng? He has a lot of say in the Lang family. The scar on his eye is the reason why he can choose to develop freely in the Lang family, a family with a long tradition in medicine. According to Leion's investigation, when Lang Yanfeng was young, around 15 or 16 years old, there was a servant in his household who had a dirty foot and stole things from Lang Yanfeng's aunt's room. Unfortunately, Lang Yanfeng and Lang Yanwan ran into the servant while following their aunt back to her room. Logically, there shouldn't have been any danger. My aunt wasn't planning to make things difficult for the man, but the servant was terrified. He grabbed a fruit knife from the fruit basket and rushed at Lang Yanwan, who was the youngest at the time. Without saying a word, Lang Yanfeng took the knife for his sister. In his panic, the servant lunged at his aunt again, but Lang Yanfeng, clutching his bleeding eye, took another blow for her. The 3 of them, 2 women and a boy who was not yet fully grown, were certainly no match for an adult man. After several sharp, noisy shouts, the family's bodyguards were finally drawn over and subdued. The man Lang Yanfeng was seriously injured, and his originally gentle nature became ruthless due to the scars on his body. As luck would have it, the 2 heirs of his family were the ones he saved. After that, Lang Yanfeng lived a carefree life and did not study medicine in a conventional way, but thanks to the protection of his sister and aunt, even though he later became a good-for-nothing, opening a boxing gym, a bar, and even trying to get into real estate, his family always spoiled him. So after thinking it over for a long time, Leion finally set his sights on Lang Yanfeng. Leion knew that Lang Yanfeng valued stronger opponents, so he went to be the first person to defeat him. Although Lang Yanfeng always addressed him as a brother, Leion did not believe that Lang Yanfeng could truly treat him like a real brother. However, Leion understands people's hearts, and Lang Yanfeng befriended him because he thought he was strong. Aside from his family background, Lang Yanfeng is inferior to him in every other aspect. If he shows weakness to Lang Yanfeng, given Lang Yanfeng's competitive nature, he will definitely help him to gain a sense of accomplishment. After all, if Lang Yanfeng thought about it carefully, he would know that he could provide Lang Yanfeng with a lot of help when he took over the Li family in the future. Why not help a brother like him? Leion's lips curled up as he caught a glimpse of Lang Yanfeng's smug footsteps as he walked past, clearly indicating that he had succeeded. "Try my cocktail, it took me a long time to learn." Leion took the glass, took a small sip, and said, "Not bad." Lang Yanfeng clinked glasses with Leion, producing a crisp sound. He comforted her, "Don't think about those unhappy things. In my opinion, being caught in the middle between the Lin and Li families must be uncomfortable. How about I introduce you to my sister? She's 4 years younger than me, 22 this year, about the same age as you. My sister is so innocent and sweet. She's pretty, a little foodie, and doesn't have any spoiled princess attitude. Working at Luochuan TV station, I don't even have a male fly around me except for my colleagues. Besides, our Lang family isn't any worse than the Lin family. Leion chuckled, neither agreeing nor refusing, but simply shook his head slightly. What he said before was just him revealing his secret to get Lang Yanfeng's help. He never expected that Lang Yanfeng would actually introduce his sister to him. He had investigated Lang Yanwan, and she was indeed similar to what Lang Yanfeng had said. She was of good character, appearance, and family background, and was the latest heir of the Lang family. Although he was disappointed with the Lin family, he still had genuine feelings for Lin Sier and couldn't give her up immediately. Besides, even if he were willing to give it up, what kind of person would he be if he just told Lang Yanfeng that he agreed? Leion waved his hand and said, No, I'm not good enough for such a wonderful girl. It's okay, let's meet up, get to know each other, and become friends." Lang Yanfeng pointed towards the stairwell and then said, "Let's go somewhere else to drink and have some spicy crayfish. There's a pretty good restaurant on Jinhua Road." I'll have my sister come over later, she can take the medicine with her and we can get to know each other then. Leion smiled slightly, but his words revealed his difficulty. That's fine then. Chapter 70. Entering the store. The bar street is not far from Genoa Road. It only took two people 10 minutes to drive to the entrance of Lushy Crayfish. The greeter opened the door and said, "Welcome.
Do you have a reservation?"
The greeter was startled when he suddenly saw the scar on the man's face, which stretched from his eyebrow to his eye.
His mind went blank for a moment, and he didn't dare to say a word.
I originally thought that earning thousands of yuan by simply pointing out locations would be an easy thing, but when he met the man's sinister face, his hands trembled with fear, and he lost his grip on the door. Lang Yanfeng had already walked in beside him, and the glass door slammed directly into Leion, who had just entered. Leion is indeed incredibly strong and has excellent physical attributes, but he is not made of steel or invulnerable to weapons. Leion pinched her forehead hard and rubbed her head. He glanced at the greeter and felt that he was having more and more bad luck lately. To exaggerate a bit, he felt that if he were any unlucky, he might even get a mouthful of cold water stuck in his teeth. However, Leion was an obedient and dutiful adopted son at home, and a friendly student council president at school. So, in public, he also had the image of a gentle and refined young nobleman. He wanted to swear, but then thought better of it. After all, the waiter in front of them was almost bent over, constantly apologizing. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to." Leion waved his hand and said it was nothing, but Lang Yanfeng, who was standing to the side, lost his temper and kicked the male greeter, shouting,
"If your eyeballs haven't grown out yet, gouge them out."
I'm so sorry, both of you."
The male greeter bowed repeatedly, then quickly changed the subject. "Is it for two people dining? Let me find you a seat."
Leion grabbed Lang Yanfeng's hand as he was about to extend it, signaling him not to make things difficult for others. He turned to the waiter and said, Gentlemen, could you find us a quiet place?
Do you have any private rooms?" The welcoming waiter told the truth. "Sir, the private rooms are full." Leion frowned.
Then find us some peace and quiet. As Leion spoke, he glanced around the shop.
9 o'clock was the busiest time for this kind of late-night snack shop. The room was noisy and crowded with people. Even the two small two-seater seats next to the toilet were occupied. However, when his gaze fell on the four-seater table by the window opposite the stairwell, he was pleasantly surprised to find that it was empty. Leion pointed to that spot. "Is anyone there?"
The greeter thought for a moment and said, "There are no guests. It was originally reserved, but the reservation time has passed, so they probably won't be coming." "You too can." The welcoming staff member was about to say something nice, but was forced to swallow it back when Lang Yanfeng bumped into him as he walked by. He only heard Lang Yanfeng say something very pretentious as he walked towards that spot.
"Screw them.
Even if they come, tell them to get lost."
The young greeter pursed her lips, watching Lang Yanfeng's retreating figure and thinking to herself, "Idiot, pretentious."
Silence. He cursed and insulted Lang Yanfeng's ancestors for 18 generations, but he put his hands in his pockets, feeling smug. He had accomplished his mission and earned the money in his pocket. He had a lot of questions in his mind, wondering why that handsome guy who looked like a vixen had given him so much money to arrange a seat for those two guests. Why can't a friend just book it directly? If it weren't for friends, are there any seats available? The arrival of a new guest interrupted his train of thought, so he quickly finished his work and politely said,
"Excuse me, we only have 2 seats left."
The male greeter closed the door and sat down on a small chair to the side. He secretly peeked through the gaps in the greenery behind him at Lang Yanfeng, who was ordering food. He thought it best if the handsome guy who paid him had a grudge against this scarred man, and gave him a good beating, gouging out his eyes. Lang Yanfeng put the menu down and said to the waiter beside him, "Go place your order." He glanced at his phone and realized that Lang Yanwen hadn't called him back for a long time, so he dialed back again. He pursed his lips, and a beautiful female voice came from the other end of the phone.
"Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off."
Just then, Li Tiangang came out of the restroom.
As he wiped his hands with a tissue, he asked Lang Yanfeng, "Have you ordered?" Lang Yanfeng put down his phone and raised an eyebrow. "We've ordered. Their food is pretty good. You should eat more later." The food didn't arrive as quickly as the drinks, so the two of them drank beer for a while, chatting as they drank. They were originally going to talk about business matters, but as they talked, Lang Yanfeng suddenly remembered that he had promised Li Tian to check the villa in the southern suburbs of the city. He had been delayed by what Li Tian had said about the Lin family, Lin Sier, and Suqing.
He had originally planned to tell Leion about it as soon as he saw him. The wooden tabletop with its dark brown grain was jolted by a beer glass with a loud bang. Leion quickly swallowed the wine and asked Lang Yanfeng, "What's wrong with you?" Lang Yanfeng glanced around, licked his lips, and said in a low voice, Fuck. Yesterday I personally led a group to the southern suburbs of the city. Leion suddenly exclaimed and pretended that he had forgotten about it. When he was in the bar before, he mentioned the kidnapping of Lin Sier and Suqing in his words, just to let Lang Yanfeng speak about it on his own initiative. After all, he didn't know if Lang Yanfeng had investigated or not. It wouldn't be good to urge others after he had already troubled them. Now that Lang Yanfeng had brought it up on his own initiative, he was quite satisfied. Seeing Lang Yanfeng's angry expression, Leion had already anticipated that Lang Yanfeng would find nothing. However, Leion still asked in response, "Have you found anything?"
Lang Yanfeng frowned and let out a heavy breath.
I don't know where those kidnappers came from. When I got there, the whole dilapidated house had been burned down inside and out. I couldn't even see a blade of grass growing on the wall.
He lowered his eyes as if in thought, then frowned and asked Leion, "Is the villa empty?"
"Do you have any furniture or anything?" Leion replied without hesitation. "Yes, we have everything. There's a sofa, a bed, and a kitchen. There's also a computer room upstairs." Lang Yanfeng clenched his fists and slammed the table with gritted teeth. There were no guests near their table. The nearest person was the receptionist sitting at the door, who was frightened by Lang Yanfeng. Suppressing his anger, Lang Yanfeng said in a hoarse voice, "I went in and didn't see a single hair. It was just an empty building that had been burned down. Damn it, even the toilet seat was taken away from the restroom, and to make matters worse, judging from the extent of the damage, it had been less than 24 hours since I arrived. I was just one damn close." Chapter 71, difficult to understand here, bonus chapter, cough, 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 cough. A cough was heard. Leion was drinking when he heard Lang Yanfeng's words and choked hard, the alcohol rushing into his nasal cavity, burning his face and eyes, instantly turning red. He quickly grabbed a few napkins, blew his nose, and wiped the spilled drinks off the table. In just a few days,
it's a miracle that the kidnappers who abducted Lin Sier and Suqing even dared to return to the crime scene. They actually dared to destroy the evidence to such an extent? Leion's expression was a complex mix of emotions, extremely distorted. It was all Lin Sier's fault for insisting on blocking the news back then.
Leion was also afraid of offending Lin Sier, so he delayed for several days before starting to investigate. Who would have thought that things would turn out so drastically different, just one day apart? He cleared his throat, surprised, and said, "Such a big commotion, such a grand gesture?"
Lang Yanfeng nodded, then shook his head. "My subordinates have also told my aunt about what I investigated.
My aunt is now in charge of the Lang family. She said that those people were very ambitious and not ordinary people, and that they were operating in the shadows. The fact that they could pull off such a massive operation without alerting anyone suggests that the person behind it wasn't after a few $100 million. It's more likely that they were targeting the Lin and Su families. So, sorry bro, my aunt won't let me get involved in this. She doesn't really manage me at home, but I have to. Listen to what she says. Lin Sier has already increased the number of people protecting the Lin family, so the Lin family area is quite safe for now. Leion just wants to investigate but is not worried that any problems will arise. As for targeting the Su family, it would be best if Suqing were killed. Leion Shom, though seemingly indifferent, said casually, it's all right. You've already helped me so much.
Auntie is right, this is a mess." Leion raised his glass, gesturing for Lang Yanfeng to drink. "Come on, let's not think about those unhappy things for now."
Lang Yanfeng waved his hand. "I helped you with 2 things, but I failed at one of them. Wait until I find my sister, then I'll definitely get the medicine for you." A series of crisp clinking glasses echoed from a private room on the 2nd floor. Lang Yanfeng sipped her watermelon juice and listened to Suqing tell her some entertainment gossip. Suqing was peeling crayfish with his hands, his gloves covered in red oil.
He smiled and asked Lang Yanfeng, "Sister Xianwan, whose gossip would you like to hear?"
Lang Yanfeng looked at Suqing with bright, curious eyes.
"Suqing, that popular young actress from Dingfeng, Lu Jia, is she?
I might interview her in a few days. I'd like to know a bit more about her." Suqing smiled gently, placed the peeled shrimp meat onto Lang Yanfeng's plate, and said generously, "No, she did have a scandalous affair with a top celebrity. But it was the top company that bought the announcement for her. She has no sugar daddy. She is the youngest daughter of the Lu family,
the Liu family that mainly operates in the environmental protection industry. It said she has a bad temper and is used to being pampered. As Lin Yanwan listened to Suqing's comprehensive account of Liu Jie's situation, she frowned and asked in confusion. Suqing, are you very familiar with her? Huh? Suqing shrugged and laughed in surprise. I usually only go between school and home, and I rarely leave the house. How could I possibly know her? To be honest, Sister Nguyen, Suqing suddenly lowered her voice, as if sharing a little secret with Long Yen Nguyen. Actually, I was so bored at the hospital that I got pulled into a gossip group chat at my company. What I just told you is what they said in the group chat, but, sister, don't tell anyone, or my disguise will be exposed. Suqing smiled easily and sincerely. In fact, he hadn't lied to Liang Yanwan. Liu Jie didn't have any scenes in the original book, and he did go to chat in the group because he was bored. Liang Yanwan's eyes were filled with surprise, not only because she was surprised that Suqing could share the little things in her life with her, moreover. Suqing is not at all like the rumored aloof person. She's actually quite interesting. They get along well with each other in terms of hobbies, tastes, and all aspects. The man in front of me had sincere and deep eyes, was good looking, had a pleasant voice, and was also an interesting person. Apart from being a little in poor health and having a short lifespan, there really isn't anything wrong with her. Liang Yanwan nodded. I definitely won't tell. Suqing smiled brightly, raised his arm, and bounced it down, causing the sleeve of his hoodie to ride up a little. He looked at Liang Yanwan and said lightly, Sister Xianwan, when are you going to interview her? How about I have Liu Jie's agent give her a heads up beforehand, to avoid putting her in a difficult position? Liang Yanwan quickly put down her hands, which were holding the drink cup, and waved them rapidly in front of her. No, my interview with her is still far from being finalized. She might not let me go. Okay, feel free to call me anytime. Don't hesitate to ask if you need my help. Liang Yanwan nodded quickly twice, her eyes widening slightly as she looked at the crayfish meat Suqing handed her. Her soft voice, tinged with a hint of concern, said, I'm full, don't make me anything, it's too tiring for your hands. Are you really full? Suqing asked, raising an eyebrow. Liang Yanwan nodded vigorously, yes, I think I've almost eaten a whole plate, and I've eaten a lot of noodles too, I'm so full. Suqing nodded and slowly took off her gloves, inadvertently showing Liang Yanwan her red fingertips. He didn't complain of being tired. He picked up a wet wipe to clean his hands, and said to Liang Yanwan as he did so. Sister Xianwan, is there anything else interesting you'd like to know? Liang Yanwan glanced at Suqing's hand and her heart tightened. She had told Suqing not to peel shrimp for her anymore, but he really didn't find it tiring or troublesome at all. He was so incredibly kind. All she could think about right now was Suqing, so when Suqing asked the question, she subconsciously uttered two words, "You're." After Liang Yanwan finished speaking, even she was taken aback. Her mouth was so fast it seemed to be out of her control. She lowered her head slightly, pondering how to change her address. Before she could come up with anything, she heard a deep, lazy voice with a hint of seduction drift past her ear. It felt as if her heart was being violently ripped out. Okay, Sister Xianwan, come home with me. It's not good to get to know each other here. Chapter 72, Power Bank. Even if Liang Yanwan was simple-minded, when faced with Suqing's seductive and suggestive words, the tender and shy thoughts deep in her heart couldn't help but rise up layer by layer. At this moment, her face was as rosy as a blooming red rose. To exaggerate a bit, her already rosy face was now as red as the crayfish on the table. Suqing, her index finger trembled slightly as she pointed to her own face. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, sounding both tentative and doubtful, yet also carrying a hint of expectant tenderness. You want me to go home with you? Suqing touched the corner of his lips with the tip of his tongue, a wicked smile playing on his lips, perfectly concealed. He nodded to himself, knowing that Liang Yanwan was right. Oh no, I misunderstood. Suqing is a virtuous gentleman, which is common knowledge. How could he be preoccupied with women? He then looked up and frowned, giving Liang Yanwan a look full of doubt, confusion, and even a bit of panic. Sister Xianwan, don't misunderstand, it's really not what you think. That's what I meant. Suqing's voice was cheerful and straightforward. Even though he deliberately emphasized the words "what you think" and paused for 2 seconds, it made people's imaginations run wild, yet it reveals not a trace of flippancy, giving the impression that it is merely stating the facts. Sitting opposite her, Liang Yanwan's face was already as red as it could possibly be. She felt so ashamed that her heart was about to stop,
What made her feel ashamed was that after Suqing saw through her desire to relax on the soft bed, he told her not to overthink it. After holding it in for a long time, Lang Yanwan finally came up with a way out. She placed her hands on the leather cushion of the stool, looked up at Suqing, and said very seriously,
"What I'm thinking is that you'll give me an exclusive interview, isn't that right?"
Suqing gave a faint "oh," lowered her head for a moment, then suddenly looked up, her playful eyes fixed on Lang Yanwan's pupils. An interview. He raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, slightly raised his eyebrows, and added in a tone that was both indifferent and melancholy,
"Maybe I'm overthinking it." Lang Yanwan's eyes widened instantly, and her throat bobbed restlessly. What did Suqing mean by this?
She suddenly thought of an idiom, playing hard to get. While she was completely baffled and couldn't figure out Suqing's thoughts at all, suddenly, Suqing covered his head, and a lowly voice suddenly came from his mind, and then it kept ringing, ding.
Leion entered Spicy Crayfish Restaurant and was violently attacked from behind the door. Villain's luck/points increased by 200 each. Ding. Leion is furious to learn that his villa in the southern suburbs of the city has been destroyed. His villainous luck/points have both increased by 1,000. Ding. Leion choked on his drink, villainous luck/points increased by 200 each. Suqing lowered her head, hiding her laughter.
This time, the 1,400 points of luck, plus Lin Sier's visit to him, which angered Leion, Lin Sier packing her travel bag, and the changes to the Lang Yanwan fortune-telling plot. He glanced at his interface, and all things added up. Thanks to the setting that the harder you work, the luckier you get, his villainous luck has now reached 9,500 points, only 500 points away. You can. Suqing curled her lip. They have the same luck as Leion, so this could become a dual male lead story. He wanted to suppress Leion's luck value as soon as possible. "Suqing, what's wrong?" Lang Yanwan asked with concern when she saw that Suqing didn't seem to be feeling well. Suqing looked up and smiled, glancing at her watch. It was 9:20, just the right time. "Sister Xianwan, it's too late now, and it's not appropriate to conduct the interview at this time. How about this? I won't go back to the Lang family tomorrow to deliver the furnace cauldron to you. I've been thinking about this a lot. It wouldn't be good if your family found out that it was given to me. Why don't you come and pick it up tomorrow?"
"It's convenient since it's in my room."
Interview. I have family photos from when I was a child, so that kind of material should be suitable.
How about we go into more depth during the interview, Sister Xianwan?
She was naturally happy to see photos of the man she loved as a child. Lang Yan smiled sweetly and nodded in agreement. Great, the team leader should be very satisfied if we can get some exclusive interviews.
Suqing picked up her phone and displayed the QR code. Then, Sister Xianwan, let's exchange contact information.
Lang Yanwan was delighted that Suqing had taken the initiative to ask for her contact information, and took her phone out of her bag without hesitation, but when she pressed the side button on her phone twice, she found that it was out of power. She raised her phone and waved it at Suqing, pressing the side button several times with her fingers.
"My phone's dead, Suqing. How about I leave you a
phone number?" Lang Yanwan looked at the QR code on Suqing's phone screen, feeling a little disappointed. After all, leaving a phone number and leaving WeChat ID are very different. A phone number can only be called when necessary, while WeChat ID, just as Lang Yanwan was pondering the difference between WeChat and a phone number, and whether it would be awkward to ask Suqing for WeChat after leaving her phone number, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Why not just take Suqing home and charge her car there?
"Let me take you home. We can scan the code after the water cools down."
Before he could finish his words of both coldness and warmth, he suddenly paused, only to see Suqing, like a timely rain, take out from the chair beside him a power bank. For a moment, she suddenly felt that the one who could tell fortunes was not Master Wukong, but Suqing. Suqing held the power bank in midair.
"Sister Xianwan, my phone just died and I happened to rent one, so you can use it now. No need to see me off, it's so late."
"Your home is in the north of the city. You can get directly onto the expressway from here. It's too much of a hassle to take me to the city center and then back home. I'm an adult, I can just hail a taxi and go home." A hint of cunning lurked in Suqing's sincere eyes, he thought to himself. "I can only thank you for your kindness, sister, but once I go downstairs, you won't have a chance to take me home."
Lang Yanwan nodded. "Okay, then I won't see you off.
Why don't you wait here while I charge up my phone? If I take it with me,
I won't be able to return it, and it'll be a waste of money. Suqing chuckled and stood up. His tall and handsome figure was illuminated by the warm yellow light above him. The rain-soaked areas on his chest resembled dried totems, yet he did not appear disheveled at all. That strikingly handsome face, with its bold, sculpted features, could make everything around him appear dull and lifeless. Leion bit the straw, stirring the rich red juice, and gulped down the last bit of watermelon juice. Seeing Suqing get up, it seemed she wasn't going to wait for her to charge her phone. It made sense. How could Suqing be short of a deposit? She felt her question was a bit stupid. As she stood up, she said, "Let's go then." Chapter 73, Heartbeat. Leion was halfway up when she was suddenly pressed back down into her seat by a force. She looked up at Suqing. Aren't you leaving? Suqing seemed to subconsciously squeeze her shoulders twice, the dense warmth of her palms seeming to slowly seep into her heart from her delicate shoulders. You charge your phone first, I'm going to the restroom. After saying that, he left the private room, but instead of going to the restroom, he headed towards the second-floor stairwell. Of course he knew that Leion phone was out of battery. When he caught a glimpse of Leion phone calling on the highway, he noticed that Leion's phone battery was low. He hadn't planned to specifically rent a power bank for Leion, but unfortunately, he didn't blame anyone else, he only blamed himself for being too handsome. Leion was so focused on looking at him that she didn't even glance at her phone. He used to disbelieve that anything could be more appealing than a mobile phone. For modern people, their mobile phones are practically an extension of their hands, but today, he believed it. The thing that was even more alluring than the phone was actually himself. Suqing leaned against the wall by the second-floor handrail, only one eye peeking out as she looked down the stairs. A handsome and tall figure came into his view, holding a wine glass and chatting and laughing with the person opposite him. Suqing couldn't help but purse her lips. Her luck value had been suppressed by almost 10,000, and she could even choke on a sip of cold beer, yet she was still laughing happily. As expected of the original male protagonist, his mental fortitude was truly remarkable. A waitress in a burgundy, tight-fitting cheongsam was walking past Suqing with a menu in hand. She caught sight of the handsome man acting suspiciously in front of her and couldn't help but take a step back to ask him something. "Hello sir, do you need any help?" Suqing was drawn by the sound, glanced at her from head to toe, and waved her hand dismissively. "No need." He then continued looking down. The waitress followed Suqing's gaze downstairs and saw only one table occupied. The man facing the stairwell was imposing, handsome, and dashing. The waiter withdrew his gaze and shuddered as he walked forward, thinking secretly in his heart, could it be? Oh my, tsk, how melodramatic, they're both so handsome, I'm just a little bit of AFAN. Suqing was of course unaware of the strange thoughts swirling in the mind of the person behind him, who was intently scrutinizing Leion and Leion with a sinister gaze. Soon, Suqing was going to let the two of them witness some very interesting things. He raised his hand and rolled up his sleeves, then glanced at the time. 5 minutes had passed, enough time for Leion to turn on the phone. Suqing smiled cunningly, turned around, and walked towards the private room. He timed it perfectly, and as soon as he entered the private room, he saw the screen of Leion's phone flash. "You're back, I turned on the phone." Leion turned around and said. Suqing looked at the sweet smile on her lips. As kind as he was, he felt a little embarrassed to take action. "Alas, Sister Xianwan, let's go, we can do it as we walk." Suqing placed her hand on her head, and Leion immediately understood that Suqing was feeling unwell but was too embarrassed to tell her directly. She quickly got up and left the private room with Suqing. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the store, the man with the scar around his eye suddenly clicked his tongue and picked up his phone. Leion muttered to himself, "My sister won't have an accident, right? She's been calling so many times, but her phone is always off. It's already this late. Even if she's not a good driver, she should be home by now." He tapped his finger on the screen, ready to dial again and try once more. At the same time, Li Tianzhang, sitting opposite him, frowned deeply, a series of emotions, including surprise and astonishment, flowing through his eyes. He clenched his fists, looked at the stairs opposite him, and stared at the man who appeared at the second-floor staircase. Even though his eyes were full of hatred and he looked down on the person in front of him, however, one cannot help but admire the man who appeared at the top of the stairs. He was tall and slender with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Even in simple casual clothes, he was still upright and stylish.
In particular, his face was very attractive to young girls. If this person is not the first-class disabled person in the Su family, who else could it be? Leion stared at Suqing, who was entangled with his fiancée, with eyes blazing with fire, suppressing the urge to tear him into pieces. However, Suqing did not have a direct conflict with him. The person who took the initiative to go to the hospital to take care of Suqing was Lin Sier, the son of the Su family, so she could not easily cause trouble. But we should have walked straight down, and from this position we would have definitely seen Leion's Suqing. Instead of looking down, he glanced sideways towards the corner of the stairs. A bad idea began to circulate in his mind. Could it be that Lin Sier has come looking for Suqing again? Just as Leion's anger was about to burst forth and tear Suqing to shreds, Liang Yanfeng's phone call drew his attention. "Hey, Shanwan, why didn't you answer the phone before? Today I had my fortune told by casting a divination at the furnace. How did it go?" "Where are you now?" the person on the other end of the phone said. "My phone died earlier. I was eating out with my friends, and we just finished. I'm done calculating. Brother, I'll talk to you about it when I get back." Liang Yanfeng said, "Wait, don't hang up yet. Are you far from Genoa Road?" Liang Yanfeng's voice was not loud on the other end of the phone, and Leion could not hear Liang Yanwan's reply. However, the person following Suqing had already come into Leion's view, right in the direction of the stairs he was looking at. Leion's heart calmed down a bit. Thankfully, it wasn't Lin Sier, but after a few seconds, he immediately realized something was wrong. When he investigated Liang Yanfeng, he also investigated Liang Yanwan, who was a TV reporter. It was easy for him to know what Liang Yanwan looked like, and that heir who holds the Liang family's top secrets, that obedient girl whom Liang Yanfeng described as having only a male fly by her side, is actually the one following Suqing. Leion's head suddenly buzzed. How could this be? How could it be such a coincidence? Why are Liang Yanwan and him together? Liang Yanfeng's voice came again. "You're also at Spicy He." "That's perfect, come find me. I'm on the first floor, on the right-hand side of the door, at the table next to the window." Liang Yanwan hung up the phone with a smile, thinking it was such a coincidence. Liang Yanwan and her third brother had always had a good relationship, so she was naturally happy to meet them by chance and go home together. The Laxi crayfish staircase is not a sealed structure connecting the first and second floors. There is nothing above the inclined wooden handrail. She didn't notice that Liang Yanfeng said the right side after entering the door, and looked directly to her right. There were many people there, and she looked for a long time but couldn't see her third brother at all. It wasn't until she looked right in front of her that she saw a man with a short haircut and a black leather jacket, who looked quite familiar. But before she could confirm whether it was her brother or not, a waiter carrying a tray came up the not-so-wide staircase in front of her and Suqing. The plate was very large, with a lot of food piled on it. The waiter was in a hurry to serve the food and was in a hurry. "Please make way, please make way." Liang Yanwan was wearing strappy sandals without anti-slip pads, and she stepped on the smooth-tiled stairs and brushed past the waiter. He slipped and twisted his ankle, falling down the steps. With a scream that pierced the sky, Liang Yanwan instinctively tried to find something to hold onto, but as she leaned forward, even holding onto the handrail couldn't stop her from plummeting into freefall. But her tightly furrowed brows relaxed in the next second. Liang Yanwan found herself not rolling down the stairs, but being tightly wrapped in a strong elbow. Liang Yanwan's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the dark fabric in front of her. Her long eyelashes brushed against the fabric, and she blinked a few times as if by reflex. Her throat tightened as she felt a soothing hand gently stroking her back. She never imagined that a mere passing by would bring her and Suqing so close. She could even hear Suqing's captivating heartbeat amidst the noisy restaurant, its rhythm intertwining with her own. The sound was so alluring that her cochlear implants seemed to block out all the sounds in the store, leaving only the melodious sound of their heartbeats. Chapter 74, witnessing it with my own eyes as Liang Yanwan nestled in Suqing's gentle embrace, her heart pounding wildly. Her third brother, whom she found quite coincident and with whom she was very close, was also drawn by her scream. The scar on Liang Yanfeng's eyelid wrinkled impatiently. He raised his hand to rub his short hair and glanced up the stairs. The crayfish restaurant was already noisy enough, and the shrill screams mixed in made him even more irritated. The man and woman embracing on the stairs cleverly avoided his view. He felt that the two looked familiar, but he was too lazy to investigate. Then he turned around and complained to Leion. "Are all women these days so loud and boisterous? It's fucking annoying. Leion, I'm speechless. You can't even recognize your own sister." However, Leion remained calm and composed. After all, Liang Yanwan was working at Luochuan TV station in disguise, and Li Tian knew he shouldn't know what she looked like. So he planned to guide Lang Yanfeng to discover it quickly. Yes, however, I saw that man as soon as he came downstairs.
If nothing unexpected happens, it's Suqing. Damn. Li Tian, you really have guts.
He's been flirting with your fiancé, and you. Lang Yanfeng shook his head, suddenly finding Li Tian's saintly nature rather distasteful. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to help his good brother deal with that cripple from the Su family, but Lang Yanfeng pondered for a moment and felt that it wouldn't work.
Suqing was the only son of the Su family.
Why should he get involved in this mess? Lang Yanfeng, who was preparing to observe from the sidelines, turned his head and glanced at the two people who were already standing at the top of the stairs. Lang Yanfeng also saw clearly that the person was indeed Suqing. He pursed his lips and saw the girl with her back to him holding her phone up, seemingly scanning Suqing's contact information. TSK, so you just hooked up with her. As Lang Yanfeng turned back, he said to Li Tian, 2 beeps. Li Tian, he's such an idiot. Alright, I see he's got a new girl to target, so don't get angry because of him. After all, having a feud with the Su family is. Lang Yanfeng swallowed back the curses that were on his lips. His eyes tightened, and his already fierce image became even more ferocious. He once bought Lang Yannuan a pair of rhinestone strappy sandals, which were a limited edition and quite expensive, and just now, he caught a glimpse of the woman who had exchanged contact information with Suqing, and she was wearing the exact same pair of shoes. He carefully recalled the tone of the scream just now. It was delicate and sweet, exactly the same as his sister's. Besides, Lang Yannuan is also in this shop, so, he turned his head sharply, and the woman's profile came into Lang Yanfeng's view. Grass, the one who just hugged Suqing, isn't that his own sister? Lang Yanfeng's head suddenly felt like it had been pierced through his brainstem. He stood up quickly and rushed towards the position of Suqing and Lang Yannuan. His arms were bulging with blue veins, and he grabbed Suqing's sweatshirt collar.
I fucked your mother. Did I dig up your family's ancestral grave?
You could have messed with anyone else, but you dared to flirt with my sister. Lang Yanfeng's roar shook the sky, instantly attracting the attention of all the customers in the store. Lang Yannuan was terribly frightened. Her brother had a bad temper, but he wasn't so violent as to attack without knowing the truth. She pulled Lang Yanfeng's arm and tried to bend his fingers hard. As Suqing looked at her hand that was tightly holding his, but she actually didn't react. He thought Li Tian would rush over, but he didn't expect Li Tian to be so patient. If Li Tian rushed over and grabbed his collar, he could gain some villain luck and points just because of his anger, but Lang Yanfeng's rush over really wasted his plan. Su Qing was about 10 centimeters taller than Lang Yanfeng, and was frowning at the man in front of him with a ferocious and cold expression. Just as he clenched his fist and prepared to hit him with all his strength, as smart as Suqing is, he first used his mind to use the eye of insight to see the opponent's ability. If he couldn't beat him, wouldn't he get hurt? Lang Yanfeng's character list immediately appeared in front of him. Character, Lang Yanfeng, age, 26. Height, 180 cm, appearance, 98 points. Combatability, 100. Suqing chuckled inwardly, damn it, I can't beat them. Moreover, Li Tian's force value is 150. If the two of them share the same hatred and enemy, they can attack together. If Lang Yannuan can't stop it, she might be beaten to death. But at this time, the calm and collected Suqing did not worry too much about the issue of his strength, because the brother and sister in front of him were fighting over his collar. He suddenly felt a loosening in front of him, and Lang Yanfeng let go. Suqing gave a sneer. It was true that he knew Lang Yannuan, but the fact that Lang Yannuan was squeezed just now was an accident. TSK, that's why they say it's hard to be a good person. The first time I did a good deed, I almost got beaten up, and Lang Yanfeng was cursing his father and mother when he spoke. As the old saying goes, don't hit people in the face and don't curse people's mothers. What's the difference between this and slapping him twice in a restaurant? He lowered his eyes to look at Lang Yanfeng, raised his hand and patted his collar. He was ready to fight Lang Yanfeng in a gentlemanly way, using actions instead of words. Let's talk about reason cold. But before Suqing could finish a complete sentence, Lang Yannuan eagerly took over the conversation. Brother, Suqing is my interviewee. What are you doing? Lang Yanfeng was taken aback and asked in confusion, what? Didn't several of our TV stations interview Suqing before? We just happened to run into Suqing today. His car broke down, so I brought him back. To thank me. He treated me to a meal and gave our station an opportunity to interview him again. Suqing nodded secretly. No wonder she could be the host. I didn't tell the whole story, but I said everything I needed to say, and I covered up everything I needed to cover up. And the explanation was pretty thorough. That's great.
So he was hugging and cuddling you?
Am I blind, or have you two lost your memories? Lan Yanwan's voice trembled as she said anxiously, Brother, I was squeezed by the waiter. If Suqing hadn't been there, I would have rolled down the stairs. I can't just turn the tables and blame him just because he helped me. Lang Yanfeng took Lan Yanwan's arm, pulled her closer, and leaned into her and said, No, why do you keep speaking for him?
Lang Yanwan pouted, looking aggrieved. Brother, he's a nice guy. You came up and hit him.
It was you who did something wrong. Lang Yanfeng was so angry that he rushed over without thinking, but now that I calm down and think about it, when my sister was shouting, someone did squeeze past on the stairs. Moreover, Lang Yanwan has had a weak sense of balance since childhood and is the type that can fall even on flat ground. So, if Suqing hadn't been there, her sister might have been disfigured. He let go of Lang Yanwan and glanced between the two of them.
All right, I misunderstood this.
You two have finished your meal and your conversation. Lang Yanfeng waved at Suqing, his tone light with disdain.
I can take my sister home. You finished your interviews, right? You can go now.
Chapter 75, Apology, 3 chapters combined into 2. Suqing wasn't easily angered, but looking at Lang Yanfeng's fierce and ruthless gaze and attitude, why let him leave so slinking away? Oh, Suqing carefully examined Lang Yanfeng and smiled at him.
Brother Lang.
Let's have a few words alone. He casually pointed to an empty spot next to the stairs. Lang Yanfeng glanced at him, puzzled, and then, seemingly enraged, wanted to fight him. However, after looking the man up and down, he realized that he already looked down on him and wanted to have a private talk with him. Lang Yanfeng scoffed.
Okay, let me see what you want to talk to me about.
There was a small open space next to the stairs, which looked even more cramped when two men weighing 140 or 150 pounds stood together. Suqing looked at him and said calmly, We didn't know each other before, did we?
Lang Yanfeng glanced at Suqing.
Although he had helped Li Tian investigate Suqing's situation quite a bit, this was the first time he had ever met him. Lang Yanfeng frowned, puzzled.
Never seen it before, why?
Suqing lowered her eyes and patted the wrinkles that Lang Yanfeng had made in her collar. He slowly raised his eyes to look at Lang Yanfeng, his once affectionate and profound eyes now appearing as if covered by a layer of cold, piercing ice.
I don't like to fuss over things. Actually, you've misunderstood and you're anxious, right? Okay. But, you insulted my mother and my ancestors for 8 generations, and then just walked away. Do you think that's appropriate? Lang Yanfeng glanced at Suqing, looking at her with an expression that seemed to say, Are you serious? TCH. You don't mean you want me to apologize to you, do you?
Are you drunk, or are you dreaming? Lang Yanfeng found it utterly ridiculous that Suqing would even bring this up. No one has ever dared to talk to him like this. They were all from the 5 major families. Even though he didn't want to make enemies with the Su family, he wasn't afraid even if they did die. In terms of connections, ability, and everything else, he didn't think this kid could pose any threat to him. Lang Yanfeng felt as if he had heard a joke. Do kids these days like to come and try to reason with people? However, before long, the sarcastic smile on Lang Yanfeng's lips faded, and his eyes immediately darkened. He listened as Suqing said calmly, Actually, you've never seen me, but
I've seen you.
Didn't Brother Lang go to the charity auction with Aunt Lang last year? Our families, each originally occupied a corner of the city.
Even if we weren't on good terms, we usually kept to ourselves. What is the Lang family's reputation?
Benevolent healers. The store has countless surveillance cameras of all sizes, and the Su family also owns numerous media companies of all sizes. Brother Lang probably doesn't want the whole of Luochuan to know.
Everyone in China has seen how your Lang family acts so arrogantly and domineeringly outside, hasn't they?
At this moment, Lang Yanfeng felt that the buzzing in his brain was almost louder than what Suqing was saying. How did Suqing find out? Lang Yanfeng himself didn't care, but Suqing was right. His elders were all doctors, and they were the most generous, dignified, and benevolent. His grandfather, in particular, was a national treasure-level drug researcher who had dedicated his entire life to this cause. Lang Yanfeng knew all too well the power of gossip, if the Lang family were to be tarnished. Because of him, Lang Yanfeng gritted his teeth and said, You're such a despicable person. If you're a man, you'll fight me fair and square.
What kind of man are you to resort to these underhanded tricks?
Suqing sneered, How could that be? I'm clearly threatening you blatantly. Of course I can do it openly and honestly. I dare to put my name on all the news headlines and entertainment headlines. Alright, the businesses you own are actually quite hidden.
How's business? I wouldn't mind spreading the word for you. Where should I promote your product/service? Let me think of something for you. How's the Luochuan TV station where your sister works? Little Nuan is so innocent. Did you know that in your boxing gym, you can even sign contracts with no regard for life or death?
Lin Yanfeng clenched his fists at his sides.
Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to explain yourself in the Su family? You said it yourself, our families keep to ourselves and don't interfere with each other. Why are you doing this? Don't you ever think about the Su family? Suqing patted Long Yanfeng's arm. His slightly wrinkled wallet gleamed under a dim light. Suqing chuckled. You already know, Li Tian must have told you, right? My health is poor, I'm half dead. Not quite. It'll be quite lively to have your Leng family on the road too.
Lin Yanfeng shrugged his shoulders, his anger turning into a bitter laugh.
Holy crap, no, you're really something, I really didn't expect that. Haha, Li Tian actually overestimated you.
You're so naive. You've been rambling on and on with me for so long, dragging both families into this, just to get me to apologize to you, because I swore at you a couple of times. Lin Yanfeng was speechless, but his cold and resolute eyebrows rose slightly as he said sarcastically.
Okay, you just want me to apologize to. I'm sorry I hurt you. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry to your ancestors for 8 generations, okay? Are you satisfied, kid? Suqing licked his lips, smiled coldly, revealing a row of clean, white teeth, and pointed in Long Yanwan's direction. Brother Lang, you've really misunderstood me. Even if you scold me, I don't really care that much. Let me be frank with you, I mainly wasn't really interested. I just wanted to humiliate you. How many people heard you scold me just now? Just let as many people as you can hear and apologize to me. Seeing Lin Yanfeng staring at him silently, Suqing's expression suddenly darkened, and the smile on her lips vanished completely. I can call the director of Luochuan TV station right away. Ask your dear sister to work overtime and come home with me. An exclusive interview. My room is large enough to accommodate your sister. She can broadcast your glorious deeds through her camera while I'm in bed, ruining the Lang family's reputation. Brother Lang, doesn't it sound quite interesting? Lin Yanfeng's face contorted with rage. He had the best relationship with his sister, Lin Yanwan, who was naive and didn't follow the family's career path step by step. She really enjoyed working at the TV station. He knew that if Suqing really called the station director, his sister would definitely go. Although the man in front of me was young, he gave off the feeling that he would stop at nothing and could do anything, especially since his sister had just spoken up for Suqing, looking like a young girl in love. He felt that if Suqing wanted to hurt his sister, there was a more than 60% chance of success. Lin Yanfeng frowned for a long time, then couldn't help but shout out in a deep voice. You're a pervert, right? What kind of man are you if you go after a girl? Suqing scoffed. We don't know each other at all, and you're helping Li Tian investigate me. I helped your sister up and prevented her from falling down the stairs, and you're turning around and blaming me. Do I become a pervert? Suqing was too lazy to waste words with him. She turned her head to avoid the obstacle between the stairs and the wall and walked towards Lin Yanwan, talking as she went. Pick one. It's you, or someone from your Lung family. I have to have one of them to vent my anger. Lin Yanfeng had never been threatened in such a way that specifically targeted his weaknesses. Moreover, Suqing specifically named the matter that Li Tian had asked him to investigate, which was absolutely terrifying. How did he know everything? While Lin Yanfeng was stunned at this moment, Suqing had already walked up to Lin Yanwan. Sister Xiaonuan, Lin Yanwan blinked and asked anxiously, what did you and my brother talk about just now? You two didn't have a fight, did you? Suqing smiled gently. No, your brother said he misunderstood me and felt quite embarrassed. After Suqing finished speaking, she looked directly at Li Tian, who was being neglected. He looked at Li Tian's luck value, which was only 500 points higher than his own, and felt there was nothing left for him to pretend in front of him. He waved and greeted them very warmly. Brother Li, what a coincidence. I saw you a while ago, but I didn't have a chance to say hello. What a coincidence. Although Li Tian felt a chill run down his spine, Suqing had already gotten to know the marriage that Lin Yanfeng was trying to arrange for him, and now she was appearing right under his nose by sheer coincidence. Suqing's appearance disrupted all his plans, leaving his mind in a complete mess. The Spicy Crayfish restaurant was already full of customers at this time, and many people were looking in their direction. Some of them had seen the interview on Luochuan TV and recognized the young master of the Su family who had just been grabbed by the collar. The greeters, who were hiding next to the greenery at the store entrance, were equally astonished. His clenched fists had left red marks on his palms.
That handsome guy had given him so much money and reserved a spot for that scarred man. If it wasn't just about gouging out that scarred man's eyes, why were they yelling at and dragging him around like that? In fact, Lang Yanfeng was quite famous in this area. After all, a bar street and several shops next to it were all Lang Yanfeng's businesses. The shops on several streets in the city center are considered by the public to be belonging to the wealthy and powerful. So 5 out of 10 people in this store can recognize Lang Yanfeng. The guests in the lobby were all wondering if Lang Yanfeng had some powerful backing. It's astonishing that the young master of the Su family could be humiliated and scolded without uttering a sound. Lang Yanfeng walked towards Suqing from the side of the staircase, his narrow, cold eyes filled with a smile. His straight nose and thin lips, along with the scar above his eye, originally gave him a ruthless and cold appearance, but at this moment, he suddenly made everyone feel the sunlight became warm and gentle, all the guests watching them, the little greeter peeking from behind the greenery, Li Tian sitting to the side, and even Lang Yanwan standing next to Suqing were all dumbfounded. They only heard Lang Yanfeng, whose voice was sincere and loud, nodding apologetically to Suqing. "I'm really sorry, Brother Lang was too hasty just now and said something unpleasant. I apologize. Brother Lang has 2 shops facing the street. I'll talk to the finance department tomorrow and transfer both shops on Jinhe Street to you. This is to apologize to you." The crowd in the store who were watching the apology erupted in uproar. Moreover, it was clearly realized that Lang Yanfeng, who was usually extremely arrogant, could be so humble and submissive. He had no powerful background or capital, he was just a small business owner with 2 shops. The little greeter at the door, beaming with joy, finally loosened his grip. This apology of ceding territory and paying reparations was just too satisfying. Although he knew these wealthy people might not care about money, doing this was tantamount to humiliating themselves. Before the astonishment and bewilderment had subsided, the expressions on their faces froze instantly. A handsome man dressed casually, standing not far from the stairs, smiled faintly. A low, husky voice uttered 2 pleasant words, "Okay." Chapter 76, Family Heirloom. Looking at Lang Yanfeng, whose face was radiating friendliness and magnanimity, Suqing felt that his acting skills were truly extraordinary. It turns out that Lang Yanfeng had spent so much time pondering and researching, and came up with such a flawless excuse. Compared to losing face, Lang Yanfeng demonstrated magnanimity and concealed his identity well, achieving 2 goals at once. If Suqing were to take over all the shops on his street, it would make the Su family seem stingy. Suqing chuckled inwardly, but her face still beamed with a bright, sunny smile. "Trying to play dirty tricks on me," Suqing quickly waved to Lang Yanfeng. "Brother Lang, I was just kidding. I've already said it was a misunderstanding, there's no need to take it to heart. How could I possibly make such a fuss? If I really wanted your property, what kind of person would I be?" Suqing walked over to Lang Yanfeng, put her arm around his shoulder, and gave him a warm hug. To anyone who looked at it, it seemed like they were burying the hatchet. The guests watching the commotion sighed repeatedly. Suqing's image as a stubborn and aloof person, as rumored, was deeply ingrained in the public eye. Although he appeared cheerful and sunny in the interview with Luochuan TV, everyone felt that it was more like a publicity stunt. Only after meeting him today did I truly realize that the young master of the Su family is indeed a gentle and generous person. The previously rumored aloof image might just be social anxiety. However, when he put his hand to Lang Yanfeng's ear, he said something completely different from what the 2 of them were saying at that moment. Suqing smiled faintly, her voice indifferent. "Brother Lang, that's a brilliant move, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but my family doesn't lack anything. Even if it's a commercial street, since you're so sincere, I can't refuse. Just give me the cash equivalent of your entire shop. Is it worth 500 million? Well, let's say 500 million, I'll send someone to the Lang family tomorrow to find you. You'd better wait at home tomorrow, otherwise, I'll have your almost 80-year-old grandfather pay off your debts." Lang Yanfeng felt the gentle force of Suqing's pat on his back, his eyes narrowed, and his fingers dug hard into his fingertips. He was afraid that he might lose his temper and punch Suqing twice. Lang Yanfeng gritted his teeth. "Ha, he really knows how to play the good guy in front of everyone," he whispered in Suqing's ear. "You're so damn insidious." "Not at all. I'm not good at anything, except for my strong learning ability. I have to thank Brother Ling for teaching me so well. There is no grudge between us. Tomorrow the accounts will be settled, and this matter will be over. I suggest you stop going against me, or you'll regret it." Suqing's words, laced with sarcasm and threats, disgusted Lang Yanfeng to the core. But before Lang Yanfeng could speak again, Suqing stood up and walked back to Lang Yanwan's side. Suqing was too lazy to argue with Lang Yanfeng. He had something else to make Lang Yanfeng lose his temper, and of course, there was his good brother, Li Tian.
Brother Lang, I'll be going now,
Suqing said with a smile to Lang Yanfeng, then turned to greet Li Tian, who was sitting next to her. See you later, brother Li. As soon as he finished speaking, he whispered close to Lan Yanwan's ear, Sister Xianwan, I'll be going now. I'll contact you later. After speaking, Suqing walked towards the door, but her steps were slow. The reason was simple: the furnace was still in Lang Yanwan's trunk, and he wasn't going to ask her for it, because he also served because he's a shy man, as expected. A favorability rating of 90 points was no joke. Suqing had barely stepped out the door when Lang Yanwan chased after her. At the same time,
Lang Yanfeng had already sat down opposite Li Tian. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life.
At this moment, he felt as if several sharp swords had pierced through his heart, especially when he looked up and met Li Tian's expression, which was a mixture of surprise, bewilderment, anger, and disdain. Li Tian frowned and looked at Lan Yanfeng, saying, Brother, this isn't like you at all. How could you treat Suqing? Lang Yanfeng gritted his teeth and whispered, Damn, don't even mention it, that bastard, he's like he has some kind of supernatural ability. He knows who I am, he knows I helped you investigate him, and he even knows about the boxing gym I own. That little brat really knows he doesn't have long to live, threatening me with the reputation of the Lang family and my sister. Wait a few days, if I don't kill him, I'll change my surname to his. Li Tian traced the stool leg with his finger, feeling that things were getting increasingly wrong. Why is Suqing always able to get there first?
Why does he know everything?
Who was behind him helping him? In particular, he now had a bad feeling that Suqing was ruining his plans again. He suddenly turned his head and saw Suqing and Lang Yanwan bending over towards the trunk, seemingly doing something. Li Tian turned back and calmed down to guide Lang Yanfeng.
Brother, aren't you worried about your sister going out with him like that? Lang Yanfeng knew that Li Tian was thinking about the secret medicine, so he said.
He promised not to lay a finger on my sister. He still has some sense of propriety. I refuse to believe that he really has no regard for the Su family at all, dares to play tricks on my sister, and goes against our Lang family. My sister already said that Suqing was her interview guest, and I won't let them meet again. My sister will be back soon. She'll see when the secret medicine can be prepared and then give it to you. After calming down for half a day, Lang Yanfeng had become quite composed.
He glanced outside and saw the two chatting.
Although he felt disgusted, he also felt quite disdainful. A young punk not even 20 years old probably wouldn't have the guts to actually go against the Lang family. Asking him to apologize and give him money is childish.
500 million is just a drop in the ocean for the Lang family.
It's incredibly naive. Lang Yanfeng picked up his wineglass and took a few big gulps of wine, thinking about how to carry out a meticulous plan to deal with Suqing. Suddenly, Lang Yanfeng's eyes widened, and he choked on a mouthful of wine. Li Tian's front and sleeves were splattered with the wine that Lang Yanfeng suddenly spat out from his mouth, and his face was contorted in a bitter expression. He quickly grabbed a tissue and wiped his face, saying, Brother, what's wrong with you now? A buzzing sound flashed through Lang Yanfeng's mind. His eyes were vacant as he stared out the window, his gaze fixed on Suqing through the glass. Suqing's previous words were relentless, constantly poking at the Lang family's weaknesses. However, when he calmed down and recalled, he discovered a mistake in Suqing's words. Last year, Lang Yanfeng didn't participate in the charity auction with his aunt at all. He finally realized that Suqing had not run into him by chance, and he was certain that he had never seen Suqing before. How did Suqing
know his identity?
They had no grudges against each other, so why did Suqing investigate him in advance and know everything about him? Through the thick glass window, Lang Yanfeng couldn't hear what Suqing and Lang Yanwan were saying. He watched as Suqing hailed a taxi, and then, instead of getting into the car immediately, she turned and waved at him as if saying goodbye. Of course, after Lang Yanfeng felt a chill, he noticed that Suqing was holding something in her other hand, a piece of red cloth, about 10 centimeters square. As Lang Yanfeng felt a bad premonition, a gentle breeze blowing from west to east dispelled his doubts, and the red silk cloth was blown open halfway, revealing the gold and bronze-colored goods inside to him. That object, what else could it be but a family heirloom of the Lang family?
Lang Yanfeng finally understood.
It turned out that Suqing, that short-lived ghost, wasn't after him or Lang Yanwan at all. They're here for their family heirloom.
Chapter 77. I respect your decision. Lang Yanfeng rushed out without even thinking, and even the receptionist who was sitting on a stool beside him and was about to get up to open the door for him didn't react to his action of opening the door. The glass door was kicked with a loud bang by Lang Yanfeng. If he had kicked it with a little more force, it would have broken into pieces. Suqing, who was in the taxi at the door,
seemed to be calculating the time when Lang Yanfeng would come out.
She didn't leave in a hurry.
Just as Lang Yanfeng opened the door, she mouthed drive to him through the taxi window. Of course, the fat driver in the car did not stop because of the people outside chasing and slapping him, because he is a competent driver. It is his duty to take passengers to their destinations safely, especially when he glanced at the small stack of banknotes on the passenger seat. He thought that even if the king of the world came today, he would not stop the car. The driver stepped on the accelerator hard, leaving only a thick fog of car exhaust drifting towards Lang Yanfeng, hiding his merits and fame. Lang Yanfeng gasped a few times as if his myocardium was ischemic, and walked towards Lang Yanwan. He was always gentle in front of his sister, but this time he really couldn't help it. He pinched Lang Yanwan's arm with his 5 fingers, and the sleeve of the white dress seemed to be pinched into Lang Yanwan's flesh, making Lang Yanwan scream in pain. She grabbed Lang Yanfeng's hand and said, "Brother, it hurts."
Cold words, warm heart. Explain to me, what did you give him?
When Lang Yanwan brought out the furnace cauldron for Suqing, she was terrified that her brother would see it. Now, the old saying has come true: the more you don't want something to be discovered, the more likely it is to be seen. Lang Yanwan was in excruciating pain from being pinched, and she was also upset by being questioned by her brother. However, it was an undeniable fact that she had given the item to Suqing, and she would have to explain it sooner or later. It didn't matter whether she did it now or later. Her eyes were red and glistening with tears, and she spoke in a steady voice.
"Brother, the Li family and we don't have a very deep relationship. What difference does it make whether the medicine is given to the Su family or the Li family?
Besides, Suqing will return it to me tomorrow. He doesn't know how to refine medicine using that cauldron anyway." This was the first time the siblings had ever argued, and it was also the first time Lang Yanwan had ever talked back to him. He was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt a little confused, but he was both angry and confused, with only one thought in his mind.
Did he cast a spell on you?
"Shanwan, do you have a crush on him?" Lang Yanfeng frowned, staring at his younger sister's cheeks, which flushed instantly as if her secret had been discovered.
He felt there was no need to ask the question anymore.
He gave a helpless yet sarcastic smile, a smile more painful than a grimace. Lang Yanfeng slowly loosened the grip on her fingers, gently squeezing her arm.
"Shanwan.
I'm not trying to be mean, but his body is as weak as a chicken's. He's not going to live for many more years."
Do you know how shameless he is?
Lang Yanfeng originally wanted to tell Lang Yanwan about Suqing threatening him, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He then said, "Shanwan, with our family's circumstances, is it really that hard for you to find someone who is a good match, physically healthy, and of good character?
What do you see in him?
Besides his decent-looking face, what else about him is acceptable? Besides, you've only interviewed him once, Shanwan. Do you even know him as a person?" Lang Yanfeng's gentle and persuasive approach struck at Lang Yanwan's sore spots. She and Suqing spent only one day alone together. The journey from the temple to here took only a few hours, yet she so easily placed Suqing in her heart. Speaking of character, Lang Yanwan really felt that Suqing did everything well, but it was the small, thoughtful things like peeling shrimp for her and buying her cosmetics that made her feel good, let alone convincing her brother Suqing. Even she herself felt that such a small reason was too far-fetched.
Lang Yanwan thought of countless reasons to explain Suqing's situation, but she
couldn't lie to herself that her deepest memory of Suqing was from the last interview. Suqing looked at her intently. In the crowded throng, her beautiful, deep, obsidian-like eyes were focused solely on her. His elegant and profound yet carefree and affectionate appearance was deeply etched in her mind, making her unable to forget that first meeting. Her eyelashes trembled.
"Yes, I don't know him well enough. But in all my life, this is the only one I've ever liked."
"So what if I like him because he's good-looking? Anyway, I've made up my mind about him. Even if he can live one more day, or someone else can live 10 more years, I will still give it to him. And besides, brother, the price the Li family can offer is also something the Su family can afford. Why can't I just give it to them?" Looking at his sister's straightforward expression of first love, Lang Yanfeng was truly at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Turns out my younger sister is a huge Psy fan.
Moreover, his sister really hit the nail on the head.
Whether to give it to the frail eldest son of the Li family or the half-crippled son of the Su family, it wouldn't make much difference to the Lang family. In fact, the Su family was even stronger than the Li family. Lang Yanfeng simply disliked Suqing, and since he had promised Li Tian, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing his sister, whom he had risked his life to save, about to argue with him, Lang Yanfeng felt quite disheartened. Perhaps his sister would even use her status as the heir to put him in his place. Lang Yanfeng released her hand, rubbed her arm, and nodded.
Yes, I respect your decision. Your brother is just worried about you, but it was your aunt who promised the Li family, not you or your third brother.
You've handed over our family's cooking pot to Suqing.
Have you thought about how you're going to explain this to your aunt, parents, and older brothers when you get home? Lang Yanwan shook her head tightly.
I can say what I just told you. It doesn't matter whether it's given to the Su family or the Li family, just have Aunt return the things she received. Besides, he couldn't possibly refuse to return the furnace, since he doesn't know how to use it.
Yes, that's right, he doesn't know how to use it.
But, your sudden change of heart is ruining our family's reputation and putting us in direct conflict with the Li family, isn't it? Lang Yanwan frowned, her throat tightened, and her voice became hoarse with anxiety.
Brother, how should I tell Auntie?
Lang Yanfeng raised his hand and rubbed her head, then sighed deeply and comforted her.
Don't cry, I'll help you. It's okay, don't go home today. Go back to your little apartment and stay for a couple of days. I'll go home and talk to my aunt, and see how we can cover this up for you. You can go back home once the elders have calmed down.
Thank you, brother, you're so kind to me, Lang Yanwan said softly.
Sigh, what else can I do? You're my only sister, and this is the first time I've had someone I like.
Of course, I'll side with you. By the way, when is the kiln to be opened? I'm thinking about how to tell my aunt about this. Actually, it would be fine to just make excuses to the Li family about the fact that the pill wasn't successfully made, he replied in a subdued tone. At dawn tomorrow, Lang Yanfeng patted her arm.
Okay, I understand. You can go back now. I haven't finished eating yet.
It's not good if someone sees you crying like this. Lang Yanwan had tears on her face and was wiping them away with her hands.
Thank you for helping me, brother. All right, just be yourself, that's more important than anything else. Watching Lang Yanwan's little BMW drive away, he gritted his teeth and whispered. Little sister, you've chosen the wrong person.
Let your brother help you. Lang Yanfeng made the call was answered immediately.
Young Master Lang. Lang Yanfeng said crisply, a taxi, license plate number, Luoaxxxx.
Suqing was above. She went to find out where he had gone and locate him, take what he's holding back, take him away, and clean up the mess. Lang Yanfeng's eyes turned cold. After a moment's thought, he continued, handle it slowly, make sure he doesn't leave too comfortably. Chapter 78, Wealth Grows with a Conscience. The person on the other end of the phone was terrified and stammered, Young Master Lang.
Su.
Suqing, the Su family is just like that. What if we get caught? Lang Yanfeng said in a low voice. Suqing has no bodyguards with her and she didn't go in the direction of the Su family.
If you're quick, you won't be discovered. After this is all settled, I'll give you a sum of money to leave Luoshuan.
It'll be enough for you to live on for several lifetimes, the voice on the other end of the phone said with difficulty. Okay, Young Master Lang. After hanging up the phone, Lang Yanfeng gripped it tightly, as if he wanted to crush it to pieces. His anger had reached its peak. Suqing humiliated him, got close to his sister, and took things from their home. Her elaborate schemes filled him with extreme resentment. He glanced at Li Tian sitting there through the window and walked back into the store. He plopped down in the chair, the wooden legs creaking as they scraped against the floor, and sighed.
Li Tian, I have two things to tell you. Li Tian looked at him with a puzzled expression and casually said, Brother Lang, what do you want to say? Lang Yanfeng raised his eyes and glared at Li Tian. Why the hell are you calling me that like that kid too?
I'm disgusted by him, Li Tian. Damn, Suqing kept saying it, it got so familiar. Li Tianqing cleared his throat.
Ahem, brother, you go ahead.
I can't give you the medicine now, my sister gave it to Suqing. She's got her eye on that guy, Li Tian generously said. It's alright, if your sister. Lang Yanfeng slammed his hand on the table.
Nothing, my foot.
Li Tian, the other thing I want to talk about is, I need to send people to retrieve the medicine and get Suqing run. Lang Yanfeng made a throat-slitting gesture, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
Li Tian, I need you to come with me on this matter.
Suqing's life belongs to me, and my family's medicine belongs to you. If the Lang and Li families join forces, even if the truth comes out one day, it will be easy to quell the situation. Lang Yanfeng's tongue traced across his teeth, a chill gathering on his face. The scar on his eyelid revealed a hint of ferocity as he sneered, Li Tian, his life is no good for any of us. You can't tolerate the threat he poses to you, can you? I've helped you so many times, but today I'm asking you something. Lun Yanfeng stretched out his hand, raising it in midair. Should we join forces to kill him, or pretend we never knew each other afterward? Li Tian had long been fed up with Suqing. If Suqing from the Lin family wanted to get involved, then the Lang family also wanted to get involved, but in this case, he felt that it was a good thing that Suqing took the medicine away. After all, the secret medicine that the Lung family promised to give to Li Shang was snatched away by Suqing. Then his brother Li Shang couldn't have it, so he couldn't be blamed. It was much better than him taking it away. However, Li Tian still hated Suqing to the core for repeatedly getting ahead of him and taking all the good things from him. Now that Lang Yanfeng also wanted to skin Suqing alive, he was even more determined to do the same. Li Tian thought it was worth a try, and the way to try it was to let Lang Yanfeng be the one to take the lead. Li Tian slapped Lang Yanfeng's hand decisively. Brother, what do you suggest? Lang Yanfeng nodded, took out his phone, and sent the vehicle's location that his subordinate had just sent him to Li Tian. A small red dot is speeding along a road on the map, Luo AXXXX. Suqing got into this taxi, and her real-time location has been sent to your phone. Send some trustworthy people over there to assist my people. Suqing didn't return to the Su family, he's all alone. Judging by his weakling appearance, I'll see how he dies today. Li Tian nodded, picked up the phone, and dialed a number. Hey, call 3 to 5 people to track down the location I gave you. Suqing is in the car. Help Brother Lang's men, take him out. Lang Yanfeng was very satisfied, and he curled his lips into a sinister smile. Are you full? Let's go back to Chiye and have a drink. I feel unlucky staying here. Okay, let's go back and have a drink. Before Li Tian could finish speaking, Lang Yanfeng had already walked towards the door, demonstrating his dislike for the place where Suqing was. But as soon as Lang Yanfeng stepped out of the Lushi store, Li Tian, who was following behind him, immediately took out his phone and sent a message to the person he had just called, watching from the sidelines, without lifting a finger, is enough. The reply from the other end of the phone was quick, okay, young Master Li. Li Tian gripped his phone and sneered. Anyway, he had sent people and fulfilled his promise to Lang Yanfeng. He wouldn't take action against Suqing, so even if the Su family investigated later, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to him. He glanced indifferently at Lang Yanfeng's back and thought to himself. I'm sorry, brother. As the old saying goes, a petty person is no gentleman, and a man without ruthlessness is no true man. You failed to get several important things done for me, so I really have no reason to risk my life for you. Li Tian and Lang Yanfeng got into the car and returned to Chiye Bar. Night streets, night scenes, lights chasing each other, forgetting, pausing, and drifting with the wind. A beautiful moon, like a white jade plate, hangs in the night sky, surrounded by countless stars, a truly breathtaking sight. The streets of Chuanjiang were bustling with traffic, and most of the shops on both sides were still open, with the bright streetlights complementing the soft night sky. At this moment, Suqing was sitting in a taxi driving on Chuanjiang Avenue, heading towards her apartment next to Luochuan Art University. He was leaning idly on the chair, his eyes closed, wearing a pair of LV early spring trainers, expensive sneakers with white uppers and black patterned edges. His feet were casually tapping on the cheap dustproof mat, and the sound of raindrops mixed in made a clicking sound. Suqing wasn't resting with her eyes closed. She was sorting out the upcoming plot. His handsome face, which had originally been expressionless, curled his lips slightly and sneered softly. He saw in the original text that Li Tian was about to send people to watch the fun. The driver in front was attracted by Suqing's voice, and glanced in the rearview mirror, just in time to meet the eyes of the man in the back seat who had just opened. As we all know, most drivers are enthusiastic chatterboxes, and he was no exception, striking up conversations with the passengers in the back. Hey, young man, you're really handsome. Suqing smiled and nodded, sparrowfruit. At the same time, the driver, who thought the passengers in the back would be modest, and Suqing said the same thing in unison. Don't be modest. You really have been all these years. The driver paused before he could finish speaking, his expression freezing instantly as he glanced at the rearview mirror. Why is it so unconventional? Suqing smiled faintly, looked at the stunned driver in front of him, and joked. Hey bro, do you know what the saying comes before, S fu chang liang xian? Chapter 79, Let him play. While we watch from the sidelines of the driver, gripping the steering wheel, chuckled, I know that, poverty breeds cunning. Suqing stroked her chin, a slight smile playing on her lips.
Brother, do I look like a good person or a bad person? The driver glanced at the banknotes lying beside him and was overjoyed. He had 2 children and was the only one working, so the family expenses were considerable. With this money, their lives would be much easier for a while. He chuckled and said, "Young man, you're absolutely a wonderful person." Suqing sighed silently to herself. What a pity, I'm the villain in this book. So, are the people in this world who would actually cut off their own flesh to feed an eagle a good person? No, then you can become a Buddha right here. We're all people pursuing our own interests, so why can those hypocrites act so righteously? Suqing picked up the phone and dialed. Hey, Xing, send a few men to the back gate of Jinyu apartment. On the other end of the phone, okay, what happened? Suqing said calmly, it's nothing serious. Someone just wants to hang out with me for a while, but it's no fun without a lot of people. Tell them to hide somewhere far away first, and give my friends a little surprise. Okay, I understand. After Suqing hung up the phone, the driver sitting in the front seat chuckled, you young people really know how to have fun. Yes, it's quite interesting. Jinyu Mansion is located next to Luochuan University. When Suqing is attending classes at the university, she sometimes stays here because she finds it too far to go home. The apartments are all single level, with 1 apartment per floor, so they are quite private and quiet. Logically, if Suqing wanted to avoid the people sent by Lang Yanfeng and Li Tian, he could have simply parked the car at the main gate. However, Suqing's luck was currently 500 points less than Li Tian's, so this part of the storyline definitely wouldn't allow Suqing to return to the main gate as he wished. Suddenly there was a crackling sound. As the car was driving on a small road next to Jinyu Mansion, the driver's body lurched forward, almost hitting his head on the steering wheel. The car broke down. However, Suqing was in a relatively good condition. He had already grabbed the front seat in advance, so although he was affected by gravity, he was not caught off guard by Long Yan Nuan's sudden braking. Young man, look at this, why don't you get off here? I'll back out. The vehicle malfunctioned and could not return the passengers to their destination on time, and furthermore, the car malfunctioned, frightening the passengers. This is not the customer's fault. Although the driver is not without a love of money, he is kind-hearted and still has some professional ethics. Suqing, who could see the driver's true nature, wouldn't hold a grudge over such a small matter. After all, it was the driver's bad luck. If he hadn't run into him, he wouldn't have broken down either. Suqing took out another 2,000 from her pocket and handed it to the driver, saying, it's not easy for anyone, take this to get the car repaired. The driver was both bewildered and excited, completely speechless, and hesitated for a long time before reaching out his hand. But before he could decide whether to say thank you or no need, Suqing had already placed the money on the passenger seat, opened the door, and left. The driver was moved as he looked at Suqing's tall and imposing figure. A good person will have a peaceful life. Jinyu Mansion has only 5 buildings in the complex, with only 2 entrances, one on the north side and one on the south side. The north entrance is the main entrance, and the south entrance is the back entrance. The south entrance is in a less desirable location, and there are very few amenities nearby to the north. Therefore, residents usually enter and exit through the north gate, as the south side is sparsely populated. Although there are few buildings, the housing prices are very high, but the amenities and landscaping are quite good. Suqing stood by the roadside, looking at the iron railings surrounding the apartment, and then glanced at the south gate, which was about 1,000 meters away. Well, it's too far, let's turn over. He stepped onto a pile of stones in the southwest corner, grabbed a semi-arched iron bar on the railing, and leaped into the residential area. The lush grove of trees that came into view was covered by the night, its vibrant colors obscured, giving it a somber and desolate feel. After the rain, raindrops occasionally dripped from the leaves, and a slight chill was felt in the breeze. Suqing crossed her arms and pondered in her mind, wondering which part of Jinyu apartment complex didn't have surveillance cameras. Standing under the shade of the trees in the night, Suqing was about to head towards her destination when she glanced to the side and saw a Toyota van with its license plate covered parked on the roadside some distance away outside the fence. They pulled over, each carrying a gleaming steel baseball bat, wearing various clothes and black masks. Suqing couldn't see their expressions, but judging from their slow and unhurried pace, Suqing was certain that these people were not from Lang Yanfeng, because he used the eye of insight. The tallest man with dyed yellow hair was called Li Degu. According to what Suqing knew from the book, this person was Li Tian's subordinate. The purpose of Li Tian sending them here was not to deal with him, but to put on a show for Lang Yanfeng and watch from the sidelines the real deal with him. Suqing was looking around, searching for people from Lang Yanfeng. A loud screech of brakes startled Suqing.
He glanced to the side and saw a black Hummer with its license plate obscured. The car was too close to Suqing. He only heard a loud slam of the door and 5 or 6 men got out. The man in the lead wore a huge hoodie that covered his eyebrows and a black mask, completely concealing himself. Lung Yanfeng's group was far more murderous than the men Li Tian sent. Each of them carried a large machete, which reflected a blinding light under the streetlights. The long swords flashed, momentarily blinding Suqing. In the short time it took him to close his eyes, the leading man pointed them at him. The man's voice was neither loud nor soft, but Suqing heard it clearly. His voice was deep and carried a chilling, killing intent. The man then said to the people around him, "It's him. Spare his life. Take him away." Suqing smiled wickedly, backing away and making a sound as she stepped on the dew-covered lawn. While beckoning to a few people with her finger, he raised his index finger and hooked the red silk cloth off the cauldron he was carrying, then lifted the gold bronze object in his hand towards the group. But his voice was neither too loud nor too soft. His originally alluring tone now carried a hint of mockery. "Come, kill me. Take the goods and report back to your master." The men sent by Lang Yanfeng were extremely agile, and Suqing only had 70 points of martial arts strength at this time. He didn't even need to look at the fighting strength of the people in front of him. He knew he couldn't possibly defeat them. According to the original text, the men he sent with Wolfwalk had just entered the vicinity of the south gate from a hidden location that was not under surveillance. So, let's let him play this game of using someone else to do the dirty work and watching from the sidelines. Chapter 80. The Great Melee. Suqing quickened her pace as she backed away, turning her head to avoid a few leaves dripping with dew. The group of men sent by Lang Yanfeng had followed him for many years, and their arrogance was no less than Lang Yanfeng's. They approached Suqing with great nonchalance, carrying large machetes in their hands. If the handle were a bit longer, it might look like the scene in TV dramas where the knife hangs on the ground and is slowly slashed across the ground. Suqing glanced in the direction of Li Degu. It was not far away, about 100 meters away, and several people were hiding behind a few big trees. According to Suqing, Lang Yanfeng had given Li Tian his subordinates' contact information so that Li Tian's subordinates could meet up with his own. However, Li Tian didn't do that. He instructed his men to observe but not act, waiting until Lang Yanfeng's men had finished dealing with Suqing before joining them, just a formality. Moreover, Li Tian and Lang Yanfeng's men were all wearing masks, completely covering their faces, so even if they had met before, they wouldn't be recognized. So, Suqing quickened her pace and ran 2 steps toward Li Degu. As Lang Yanfeng and his group sped up to catch up, Suqing slammed the furnace in her hand toward the forehead of the hoodie-clad man in the lead. The bronze-colored cauldron is actually made of pure gold inside, with an antique finish on the outside and a semi-hollow interior. Although it is not heavy, it has sharp edges on all sides, and being hit by one of the corners would be quite painful. In particular, although Suqing did not possess any martial arts skills, he loved all kinds of sports before he transmigrated. Having studied shooting, Suqing believed he could hit the bullseye when throwing at close range. The group of men in hoodies, whose mission included snatching things from Suqing, were completely caught off guard when Suqing threw the items at them. At a distance of just over a meter, and in the dim light of the bushes, the man in the hoodie couldn't react in time. A roar of awe pierced the sky. The man in the hoodie leaned back in agony and collapsed to the ground. Suqing was stunned for a moment. He had been careless, rusty, and he had missed. The streetlight shone directly on the face of the man lying on the ground. From his tightly closed right eye, a streak of blood, shimmering black in the moonlight, flowed down to his temple. To be fair, even though Suqing is usually playful, curious, and has a carefree and easygoing personality, but this was the first time in his life that he had hurt someone so badly, and in such a cruel way. The man on the ground had been struck hard in the eye by a corner of the furnace, which made Suqing's heart skip a beat. He hissed and took a breath, but he didn't have time to think about how much it would hurt to have his eyeball hit. The man lying on the ground was so enraged that he completely forgot about his master's order to bring back a living person. In a hoarse voice, he shouted to those around him, "Kill him now!" As those men charged forward with menacing glints in their eyes, Suqing had already run to a spot not far from Li Degu and his group. Suqing was well aware of human nature. People who stand idly by have a sense of diffusion of responsibility. Among strangers, if they are not named, they will act as if it is none of their business. But what if you clearly name someone, Li Degu, Wang Sifa, Lu Tianzhu? What am I hiring you for? Get up here now. With 70 stamina points, although her combat ability wasn't strong, she could still run over 100 meters without any problem. Especially since everything produced by the system was of high quality, Suqing had long legs and a wide stride, and she quickly arrived at Li Degu's side. Suqing has an extremely high IQ and possesses foresight. Although she loves playing games, she won't do anything without being sure of success. What kind of people are Li Degu and his group? The original text mentions that they should obey orders and be as obedient as dogs. Li Tian told them not to lay a hand on him, and that he would not act rashly unless new orders were given. Therefore, at this moment, the dangerous place is the safe place, especially since there is an information gap between these two groups. Li Tian's people know that the people chasing Suqing are Liang Yanfeng's people, but Liang Yanfeng's people have no idea that they have other helpers. Suqing took a few breaths and stood behind the bewildered Li Degu and his group, glancing mockingly at the Liang Yanfeng people who were rushing towards them. Li Degu and his companions looked at each other, completely bewildered, their expressions conveying two conflicting messages. First, Suqing went insane. Second, they were crazy and had hallucinations. They were thinking in their hearts that their young master had clearly told them to deal with Suqing at the beginning, although he later changed his words and said they should just watch the fire from the other side of the river and not take action against Suqing. But no matter what they did, it was impossible for them to help Suqing. They were all well aware of the feud between their young master and Suqing. It was obvious that the Liang family members were completely unaware that the men in front of them, wielding iron bars, were from the Li family. With red eyes, they raised their machetes and charged at the men. Although Li Degu and his companions were obedient, they were not stupid enough to be directly taken advantage of. Li Degu, who was leading the group, was just about to explain to the group sent by Liang Yanfeng that they were there to assist the Liang family. At the same time, Suqing, who was not going to give Li Degu a chance to explain, lowered his eyebrows and kicked Li Degu's leg hard. "What the hell are you guys doing here? What the hell are you thinking? Get him!" Li Degu couldn't react in time, and his legs quickly bent down, half kneeling, blocking Suqing like a reliable human shield. A gleaming cleaver immediately came crashing down on Li Degu's body. Their lives were hanging by a thread, and they were all facing the blade, so they had no time to explain. Li Degu, Wang Sifa, and Lu Tianju were holding steel baseball bats, which were no match for the machetes. They could only use the baseball bats to press against the blade. They didn't even know that the people were sent by Li Tian, and they even fought back against them. No matter how hard Liang Yanfeng and his group racked their brains, they could never have imagined that these people with baseball bats could be their accomplices, and that they would kill them with every blow. With swift movements, the machete and baseball bat clashed, producing a series of ear-piercing sounds. Several painful screams repeatedly reached Suqing's ears. Suqing leaned against a ginkgo tree and clicked her tongue. He surveyed the fighting in front of him. Lu Tianju had been stabbed in the waist, blood splattering as it fell onto the green grass under the dim streetlights. The two groups fought for a long time, and there were also a few words from Li Degu about the identity of his group. Unfortunately, the sound was too chaotic amid the flashing of swords and shadows, and the people of the Liang family were so angry that they didn't pay any attention to what the Li family members who were beaten and retreated repeatedly said until Li Degu was slashed vertically across the shoulder. He gritted his teeth and endured it, letting out a voice that pierced the sky. "We are young Master Li Tian's men, here to help you deal with Suqing." Suqing frowned. The loud utterance of the word "gone" made him feel deeply uncomfortable. He licked his lips, thinking to himself, "You can say you killed me, you can say you murdered me, you can say you, tsk. But this isn't very elegant." He folded his hands over his chest, tapping his arms with his fingertips, and watched as the dozen or so people in front of him stopped fighting. The bushes were suddenly silent. The reason was simple. Li Degu took off the mask on his face. They had followed Li Tian to Liang Yanfeng's boxing gym before, and the thugs of the Liang family had seen him. The eyes of the group were filled with anger, and they were filled with resentment of being fooled. Their faces had fierce expressions, no matter if they were standing, kneeling, half lying down, bleeding and injured, or intact. They all turned their heads towards Suqing. He stared intently at him, who was standing there lazily and leisurely. They rushed towards him, their hands holding the weapons trembling. None of them wanted to see Suqing still alive in this world. Chapter 81, Extra Meal. However, some of them were clever. Although they were filled with hatred, they also felt that Suqing had been watching all along, and something was wrong. Logically speaking, shouldn't Suqing run away after scheming to cause the two groups to fight? But they couldn't care less. The original mission of the Liang family was to take Suqing's life. Now that the Li family had been discovered, there was no chance for them to sit back and watch. Now they had run into the Liang family, and now they had no choice but to go up. Leaning against the tree, Suqing showed no sign of evasion, his hands clasped together, and a few crisp sounds came from his palms. The reason he remained so calm was simple. His men had already arrived. A loud and cheerful voice rang out from the quiet grove of trees. Boss, sixth brother, come out now. Among the lush bushes, several water droplets on the leaves were scattered and broken. Two slender hooks, each with a sharp claw at the front forming a wrap-like shape, pierced through the bushes and sprang from Suqing's left and right sides, snapping directly at the faces of the two people rushing towards her. The claw-shaped front end of the weapon had sharp spikes like knife edges, which instantly scratched the faces of the two men. Blood was dripping, flesh was torn, and the white bones reflected in Suqing's eyes in the night, which made him feel a chill in his heart. Kind-hearted, he couldn't bear to witness such a horrific scene. He turned away, rubbed his ears, and tried to block out the piercing sound. He looked up and glanced in the direction of the eldest and sixth brothers, and was momentarily stunned. He knew from the original text that the eldest and the sixth brother would bring people to rescue him, but there was no detailed description of their appearance. The naive Suqing thought that it would be a group of tall men, just like the scene of the burning house that day, but the group of people he saw did not resemble the faces he had imagined. The 6 men that Wolf had sent stood in a row, the eldest and sixth brothers stood on either side, while 4 hot and beautiful girls stood in the middle, wearing form-fitting red strapless dresses made of mirrored leather, with tight black stockings and leather over the knee boots. 2 sexy female thugs raised their slender arms, which were bound by steel weapons, from which thin grappling hooks were released. They quickly and simultaneously withdrew their hands, their bloodied claws swiftly returning to their sides. The leader and his group leaped up and rushed towards Suqing's back in a few strides. A female thug raised her long boot high, making her several centimeters taller than the man she was fighting. The thin heel of her boot slammed down, smashing down on Lu Daju's head. The eldest and sixth brothers didn't use force. They simply took out 2 silenced guns from their pockets and pointed them at the group of people in front of them. Seeing this, the group no longer dared to attack and immediately threw their weapons on the ground, surrendering. Suqing sighed, turned around and glanced at them, a complicated expression on his handsome face. He immediately covered his eyes and whispered, "Your 2 masters are really not good to you. They didn't even provide you with any decent weapons. TSK. Look how shabby you all are. Isn't this just a way to send you here to die?" The eldest brother leaned over to Suqing and nodded. "Young Master Su, what should we do with these people? Shall we take it away and dispose of it?" "Sai, leave them a way out, let them live." Suqing lowered her eyes, pondered for a moment, then slowly raised a cunning glint in her eyes, adding casually, "Cripple their hands and feet, and dump them in front of Lang Yanfeng's boxing gym." "Yes, young Master Su." Suqing pointed to the direction of the fence not far away. The hoodie man who had been blinded by Suqing witnessed the whole thing and was holding the bloodstained cauldron, enduring the pain as he struggled to turn over at the fence. Perhaps because he was in such a hurry, his foot slipped, and he didn't step on the railing of the rain-soaked iron fence, falling flat on his face. Suqing chuckled and said, after snatching what was in that person's hand back, he suddenly remembered a place the system had given him. He added casually, "Catch them back, and then send them to my farm to give my little darlings a little treat." The eldest brother's expression remained unchanged as he nodded and said, "Yes, young Master Su." Suqing glanced at the man in the hoodie. He had already gotten up from the ground, gotten into the Hummer, and started driving. "Go ahead and do it. I'm going back now. Come find me after you get your things back. It's on the 25th floor of Building 3. After Suqing finished speaking, he walked out of the bushes, taking out a cigarette from his pocket as he went. The scarlet flame caught his eye. A pleasant sound slowly rose in his mind. Ding. The host has altered the plot's direction. The villain's luck and villain points have each increased by 1,000 points. Suqing gave a wicked smile, took 2 deep drags, and then casually tossed the cigarette aside. The glowing cigarette butt was instantly extinguished by the dampness of the soil. Jinyu Mansion consists of 5 buildings, 3 of which are located in the very center. Following the road signs, Suqing quickly found her way home. Inside the 3 main halls, the lights were bright and the buildings were resplendent. The 2 security guards who were sitting at the front desk quickly stood up and nodded when they saw someone come in. "Welcome home." The 2 men had worked as security guards here for many years and knew the number of residents in the building well. They were very familiar with the residents who came and went every day. The 2 men looked at each other, bewildered. Looking at the handsome man walking by, neither could remember which floor he lived on, yet he seemed vaguely familiar. As Suqing turned towards the elevator, the 2 whispered to each other. The extremely tall and muscular security guard sitting on the left picked his nose and asked in confusion, "Whose family does this handsome guy belong to? It seems like I've never seen it before." He flicked his hand away after picking his nose. "I've never seen it before, he looks kind of familiar. Holy crap. I remember now, I saw him on short videos today. An internet celebrity?
What internet celebrity?
The young master of the Su family. The two were utterly shocked and, after a moment of stunned silence, quietly headed towards the elevator, eager to watch the drama unfold. I want to see which family the young master of the Su family is going to. The two of them stared at the screen displaying the words 25th floor, their mouths agape in astonishment. The 25th floor resident, whose whereabouts were elusive and who hadn't even joined the residents' group chat, finally made face to face at this moment. Suqing stood in the entrance hall on the second to fifth floor, which was decorated with gray and black graffiti, staring blankly at a double-opening front door. A few simple lace patterns adorned the dark gray gate, its price tag of nearly $1 million exuding a strong sense of wealth. Suqing knew the brand of the door in front of her, which country it was made in, and even how many security locks were inside. The reason is simple: go. In order to show off, wrote about these flashy things in an extremely flowery and extravagant way, but Suqing was not standing here admiring how luxurious the door was. He spent a long time rummaging through the original text in his mind, and couldn't help but mutter a complaint. What the hell was the password again? I remember writing it down. When he turned to a certain page, he finally found the password for the lock in the last sentence of the original text. He raised his finger and pressed the key on the 9-key electronic door with its numbers arranged normally. Chapter 82, The Gift. Upon entering the room, it was pitch black. Using the dim light from outside the door, Suqing turned on the main light in the hall. Of the room is decorated in a simple, dark style, much like Suqing's room in the main house. To the right is a large living room with a large chandelier made of black and white crystals hanging in the center. Suqing rubbed his shoes on the doormat. The bushes were too muddy, and his shoes were covered in mud. He pouted. Everyone loves shoes. Despite his heartache, he opened the shoe cabinet by the door and nodded with satisfaction. The transparent shoe cabinet embedded in the wall has a pair of shoes in the second shelf of the third row on the left, which is a collaboration between Takashi Murakami and Hiroshi Yokoyama, and is limited to 100 pairs worldwide. He tapped the glass panel on the outside of the shoes, deciding to wear them tomorrow. This is a large single-level apartment of over 300 square meters, with 3 bedrooms, a study, a walk-in closet, a gaming room, and a home theater. Based on his memory of the original text, Suqing found the movie theater. He sat in the middle of a row of custom-made first-class sofas and turned on the projector in front of him. A playful female voice then rang out. Pleasant goat, I'm King Mei. Boiling goat, you big idiot, Suqing, beep beep beep, beep beep. About 40 minutes later, the eldest brother, the sixth brother, and their group returned. The door to the audiovisual room was open from the outside. Young Master Su, the items have been retrieved. Suqing glanced sideways and saw that the eldest brother was holding the furnace in his hands. Thank you for your help. He took the cauldron, examined it carefully, picked up a white napkin from the tray beside him, and used his fingertips to carefully wipe away the bloodstains in the corner. He said calmly, Why are you all back? Have they finished dealing with it? The eldest brother nodded and said, We were worried about your safety, so we've assigned more people to deal with them. A few of us will stay here to protect young Master Su. Suqing nodded, well done, but how? Suqing glanced at the several hot female thugs behind the boss. Before Suqing could finish expressing his doubts, the quick-witted sixth brother chimed in, Young Master Su, Brother Xing didn't quite understand what you meant. I don't know if you need manpower because of danger, or if you really have a party and need people to play with, so you brought in a few of them so that young Master Su might need it from time to time. Suqing chuckled. All right. You've all had a hard day, don't stand there. He waved to the group and said, Come on, sit here and watch a horror movie with me for a while. They were too scared to watch it anyway. The eldest and sixth brothers exchanged a glance, then walked out of the home theater together, closing the soundproof door tightly shut behind them. The naive Suqing glanced at it and clicked his tongue. He really thought that everyone was just watching a movie together and had no ulterior motives. The instant he turned his head back towards the screen, for shiny leather bodysuits reflecting the light blocked the view of pleasant goat in front of Suqing. For female fighters, stunning looks and alluring styles are essential, and having received professional training from a young age, they are extremely obedient. Especially the man sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed in front of them, was dashing and handsome, with an exceptionally good appearance. His eyes, half closed and looking in their direction, were deep and unfathomable, like ripples on a calm lake under the dim light. It captivates the heart at first glance. They saw the man wave his hand at them, and a deep voice echoed in the audiovisual room. Ladies, could you please find a seat?
I'll switch channels, female thug, yes, young Master Su.
After saying this, the group sat down on the sofa next to Suqing. Suqing was not a reckless person, especially since he needed to stay up until 5 a.m. to wait for the auspicious time, so he needed to be in good physical and mental condition. A series of mournful and eerie foreign language voices rolled out from the speakers.
Suqing watched the tragic and terrifying scene on the big screen intently.
He followed the ghostly figure that suddenly appeared, his eyes slightly narrowed and his lips pursed. He felt too delicate, soothing hands reach around his arms and caress his hands, which were cold from the cold air. The boxing gym was brightly lit in the middle of the night. After sending out their men and finishing their drinks, Liang Yanfeng and Leion found themselves in a rather leisurely and refined mood. Two people are boxing on the platform. Liang Yanfeng paced back and forth, eager to
defeat Leion.
He threw a powerful punch, but Leion easily dodged it, and the punch grazed past Leion's ear. Liang Yanfeng leaned forward, but Leion punched him in the waist. Leion only used 40% of his strength, but Liang Yanfeng was already in pain and sweating profusely. Leion chuckled and put his arm around Liang Yanfeng's shoulder, using a bit of force to prevent him from falling.
Let's stop fighting. We've had too much to drink, and neither of us has the energy. Wearing boxing gloves, Liang Yanfeng punched Leion hard in the back. Are you letting me win because you think I'm no good? Leion joked. No, what are you saying?
The two chatted and laughed as they grabbed the thick rope not next to the boxing ring, crawled out, and went to the VIP lounge to change clothes. Their heads covered in sweat, the two walked and talked, and Liang Yanfeng chuckled.
Leion, guess what? Will that little brat kneel down before the people we sent?
Looking at his tiny body, I felt like it would break if I touched it. He'd probably cry out a couple of times. Leion chuckled and added, yes, he can do it. Liang Yanfeng hissed, damn it, let's go over there. I'd really like to see him lying on the ground in a miserable state, and maybe I could get a few men to play with him.
You idiot, you've got some nerve.
You dare to scheme against the Liang family, and you even dare to seduce my sister, as if deliberately bringing up a sore spot, Liang Yanfeng added to the cheerful Leion.
Oh, and your fiancé too.
We're here to do justice to the world and settle old scores together. Leion clenched his fists tightly, a hint of displeasure rising in his heart. It was true that he had approached Liang Yanfeng with a purpose, but Liang Yanfeng had always treated him well and genuinely considered him a friend. He had originally wanted to be friends with Liang Yanfeng as well, but Leion wanted nothing more than to tear Liang Yanfeng's foul mouth to shreds. A man's most important asset is his reputation.
Leion was adopted from an orphanage and brought back to the Li family when he was young.
His mother didn't really want to raise a son, she just thought his birth chart would bring good fortune to the Li family. Leion had endured humiliation and hardship for over a decade, and what he wanted most was respect and status. Of this guy, who calls him brother and puts his arm around him, said he was cheated on last time, and now he's bringing up his fiancée. Every word he says hits right in the heart. He brings up whatever makes him uncomfortable. Leion replied with a forced smile, yes, he's really bold, he deserves to die. Liang Yanfeng casually raised his arm and put it on Leion's shoulder. Do you think he'll act like his usual sissy self? Liang Yanfeng, in a playful mood, raised his voice and continued, brother, please let me go.
Ah, he's the most fucking idiot I've ever seen, bar none. Yeah, he.
Before Leion could finish speaking, there was a sound of a car braking rapidly outside the glass door of the boxing gym, followed by a series of extremely painful screams, as if someone were having their tendons and bones pulled out. It was already late at night, and it was pitch black outside the window, with only a few streetlights providing some light.
The howling and wailing gave both of them goosebumps in the darkness.
Hiss.
Why does this feel so creepy?
Liang Yanfeng rubbed his arm, and the hot sweat on his head instantly turned into cold sweat. A bad feeling also rose in Leion's heart. At the same time, Leion's phone suddenly rang. He quickly took out his phone and glanced at it. It was a message from Suqing. Brotherly, do you still like the gifts I gave you? Chapter 83, the furnace mechanism. Below the text, just like last time, there is a kitten holding a heart, but at this moment, Leion no longer felt that the person who sent him the message was a weak, scheming man who only knew how to be an older brother or sister. The red heart held in the gift seemed to solidify in Leion's eyes like streaks of blood. At the same time, the two of them also clearly heard the sound outside.
Brother Lang. Help me.
Brother Lang, help, young master, Help me. The roar was like a string in the throat, as if it was uttered with the last breath of strength. Leion and Lang Yanfeng looked at each other and strode towards the door. In an instant, both of them stared with their eyes wide open and stood back in shock. The originally clean and tidy asphalt road could be described as a scene of tragedy outside the door as corpses were scattered all over the place. There were 10 people lying in a disorderly manner at the door, with blood clotted on the joints of their wrists and ankles. Their limbs were limp and powerless, like a group of marionettes. Half of the people fainted from the pain, leaving only a few groaning and making noises. Lang Yanfeng closed his eyes tightly for a moment. The scene was nauseating. He opened his eyes and carefully searched for his most capable subordinates. He turned to one of his men who was still relatively sober and asked, "Lang Hu, where is he?" The man lying on the ground being questioned responded in terrified voice, "Brother Tiger." "Brother Tiger," Lang Yanfeng frowned and said, "Speak quickly. Is Hu Zi dead, or was he taken hostage by Suqing?" "Tiger isn't dead yet, but he's lost an eye. I overheard them talking in the car. They were going to take Tiger to a pig farm, to feed the pigs." Lang Yanfeng stumbled back 2 steps, bumping into the glass door. Looking at the group of people before him, their limbs crippled, he truly hadn't expected this. He thought he was ruthless enough, but the man who had opposed him, no, impossible. Suqing didn't bring any bodyguards with him, and he didn't even have a driver with him. He took a taxi and was soon caught up with by himself and Li Tian's men. When Lang Yanfeng's subordinates reported back to him, they said that Suqing's car had broken down on the way, and Suqing was alone at the Jinyu mansion. How did Suqing escape? How did Suqing mobilize additional manpower? And how did he injure his men so badly? Lang Yanfeng asked quickly. Tell me quickly, what exactly happened? Didn't you say that it was only Suqing by herself? Don't tell me he hurt you like this all by himself. Brother Lang, it wasn't him who hurt us. Yes, Brother Tian's men are hiding not far away. Suqing didn't know why she ran towards Brother Tian's men. The man on the ground glanced at Li Tian with a furtive look, as if he had something to say but dared not say it. Lang Yanfeng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Hurry up and tell me what the hell is going on? Tianji's men did not lay a hand on Suqing. We didn't know that Brother Tian's men had arrived, so we started fighting together. Later we found out that we had fought the wrong people. Suqing later somehow got some people who injured us like this. Tiger was taken away by them too. Brother Lang, please save us. You have to save us. Lang Yanfeng was completely confused. He frowned, glanced at Li Tian, and then looked at his subordinates at his feet. Why would Suqing go looking for Li Tian's people? The person lying on the ground said bluntly, "Brother Lang." Suqing not only went to find Brother Tian's people, but also knew who they were and called them by name. He must know. Brother Tian's people. They didn't even show the slightest intention of making a move. Lang Yanfeng felt increasingly uneasy. He frowned and looked at Li Tian Dao. Wait, why didn't your people contact my people? Didn't I tell you? Before Li Tian could figure out how to start, several voices rose and fell from the ground. Brother Tian's people have never contacted us. Brother Tian's men have no intention of attacking Suqing at all. Suqing knows them. Several of Li Tian's men dared not speak, only groaning on the ground. Brother Tian, save us. Even if Lang Yanfeng was stupid, he still trusted Li Tian completely, and eventually he realized what was going on. Suqing is a member of the Su family, the largest family in Luochuan. Even if the Lang and Li families join forces to quell the situation, they will still be at odds with the Su family. Li Tian is an adopted son, and his position in the family was already precarious. Lang Yanfeng sneered twice. At this point, there are only 2 possibilities. First, Li Tian wanted to send someone to pretend to be a good guy and a bad guy. Secondly, Li Tian is utterly shameless. He's become sworn brothers with Suqing, using these people on the ground to buy things for her. Lang Yanfeng couldn't think of a third possibility. At this moment, he was extremely angry. He was injured like this, and Suqing had also humiliated him. He trusted Li Tian so much, yet Li Tian betrayed him like this. Lang Yanfeng glared fiercely at Li Tian and delivered a powerful straight punch to Li Tian's face. Fuck your mother, Li Tian. If you didn't want to go, you should have told me. I gave you a choice. You've hurt me like this, are you even human? Li Tian was caught off guard and his head was instantly ringing from the blow. He shook his head and quickly explained, I sent a message. Lang Yanfeng was furious and pointed at Li Tian's nose, saying, What the hell did you send that message? I think you've been cuckolded and gone crazy.
You orphan, do you want to become Suqing's dog? Could Liang Yanfeng really believe he'd posted that? He wasn't out of his mind, just looking at the group of subordinates lying on the ground, their expressions of unspeakable suffering. He understood. It's likely that Li Tian not only didn't send his men, but also told them to stay far away. Liang Yanfeng was so angry he could hardly breathe. He believed he treated Li Tian like a brother. She thought of him and everything, even the secret medicine at home, hoping to bring it home to Li Tian to improve his status in the Li family. Her younger sister also wanted to matchmake her with Li Tian. Liang Yanfeng no longer knew how to quell his anger. He knew that he might have said something wrong. If Li Tian had already joined forces with Suqing to deal with him, then the people Li Tian sent out would have had their hands and feet cut off as well, but Li Tian's inaction and detached stance were enough to disgust him. He now even felt that Li Tian was more insidious than Suqing, the truly despicable person. At least Suqing disgusted him to his face and openly threatened him, so he wasn't caught off guard. Li Tian is stabbing him in the back. Enraged, Liang Yanfeng threw another punch, spewing a string of the most offensive insults at Li Tian. Li Tian was shrewd and calculating, so how could he not leave himself a backup plan? He did send a message, but added a message at the end saying, "Don't contact me," and then deleted the rest of the message. He originally wanted to use this message to prove to Liang Yanfeng that having more friends means having more options, and it's best not to make enemies among the major families. But that bastard Liang Yanfeng really knows how to pick out words that make people lose control. Orphan, cuckold, Suqing's dog. These words kept stimulating Li Tian's mind, and he couldn't bear it any longer, so he grabbed Liang Yanfeng's fist that was coming at him. With a cracking sound, Li Tian, possessing immense explosive power, shattered Liang Yanfeng's hand bones in a single blow. Time flies, and before she knew it, it was past 5 in the morning. With the ringing of a cell phone, Suqing slowly opened her eyes and stared at the faintly lit starry sky on the ceiling. The reason for this was simple: Suqing couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. He stood up, stretched, and glanced at the several beautiful women staring at him. He was startled. The group spoke in unison, their voices clear and melodious, showing no signs of fatigue. Master Su. Suqing frowned. Oh no. Could it be that it's been watching over her like this while she was sleeping? Suqing waved her hand. You guys go to the guest rooms and rest, you don't need to follow me. Yes, Master Su. Suqing carried the furnace in her hands into the study, sat down in a chair, and placed the furnace on the desk. He turned on the desk lamp, directing the light directly above the furnace, and carefully examined its surroundings. When Lashi was serving crayfish, Liang Yannuan carefully explained how to open the cauldron. It was full of mechanisms, and if one was opened incorrectly, countless tiny holes would appear on the cauldron, each covered with poisonous silver needles. The poison was so potent that nothing would grow within a radius of several meters. Each of the 8 corners of the furnace has a serrated spiral lock. The serrated spiral lock in the very center, inlaid with a ruby, is the last mechanism to open. There are a total of 9 locks on the furnace. Suqing carefully turned a spiral gear beneath a copper-plated, pure gold dragon head. Her fingers made a soft, clicking sound as she turned the gear until she reached the Roman numeral 8. He turned the furnace, and the next sequence of mechanisms that activated the furnace were 0, followed by the Roman numeral 2, and then the Arabic numeral 0 in the third triangle of the furnace. Suqing glanced at the 4 corners under the furnace and learned from Liang Yannuan that the mechanism needed to be activated by the spiral gear corresponding to the other dragon head. He found the corresponding position, with a series of clattering gears. The codes for the next 2 mechanisms were both Roman numerals 6, and the codes for the next 2 were Roman numerals 9 and 3. After all the mechanisms on the cauldron were completed, Suqing smiled, glanced at the time on her watch, and saw that it was 5:53 a.m. Suqing stared at the slow rotation of the second hand on the watch. When the minute hand reached its peak, it pushed the ruby spiral at the top of the cauldron to rotate to the Roman numeral 5. With a thud, the top of the cauldron opened, and the surrounding outer walls, as if unable to bear the weight, quickly opened up, revealing a pill the size of a little finger on a square pure gold base. Chapter 84. Spreading the news. Suqing held the pill in her hand and examined it carefully. He glanced at the furnace on the table and smiled wickedly. In fact, this item was only passed down from daughter to daughter in the Liang family, and Liang Yanfeng and Liang Yannuan both thought he didn't know how to use it, but Suqing just happened to know how to use it. However, Suqing actually looked down on the Liang family's heirloom. It was a medicine that lasted 5 years and was not as miraculous as the outside world claimed. It was just something that could prolong life. He originally didn't want to keep the cauldron for himself and planned to return it to Liang Yannuan today, but what can they do when the Liang family has such a good third brother?
Suqing clearly said she would let him go and not hold it against him, but he insisted on making Suqing unhappy. Suqing might spare an ant, but he could also choose to slowly crush it. The living room at this moment, the eldest and sixth brothers sat on the sofa, their bodies ramrod straight and their eyes worried. Upon seeing Suqing walk by, he quickly stood up and nodded.
Master Su. Suqing held up the furnace she was holding to the two of them and said directly, Brother Xing has many talented people under him, are there any who can create things?
The eldest and sixth brothers looked at the cauldron, instantly realized what it meant, and nodded, saying, yes. Suqing smiled and handed the item in her hand to the two of them. Make an exact replica of it. Deliver it to the Su family's main residence before 5 p.m. today.
Thank you both. The two men said respectfully, it's our duty, young Master Su.
Just as the two were about to leave, Suqing called them back. The two men nodded and said, young Master Su, is there anything else you need? Suqing said calmly, let's have someone take care of the green belt below the mansion where the fight just happened. Set it on fire, burn it down, it's young Master Su. After the eldest and sixth brothers left, Suqing reviewed the plot and found that although Leition's luck was 500 points lower than his, he still had the protagonist's halo, so the plot would not change much. He would still marry Lin Sier in a little over a month. Now that the eldest son of the Li family can't get his medicine, it's as if I've taken it away from him, which makes it seem like I've helped Leition out. Fortunately, Leition and Lang Yanfeng's men, who had been half dead by him, had been delivered right under their noses. Lang Yanfeng's men weren't that stupid. They told Lang Yanfeng directly that Leition's men hadn't made a move. Suqing sat on the sofa, her shoulders swaying slightly, and she actually smiled originally. They were good brothers who were going to work together to deal with each other, but they fell apart just like that. It's actually quite interesting to watch the two of them kill each other. However, Suqing doesn't have time to deal with those two good brothers right now. To be precise, she's not in a hurry. Suqing likes playing games, so she'll play with them for a while longer. Furthermore, he is now inside a book. A novel is not a diary, it follows a chapter-by-chapter in timeline. Now that his villainous luck has turned, and the author has given him a lot more screen time, he still has things to do. Suqing came to Jinya Mansion to provoke Lang Yanfeng into making a move. According to Suqing, Lang Yanwan was supposed to come to the Su family's main residence at 6 p.m. for an exclusive interview. He walked towards the door, which Suqing opened from the inside, letting in a gust of cool air. There was one more thing to do before the exclusive interview. The elevator leads directly to the underground parking lot, where Zhang Qi and Hua Shang were already waiting.
Young master. Suqing didn't speak, but made a nasal sound.
He stepped into the car, his dry new shoes landing on a soft carpet. He closed his eyes, leaned lazily against the cushion, and whispered, go home. As the car slowly started moving, Suqing rested for a while. He had been up all night and hadn't slept well. He thought that he needed to catch up on his sleep when he got home. A soft call woke Suqing from his sleep. Young master, we're home. Suqing rubbed her eyes and was about to leave when she suddenly remembered the pills in her pocket. He took a small, square object wrapped in craft paper out of his pocket and handed it to Zhang Qi in front of him. Send it to the Li family and say that the third young master of the Lang family is delivering medicine to the eldest young master of the Li family, Li Shang. The method of administration is to decoct the medicine, add 3 drops of the patient's blood as a guide, and then proceed.
Yes, master.
Suqing got out of the car and headed towards the elevator, keeping her achievements hidden. He pressed the elevator button for the 5th floor, staring at the slowly closing elevator doors and seeing his own handsome face reflected in them. According to Suqing, although Leition and Lang Yanfeng had a big fight, Leition was only angry at being scolded. In the end, he still took Lang Yanfeng to the hospital and showed him the message he had sent in advance on his phone. Moreover, Leition's interests in various places have been affected, and his humanity has been gradually dragged into the abyss. He has pushed all the blame onto his subordinates. Those subordinates who received Leition's message to watch from the sidelines and not take action were ultimately portrayed by Leition as a group of cowardly traitors who disobeyed orders. To prevent those people from turning against him, Leition also sent people to destroy the bodies of everyone lying haphazardly at the entrance of the boxing gym on the way to Lang Yanfeng's hospital. Can Lang Yanfeng completely trust Leition? Will Leition have a change of heart, realize his mistakes, and reconcile with Lang Yanfeng? Suqing knew these two things much better than the two of them did. As the saying goes, once the seed of doubt is planted, trust will never exist, especially with the bombshell news that will soon be spreading throughout the city today. The friendship between these two people will vanish into thin air. With a swish sound, the elevator doors, gleaming with a pale golden light, opened, and Suqing took out her phone as she
stepped into her floor. Hey, sisterly, good morning.
Contact 100 tabloids and marketing accounts for me and spread a few messages. The woman on the other end of the phone seemed to have just woken up. Yingming's soft voice came through repeatedly. Two things. Point one is that Leion phone, the third young master of the Lang family, gave Li Shang, the eldest young master of the Li family, a good medicine at 8 a.m. today, who has been suffering from illness for many years. The second is Leion phone, who owns 2 storefronts on Jinhe Street. According to insiders, he is the third young master of the Lang family, and many of his stores are suspected of tax evasion. He also owns a boxing gym, ostensibly running a legitimate sparring business, but in reality, he signs death contracts and disregards human life.
Yes, young Master Su.
In fact, of all those things he said, the claims about tax evasion were nonsense, and the claim about disregarding human life were even more so. Although Lang Yanfeng runs such a boxing gym, the reason he can be a positive character in this book is that his gym has also helped many people who were desperate because of poverty, and no one has ever died therefore. Even if the story of the boxing gym spreads a little among the public, not many people will blame him. At least it is a fair trade, helping those who have nowhere else to turn to live a life that, though difficult, is at least enough to make a living and prevents them from going astray. Suqing originally thought that the world was not black and white, and that the existence of such a place could not be considered as harming or cheating people, which was why he had not yet taken action against Lang Yanfeng. But who told Lang Yanfeng to be so eager to provoke him? So Suqing is now going to use his actions to correct an old saying and see if he can slap this fabricated case of disregarding human life. Suqing now needs to control public opinion and gain the attention of higher authorities. If she is investigated, even the smallest problem can become a trigger. Suqing's goal is to spread the influence of Lang Yanfeng's businesses even further and more extensively. The Lung family can't protect Lang Yanfeng. Suqing wants to make sure that Lang Yanfeng's entire business, not just his boxing gym, collapses. Chapter 85. Welcome to my home. Suqing smiled softly at the other end of the phone and said, "Just call me by my name." "I'm sorry for the trouble, sister. I don't want to reveal my identity, sister. Can you be more clean? The wording may not be very accurate, so find a professional to write the script. I can't quite put it into words, but it's the kind of news that, when heard by the public, would spark public outrage and cause widespread outrage." "Yes, Suqing, don't worry." Suqing lowered her eyebrows. "Oh, right, there's one more thing. A fire broke out in the green belt downstairs at Jinyu Mansion because a resident carelessly threw a cigarette butt on the ground. We advocate that citizens protect the public environment, love nature, and love life. There's no need for such a complicated process, just have a few news channels reported. A soft, teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. "Suqing, you really have a sense of public morality. As public figures, it is everyone's responsibility to protect the environment. Sister, get some rest. I feel bad for calling you so early and disturbing your sleep." A low, husky voice echoed in the receiver, carrying a hint of coaxing. Encouraged, the person on the other end of the phone said coquettishly, "No, I was about to get up anyway." "Well, you could say you called to wake them up," Suqing chuckled. If there's a chance, I'll wake you up in person." A sweet, shy laugh echoed in Suqing's ears from the other end of the phone. "By the way, the filming location has been arranged. It's at the Dragon City Film and Television Base, and the male and female leads are already in place." "Okay, I'll be there in a few days. Please arrange a private restroom for me, somewhere away from the crowds." The person on the other end of the phone hesitated. "Okay, then, the third female lead's restroom? There's no need to make any special arrangements. Just treat them the way they normally would." After thinking for a moment, Suqing continued. "By the way, sisterly, please give me the assistant director's contact information. I'll have her go directly to the assistant director to join the crew. There's no need for the crew to take special care of her." On the other end of the phone, "Okay, I understand." Suqing walked towards the room holding the phone. Longqing Film and Television Base, Lin Sier. This scene is worth at least 10 points of favorability. Right, at the door of the Su family, there stood a beautiful girl with a low ponytail. She had a pair of pitiful almond eyes on her delicate oval face and no makeup on her face. She was wearing a gray and white hip skirt wrapped under a simple white half-sleeve top, a pair of white lace stockings on her legs, and a pair of low-heeled sandals on her feet. She was walking slowly towards Suqing's house guided by the servants of the Su family. Lang Yanwan arrived at the elevator leading directly to the 5th floor. She rubbed her arm, it still ached slightly from being pinched by her own brother yesterday. She knew that what her brother said was just to appease her. She could tell at a glance what Ling Yanfeng's attitude was towards Suqing. Although it was the first time they had met, their relationship was already at the point of being extremely tense. Lin Yanwan knew that what she did was wrong. It would be difficult for the Ling family to explain to the Li family, and considering Suqing's physical condition, he was really not a man worthy of trust, but she really couldn't help it. Suqing was just too good, so innocent, sunny, and so handsome. With a ding, the elevator doors opened, and her gaze, which had been wandering off into her mind, turned directly to the scene inside the 5th floor. Lin Yanwan had imagined countless scenarios of the next time she and Suqing would look at each other and meet, but she had never imagined it would be like this. At this time, Suqing was standing in front of a door, with a pure white bath towel wrapped around his waist. He closed the door with one hand and wiped his hair with the towel in the other hand. He wiped very carelessly, and his strong chest was covered with water stains. Water droplets splashed from his hair trickled down his cheeks to his collarbone. The tall figure was about to move forward, but was attracted by the sound of the elevator and met her eyes directly. All the random thoughts in Lin Yanwan's mind disappeared in an instant. Her mind went blank and she even forgot to shyly cover her eyes. She only came to her senses when Suqing called out to her, "Die!" In an instant. It turned so red it looked like it was about to bleed. She only saw Suqing raise his eyebrows slightly, and in the hall where soothing music was playing, Suqing's bewitching voice was flowing. "Sister Nguyen, is it good looking?" Her throat tightened, and she hurriedly covered her eyes, peeking through her fingers at Suqing's every move. Just then, the elevator doors closed slowly after their scheduled time. Lin Yanwan was both ashamed and embarrassed. She had accidentally stumbled upon this, and Suqing had said such outrageous things. She doesn't know whether she should go in or go out. She even feels like she wants to crawl into a hole. Lin Yanwan stayed in the elevator for a full 2 or 3 minutes to calm herself down. She had never seen anything like this before and didn't know what to do. The lingering redness on her cheeks constantly reminded her of this. Lin Yanwan stared at the elevator door open button, her fingers seemingly disobeying her, unable to press it for a long time. At the same time, the elevator doors opened by themselves from the outside. What came into Lin Yanwan's view was a fair and handsome face, a man almost a head taller than her, who exuded a strong sense of oppression. But the smile on the man's face was too innocent, especially since Suqing was already dressed in a set of home pajamas, made of navy blue satin, with a few drops of water still dripping down her shoulders from her hair, which made her feel very safe. It was as if the flirtatious words just now hadn't come from the man in front of her. Suqing was slowly wiping her hair with a handkerchief. He slowly uttered a reassuring sentence. "Sister Xianwan, I'm so sorry, I didn't know you came so quickly. I just finished showering." Suqing frowned and added embarrassedly, "I saw you were embarrassed just now, so I joke with you." "Don't mind it, Sister Xianwan." She blinked, her throat seemed to be constricted by something, and she couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a hand with distinct knuckles gripped them, causing the doors to open slowly to both sides due to the resistance. Suqing's lips curled into a sly smile as she looked down at Lin Yanwan. "Sister Xianwan, don't be angry with me. Come in, welcome to my home." Chapter 86, Yunnan Bayao. The room is decorated in a light and simple dark tone. After all, in the city center where every inch of land is valuable, it is hard to own such a large flat, but the things placed in the living room are still so empty. Perhaps the first feeling ordinary people would have when seeing such an environment would be one of grandeur, but Lin Yanwan, who followed Suqing, with his wrist held by him, and visited every corner, did not think so. She was sure that Suqing was not as unkind as the outside world rumored. He must be lonely and empty inside. Meanwhile, Suqing was enthusiastically introducing her to every layout and every item that Suqing liked, sharing them with her. Compared to the last time when I came to the Su family with a large group of people, or when I was just a reporter who only stayed in the Su family's living room for a short while, today, when I came to Suqing's floor, I felt that the distance between us suddenly shortened a lot, and I got to know him more deeply. This made Lang Yanwan's lips curl into a secret smile. As Suqing reached a certain door, she released her grip and pushed it open, revealing a large walk-in closet. Rows of small spotlights illuminated the semi-transparent, tea-colored cabinets, casting their light on several rows of exquisite clothes. Suqing stood at the door of the dressing room, turned to look at her, and said, "Sister Xianwan, why don't you take a look around and rest for a while? Let me go inside and change. We have an interview today, right? Wearing loungewear isn't appropriate." Lin Yanwan nodded upon hearing this and turned to walk towards the center of the living room, but was stopped by a voice behind her. She turned her head and saw Suqing leaning against the door, raising one eyebrow in a puzzled expression, pointing towards the elevator and looking at her slowly.
Sister Xianwan, when are your colleagues coming? It's almost evening, I'll ask the kitchen staff to make some food. I didn't treat you well last time. Suqing's question caught Yin Wan off guard.
She was stunned for a moment. She had come alone. She really didn't know how to explain to Suqing that she hadn't even brought a photographer, as if Suqing had some ulterior motive for coming alone. Fortunately, just as Lan Yanwan's cheeks were burning with anger, Suqing found her a good reason. Oh, right, today there's not only an exclusive interview, I still need to return Xianwan's things. It wouldn't be good if your colleagues saw them. Suqing glanced at her with a half-smile and raised her hand to wipe the water droplets dripping from her shoulder.
Sister Xianwan, I'm going to change my clothes and blow-dry my hair. I'm almost soaked.
Please wait for me for a moment. It would have been better if Suqing hadn't mentioned it, because the moment she did, Lan Yanwan's gaze was drawn entirely to the semi-transparent fabric of Suqing's shoulder. The damp satin material clung to the firm skin of her shoulder, making Lan Yanwan's throat tighten, especially Suqing's deep peach blossom eyes, which lingered on her shoulder for a while before meeting her eyes, with her smiling eyebrows curving down, were simply captivating. With a bang, the closet door slammed shut, and Lan Yanwan felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. She sat on the sofa, lost in thought for most of the day. Suddenly I felt something tap my shoulder twice. I turned around in surprise, but there was no one there. At the same time, a warm and bright voice came from the other side.
Have you been waiting long?
The man in front of me stood in stark contrast to the pitch-black landscape in the background. He wore a white Balenciaga t-shirt with diagonal letter print, looking both sunny and clean compared to his aloof and ascetic suit attire. Suqing's current outfit made Lan Yanwan feel that he was not a young master from a wealthy family, but rather a junior she had bumped into on campus.
Not long, you're pretty fast. Suqing gathered her half-dry hair.
I blew it out halfway through, worried you'd be anxious waiting. Let's go, Sister Nguyen, let's return your things to their rightful owner. Lan Yanwan followed Suqing into the study, where her family's cauldron was placed on a mahogany desk. She didn't look at the cauldron carefully, only glancing at it symbolically. Something more important than the cauldron was on her mind, and she blurted it out.
Suqing, do you feel any better after taking the medicine? Suqing, who was standing behind her, smiled awkwardly. To be honest with you, Sister Nguyen, I didn't take the medicine. Why?
Lan Yanwan turned her head suddenly with confusion, whether it was because Suqing was too close or because she turned around too much. She ended up bumping straight into Suqing's arms. It's such a coincidence again. The last time was on the stairs of Laxi. This time she almost slipped and fell flat on her face, but luckily Suqing caught her. Lan Yanwan hit Suqing hard, and both of them cried out in pain. Well, it is obvious that the voices of those who speak coldly but offer warm words are louder. She had twisted her ankle on the stairs yesterday, and twisted it again as soon as she turned around. At this moment, she was biting her lip tightly, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead from the pain. As Suqing held her arms with both hands, looked at her expression carefully, and said anxiously, Sister Xianwan, are you alright? Lan Yanwan wanted to force it, but her ankle hurt. I twisted my ankle.
Which foot?
Suqing asked, lowering her eyebrows. Lan Yanwan gritted her teeth and did not respond to him.
She jumped back twice on one foot, and with the help of Suqing, she sat on a chair beside her, lowering her arm to cover her right ankle. She glanced at the cabinet under the desk in front of her and saw Suqing open the cabinet door and took out a bottle. Yunnan Bio. For a moment, Lan Yanwan felt that Suqing was like Doraemon. How come Suqing could always provide her with whatever she needed? She was stunned for a while, and just when she was about to take the bottle of Yunnan Baiyao, she felt her body lighten, and a force suddenly appeared at the bend of her legs and neck. Lifting her up, she stared blankly at the English letters on the white t-shirt in front of her, and at the faint lemon scent emanating from the man in front of her. By the time she came to her senses, she was already sitting at the mahogany table. Lan Yanwan was stunned, her mind full of question marks. What was Suqing going to do? Suqing pulled the chair in front of Lan Yanwan and sat down. He looked up at Lan Yanwan, then lowered his head to look at her ankle. He spat out two very simple bites with an attitude of non-committal. Which one? Lan Yanwan pointed to her right foot for some unknown reason. This ankle hurts. Suqing didn't open her mouth, but whispered, Lan Yanwan frowned, her eyes were filled with mist, and her fingers, which were resting on the table, scratched the desk, making a barely audible crackling sound. She stared blankly at Suqing's insensitive gestures.
Suqing placed her ankles on his thighs and helped her take off her white stockings that were wrapped all the way to her knees. Suqing's eyes were devoid of any emotion. Her fingers, with their distinct knuckles, rested on her calf as she carefully located the sprained and reddened spot. She then sprayed Yunnan Baiyao onto the spot, the cool, transparent liquid having a powerful effect. Long Yanwan frowned, hissed, and took a breath of cold air. Chapter 87, Drink Your Milk. Sister Suqing looked up at her and frowned. Bear with it, Sister Shanwan, or you might not be able to walk tomorrow. Lang Yanwan nodded, and those strong hands covered her ankles. The force was just right, neither too light nor too heavy. She felt a warm current flowing from her ankles into every cell of her body. Suqing caught a glimpse of those delicate toes, which resembled those of a proper massage therapist. He hid his laughter from a distance, avoiding Long Yanwan's gaze. Actually, he was following the plot of the original text by Go author. That's how it was written in the plot. He would take 2 steps toward Lang Yanwan, and the two of them would bump into each other, and after the bump, Lang Yanwan would twist her ankle. So he specially prepared a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao here. Suqing's principle is to change the plot if it needs to be changed, and not to change the plot if it shouldn't be changed. The plot at this moment is the one that shouldn't be changed anyway. That system is infuriatingly malicious. It's not like it's constantly giving him villainous luck. After a long silence, Lang Yanwan spoke first. Suqing, why haven't you taken your medicine yet? Good medicine tastes bitter. Lang Yanwan didn't know why Suqing wasn't taking her medicine, so she prepared a lot of words to explain the matter to Suqing. She was interrupted by Suqing, who, unsurprisingly, cut off her halfway through her sentence. Suqing gave an embarrassed smile, while earnestly massaging her ankle. Sister Shanwan, actually, I sent the medicine to the Li family.
Lang Yanwan was stunned.
She stared at him with wide eyes, unable to utter a complete sentence. Fortunately, she had her hands supporting her on the desk, otherwise she would have been so shocked that she would have fallen backward. You gave it to Li.
Suqing looked up and laughed heartily, saying frankly, wasn't the medicine originally intended for the Li family? Sister Nguyen, you didn't tell me. I didn't know. If Brother Ling hadn't sent someone to find me yesterday and told me about it, I would still be in the dark, actually. Sister Xianwan, you really shouldn't have given it to me. Your family had already agreed to give it to the Li family, which could easily cause conflict between your family and the Li family. I feel that what Brother Ling said is right. It's not good for me. My health was already quite poor, so giving it to Brother Li was a good thing. Brother Lang and Brother Li Tian have a good relationship, and he wants to develop in the real estate industry. The Li family can help him out then. Before Suqing could finish her off-the-cuff remarks, Lang Yanwan frowned deeply and angrily slammed her hand on the desk beneath her. How could my brother do that? He clearly promised me. Suqing was quite satisfied and nodded almost imperceptibly. Her brother was indeed no good. Suqing stood up, his tall figure enveloping Lang Yanwan, and gently patted Lang Yanwan's head in a comforting manner. No, Sister Xianwan. Don't take it too seriously, it was never mine to begin with. Besides, I can still live to 35, it's alright. In an instant, Lang Yanwan's beautiful face broke down, her expression twitched slightly, and she burst into tears. Suqing then stepped forward at the opportune moment, providing her with a safe haven where she could lean on and have a good cry out. He supported Lang Yanwan's back and side, not because he was particularly moved, after all, he's the one who won't live long. He didn't even have time to cry, Lang Yanwan's crying wasted. Another moment of his time in the mortal realm, the desk was neither too high nor too low. By the time Lang Yanwan recovered, Suqing's clothes were already soaked. She looked up at Suqing and choked out, I'm sorry. Suqing wrapped her arm around the back of her head and chuckled, Sister Shanwan, let's always look on the bright side. Give me the one after 5 years. Moreover, the main reason for my poor health is that I haven't found a suitable kidney donor. It's a deficiency pathology, and even if I took some miracle cure, it probably wouldn't help much. I'll be lucky enough to find a suitable match someday. Suqing's words were absolutely true, this was indeed his problem. Although there was a slight element of trying to gain the woman's sympathy, he never expected Lang Yanwan to interrupt him and say something like that. As someone from a family with a long history in medicine, she seemed a bit out of line and spoke without thinking, which also revealed her heart, which was filled with innocent love. Suqing was stunned for a moment, then heard her say something without hesitation. Mine, I can give it to you. To be honest, Suqing really wanted to give the woman in front of her some basic medical knowledge, such as,
but Suqing was quite touched at this moment, so he didn't say anything tactless. He gently ruffled Long Yenwan's hair. She wore a low ponytail, and the hair tie slipped down, revealing her long, seaweed-like hair that made her fair face even more beautiful. As Suqing's pursed lips slowly parted, a smile that was neither a joke nor a hint of coaxing. Silly, Long Yenwan awkwardly raised her hand to rub her eyes, and suddenly realized that what she had said was wrong. She tiptoed down from the table, unsure of what she was trying to do. Perhaps she could snatch the medicine back, or perhaps she would simply leave if she couldn't. Long Yenwan felt that she hadn't accomplished anything, and it was quite awkward for her to stay, let alone get an interview. She hadn't given Suqing any benefits, yet she was asking her to give her an interview, which was really inappropriate. Then I'll be going now, Suqing. I need to go find my brother and see him. Suqing helped her up. Sister Shanwan, I really don't care about this. Brother Lang should have already sent the medicine to the Li family.
There's no point in you going now. Don't we have an interview to do today?
But, Suqing grabbed her wrist.
There's no but, let's go.
The wine cabinet contained all kinds of wine. Suqing pointed to the shelf behind her, where the light from the overhead spotlight shone on the flowing wine.
Sister Xianwan, can you drink alcohol?
Or just a beverage?
We have both. I can do anything.
Suqing hesitated for a long time before taking out a bottle of want milk from under the wine rack. He opened the bottle and pushed it toward Lang Yenwan on the reflective marble countertop.
Drink your milk, sister.
Okay, sure. Lang Yen smiled sweetly. She really couldn't drink much. She felt that Suqing had given her so much tenderness and surprises, but she was also very frustrated, and the expression on her face instantly faded. After all, she hadn't helped Suqing at all. It seemed like she'd only offered empty promises, and in the end, Suqing was the one who took better care of her. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past her eyes, and Suqing quickly placed a pink straw into the can in front of her. Suqing sat down in the small swivel chair opposite her, crossed her arms and rested them on the bar counter, and smiled at Lang Yenwan.
Don't be unhappy, let's talk about something happy. When your station came to interview me that day, you must have set up a lot of difficult questions, right? Go ahead and ask. I'll tell you everything. It's an exclusive, and it's an exclusive.
Chapter 88, Artificial Lake. Lang Yenwan paused, the straw still in her mouth, before falling from her open lips, leaving a deep bite mark.
Can I really ask?
How did you know about our station? Suqing rested her head on her crossed hands. Sister Shanwan, have you forgotten?
I bet those tricky questions back then, that's not something you came up with.
The bar in front of them was long but not very wide. Lang Yenwan and Suqing sat facing each other, with Suqing leaning forward and staring straight at her. Who could stand being stared at by such a pair of affectionate eyes? Lang Yenwan is no exception. She lowered her head shyly and said, yes, the station prepared a lot of questions. But, never mind, I didn't mean it that day, I just blurted it out because I was nervous. Suqing chuckled, I don't mind, Sister Shanwan. You can record an interview with your phone or a voice recorder, you can cut out anything you don't like later, that's not good.
Lang Yenwan was startled.
She knew that if someone with malicious intent wanted to maliciously edit the audio and video of a one-on-one recording, it would have a very bad impact on the interviewee. Lang Yenwan never expected that Suqing would trust her so much.
Sister Xianwan, how about we use a voice recorder?
We're both a little uncomfortable with video calls. Suqing drew out the last syllable of her words, making the word free and easy quite suggestive. His suggestion was indeed hard to refuse. Lang Yenwan had not originally planned to record or film Suqing, but then, as if possessed, he took out the voice recorder from his pocket. It wasn't that Lang Yenwan brought it on purpose, it's something they need every day when they go out. She thought that even if she didn't release the audio, she could keep it as a memento, so she could hear Suqing's voice often and use it as a memory. The voice recorder clicked as it was placed on the marble countertop, making a crisp sound. Lang Yenwan lightly touched the power button on the recorder, and a faint red light lit up on the recorder.
Suqing, what are your hobbies? Suqing raised an eyebrow. Was this a tricky question? Was it something she wanted to know for herself? Suqing teased, I like it. Eating, drinking, having fun, playing games. Ha! Lang Yenwan was slightly taken aback.
It seemed that this recording could only be kept by her. How could she release it at the station with such blunt words?
Sister, who's just kidding.
I usually enjoy reading literary works and watching well-known films and television shows, play golf. Where you could research fashion trends, auctions, or do some charity work. TSK, it's a way to pretend to be cultured. Who doesn't do that? Leion blinked her bright eyes. Suqing, you really have a wide range of hobbies.
Yes, Anne. I also raise small animals and such.
I opened a farm in the suburbs.
Suqing paused, then shook her head and said, It doesn't count as a farm.
It should be an animal shelter, specializing in rescuing small animals like piglets, chicks, ducklings, puppies, and alpacas. Suqing looked at the pretty girl opposite her, her eyes sparkling, her lips moving as if she was restraining herself from uttering a single wow. He nodded to himself.
Sure enough, girls liked these things.
Unfortunately, her brother's men had already become his pig and duck feed. Liang Yanwan's eyes curved into a smile. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened, and a series of rapid footsteps interrupted her words. As soon as Liang Yanwan turned her head to look, she was startled. A snow-white, energetic Samoyed pounced into her arms and rubbed against her affectionately. Suqing smiled. As everyone knows, when they were in the villa in the southern suburbs of the city, he had called Lin Sier by the wrong name, calling her Amy. Therefore, the logically astute Suqing kept another Amy at home. Suqing clapped her hands.
Amy, come here. Don't scare your sister.
Upon hearing Suqing's call, Amy quickly abandoned Liang Yanwan, who was stroking it, and ran to Suqing's side, lying on his lap and reaching up as if to lick his neck. To be fair, Suqing has an exceptionally good rapport with dogs. He's only had this Samoyed for a few days, and it's already so affectionate towards him. There's another possibility, this dog is familiar. Suqing stroked the Samoyed's snow-white fur while looking up at Liang Yanwan.
I hope it didn't scare you. It's so lively. Liang Yanwan quickly shook her head. I like it too.
Suqing looked at Amy and then at Liang Yanwan, and suddenly thought of a good suggestion.
Sister Xianwan, if you're not in a hurry to leave, how about we take it for a walk?
It's very attached to me, and it's young and loves to play. Amy, they're taking me for a walk, not a stroll. I just got back from being walked like that, I'm exhausted. You were such a scoundrel for trying to pick up girls. Liang Yanwan smiled sweetly. Okay.
Suqing got up and walked towards the elevator, then suddenly turned back to look at Liang Yanwan. Sister Xianwan, can you walk properly?
Sorry, I just forgot about that.
Liang Yanwan looked at the elevator doors opening, pushed Suqing's shoulder, and went inside.
She would do anything to walk the dog with her sweetheart, even if she only had one leg. Two people and a dog were strolling in the backyard garden. Suqing pointed to a place, which was an artificial lake, with shimmering water reflecting the green grass.
Sister Xianwan, you can take a picture then. Liang Yanwan looked in the direction Suqing was pointing.
The artificial lake in the Su family's house was indeed very beautiful, and there was also a small artificial hill next to it. Just as she was about to take out her phone to take a picture as Suqing suggested, the hand holding the phone suddenly stopped. She listened as Suqing spoke casually, as if he were talking about something ordinary. As Sister Xianwan, that's where the kidnapping took place. I was setting off fireworks by the lake when I came out. There were about 4 or 5 people. Suqing turned to look at Liang Yanwan and smiled, then said seriously, Sister Xianwan, it's definitely an exclusive news release from your station.
Suqing, please stop talking, Suqing asked knowingly. Why, Sister Xianwan? If you post this message, you'll get a permanent position.
The light in Liang Yan's warm eyes was clearer than the lake water. But, this is your scar, and I can't show it to others. Suqing thought that Liang Yanwan was too simple-minded and had a particular fondness for crying, especially now. It looks like I'm about to cry again for Suqing's tragic life. Suqing is tall, and Liang Yanwan was wearing flat shoes, yet she was almost a head taller than her. He raised his hand and ruffled Liang Yanwan's soft, fine hair, as if he were coaxing a child. If Suqing hadn't looked down and been captivated by her alluring figure, she would have truly thought he was coaxing a child.
It's okay, I'm easygoing.
Come on, sister, let's stop taking pictures, let's go find Amy to play. Chapter 89. Artificial respiration. Amy was led around in circles, her tongue lolling out, slurring her words so loudly she was practically swearing. Unfortunately, the puppy always seemed to have a smile on his face, and no one could see how angry he was at the moment. Suqing thought about the plot in Go's original text, and glanced at the bridge over the artificial lake where 2 people were standing. He thought the next scene should be, suddenly Amy, who was running ahead, suddenly ran towards the 2 of them, or more precisely, towards Liang Yanwan, because the next part of the story should be that Liang Yanwan,
who was being pounced on by Amy, was knocked into the lake, then Suqing leaped into the water. Lang Yanwan choked on water, so Suqing performed CPR on her underwater? Suqing couldn't help but click her tongue. How come the plot of this novel by author Go is becoming more and more like a female-oriented novel? Moreover, this scene is even more archaic than the hero saves the beauty scene. While the underwater CPR scene was good, if two people fall into the water, wouldn't his clean clothes and freshly showered be wasted? He still smells good now, especially the water. Is it clean? Even if you change the water every day, as the old saying goes, one shouldn't overthink things. If the mind is in turmoil, one can't pay attention to what's in front of them. Suqing now experienced this sentence in practice. He originally intended to change this part of the story, but then a splash was heard, and a huge spray of water instantly erupted from the once calm lake surface. Suqing glanced at Sammy, who was grinning smugly at him with his tongue sticking out, and frowned and pursed his lips. Damn, that was a great job, you idiot. There were only him and Lang Yanwan in the backyard. Lang Yanwan couldn't swim. Seeing this situation, what else could Suqing do but go down and save her? Seeing Lang Yanwan struggling in the water for a long time, Suqing didn't even have time to take off the designer coat she was wearing before taking a breath and plunging into the artificial lake. Fortunately, the Su family is rich, the artificial lake is not big, and the water is changed frequently, so Suqing did not feel that there was any dirt in it. He swam towards Lang Yanwan. Looking at Lang Yanwan's current condition, he found that she didn't need artificial respiration. While wondering if the author Go had unclear logical thinking and wrote the plot too outrageously, he reached out his hand towards Lang Yanwan. The moment Lang Yanwan grabbed him, a bitter smile flashed across his lips. If the author hadn't made a mistake, Suqing had overlooked a problem. If a person who cannot swim is drowning, they will desperately try to pull themselves down towards anything they see. At this moment, Suqing deeply felt this. Lang Yanwan was holding him tightly, and the air in her mouth was becoming increasingly thinner. It seemed as if she was about to die. Suqing barely opened his eyes and saw that the girl's face reflected in the lake water looked even whiter, but he had no time to care about the issue of beauty or ugliness. He wondered if it was because he went to see Master Suqing to tamper with the marriage and destroy the secret of heaven, that Lang Yanwan should be in conflict with him and nature. He glanced at Lang Yanwan holding his hand tightly. It seemed that this girl wanted to ruin his 20th birthday again. Suqing used his other, still functioning hand to stir the lake water in front of him, ripples spreading across his arm as he moved closer to Lang Yanwan. He raised his finger and hooked Lang Yanwan's chin, passing the air from his mouth towards her. In February and March, the lake water was bone-chillingly cold. They stood very close together, as if trying to steal each other's warmth. Lang Yanwan was so frightened that her mind had gone blank. She desperately grasped at the life-saving straw, trying to get a wisp of oxygen. The hope of life right in front of her made her become more and more greedy for this feeling. Part deleted here. More than 10 minutes later, two people were sitting on the sofa on the 5th floor, both covered with a large white bath towel. Suqing, achoo, Lang Yanwan, achoo, Amy, woof woof. Suqing suddenly wondered, this dog is so cute, should I put Sichuan peppercorns or star anise in it? Achoo. Suqing sneezed violently, looked at Lang Yanwan with a wry smile and said, let's go take a shower. Ah. Lang Yanwan looked at him helplessly, and stopped wiping with the towel in her hands. Suqing waved her hand and pointed ahead, Sister Shanwan, there's a shower in the guest room. The lake water isn't clean. Lang Yanwan's face flushed red. She said okay and went in the direction Suqing pointed with a sullen look. Suqing sat on the sofa for a long time without moving, his handsome face suddenly contorted, revealing an expression more bitter than bitter herbs. She died, she died, she died. Suqing held the bath towel tightly in his hand, recalling how the two of them had just come out of the lake, which was only 1 meter deep. Lang Yanwan had been hugging him and dragging him. The last two people were rescued by the bodyguards called by Amy. He still remembered that when both of them were almost losing consciousness, he could hear the gossiping voice of a bodyguard. Explain, Master, this is too romantic. Actually, in the lake. TSK. Suqing was so embarrassed that she threw the towel in her hand to the ground beside her. I love you so much. Fortunately, this social death was not a complete loss. Suqing's villainous luck and villainous points increased by 500 points, while Lang Yanwan's favorability towards him also increased by 5 points due to falling into the water. As Suqing walked towards the shower room in the room, she wondered why, even though she had bet 1,000 points of Li Tian's luck, the wedding date of Li Tian and Lin Sier still hadn't changed. He asked the system in his mind. Why? Replying to the host, because the original author of the novel is lazy,
she felt it was too much trouble to revise that section, so Suqing curled her lips. A sloppy writer is a sloppy writer. The system's words carried a hint of arrogance. It's all right, host. Our considerate villain system has already captured the original author of the story. She's currently locked up in a small, dark room at the system headquarters, trapped in a water dungeon. If she doesn't write, they'll pour water into the dungeon, humph.
Chapter 90, Secret Base. Leion Nuan's favorability reaches maximum. The water in the artificial lake at the Su family's residence wasn't dirty.
Suqing quickly rinsed herself off and went outside, changing into silver-gray loungewear in the dressing room. He pointed to a row of short-sleeved shirts on the shelf, pulled one out, and headed towards the shower room and the guest room. He knocked on the shower door a few times, listening to the sound of running water inside.
Sister Xiaonuan, your old clothes are no longer wearable.
I don't have any clothes suitable for girls. I found you a short-sleeved shirt and left it by the door. There is a large dressing mirror on the wall at the shower door, and a milky white storage rack under the mirror. As Suqing put the clothes down, she heard a voice mixed in with the sound of water in the shower. Well, just put it there.
He sat down on the sofa in the living room, casually brushed his half-wet hair, and turned on the TV to watch. Amid the noisy sound of the TV, Suqing made a phone call. The voice on the other end of the phone spoke coldly. Who are you?
Suqing leaned back on the sofa, tapped the back of the phone a few times with his fingers nonchalantly, and said with a smile.
Guess? On the other end of the phone, you are Suqing. Suqing laughed. Brother Leion has a good memory. How are you? Is the wound on your hand better?
The person on the other end of the phone looked at his plastered hand and felt a chill in his heart.
How could he know? Could it be that Leion told him, you?
Suqing said casually, okay, I won't waste any more time talking to you.
Come to the Su family and take your sister home. Bring her 2 sets of clean clothes. Thank you for your help, Brother Leion.
The voice on the other end of the phone became obviously impatient. Suqing, beep 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 beep, you took my sister.
Suqing held his hand far away, frowned and looked at the red telephone icon on the screen, raised his hand and clicked it lightly, and the harmonious sound of TV echoed in the living room again. After a while, there was a sound of footsteps at the door of the guest room. Suqing glanced over there and summed it up in 4 words, picturesque scenery.
She was now wearing one of Suqing's white short-sleeved shirts. Fortunately, Suqing was much taller than her, so the length of the short-sleeved shirt did not reach her thighs, which was quite suitable and looked like a skirt. She crossed her arms, her eyes misty with tears, looking somewhat shy and bashful. Strands of hair, freshly blown dry, draped over her arms, and her strong, fair legs strode toward Suqing. Leion looked at the man in front of the sofa with a red face. Suqing, could you help me find Ed? Suqing tilted his head and glanced at her, his expression pure and clear, as if he understood. He interrupted her as he stood up and walked towards Leion.
Sister Xiaonuan, I know what you mean.
Are you asking your family to pick you up? Your phone fell into the lake, and after it was fished out, it wouldn't turn on.
I just asked the housekeeper to contact your family. Leion frowned. I drove here,
Suqing nodded. He picked up the recorder on the coffee table and handed it to Leion. So this is what you want, right? This recorder was lucky enough not to fall into the lake, but landed on the bridge and was just brought up. Leion thought about it for a long time, and finally raised her hand to take it, but before she could get it, she heard a choose and Suqing's body lean forward vigorously. The recorder in his hand also followed the movement of his arm and dodged Leion's outstretched hand. As Suqing sniffed and glanced up at the machino-printed word on the front of Leion's white short-sleeved shirt, which seemed a little distorted. He frowned, and his first reaction was that he might have bought a fake. Then I suddenly remembered, oh, this is sent by the brand, it can't be a fake. As Suqing handed the recorder to Leion. Sister Nuan, are you still interviewing, or should we wait for your family to come over? Or should I call your family again and tell them not to come over? Leion listened to his 3 questions in a row, hesitated for a while, and then listened to the man in front of her make a new suggestion.
I have a secret base. Do you want to see it? I haven't shown it to anyone yet.
A secret base. She had no resistance at all to Suqing's desire to share a secret with Leion. Facing Suqing's innocent and sincere eyes, Leion's language system seemed to fail. Aside from the word want, he couldn't say anything else. A few minutes later, the 2 men arrived at a small room. It's a separate room on the 5th floor, up the corner stairs. To be honest, it may not be appropriate to call it a small room. After all, the space inside is only the size of a palm, to exaggerate a little, and to describe it without exaggeration, it should be only 3 or 4 square meters. Leion stood at the door looking at the room, which was only a little over a meter wide. All she could see was a large light blue desk against the wall by the window, a stack of acrylic boxes, and a small bicycle. She frowned and looked inside. She felt that this could not be called a secret base. To be precise, it should be a storage room. She even felt that it was very incongruous to have such a place in the Su family. She turned her head and glanced at Suqing, puzzled. This is a secret base? Suqing glanced at the small recorder in her hand and whispered. Sister Xianwan, these are things from when I was a child. To be precise, before the age of 8. Leion reacted instantly. She stared at Suqing in a daze, looking at the things he had before he was 8 years old. Isn't it? The things that Suqing had before he was kidnapped? So Suqing is here to share with me the years before he was kidnapped. She blinked quickly a few times, came to her senses, and walked into the small room in front of her, the place that was originally visible to her, but now she was looking at it very carefully. This must be the deepest secret in Suqing's heart, and he was willing to share it with her. Suqing stood at the door and raised his eyebrows at Leion back. Just as he was about to walk in, a voice came from his mind. Because the host shared a secret with Leion, Leion's favorability towards the host increased by 5 points. Overall favorability has reached maximum. This is good news, but Suqing brought Leion here not for the sake of the unwavering favorability. It was for the window he was facing. The window in this small storage room isn't big, but it's in a particularly good location. If someone were to look up from the main entrance, they could clearly see everything happening inside through this small window, especially since the incandescent light bulb in the storage room is exceptionally bright. According to the original text, as far as Suqing knows, Leion will be looking in from here in a while. What Suqing has to do is to let Leion see more exciting and better pictures. Leion walked around the small area, stopping and starting. Suddenly, she walked to a pile of Lego bricks on the ground to her right. The bricks were all silver gray, and judging from the picture on the box next to them, it looked like an aircraft carrier. She squatted down with the bricks, picked up a brick, and held it in her hand. Suqing, it's covered in dust. Suqing squatted down next to her. Well, I had too many toys when I was little and I didn't have much patience. I'll put them together when I have time. Leion turned to look at Suqing. How about we fight now? I think it's quite interesting. The room was not big and there were a lot of things piled up. 2 people squatted side by side on the ground, their arms rubbing against each other, and it was very crowded. Suqing is not that reserved. He is fine with playing building blocks with Leion, but he glanced at the direction of the window. Her brother was expected to arrive at the battlefield in 10 minutes. From their position, Leion couldn't see them. Suqing reached out to the building block in Leion's hand, took her hand and placed the strangely shaped building block in a suitable position on the aircraft carrier. Chapter 91. The future is long. Leion thought that Suqing had agreed to her suggestion and would continue building with her, but when she went to get another block, she heard Suqing's tender voice flowing in her ears. Let's put one piece together today. Suqing's voice was loud, but the drawn-out ending of her words carried a seductive quality, and her subsequent additions were even more enchanting. There is ample time. Leion's eyes trembled with glistening tears, and the smile she was trying so hard to suppress was almost uncontrollable. Suqing meant that they would have a future together. She nodded without opening her mouth, and made a nasal sound, Suqing looked up and saw Leion get up quickly, and breathed a sigh of relief. She had already walked towards the window. Although Leion was a few years older than Suqing, she was very simple-minded and had no sense of caution. The house was full of old objects from more than 10 years ago, but because they belonged to Suqing, she looked at each item carefully, as if she were on a treasure hunt. Leion touched a huge Pikachu plush toy and a pile of children's books. Actually, she really wanted Suqing to tell her about his childhood memories, but looking at the dust that had accumulated on them, she thought about it and felt that this might be a secret that Suqing had avoided mentioning for many years, so she couldn't bear to ask Suqing. Leion looked around, then glanced at the desk and found a photo on the top shelf. There were 3 people in the photo, including a little boy with neatly combed hair and a small suit that made his youthful face look a bit noble. The photo was a bit far away, so she couldn't see it very clearly. The photo shows a long red carpet on the ground, and the people standing next to Suqing are probably his parents. Leion stood on tiptoe, wanting to get a closer look at the photo. She wanted to know everything about Suqing. The voice recorder, which was in operation, was placed on the table beneath her. A bright red light fell on the light blue partition, and the voice recorder, which had not recorded anything for a long time, suddenly picked up a not-so-loud scream. Ah! It was Liang Yanwan's voice. Under the incandescent light bulb, two shadows were cast, and the two were so close that Liang Yanwan's heart nearly stopped for a moment. She felt the body moving closer from behind, staring blankly at the hand resting on her fingers. Her heart pounded, and she couldn't even breathe. The movement between them was simply, it was as if Suqing was embracing her from behind. The photo was placed extremely high. To be honest, no matter how hard Liang Yanwan tried to reach it, she couldn't even reach the edge of the frame. It was obvious that even though Suqing was 1.89 meters tall, it was still quite difficult for her to reach the frame. Liang Yanwan could feel Suqing's body lifting up as she tried to reach it, and the rustling sound of their clothes rubbing together was incessant. The reason they couldn't reach each other wasn't because they were too high. The photos above their heads were placed there by Suqing, and it certainly wasn't because Suqing wanted to take advantage of Liang Yanwan. The reason for this is that, not far from the Su family's gate, there was someone staring intently at the two of them. By 7 or 8 o'clock, the sky had completely darkened to eye in the vast darkness. The light under the foyer reflected the Jingning, ferocious/hideous face of a man. Two maids dressed in plain white cheongsams followed behind her. Carrying Liang Yanwan's clothes, Liang Yanfeng had one hand wrapped in a thick cast, and the other hand was clenched tightly. Even his neatly trimmed fingers had left red marks on his palm that he gazed at the light streaming into his eyes from the rooftop, watching the two people entwined at the window, their lower bodies completely obscured by the wall beneath the window. A crimson vein flickered in Liang Yanfeng's eyes, his mind went blank, and he nearly died of anger. The two of them seemed to be, it's like, he closed his eyes tightly, recalling the events from when he learned that his men had returned wounded, to his argument with Li Tian, and then to Li Tian's punch breaking his hand. He was so preoccupied with one issue after another that he completely forgot about Suqing's previous threats. His hands were trembling when he answered Suqing's call. Suqing's omniscient mystery terrified Liang Yanfeng, and what was most frightening was that Suqing was really capable of anything. His sister, the sister he watched Liang Yanwan grow up and protected with his life, had become a bargaining chip in Suqing's struggle against him. For a moment, Liang Yanfeng hated himself. If he hadn't gone against Suqing, would Suqing have let his sister go? Watching the two people inside the window, Liang Yanfeng disregarded his injured hand and the fact that this was the Su family's residence. He strode into the brightly lit gate. Two bodyguards in smart suits stood at the entrance. Just as Liang Yanfeng was about to introduce himself to the bodyguards, the two spoke first. "My young master said you were coming, Mr. Lang. This way please." Washeng led Liang Yanfeng all the way to the elevator that went directly to the 5th floor. Washeng Chong waved his hand as he opened the elevator door, saying, "Young Master Lang, my young master is on the 5th floor." When Liang Yanfeng was sitting in the elevator with his two servants, his brain almost stopped working. He didn't know what he would do when he witnessed that scene. If he had known beforehand that Suqing would really harm his sister, he might have even knelt down and begged Suqing for mercy. But it's too late to say anything now. Suqing is too cunning. She deliberately poked at his weak points. He only has two thoughts now: his sister is alright, and he will promise Suqing that he will never do anything to oppose her again. Liang Yanfeng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes turning from lifeless to cold and fierce. But if Suqing did something improper to his sister, he wouldn't care about anything else. Even on the Su family's territory, he would personally deal with Suqing, no matter what method he uses. He is determined to kill Suqing. With a ding, the elevator door slowly opened. Liang Yanfeng scanned the area for a long time before finally spotting a staircase of moderate width at the corner. A beam of light shone through a partially black door panel, illuminating him. You could even hear the two people laughing and joking inside the house from the doorway. Chapter 92, Run for Your Lives. Liang Yanfeng stared intently at the door panel. In an instant, his whole body tensed up like a stone, and his heart sank as if filled with cold lead. He didn't even dare to think about what kind of heinous things Suqing was doing in that small storage room. He rushed up the stairs, taking 3 steps at a time, and just as he was about to push open the door, he turned to the two servants and spoke to them condescendingly. "No matter what you two see later, if you dare spread even a word, then none of you will live, understand?" The two maids, who were bent slightly, were so frightened by the sight of their young master's cold and ruthless face that they almost dropped the objects in their hands. They nodded with trembling voices. "Understood, third young master." Lang Yanfeng turned around and kicked the door open, roaring angrily, "What are you doing, Suqing, you bastard? You treat my sister." Lang Yanfeng, who was furious, was stunned in the middle of his words. The two people in front of him were clearly just embracing, not as indecent as he had imagined. Even though his sister was not wearing much clothing, she did not suffer any unusual harm. He stood blankly at the door, watching the two people's every move inside. A loud crashing sound, accompanied by a gust of wind. Lang Yanwan's body trembled, her face flushed red as if it were about to bleed, and she pressed her lips tightly together, suppressing the scream that was about to come out. Under this huge auditory and visual impact, Lang Yanwan's instinct to escape became even stronger. She had only been standing close to Suqing, but she curled up into the man's chest behind her. Her head pressed against his warm and broad chest, and her hands forcefully ripped two huge wrinkles into Suqing's silk pajamas. That action seemed like he was trying to find a sense of security in Suqing. It was as if the person who entered through the door was a raging flood or a ferocious beast. Lang Yanfeng was both angry and helpless. His own sister was so frightened by his arrival that she threw herself into the arms of a man she had only known for a few days. At this moment, he suddenly felt that it was not Suqing who wanted to hurt his sister because of him, but that his sister threw herself into his arms. Cold words can be warm. "Why are you hiding? Look who I am." Lang Yanwan then looked through her fingers at Lang Yanfeng. She knew who was coming, and because she knew who it was, she felt even more embarrassed. Lang Yanwan opened her lips slightly, but before she could say anything, Suqing spoke politely with a very sunny and sincere smile on her face. "Brother Lang, you're here. Today we accidentally fell into the artificial lake at home. I don't have any clothes suitable for Sister Nguyen, so I'm asking Brother Ling to come over." Lang Yanfeng frowned. Was that what Suqing had said on the phone before? Lang Yanfeng understood instantly that Suqing was clearly trying to make him misunderstand, and angry having been repeatedly outmaneuvered by Suqing, Lang Yanfeng hated her intensely. However, Suqing was far too mysterious, and a direct confrontation would only give her the upper hand. Therefore, Lang Yanfeng decided not to openly confront Suqing. Lang Yanfeng tried to calm down and said to Suqing, "My sister has caused trouble for Master Su." Then he said gently to Lang Yanwan, "Shanwan, go change your clothes first. The servants are waiting outside." Lang Yanwan was patted on the back a few times by Suqing. Hearing Suqing say, "Sister Xianwan, why don't you go change your clothes first?" she obediently went out to change her clothes. In the end, only Lang Yanfeng and Suqing remained in this small storage room. The space was not spacious to begin with, and the two men stood facing each other. It made them both feel as if they were back at the corner of the stairs in Leshi. They looked at each other with frowns. They all mentally spat out "pa" in perfect unison, and the reasons for doing so were remarkably similar. They both thought, "How come I still have memories with him? Disgusting." Suqing crossed her arms and looked down at Lang Yanfeng. "Brother Lang? Aren't you going out to wait for your sister? You're wasting time here with me. Do you have something to say? You've won against Suqing." Lang Yanfeng said dejectedly, his cold voice carrying a hint of humble pleading. "I'm not going to fight you anymore. Can you please let my sister go?" Suqing chuckled and took a step to sit down at the table next to her, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Brother Lang, you must be kidding me. I remember saying that we have no grudges against each other, and if you don't provoke me, we can live in peace, but you're being unreasonable. You sent people to kill me. Tell me, what should I do? If you were in my shoes, what would you do? Suqing, you've won. You've severed the tendons of my men, fed Lang who like minced meat to pigs, and taken all my belongings. What more do you want?" Lang Yanfeng's voice grew louder and louder. He was filled with both hatred and helplessness. The incandescent light was too bright, making Suqing's eyes uncomfortable. He rubbed his eyes and slowly said, "Brother Lang, you're a grown man. You should understand the cause and effect of this matter. You tried to harm me, but you failed. What did I do? Self-defense, I guess. To put it bluntly, I was just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Let's talk this out. Just because you lost doesn't make you a victim." Lang Yanfeng sighed, the scar on his eyelash wrinkled. "Okay, yes, then you can take revenge on me. But can you please stop using my sister as leverage? She does like you shouldn't." Suqing raised her hand and tapped the table. The crisp sound interrupted Lang Yanfeng's words in the small space. "How did I recruit your sister? And you're using her as a bargaining chip. She fell into the lake, and I went to save her. I almost got dragged down with her and drowned.
Now she wants me to let her go?
She'd be the one to let me go. As Suqing got up and walked towards the door, she patted Lan Yanfeng on the shoulder as she passed by.
Don't worry, I'm not as bad as you think.
Although I'm vindictive, I'm not exactly a good person.
But your sister is really nice, and I don't want to hurt her. You. In Lan Yanfeng's eyes, Suqing was cunning and scheming.
Even if she had a conscience, she shouldn't have said it so bluntly to put him at ease. She should have disgusted him first. Suqing's words at this moment were simply abnormal, and there must be something fishy going on. Suqing, holding the doorknob, listened to Lan Yanfeng's question, which had been stuck in his throat for a long time, and turned to look at him, saying generously, "Don't worry, I have no reason to lie to you. To be precise, there's no need to lie to someone who's about to pass away. Brother Lang, just cherish these last days with your family." Seeing Lan Yanfeng's confused expression, Suqing smiled and continued, "How about I kindly tell you something else?
Why don't you run away tonight? Tomorrow, the higher authorities will issue an arrest warrant for the Lung family. I feel like you'd be more comfortable living abroad, otherwise, in jail. Brother Lang would probably be destined to get his hands dirty." Chapter 93. Everyone knows Lin Yanfeng was stunned for a moment.
He listened to Suqing's confident voice, as if Suqing had foreseen these things, which left him completely confused. Secondly, when Suqing said she was picking up the soap, she even raised her finger and made a gesture, as if she had experienced it before. Everything was described by Suqing, vividly and realistically, as if it were real. That night. ATM each shop on a certain street, the shop owner, wearing a black apron, slammed a cleaver down hard on a piece of pork rib with a loud thud. So Boss Lang is the third young master of the Lung family. He actually values the lives of ordinary people so much for the sake of the rich and powerful. The auntie selling ribs across the street craned her neck to look at the phone on the shop owner's table. The aunt asked curiously, "What are you looking at?"
The young boss said indignantly, "The Lang family is the same Lang family that runs the hospital.
TSK, their third son is involved in murder. They opened a boxing gym where fights are life or death, and the winner loses money. Isn't this just a place for rich people to have fun? They even used medicine to curry favor with the Li family. Truly, powerful and wealthy families are all one big family." The middle-aged woman with curly hair took the ribs and exclaimed, "I saw Dr. Lung last week. He's the second son of the Leng family, and he's very kind. I never imagined the Lung family had someone like this." It's truly a misfortune for the family. That night, several pieces of news were widely spread in the streets and alleys of Luochuan. Lang Yanfeng, the third young master of the Lang family, gives medicine to the eldest young master of the Li family. Lang Yanfeng, the third young master of the Lang family, is suspected of tax evasion in multiple shops, and his business dealings are also involved in cases of murder. The vast majority of people are cynics. No one wants the news to be false. And few care about the truth. After all, wealthy and powerful families are a realm that most people can't reach. People who are born with a silver spoon in their mouth and have everything they could want are naturally hated. So watching the jokes of the big family became the most fun thing. These two pieces of news became the topic of conversation among friendly and kind citizens after dinner and spread quickly among the crowd. Certainly, the news had already reached the ears of the Lang family. Lang Yanfeng took Lang Yanwan back to the Lang family. The two did not say a word along the way. Lang Yanfeng had told his sister before that he respected Lang Yanwan's decision, and it would not be nice to blame her at this time. Moreover, Suqing had already returned the furnace to their home. Lang Yanfeng looked at the golden furnace and didn't know what to say. Lang Yanfeng, in particular, was a little confused about the meaning of Suqing's last words to him. When the two returned to the Lang family, when Lang Yanwan was about to go back to her room, he couldn't help but stop Lang Yanwan and asked, "Shanwan, Suqing is really not a good match. Can you please listen to me for once and stop having any contact with him? Just give him the medicine and forget about meeting him in the future." When Lang Yanwan was disheveled, her brother appeared in front of her. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't bring herself to confront him face to face, but now her brother actually took the initiative to mention this matter, and even turned right into wrong, saying that the medicine was finally in Suqing's hands. Lang Yanwan turned around and looked at her brother angrily. "Didn't you send someone to find Suqing yesterday and give the medicine to the Li family? Suqing doesn't blame you, but brother, how could you give the medicine to the Li family without discussing it with me? Now, you are blaming Suqing." Lang Yanwan's tearful question left Lang Yanfeng completely bewildered. He had tried to snatch it yesterday, but in the end, he lost both his wife and his army. Now Suqing was putting the blame on him.
Was Suqing trying to keep both his reputation and the secret medicine? And what exactly did he mean by that? Shan Wan, don't believe him. I simply.
He didn't take the medicine away. Before Lang Yanfeng could finish speaking, a maid dressed in a white satin cheongsam walked over. She nodded to Lang Yanfeng and said, "Third young master, the Li family's thank you gift has been delivered today.
Aunt Hua asked you to go to her study after you come back." To be honest, the servant's appearance was too opportune.
Lang Yanwan was looking at him with eyes that seemed to say, "Brother, you still won't admit it, and why did you frame Suqing?"
Lang Yanfeng was completely dumbfounded.
Combining Lang Yanwan's words with the fact that the Li family had sent gifts, he realized, could it be that Suqing had delivered the medicine? But his mind was like being struck by lightning, and it went blank in an instant.
He walked towards Lang Ruo's study with huge doubts.
Knock, knock, knock. Lang Yanfeng knocked on the study door with a "come in." He walked into the study. Lang Ruo's study is decorated in an antique style, with 2 rows of mahogany bookshelves neatly filled with yellowed ancient books. Lang Ruo sat upright, looking at Lang Yanfeng. She had a pair of narrow phoenix eyes, and her thin lips were not smiling, showing a bit of sternness. She was nearly 40 years old, but she was well maintained and looked like she was a beauty in her youth. Lang Ruo spread her phone on the table, turned to Lang Yanfeng's side, and said sternly, "What the hell have you done?"
The things Lang Ruohua brought out were much clearer than what was circulating online.
They included the exact location of Lang Yanfeng boxing gym, as well as various images captured by the surveillance equipment at the gym's entrance, showing people coming and going, some of whom were carried out. Lang Yanfeng stared at the screen on his phone, speechless.
He didn't understand how his aunt knew. "What do you mean, you? You don't want to be a doctor, you want to go into business?"
"I never imagined you would." Lang Ruohua slammed his palm heavily on the table.
"They're actually doing business with human lives."
Lang Yanfeng's eyes were lifeless as he shook his head frantically. "Auntie, I didn't.
No one has ever died in my shop."
They conduct fair trade." Looking at his expression, Lang Ruohua sighed deeply and stared at him. "Xiaofeng, of course Auntie believes what you said, but these things are already common knowledge, especially." Lang Ruohua flipped his phone back to Lang Yanfeng's side. He could see it clearly. The person in the video was recounting how his friend had been beaten to death in Lang Yanfeng's boxing gym. Lang Yanfeng panicked and hurriedly said, "Auntie is slandering me."
"Does she have any evidence?"
"No one has ever died in my boxing gym. I swear that, Xiaofeng, it's not that your aunt doesn't believe you." Lang Ruohua waved her hand, feeling sorry for her own nephew who was a little foolish. She said bitterly, "Xiaofeng, with the current public opinion, people are more inclined to believe that a large family will fall.
They don't want to believe you. Don't you understand why?" Chapter 94, Lang Yanfeng is gone. Lang Yanfeng's eyes were bloodshot and his voice was trembling.
His aunt had never spoken to him in such a deep tone. He suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation.
"Auntie, you have to help me."
Lang Ruohua frowned, closed her eyes, raised her hand to her forehead, and said in a deep voice,
"The news has spread too widely online, and we must give the public an explanation. Now your affairs are all over the trending topics.
Also, news of you delivering medicine to the Li family has spread. The alliance and monopoly of large families have always been a focus of attention for higher authorities. Xiaofeng, your aunt can't protect you this time. You usually do things too outrageously and give people a fierce impression, which already attracts attention now again." Lang Ruohua pondered for a moment and said,
"Xiaofeng, why don't you go abroad and hide for a while?
I'll try to appease those people spreading rumors about you online and get the trending topics removed. Then transfer all the companies under your name to the names of professional managers, and come back after things have calmed down." Given the Lang family's power in Luochuan, if Lang Ruohua himself said he needed to go into hiding, then he knew the seriousness of the situation. "It seems Suqing is right. If we don't run today, we might not have another chance tomorrow." Lang Yanfeng's eyes widened, his bloodshot gaze reflecting Suqing's face. It was all done by Suqing. Only the Su family could generate such a massive amount of gossip, spreading it throughout the streets and alleys. Lang Yanfeng originally thought that as long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. His previous words were all meant to appease Suqing, but he desperately wanted to take Suqing's life. What I didn't expect was, before he could even find an opportunity to do anything, Suqing had already blocked his escape route. Suqing had actually gone to extremes beforehand, leaving him with no way out.
"I understand, Auntie. Lion Yinfeng left overnight, using his family's private jet. The Lang family had purchased several air routes. Lion Yinfeng hurriedly explained to his family that his hand wound had caused a problem and he needed to go abroad for treatment. Lang Ruohua urged him to leave in a hurry. Lion Yinfeng originally wanted to say something to his sister, but unfortunately, she went back to her room to sleep and refused to come out to see him off. She was probably still angry with him. Liang Yannuan's room was a simple sky blue, just like her, simple and clean. But now, there was only a ray of warm yellow light under the bedside table, shining on her temples. Liang Yannuan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Her phone was broken, and no one told her about the rumors circulating online. She thought her brother really had gone abroad to get treatment for his arm. Although she was quite reluctant to leave for a while, she was still blaming her brother for slandering Suqing, so she didn't go out to see Liang Yanfeng off. Thinking of Suqing, a sweet smile appeared on her lips, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly. Liang Yannuan originally wanted to spend more time with Suqing, but alas, what a pity. She thought about everything that had happened with Suqing today, and every word Suqing had said. She turned on the small recorder, and a pale red light shone on the ceiling. A deep, seductive voice reached Liang Yannuan's ears. Bit by bit, she listened to Suqing say there's plenty of time and soon drifted off to sleep. A hazy black mist spread before Liang Yannuan's eyes. She rubbed her eyes and found herself standing in front of. She looked around at her third brother, Liang Yanfeng, and found herself in the middle of a desert. Elder brother. Liang Yannuan called his name several times, but Liang Yanfeng did not respond. Suddenly a person appeared, dressed in black with a black baseball cap on his head. Although his face was not covered, Liang Yannuan felt that her vision was blurry and she could not see the person's appearance at all. All they saw was the man in the baseball cap pressing the muzzle of a gun against Liang Yanfeng's head. With a bang, Liang Yannuan was startled, but in the blink of an eye, the scenery in front of her blurred again. It was as if a gust of yellow sand had swept by, and a pair of strong hands pulled her into their arms, and in an instant they were back on the bed. She lay on the bed, her eyelashes slightly furrowed. In the dim light, she met the eyes of the person in front of her and was surprised to find that the person who had taken her away from the desert was none other than, she exclaimed with delight, Suqing. This part has been omitted. 3 days later, two things happened at the Li family's home. One thing was that Li Shang, the eldest son of the Li family, was getting better day by day. Li Jingfeng was so happy that he lowered the prices of several new housing developments by 2,000 yuan. It was a cause for celebration. As the old saying goes, losing money can avert disaster. This is all for the purpose of accumulating good fortune for one's own son. Another thing that upset them was how to deal with Li Tian. Their own son had recovered, but if Li Tian married Lin Sier, he would definitely put their own son in a superior position. The Lang family's son, Liang Yanfeng, was involved in tax evasion with dozens of shops and had run an underground boxing gym that resulted in a death, causing a great uproar throughout the city. Meanwhile, news spread that Liang Yanfeng had delivered medicine to the Li family, affecting the entire Li family as well. This is not a big deal. After all, the Liang family is a family of doctors, and every year there are at least 800 to 1,000 people asking them for medicine. The Li family gave a generous gift, and they have nothing to hide. Even if the rumors spread, they remain clean and have no connection with the Lang family. The most troublesome thing now is the relationship between Li Tian and Liang Yanfeng. The surveillance video at the entrance of the boxing gym has been released, showing that Li Tian, the second son of the Li family, is frequently going in and out of the boxing gym. Li Tian and Liang Yanfeng were seen arm in arm, calling each other brothers, and it has been revealed that they were consumers. In this way, even if Li Tian's crime of using underground boxing gyms for entertainment was not proven, it became a topic of conversation among everyone. Li Jingfeng tossed and turned in his study for a long time, trying to come up with a solution as soon as possible. Chapter 95. Li Tian's gone. Li Shang's room was simply decorated with dark ebony wood. In the center of the spacious room was a jade bed with health benefits. At this moment, Li Shang lay on it. His originally pale face had improved a lot. His long, narrow eyes were slightly upturned, staring blankly at the ceiling. His smooth jawline was clearly visible. Li Shang turned his head and saw his father walk in, carrying a bowl of something that was steaming and had a strong aroma of chicken soup. He got up and leaned against the cushion behind him, his slender collarbone clearly visible through his wide-neck pajamas. "Dad, you're here." Seeing his son getting better and better, Li Jingfeng's eyes almost crinkled with laughter. He handed the chicken soup in his hand to Li Shang, saying, "It was just cooked in the kitchen. You've been eating too little every day. You need to replenish your body." Li Shang smiled, took the soup, and after taking a sip, his brows furrowed.
This soup had no taste, however. Seeing his father's painstaking efforts, Li Sheng finished the bowl of soup in just a few gulps. It's delicious. Li Jingfeng sat down on the jade bed, which contained water at a constant temperature. He placed his palm on the jade surface and said to Li Sheng, "What are your thoughts about your younger brother?" Li Sheng was taken aback. "Dad, why are you suddenly asking such a question? It turns out that you adopted him back to bring you good luck. Now that you're better off, if he continues to hold on to his current status, son, you won't be able to make a name for yourself in Longting. Especially, if he were to marry into the Lin family, it would be even more detrimental to your future position in Luochuan. Li Sheng only held a nominal position at Longting Real Estate, part of the Li family. After all, he was in poor health and often fell ill. Li Jingfeng didn't want Li Sheng to directly manage Longting, and giving him any important position would easily make his subordinates unsettled. Li Sheng naturally understood his father's good intentions, but he only managed a slight smile. "Dad, wouldn't it be more beneficial for our family if my brother and the Lin family were to marry? My younger brother and I grew up together, we're the same. I treat him like my own brother." Li Jingfeng clenched his fist and weakly tapped it on the jade bed. His son had always been so indifferent to worldly desires since he was a child, and even now that his health had improved, he was still just as calm. "Shenger, you value sibling bonds, but you can't ignore your own position." Sigh. Li Sheng straightened up, glanced lightly at the door, and smiled. He took Li Jingtian's hand and comforted him. "Dad, my brother and we will always be family. How about this? Let's keep my improved health a secret for now, otherwise the Lin family might break off the engagement, and I don't want to ruin my brother's marriage because of me." "Ha? Oh well, fine." However, the news has spread that he and the third son of the Lang family were hanging out together at an underground boxing gym, arm in arm, and that is quite damaging to the reputation of our Li family. Li Sheng lowered his eyebrows and thought for a moment before speaking. "I've seen those rumors too. They shouldn't affect our family. How about this, Dad, let my brother go somewhere else to lay low for a while. Didn't he get that piece of land in Los Angeles? Let my younger brother go work in Los Angeles for a while, finish building the resort hotel, and when he comes back, things will be much better, his reputation will have improved considerably." Li Jingtian was taken aback. "That's a huge piece of meat, really. He was to be the one to do it." Li Sheng nodded and glanced at himself. "Dad, I'm feeling better than before, but I still need to rest for a while. Losai is a good place. We can't just leave him to do nothing. My brother is kind, honest, smart, and capable. Let him do it." Hearing his own son say this, Li Jingfeng felt that it made sense. Li Tian had been in the Li family for many years and had always been respectful to the family. He didn't seem like someone who had any ulterior motives. Furthermore, even if the Li family wanted to abandon Li Tian, everyone knew that Li Tian was the Li family's son, and abandoning Li Tian so decisively would not be good for the Li family's reputation. Naroxi is indeed a good place, but for the Li family, it's just a drop in the ocean. Being able to send Li Tian away for a while so he can stay home and enjoy the bliss of having two wives is a good decision. Li Jingfeng agreed to the decision and told Li Tian the next day. He handed over the Luoxi land he had won to Li Tian and assigned him a whole engineering department to conduct surveys and designs there. Li Tian was in charge of coordinating and handling all the work with the various departments. Li Jingfeng is a cunning old fox. He handles things very well, showing great affection for Li Tian and letting him go out to gain experience and demonstrate his skills. Inside Li Jingfeng's study. Li Jingfeng sat on a sandalwood chair, facing Li Tian Dao, who was standing in front of him. "Go ahead and do it. The rumors about you and that kid from the Lang family are giving you a very bad reputation. Go to Los Angeles for some training. You can use the Dragon Legion's manpower at your disposal, and there are branch office personnel there as well." Li Tian nodded, then paused and said, "I understand, Dad, but Dad, school starts soon." Li Jingfeng waved his hand. "What you learn from books is nowhere near as useful as real-world experience. Besides, what you're studying, why bother learning some business English? Our family isn't in the import-export business, so what's the point? Fine, learn it if you like. Your school starts around March 20th, right? Los Angeles isn't far away. If you have time, you can go back to class. If you don't have time, I'll have the housekeeper and the principal put in a good word. Those library buildings at your school were all donated by our Li family, so you don't need to worry." Li Tian replied respectfully, "Understood, Dad."
Leion walked out of the room and gently closed the door behind him. He didn't know how much anger he had to suppress before he didn't smash the study door to pieces. He walked back to his room and slumped weakly on the edge of the bed. Was business English something he wanted to learn? I've never seen a young master from a prominent family study such a major, especially one that, as Li Jingfeng said, is completely unrelated to their family's business. But who chose this major for him? It was his adoptive parents. Their explanation to him at the time was that the Li family wanted to do import and export trade, but as time went on, Li Tiankai discovered that it wasn't like that at all, especially since he felt he was getting more and more unlucky. He overheard his father and Li Sheng talking in their room yesterday afternoon. Li Tian never intentionally eavesdropped, yet he always managed to stumble upon the truth that he could hear the deep brotherly affection Li Sheng had for him, and he deeply regretted that. He had tried to take the Long family's miraculous medicine for his own selfish desires. He really didn't expect that his elder brother would speak up for him after he recovered. The two men weren't that far apart in age, and he had always thought that after his older brother recovered from his illness, he would be concerned about fame and fortune and compete with him for it. He never expected that the person who would silently speak up for him in the end was his own older brother. However, his adoptive father disappointed Li Tian greatly. He would say things like improving his own son's luck in order to do so. He didn't even consider himself a human being. He estimated that if Li Sheng hadn't pleaded for him, he would have been kicked out of the house. Li Tian clenched his fists tightly. He was determined to make this Luoshi project a success. After all, his elder brother cared about him, and once he married Lin Sier, they could manage the Li family together. Moreover, given his elder brother's carefree and unconventional mindset, he probably wouldn't compete with him. He just needs to set an example for his adoptive parents and show them that he is the best. He packed his things, went to the Lin family, said goodbye to Lin Sier, and then went to Los Angeles. Li Tian has gradually become more at ease about Lin Sier's situation. He knows that Lin Sier has feelings for him. Ever since he broke the bedpost at Lin Sier's house that day and Lin Sier made a promise to him, she has never gone to see Suqing again. Li Tian, sitting on the plane to Los Angeles, was unaware of what was happening. In fact, Lin Sier had already received Suqing's message, asking her to go to Longqing to film a TV series, and giving her the phone number of the assistant director on the set. Chapter 96, Film and Television Base. Longqing Film and Television Base is a large-scale comprehensive tourist area integrating film and television tourism, vacation, leisure, and sightseeing, and has been rated as an AA-level scenic spot in China. Dingfeng Group has invested a total of 3 billion yuan to build Gangfeng Street, Ming and Chang Palace, Qin Palace, Qingming Riverside Scene, Huaxia Cultural Park, Ming and Chang Folk Houses Expo City, Dream Valley, Pingyan Cave, Daji Temple and other 13 historical sites spanning thousands of years. It is a film and television shooting base that brings together the characteristics of both northern and southern regions, as well as 2 super-large modern studios. Longqing Film and Television Base is China's only national film and television industry experimental zone and has been called China's Hollywood by the American magazine Hollywood. In March, the weather in Longqing was perfect, and tourists flocked to the city, creating a sea of people. There was a winding covered walkway with pebbles forming a path. The entire courtyard was magnificent and elegant, with a lush garden and a trellis full of roses in the backyard. A graceful young woman stood by a pond, completely out of place in this ancient and antique building. Her raven-black eyelashes were slightly furrowed under the strong sunlight, and her chestnut-brown hair cascaded over her shoulders. She was dressed in a simple casual white t-shirt and jeans, looking in the direction of a group of people. This person is not here for tourism, but for filming. This woman is Lin Sier. She came alone, without any subordinates. A few days ago, Suqing gave her the assistant director's phone number. She was quite hesitant at first, since Li Tian didn't want her to get involved with Suqing, but after thinking it over, Suqing didn't come. She just introduced her to a role as the third female lead. It wasn't a special favor for her. She didn't take any special care of her. The assistant director just clearly told her what kind of role she was going to play and gave her a script. This was a good opportunity to gain experience, and she only had a few scenes to film, so she came. Lin Sier has already read the script twice. The drama is called Imperial Power, a fictional historical drama with a female protagonist. It mainly tells the story of how the female lead and the young marquis overthrow the corrupt imperial power and focus on their careers. The character she will play, Ying Ro, is arguably the only romantic storyline in the drama. She is the maid of the young marquis, Shenli.
After the two fall in love, she is kidnapped by a prince and hangs herself. Compared to the ruthless and decisive female lead in this drama, the character she plays is simple and kind, willing to die for love. Although she doesn't have many scenes, she is a likable character. Lin Sier thinks this role is good. As her first work, this kind of character design can better build her popularity with the general public. Of course, Suqing had told her the same thing, so she came without any worries. She walked along a stone-paved path and quickly found the location of the film crew. She saw a lighting technician passing by and asked him a question.
Hello, may I ask where Director Liu is? Director Liu is the casting assistant director. The lighting technician, carrying two large fill lights, gestured with his chin towards a room. Lin Sier thanked her and looked in that direction. Above the bright red vermilion gate hangs a black Nanma-wood plaque with three large characters inscribed in a flamboyant style. The wind lingers in the stream. The phone Lu Jian was mentioned in Lin Sier's script. It was the young Marquis's bedroom. She walked towards it, and the room was brightly lit, with many staff members around. Lin Sier peered through the crowd and saw a handsome man with a fair face and a refined demeanor, dressed in a light green brocade robe. Speaking angrily, Lin Sier knew who he was. He was a popular young actor, quite famous, but currently hovering between the second and third tiers. His name was Xiaoyu, and he was the male lead who played the young Marquis. Lin Sier had scenes with him. The man had a pair of rather beautiful peach blossom eyes. Lin Sier watched them filming, staring blankly at those eyes, when suddenly she thought of another person, the one who had introduced her here, the young master of the Su family, Suqing. She was relieved that Suqing was simply introducing her to a role, and even if Li Tian found out later that she was acting, he wouldn't be too angry with her. But I couldn't help feeling disappointed, since I hadn't seen Suqing for about 10 days, and we had only exchanged a few words on the phone. Her heart suddenly skipped a few beats. She actually missed Suqing quite a bit. The director was sitting behind the camera, and the casting assistant was sitting in another chair next to him. He caught a glimpse of Lin Sier out of the corner of his eye. Director Liu has always lived in Longcheng. Due to his work, he spends every day at the film and television base. The only family he knows about the 5 major families of Luochuan is the Su family, which is at the top of his own family. Therefore, he was not familiar with Lin Sier's identity. It was only because Lin Sier gave him a file card that he was able to recognize her. This young girl isn't a famous artist, and she doesn't have many scenes, but she's a rather likable character. He thinks she's probably an artist brought in by Jean Li to prepare for her debut, and she seems to have a promising future. Although Jean Li specifically emphasized to him that he didn't need to take care of the third female lead, he felt that Jean Li's words had a hidden meaning. Jean Li wanted him to take care of her more. In addition, since Jean Li wanted to promote her, she was likely to become very popular. Director Liu felt that he should give Lin Sier some pointers. Xiaoyu, who was filming inside the house, glared at the scene, his hair standing on end in fury. He roared, "The 8th prince dared to kidnap my wife, Yingro. I will avenge her." The sudden angry shout startled Lin Sier and pulled her back from her thoughts. As she was about to go find the assistant director's position, a middle-aged man with a square face and wearing a simple black t-shirt appeared in Lin Sier's line of sight. Director Liu said kindly, "You're the third female lead I introduced, right?" As a newcomer to the film crew, Lin Sier wanted to gain experience on set, so she put aside her family background and spoke politely as an ordinary person. "Hello Director Liu, my name is Lin Sier." "Good, a promising talent." Director Liu glanced at her from head to toe, then looked at his watch. "You don't have any scenes this morning. Go to the dressing room and rest for a while. After lunch, go to the stylist to get your hair and makeup done. This afternoon is your and Xiaoyu's performance at the horse farm. You've read the script, right? Can you ride a horse?" Lin Sier nodded. "I've read the script, and I can ride a horse." Director Liu glanced outside and gestured for Lin Sier to come out with him. The two of them arrived at Fangliujian. Director Liu asked, "Is this your first time acting?" "This is my first time acting," Lin Sier said. Director Liu instructed, "Brother Liu has to tell you a couple of things in advance. The male lead you're acting with and our chief director both have rather bad tempers. During your break, take a good look at your lines and try your best to avoid any mistakes." "I understand," Lin Sier nodded. Director Liu said, "Well, Brother Liu thinks you are a good seedling, and your agent probably gave you this role to promote you. Film and act well. Top-tier dramas are always hits. Don't forget Brother Liu when you become famous." Lin Sier nodded in agreement, and after turning around, a sweet smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. She suddenly felt that she had been too stupid before,
and she felt a little resentful that Suqing treated her so formally. She finally realized that she was a complete newcomer, and the assistant director had come to give her these instructions, and even gave her such a likable third female lead in the top-tier drama. All of this must have been specifically instructed by Suqing, but she just didn't tell her explicitly to put her mind at ease. At this moment, a tall and upright man stood behind a willow tree not far away. He wore a dark gray hoodie with the hood pulled down over his head, and underneath he wore a baseball cap, completely covering himself. His gaze fell on Lin Sier and director Liu, and a sly smile flickered across his lips. Chapter 97, Filming Afternoon. At the horse farm, several young men dressed in fine clothes were choosing horses, and one of them, a noble young man dressed in white silk brocade with cloud patterns, was sitting on the back of a white horse, his face covered with a white veil, and holding a sword that reflected the silver light in his hand. The assistant director walked over to Lin Sier, who was wearing a light yellow maid's uniform, and instructed, "Do you know your part?" He pointed to a place and said, "That's the first camera position. Go along that direction, stop Xinli, and offer him tea. After he drops the tea, he will point the hilt of his sword at you." After Lin Sier nodded in agreement, she went to the first camera position and waited for the scene to start filming. She didn't have many scenes, and she could basically recite her lines by heart. But because it was her first time actually filming on set, Lin Sier was a little nervous. She held the bottom of the prop teacup and gently scratched the porcelain with her fingers. She stood there looking around, and suddenly met the eyes of the man on the horse. For some reason, she always felt that these eyes seemed different from the eyes she had seen in Xiaoyu before. The eyes that met hers at this moment seemed even deeper and more affectionate, but she didn't have time to think about it, because with a voice saying Scene 18, first shot, the scene was about to begin. Ying Ro walked quickly towards Xinli, young marquis. Several young men on the horse farm had already ridden away on their horses, but Xinli stopped his horse and turned his head just as he was about to ride it into a gallop. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and the white veil on her face swayed gently, but no matter what, she couldn't see the true appearance of the lower half of her face. Xinli raised his eyelashes at Ying Ro, showing a bit of unruly doubt. A clear voice came out, "What's the matter?" Ying Ro's fingers trembled slightly as she walked closer to Xinli, holding the teacup high. "Young marquis, have some tea and take a break." The confusion in Xinli's eyes grew deeper and deeper. "What's your name? Who asked you to come here?" "My dear young marquis, I am your maidservant Ingru. The old lady asked me to bring you tea." A sinister smile flickered beneath the white veil. According to the original text, or rather, according to the script of Imperial Power that Suqing had revised, he should next press his sword against the waist and abdomen of the maid in front of him and then deliver his lines, but he suddenly had an idea and decided to change the scene. He raised his sword and thrust it towards Ying Ro, spilling the tea. Then he pressed the sword against her waist and abdomen, looking at Ying Ro's panicked expression as he spoke. "Ying Ro? A nice name, but the tea the old lady likes is hard to swallow." Lin Sier knew that the next scene would be Xinli holding a sword to her chin. So although Lin Sier looked panicked, she was actually quite relaxed. She knew how to act, and she had already found her rhythm. The next second, Xinli's sword was no longer pressed against Ying Ro's chin. Instead, the tip of the scabbard gently turned along the pale yellow ribbon at Ying Ro's waist, causing her outer garment to loosen. He chuckled casually, "Compared to you, Ying Ro, you should be easier to swallow." Originally, Lin Sier's next line was supposed to be a panicked cry of young master. But when she saw her clothes were open, she was stunned. The man in front of her was obviously flirting with her. This scene was not in the play at all, but, for some reason, the man's voice and smile gave her a very comfortable feeling, and she didn't feel angry at all. To be honest, not only was Lin Sier stunned, but even the director behind the screen was stunned. He shouted, "Cut! Xiaoyu, why are you changing the script yourself? The male lead's character was supposed to be a womanizer, but you've changed him, making him lewd." The whole scene was chaotic. The director was known for his bad temper. Xiaoyu had never changed his scenes before. Just as the director was angrily walking towards Suqing and Lin Sier, a middle-aged woman stopped him. The woman's name is Li Mei. She is plain-looking and of medium build. She is the producer of this drama. The director stopped in his tracks, and Li Mei pulled him aside and asked, "Why are you stopping me? Xiaoyu changed the script without permission, and you're going to speak up for him?" Li Mei frowned. "That person is not Xiaoyu." "What? Xiaoyu hired a body double? He's just a second or third tier actor. How dare he hire a body double without saying a word?" The director was even angrier now. Li Mei pouted, grabbed the director's arm, and whispered, "What stunt double? That's Suqing, the young master of the Su family, the sole heir to the peak of power." The director was completely baffled. He was a director under the peak, but no one had ever told him that Suqing would be acting in this play. Li Mei whispered, "Jinli told me to arrange a restroom for young Master Su and to negotiate with Xiaoyu. Young Master Su just wanted to experience acting, and he was the one who funded this film. Jinli told him not to let anyone else know young Master Su's identity. But I didn't expect young Master Su to change the script himself. If you scold him now, you can forget about working in the entertainment industry in the future." The director utterly despised Suqing's playful nature, but he was facing a powerful and influential young master from the top, while he was a weak and helpless director. What could he do? The director felt as if a thunderbolt had struck his mind. He had already walked halfway towards Suqing, and what had he just said? He said Suqing was vulgar. He gave an awkward smirk and said to Li Mei, I understand. Li Mei whispered a reminder, pretend you don't know, and smooth things over. Young Master Su doesn't want people to know his identity, so treat him like Xiaoyu. The director was in his 40s, lean and wiry, with slightly bulging eyes. Even when he spoke normally, he sounded fierce.
He was extremely demanding on set.
If he actually took the person opposite him as Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu would have given him a thorough dressing down long ago. He, obscene. How can I justify such words? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He cleared his throat and addressed the surroundings. Xiaoyu, I just thought about it carefully. You've changed the following part quite a bit to fit current trends. What I just said about vulgarity is an abbreviation. Okay, let's do it this way. The director turned back to the monitor, his facial expressions completely out of control, wondering if he had managed to smooth things over. What was he just saying? He doesn't even believe it himself. As he was considering what career to do next, he heard a cheerful voice from Suqing's side. Thank you, director. The director breathed a sigh of relief.
Scene 16, Shot 2, Action.
Chapter 98, Circus. The laces on Lin Sier's maid costume had been retidied by several costume assistants, and the makeup assistant came over to touch up her delicate little face. As the advancing camera shone directly on their faces, Suqing and Lin Sier continued speaking their lines, reenacting this scene. Lin Sier suddenly felt nervous and shy about the man in front of her changing the plot without her permission and watching the scabbard slowly falling towards her belt. Yes, it was nervousness. And shyness. She was also a little confused. She felt that her instinctive reaction should be discussed, but for some reason, it seems like an irresistible force. The man in front of her always gave her a feeling of intimacy and familiarity. His figure was hidden by the heavy ancient costumes, and his height was difficult to discern when he was riding on horseback, coupled with his beautiful and deep peach blossom eyes, except for the voice which was different from Suqing's. Everything else felt more and more familiar to her. It's reasonable that Lin Sier couldn't tell the difference.
Suqing was originally a top student in the acting department. Voice, stage performance and acting were his basic skills.
In addition, his acting ability was enhanced by the system. So if Suqing deliberately changes her voice, how could anyone tell the difference? With a whoosh, Shenli's scabbard slowly turned at the tie again, easily causing Yingrou's outer lapels to fall off, and the two goose-yellow lapels fluttered in the breeze. Yingrou stammered, young master. Shenli slowly raised the sword in his hand, all the way up to Yingrou's chin. As he lifted it, the cool touch landed on her chin, and her pretty, small face instantly turned red. A joking voice rang out, it's indeed easier to eat. Shenli put the sword back to his side and stretched out the hand closest to Yingrou.
Can you ride a horse?
Yingrou's eyes dodged, and she stumbled. Reply, young marquis, this servant is not good at horsemanship. Shenli's lips, hidden by the white veil, slowly curved into a smile. Come, I'll teach you. A look of helplessness appeared on Yingrou's face as she was brought to the horse's back by a pair of large hands and brought in front of Shenli. The horse neighed in surprise because of the weight. At the same time, there was the sound of a girl panting on horseback. The reason was simple. Lin Sier was sitting in front of the man, unable to see his face, only a wide horse paddock, many actors riding horses in front of him, and she felt those devilishly beautiful hands encircling her waist, casually tying the ribbon on her outer garment. The already fair and distinct knuckles looked even more beautiful against the pale yellow ribbon. Lin Sier was actually quite resistant to physical contact during filming. The original script didn't have so many touching scenes, but Lin Sier stared blankly at those long, beautiful fingers. Even the neatly trimmed nails were so attractive. Why do they look so similar to Suqing's hands? But upon closer reflection, she realized she hadn't really investigated how beautiful Suqing's fingers were. Perhaps they just looked somewhat similar at first glance, followed by a G sound behind him. The horses are galloping on the racecourse, even in Longchang, a place with a mild climate. The weather in March wasn't exactly warm, but the body pressed tightly against her chest through her clothes made her feel incredibly safe and warm. Be careful, hold on tight to me for a bit. The man behind her whispered in her ear, a thin veil brushing against her skin, making the tips of her ears turn red. This was not a line, it was the man behind her talking to her. Lin Sier whispered, What happened? A voice without any emotion sounded in her ears. There's a scene where someone falls off the horse. The cushion next to us is too small and it's not safe. Hold on tight to me, or at least one of us will fall off. Lin Sier realized that the script described someone trying to harm young Master Shen by tampering with the horse's saddle, which would cause both of them to fall off their horses. However, listening to the man behind her speak through the thin veil made Lin Sier feel somewhat distracted. She didn't know why, but she always felt that the man behind her had a unique attraction that was luring her away. After a while, the man and woman on horseback cried out in surprise and fell off their horses. The man behind her had one hand wrapped tightly around her waist. It didn't hurt, but it felt as if he was melding her into his body. The other hand encircled her head. Lin Sier wore a hairbun with layers of ancient wigs, yet one could still feel the protective and reassuring presence. Shenli held the little maid in his hands, her delicate face pleasing him more and more. He sat up first on the cushion and wiped away the beads of sweat that had appeared on Yingrou's face due to her panic. Are you okay? Shenli looked at Yingrou with affectionate eyes, holding her slender waist and hugging her. Who could stand being stared at by such eyes? Of course, Lin Sier was no exception. As the camera zoomed in on that small, palm-sized face, her originally fair and radiant complexion had turned as red as a crab that was about to be cooked. Even the tips of her ears were tinged with a tender blush. Her originally dry lips, after being pursed for a while, revealed a glistening rosy hue. The camera zoomed in and out, the entire crew waiting for Lin Sier to deliver her lines. Her throat tightened considerably, and after a long while, she finally nodded slightly to Shinli.
Young Marquis, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern.
Lin Sier expected the director to be furious, saying she couldn't deliver her lines and was delaying everyone's progress, but what she didn't expect was, the director's voice came from a distance. This one passed, very well acted. The once quiet filming location was suddenly disturbed when several prop crew members came over and began tidying up the props. The director also walked towards Lin Sier and the masked Suqing. The director already knew that the person behind the mask was not a popular young actor, but a top young master. Of course, he wanted to come over and get closer to Suqing and build a good relationship with him. But as soon as he walked past, Suqing tugged at his brocade robe and left. Only the director and Lin Sier were left there looking at each other in bewilderment. The lean director smirked and looked Lin Sier up and down. He didn't recognize Lin Sier, nor was she a famous actress, but since she was the only female character in Imperial Power with a romantic storyline, and his young master was still playing the role in hiding, he immediately understood. It was obvious that his young master wanted to woo the woman in front of him. The director cleared his throat and said to Lin Sier, "You acted very well. It's not easy to act so convincingly in your first time." The scene where he gets on the horse and falls off it was particularly well acted. His blushing, stuttering, and affectionate gaze at the young Marquis were especially captivating. Go back and rest first. You don't have any scenes today.
Thank you, director.
After the director finished speaking, he left, leaving Lin Sier alone. She frowned, thinking about what the director had said, and her heart was beating faster and faster. She wasn't acting at all. Can blushing be acted? She felt utterly disgusted. She clearly had a fiancé, and there was still a man named Suqing hidden in her heart. Yet today, she was acting opposite Xiaoyu, exchanging only a few glances and making a few movements, just filming a scene. It was astonishing that she could linger like this. She desperately wanted the filming to go on for a long time, with the two characters interacting more and more. She felt like she had suddenly become a fickle woman. She was utterly ashamed of it, but when she caught a glimpse of the elegant young man dressed in white silk and brocade walking away from not far away, her heart started racing uncontrollably. It was like a fleeting glimpse. It's like that passage often written in books has come to life. The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world. Chapter 99, Getting Better and Better. There is a 5-star hotel in Longqing film and television base, and Suqing is on the top floor at this time. Two makeup artists were helping Suqing remove her makeup and the wig from her head. TSK, that hurts, be gentle, be gentle. Suqing looked in the mirror and felt very sorry for the makeup artist pulling his hair. After removing her makeup, Suqing looked in the mirror for a while and wiped the glue stuck to her temples. There was a knock on the door from the outside.
Knock knock knock, knock 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 dot. Young master. Suqing said calmly, "Come in."
Huasheng opened the door and nodded, saying, "Young master, the producer and director have arrived."
Suqing waved her hand, "Let them in." A plump middle-aged woman and a lean middle-aged man walked into the room.
Huasheng went out and closed the door. Li Mei and director Wang who nodded and said, "Young master Su."
Suqing stood up.
He had already taken off his brocade robes and was wearing simple casual clothes.
He didn't look fierce, but his status was undeniable. The two seasoned veterans in the entertainment industry became cautious and uneasy.
They didn't know why their young master had called them here. Suqing turned around and sat on a sofa behind him, pointing to the two chairs next to him. His low and hoarse voice was very casual. "Please have a seat, I have something I'd like to ask you for help with." Wang Hu breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that Suqing was being reprimanded for calling him vulgar earlier that day.
"Master Su, what are you talking about? Just tell me if you need anything."
Wang Hu said with a smile. Even his eyes, which looked like they had hyperthyroidism, showed a gentle expression. As Suqing sorted through the plot of Author Go's original text, and learned that there would be a dinner party in 3 days, a dinner party for the child actors. Several investors will come. Of course they are not the investors of the drama Imperial Power. Imperial Power was funded by Suqing himself. He is an investor in several other dramas of Dingfeng. In addition to the male lead, the second male lead and the female lead, the second female lead, all the actors with outstanding looks will be there. The intention behind this is obvious to everyone. Firstly, to give those young actors a chance to get to know some people. Secondly, it can be considered a gift to those investors, so it can be said to be a win-win situation. But Suqing knew from the original text. Unfortunately, at that dinner party, the director, producer, assistant director, and several important staff members in the crew all had some guesses about Lin Sier's identity. It wasn't that they knew Lin Sier was the daughter of the Lin family in Luochuan, but rather that they thought Lin Sier was Suqing's woman, his kept woman. So, they didn't invite Lin Sier to that dinner party at all. So Suqing has to change this plot, not only change it, but also put Lin Sier in a sea of fire. Suqing crossed her legs, tapped her fingers on her sweatpants, and spoke gently and coaxingly. "I heard from Ji Li that the investors will be coming in a few days, right?" Li Mei nodded and said,
Yes, young Master Su. I will tell Jean Li to tell those investors not to come, and you two will act out a play for me. Li Mei and Wang Hu were taken aback. Young Master, please speak. Find a few middle-aged male extras, a few decent-looking ones who seem a bit rich, and a few who look like nouveau riche. Have Lin Sier come to the dinner party too, and have them get our third female lead drunk. Make the acting more convincing. Don't notify the cast and crew members who are going to the dinner party in advance, understand me? Li Mei frowned. She seemed to understand what Master Su meant. She asked, isn't the third female lead the one you have your eyes on? Suqing raised her eyebrows. I will show up at the right time. I think you can understand what I mean, right? Li Mei and Wang Hu immediately understood, especially for Wang Hu, who has directed countless Mary Sue dramas. His young master is clearly going to stage a hero saves the damsel in distress scene. Wang Hu quickly nodded and said, understood, but before he could finish his words, Li Mei's loud voice immediately drowned him out. Master, I will definitely select the right roles for the extras and make this scene perfect, putting Lin Sier in dire straits and waiting for your help. Wang Hu, damn, now the producers are starting to pressure the directors? The world is going downhill. Wang Hu quickly added, young Master Su, I'll have the assistant director talk to her about the benefits of keeping those investors happy, making it unbearable for her, both in terms of her situation and her feelings. Then you can play the hero and rescue her. Suqing glanced at the two of them. Their comprehension was quite strong. Suqing said with a smile, smart guy, go ahead and do it. I'll give you good resources in the future. After the two left the room, Suqing picked up her phone and looked at Lin Sier's chat box, sent a message and asked, Sister Sier, did the filming go well? Lin Sier replied quickly, clearly having gone back to rest as well, successfully, thank you for arranging it for me. Suqing looked at her phone and put on a sly smile, Sister, I will make your filming trip go more and more smoothly. For the next 2 days, Suqing didn't pretend to be Sier while filming. After all, there wasn't anything intimate between them. Oh no, it's that he didn't have any meaningful scenes. The next day's scenes were filmed by Sier himself. Today's filming content is about Sier asking his parents to let him marry Ro, and then his parents disagree and they have a big fight. Lin Sier sat on a small stone stool, resting her chin on her hand, and looked idly into the room where the film crew was shooting. She didn't have many scenes in this one, and she had already filmed 2 scenes that morning. She realized that acting was not an easy task. The scene she's filming now is quite easy. Basically, she just goes in and gets scolded. The old Marquis and his wife accuse her of seducing the young Marquis. She peered through the gaps in the group of staff members and saw 2 middle-aged actors sitting on sandalwood chairs, while a man dressed in dark gray brocade robes was arguing vehemently with the 2 in front of him. Shunli, I fell in love with Ro at first sight, and I will marry no one but her. The Marquis and his wife were sitting on the sandalwood chairs. You unfilial son. There was a crisp sound of a teacup falling to the ground, and the face of the middle-aged actress who played the Marquis wife was filled with anger and disgust. Just then, a staff member reminded Lin Sier that it was almost her turn. She found her spot and waited for her scene, watching the actor in front of her intently. She also studied Xiaoyu carefully for a while, then frowned. Something about this Xiaoyu seemed different from yesterday's Xiaoyu. Before she could think it over, a camera was pointed at Lin Sier. She felt she needed to consider the psychology and expressions of the character she was playing. A hint of fear crept into her bright eyes. Ro called out, Old madam. The old lady opposite looked at her fiercely. You lowly wretch. The old lady, dressed in a dark brown brocade with cloud patterns, stood angrily in front of the 2 of them, her strong arms suddenly raised, about to strike Ro, played by Lin Sier. Ro cowered, seemingly bracing herself for the slap. At the same time, Xiaoyu, playing Xinli, spread his arms and stood in front of Ro. The palm struck Xiaoyu's fair face hard, leaving a red mark that lingered for a long time. Mother, Rower and I truly love each other. A slap is a slap in the face. To be fair, Xiaoyu is indeed a qualified and good actor. He personally performed all the slapping scenes. Xiaoyu, who had just been slapped twice, was truly suffering in silence. The young master of the Su family has already approached him, saying he wants to act in a scene with him and the third female lead. He knows the reason without Suqing saying it. Lin Sier, who is acting with him, is indeed outstanding in appearance and figure, but the entertainment industry is never short of beautiful girls, so he didn't feel any regret. But the young master of the Su family didn't take all the scenes. He only picked a few famous and intimate scenes, leaving all the scenes of him being beaten and scolded to him. Before Xiaoyu could finish complaining in his heart, the old Marquis picked up his cane and rushed forward again, seemingly aiming his blow at Lin Sier. But can he not block it? Xiaoyu turned around and blocked Lin Sier behind him, and a cane struck him on the back. Chapter 100, The Difference of a Veil. Xiaoyu, who plays Xinli, cried out in pain when he was hit by the cane. He bit open the blood pack he had hidden in his mouth beforehand, and a mouthful of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. His lips were thin, and his face, full of pain, met Ro's gaze. Xinli held Ro's shoulders and said, Rower, I will definitely protect you and marry you. Ro's eyes reddened. Young Marquis. This scene is short, but it can be considered a tearjerker. The 2 characters keep looking at each other, especially Xiaoyu, who plays Xinli, who keeps making promises and expressing his love to Lin Sier. After filming this scene, Lin Sier still had another scene to film. She was drinking something in the rest area and watching the crew members talking and communicating.
She felt something was off, mainly because she was looking at Sier for some reason, judging from his physique and height, and listening to the tone of his voice. Lin Sier didn't feel that the man in front of her was any different from the one she had seen on horseback yesterday, but it just feels like something's missing. She thought that if she had acted out that painful and conflicted scene yesterday, she would have been able to feel heartache for the man opposite her. The image of the elegant young man in white robes walking away yesterday flashed before her eyes like a revolving lantern, and comparing it to the man before her today, she felt that something had changed. Yesterday and today, isn't it all about this popular young actor, Sier? It's just a difference of a veil. What difference could there be? Lin Sier's hair ornaments were exquisite and heavy, and her head felt even heavier after a period of random thoughts. She kept reminiscing about the man who had embraced her on horseback yesterday. The assistant director walked over to Lin Sier. "Girl, your next scene is yours. Go and get ready. It's the 30th scene. Go and review the script carefully. It's the scene where you learn etiquette. It's in the next shooting room." Okay, Lin Sier nodded. As we all know, TV series are not filmed episode by episode in chronological order, they are filmed in a series of episodes that are skipped around. In particular, Suqing had instructed in advance to combine Lin Sier's scenes, so her next scene was a scene that involved jumping far away. But Suqing is not in the next scene either. Suqing was still sleeping in at the hotel at that moment. A graceful woman lay beside him, her short hair neatly reaching her ears. Even without makeup, she was still exquisitely beautiful. A ray of light shining through the curtains illuminated her face, waking her up. Two bright red marks were left on her fair neck. Strikingly beautiful, Jean Lee slowly opened her eyes and saw a fair and handsome face lying on the pillow. Being looked at by such affectionate eyes was really hard not to be moved. "Good morning, sister." Suqing smiled slightly, her smile even brighter than the afternoon sun. Jean Lee narrowed her eyes slightly. Good morning, Suqing." Suqing raised his hand and tapped her cheek, jokingly saying, "So, sister, am I a man of my word? I said I'd wake you up myself, and here I am." Jean Lee chuckled and lightly punched his shoulder twice, the force as gentle as a cat scratch. "I was the one who came to find you. How did it become you coming to see me? How annoying." Suqing looked at the time and said lazily, "Didn't you have something to do at 3 p.m.? It's already 2 p.m, I think you should get up and get ready." Jean Lee, who was originally capable of handling things on her own, also showed her feminine side in front of her beloved. She frowned and pulled Suqing's arm. "I'm so tired, I don't want to go." Suqing looked at her and said seriously, "If you don't want to go, then don't go. Quit. I'll transfer all the shares of my small companies to you, and you won't have to be an agent anymore." Jean Lee squinted her eyes, and a sense of happiness shone in those starry eyes. She said firmly, "No, I can't take so much from you. I also want to work hard so that I can help you in the future. I can't be supported by you." "Well, I'll listen to my sister." Jean Lee got up and went to wash up, and Suqing also changed into a clean and refreshing black hoodie. He was going out to get some breakfast. As Suqing finished packing and sat in the living room of the executive suite with her wallet, waiting for Jean Lee to come out. Jean Lee wore a chic Chanel-style suit, her pretty face adorned with a sophisticated and polished makeup look. 2 red marks on her neck were being carefully concealed with concealer, but not completely. Just as she walked over to Suqing, her phone rang, and she answered it immediately. On the other end of the phone, it said, "Sister Lee, come to the rescue. Sister Lu Jie and Sister Xiao Xiao are arguing." Lu Jie is the female lead in the TV series Huang Quan, and Xiao Xiao is the second female lead. Although the two did not get along well when they were in the same company, they are playing sisters this time. They are both mature artists at the peak of their careers, so they can always put on an act. Jean Lee frowned, confused. "Huh? What happened?" The person on the other end of the phone was Lu Jie's assistant, who was currently at the scene of an argument. The director was urging them to film, and she was almost frantic with worry. Sister Lu Jie said that Sister Xiao Xiao was acting awkwardly, running around to 3 different film crews at the same time, and couldn't memorize her lines, which wasted her time. Xiao Xiao got angry too, saying that Lu Jie spends all her time with investors and doesn't do anything good. Sister Lu Jie said that Sister Xiao Xiao had plastic surgery, blah blah. "Okay, I got it. Just make sure they don't fight. They don't get along well at the company, so they shouldn't be in the same production crew. I'll handle it." Suqing sat quietly on the sofa watching Jean Lee talking on the phone. Although she was confused, she was interested in listening to gossip. Suqing crossed her arms and asked casually, "Sister Lee, what happened? Who's fighting? Are they artists from Dingfeng? Lu Jie and Meng Xiaoxiao are top artists. They didn't get along well in the company and bought a lot of gigs. But the two of them get photographed by paparazzi every few days. I was originally thinking of having the two of them use this drama to portray a deep sisterly bond and reverse their negative news, but now they've given me more trouble. Lu Jie is the same. She still has a drama project on hand, and she has to go to the next film crew after filming only half of it, and Xiao Xiao herself is hooking up with a sugar daddy. Those two, I don't know what they're arguing about all day long." Jean Lee was really annoyed by this trivial matter, and kept complaining. When she met Suqing's gaze, she quickly shut her mouth. She already considered Suqing a close person, so she didn't hesitate to speak directly, but then she thought about it again and realized that something was wrong. She felt like she was talking to a gossipy woman, and Suqing would probably hate that. She smiled awkwardly and said, "I was too impatient just now and said too much.
I shouldn't have complained in front of you."
Suqing, sitting on the sofa nearby, was also completely confused. The plot in Go's original text is all about the main characters. Lu Jie originally didn't have many scenes, and Xiao Xiao, mentioned by Jean Li, is practically non-existent. However, Suqing smiled brightly when she saw Jean Li's expression, as if she had done something wrong.
"It's alright, it's quite interesting.
I should listen more to what's going on at the company.
Just speak freely in front of me, you can say whatever you want."
The worry that had been on Jean Li's pretty face immediately disappeared. She hadn't expected Suqing to be willing to chat with her about such trivial matters. Those two are really difficult to deal with, and I still have to go to the set of my new film later. Jean Li walked towards the sofa, put her arm around Suqing's arm, and sat down next to him, resting her head on his shoulder, as if seeking a bit of comfort in her exhaustion. "Now we need to deal with Lu Jie and Xiao Zhao's matter first." Suqing turned and looked at her. "I'll go with you."